gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Montun untuk kegiatan olahraga saat elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Semuanya, maka itu
dan terus berlari.
Jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu e-sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss, we on this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Harga dan juga hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga terutama buat tim Indonesia.
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss, we on this, we won't miss, we on this. Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua. Sejarah. We on this. Cuma di Anda.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears!
5, 6, 7. Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11.
आरक्षण करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक यात्री के लिए।
ये आपका order है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day dunianya banyak rasa, asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah di aplikasi GoPay, murah di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. GoPay tandalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
olahraga salah elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legend.
Maka itu
dan terus
jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu e-sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Argan yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, kesempatan buat tim Indonesia.
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this.
back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya?
Line 'em up! Cece and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears!
5, 6, 7, Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
आरक्षण करना चाहती हूँ
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याकली के लिए
ये आपका ऑर्डर है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss.
Live from El Dorado Dome, Bandung. MPL Season 14 Playoffs, powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official coffee partner, Good Day. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Baru saja kita sebutkan berhasil menendangkan, gagal sepertinya karena tadi ada bantuan yang dimiliki oleh Nino yang sudah dikeluarkan dari cross tank. Sudah terlihat satu akhirnya Nino yang berhasil dihancurkan. David sebenarnya dihasilkan oleh Eman. Begitu mengerikan dan goreng karena beberapa menit untuk sekarang. Mau pergi ke arah mana di mana Aisyah. Benar-benar diajar dan Moreno menghancurkan semuanya. Dan Bediak didapatkan.
El Dorado Dome, The Cavalry, sambutlah kedatangan tim Liquid ID. Match pertama di playoff hari kedua akan dibuka dengan pertarungan panas antara tim Liquid ID berhadapan dengan Bigetron Alpha. Tim Liquid ID yang dihuni oleh rookie-rookie kuat itu Fabian, Aaron, Sigi, dan Widi yang akan merasakan playoff pertamanya dengan kombinasi the most improved player skill dan juga ada Aran. Di bawah asuhan coach Saint Lucas sudah banyak strategi disiapkan demi permainan yang lebih matang dan hasil yang lebih memuaskan. Seperti apa match perdana mereka di babak playoff? Karena kali ini saat Bigetron Burst untuk berseru. Karena Bigetron Alpha telah hadir kembali. Sang penantang yang baru saja mendapatkan kemenangannya kemarin dengan mutlak. Sang robot merah sudah menunjukkan bahwa mereka mampu menjadi lebih baik. Kegagalan di season lalu jadi motivasi untuk menjadi lebih baik. Dan saat ini Bigetron akan tampil lebih mendominasi dengan kehadiran Super Look di Bigetron. Satu kemenangan di playoff sudah mereka dapatkan. Mampukah Super Luke, Ki, Eman, Moreno, dan Super Ken memberikan pembeda bagi Bigetron dan membuat Bigetron melangkah lebih jauh di babak playoff. Selamat datang di hari kedua babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 14. Yay, begitu ramai pastinya Eldorado Dome Bandung ingin menyaksikan bagaimana pertarungan di upper bracket ini. Betul sekali Bude, karena hari ini menjadi satu-satunya hari di mana tidak akan ada tim yang pulang karena mereka akan beradu di babak upper bracket. Benar banget, di sini Bude Clara dan juga Alisa seneng banget bisa berada di tengah-tengah barudak-barudak semua yang ada di sini. Dan kita menantikan bagaimana dua tim yang belum bermain kemarin akan menunjukkan hasil seperti apa. Ini upper bracket, namun lawan mereka juga adalah tim yang baru saja melangkah dengan pasti dari hari pertama. Dan pastinya tim-tim yang akan menang nantinya akan melaju ke M6, di mana Bude ini sangat menegangkan sekali karena di match kali ini dari kedua tim belum ada yang berhasil untuk melaju ke babak M-Series sebelumnya. Jadi dengan kepulangan Fnatic Onyx kemarin, artinya hari ini kita bisa melihat lahirnya juara-juara baru. Setelah 4 season berturut-turut, kita melihat adanya Fnatic Onyx yang mendominasi panggung MPL kali ini. Pada akhirnya, mungkin saja akan ada yang bisa ngedapetin piala pertamanya. Atau mungkin akan ada ragib. Jadi banyak banget possibility-nya karena 4 tim yang tersisa. Kali ini mereka haus akan tentunya piala dan juga menjadi pemenang ditambah untuk slot M6 World Championship. Tapi keramaian hari ini tentunya tak lepas dengan dukungan semua super fans yang ada di sini dan juga yang ada di rumah. Dan pastinya kepada para sponsor. Terima kasih karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And of course our official coffee partner ada Good Day. Our official e-wallet ada GoPay. Our official destination for gaming and esports Kidia. And our official gold partner dari UBS Gold. Dan tak lupa juga kita punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan juga WeDrink. Dan pastinya our suppliers ada Erigo, Click Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Hila Food, Popmart, RSP Helmet, Saturdays, and of course supported by PBSI. Yes. Begitu ramai, begitu seru semua yang telah mendukung. Apalagi ini lagi pada harap-harap cemas juga untuk menyaksikan bagaimana pertarungan hari ini, Alisa. Betul sekali Bude. Kalau menurut Bude sendiri dari 4 tim yang akan bertanding di 2 match hari ini, seberapa besar kans atau kemungkinan mereka untuk menang membawa piala? Jadi kalau ngomongin kan semuanya tentu akan berbeda dari regular season. Kita melihat banyak banget hal baru yang mereka hadirkan. Jadi kalau bisa dibilang ini semuanya 50-50. Kita nggak akan tahu siapa yang bisa untuk berperforma lebih hebat lagi. Karena tidak hanya gameplay yang harus mereka siapkan, namun mental. Ini adalah panggung besar MPL. Dan di saat playoff kita tahu sendiri bahwa histori regular season mungkin terbawa. Karena dua tim ini sama-sama saling mengalahkan. Tim Liquid ID kalah di leg 1. Namun Bigetron Alpha mereka pun kalah di leg kedua. Jadi ini bekal yang sangat baik untuk kedua tim. Sama-sama sudah belajar pula. Pertarungan yang sangat sengit ya Bude ya pastinya. Dan karena Bigetron Alpha menang dan meyakinkan dengan mode playoff-nya di hari pertama dengan kemampuannya 3-0 babat habis ya Bude. Dan pastinya lawannya tim yang juga memiliki rookie-rookie yang sangat berpotensial. Bahkan ada yang memenangkan penghargaan Rookie of the Season kemarin. Dan sekaligus MVP regular season yaitu Fabian. Rame banget pastinya kalau dari tim Liquid ID. Namun yang mengikuti tepat di belakangnya ada tim Bigetron Alpha. Kita harus ingat bahwa klasemen di regular season mereka hanya terpaut 1 angka saja. Nomor 2 memang tim Liquid, tapi Bigetron berada di nomor 3 dan begitu tipis perbedaan dari kedua tim ini. So, akan seperti apa pertarungan mereka di upper bracket di babak playoff? The Cavalry, Bigetroopers, bersiaplah untuk pembukaan hari yang kedua. Inilah dia MPL Indonesia Season 14 Playoff Upper Bracket.
dominator of Nusantara skies is already gone. A 5-bit is nothing but a dream. All that's left is a king and 3 crown seekers looking to get their fingers decorated. A battle for a ring, a battle for a spot in Malaysia. Welcome back to day 2 of MPL Indonesia Playoffs Season 14 in El Dorado, Sea of Fire. With me, Shefin, Irashi, and Gani. First of all, before we talk about what's going to happen today, we're going to have to talk about what happened yesterday, Irashi.
I mean, who would have expected, right? I mean, I think someone on this desk still is quite shook from the results. Even on the desk, we were all, come on, Gani, we were all also thinking, there's no way. There's no way. But it happened.
I mean, it's mixed feelings indeed. But here's the thing, all right? It's been 2 years. It's 2 years. Finally, we will crown a new champion. But yes, Fnatic Onyx. What a loss, man, yesterday.
What a loss. It's incredible the way GEEK fam did it. But of course, right now, we're going to just shift towards the matchups that we're going to have today. TLID versus Bigatron Alpha. What a journey from TLID, man. First week, Irashi, like, it was terrible for them. And then the change happened.
The roster change immediately showed results. And we were all surprised because usually it takes a bit of getting used to. It takes a bit of, momentum building for your team to get going. But Team Liquid ID hit the ground running. Maybe that's why their logo is a horse. But looking at the playoffs bracket right here, as we were talking about earlier, Bigatron and Alter Ego was a 3-0 sweep. Fortunately, we had to say goodbye to Alter Ego. But for the second match, that was the crazy, long, drawn-out, 40-minute game series between Fnatic Onyx and GEEK fam. But today, as you mentioned earlier, Team Liquid ID against Bigatron, and later on, RRQ against GEEK fam, kind of building up to a rivalry of their own. The Kings against the King Slayers, who has already claimed one of the Kings in MPL ID.
Oh boy, it's gonna be a tough task, Oni. Now against Onyx, I think they have a better chance than RRQ in a way. RRQ is the more disciplined team. It's a more template team in the way they play. And GEEK fam, I don't think they do well against that.
Yeah, that's the thing, all right? Yeah, we have seen what's on the menu for today, but GEEK fam, after yesterday, going up against the champions of regular season, technically they need, it's still a tough challenge for GEEK fam, but let's focus more on our first match here, TLID versus Bigatron.
That's interesting, man, because Bigatron, in a way, is also systematic, but they've had time to really develop this flexibility, right? Unfortunately, last season, they were doing so well, but it seems like when it gets going, when it gets to those very intense moments where you have to adapt, they kind of fell short. But they've had a whole season to really improve on that, and now they're up against Team Liquid, a team that has shown a lot of potential, but again, hasn't really been tested. First time in the playoffs. We've seen that, the rookies in particular had no issue at all dealing with the pressure, moving from the MDL to the MPL stage. But now in the playoff stage, it hits different. And we have to see if they can actually bear the pressure of the audience's expectations.
They gotta prove the allegations wrong. TLID? Yeah, allegations. Big a choke.
Oh!
Going on for years, and Mirko out there, oh man. He's definitely, scared of this matchup. He's definitely a bit more, there's more tense to this.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the first leg here, right? TLID, they were still rocking Kabuki, Richie, and as well as Yawi lineup. Things didn't really work for them because Bigatron, they battered this formation.
I believe this is one of the games where they actually were able to get a victory with a Yin, if I'm not mistaken, for the side of Bigatron. I mean, man, you can see that at least with the previous roster, Bigatron was just a lot more composed. They were able to find more ways to go into these fights, and that is something that certainly is no longer the case. But if we can notice it, definitely Bigatron has taken notice as well. Most definitely they've had preparations right here to deal with this aggressive style of Team Liquid. They're able to actually be decisive, and it doesn't mean it's always aggressive, right? Sometimes they know when to actually let go of objectives, and they just know when to capitalize. So Bigatron, if they want to try and bait in Team Liquid, they have to lay out some really delicious bait.
Finding the trades is the name of the game for all of these elite teams, man. If you can't really go for something that you need to force out, then you gotta find something on the other end.
That's the thing. That's the way I feel like Fabian likes to play it. I think the panelist will analyze more, but Fabian has the least, well, not the least, I think he is out of top 5 turtle takes, but he is number 1 on Lord objective takes. So put that into perspective. Super Ken, he's number 1 and number 2 for Turtle and Lord, respectively.
Oh man, the objective battle is gonna be insane for both of these teams, Arashi.
For sure, man. I mean, that's where the setup from the team comes in clutch as well, though. So we'll have to see how the rest of the team can enable their junglers.
And in a way too, the DPS of these teams are nothing short of remarkable. Aaron Shiki and Eman, I think right now they're top 2 in both, damage per minute. That is, they know when to put their eggs on which basket.
I believe Aaron Shiki also holds the title for the highest DPM.
Yeah, DPM.
Which kind of shows again that he's just willing to trade blows and to try and do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, but right now we're gonna throw it to our panelists for a more in-depth dive with Coleus, Eterna, and also Mr. Real Lice on the desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, and welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the English panel here for our first match of our second day in the playoffs. My name is Eterna, and I will be the desk host for the day, and alongside with me is Coleus as well as Realize.
Hello.
We're gonna start things off with a perspective from Realize because you're new to the panel. So how did you feel about what went down yesterday?
I mean, game number 1, it was kind of predicted because I was wishing that maybe Alter Ego could grab the win, maybe to just add the spice and all that. But Bigatron, they swapped it up pretty easily, 3-0. And then game number 2, or rather match number 2 was insane. We hit the 40-minute mark. And it was a repeat of the history. It was a repeat of game number 3 because GEEK fam were just playing base defense and they were able to pull it. So it was really, really out of the cards here.
And because of that, right, because of that result, there is a possibility that we will be crowning a new champion this season. And not just a new one for the past 2 or 3 years. It could be a potentially new team in Bigatron or TLID as we get into this upper bracket match that will be
Don't forget the GEEK fam
a best of
also.
5. As well as GEEK fam, yes, we will be seeing them in our second match of the day. So let's circle on this. Bigatron and TLID, what do we need to talk about when we see both of these teams?
I think first of all, if you look at the regular season, TLID plays very good, especially when they have the chaos moment or the chaos identity for them. Because I love how Iron Siki plays. He plays very aggressive, and by the data, Iron Siki got 4 first blood. It's the number 1 who gets the first blood, then the other gold laner.
Yeah, there's a spicy matchup all around the board. I feel like for gold lane, you have Aaron Shiki against Eman. Eman is well known to be the gold laner that is always going to win the lane against Aaron Shiki, this young blood. But then we have the guy who's just breaking records. This guy won the Rookie of the Season and the regular season MVP. No one has ever done this. And he just popped up out of nowhere, emerging to the MPL ID scene and carried, or rather, helped carry Team Liquid on his backs as well to them cementing that second spot in the regular season.
Especially when Vavian using Vanny, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
It's an interesting player, right? He has that killer instinct within him. He's very new to the scene as well. So as a rookie, having that type of mentality, that's gonna get you real far. And in general, there's just something about Aura as well as TLID that has a thing with like new rookies and junglers, because it's kind of a similar thing that we saw from Gugun. Definitely they have a different identity. Gugun was more objective centered, very utility, I agree. But Fabian, man, where did this kid come from?
Yep, with the assassin instinct. He will looking for the kill since the early game. And the others will do the rest to aim for the objective.
Yeah, killer instinct in his eyes. It's just insane. And I don't know what makes him very special. The mechanics is already there, but there's just something about him that feels so ethereal, and we can't even grab the gist of it because Fabian is just insane. But on the other hand, we cannot write Super Ken off. This guy's also been consistently performing on the top level, having, becoming the most improved player of Season 11 as well. So, that young blood duel in the jungle for today will be very interesting.
Very interesting.
But the difference is Super Ken have more tendencies to do tilting on the late game than Fabian.
Okay, if we're talking about tilting and mentality, how about we swap things over into the gold lane, right? Because other than Fabian stepping in as a rookie, we've also seen Aaron Shiki and his amazing moments too. Sure, maybe towards the end of the season, it feels like everything has been so Fabian-centric. But Fabian is also, but Aaron is also a player in TLID that came out of nowhere and became the spicy gold laner with his, confidence up on stage, his personality up on stage. But it's cool because he's also able to back things up in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah. I love when players can talk smack. They talk the talk, they walk the walk, they walk the talk basically. And Aaron Shiki is that guy. I feel like this guy is very aggressive, and this will bring a very spicy matchup against Eman, who mostly plays for the team as well. He can survive for himself, but he benefits the team. Meanwhile, Aaron Shiki, he wants to be the carry as well, but most of the times he also synergizes well with Weedy, with Fabian as well. So I feel like confidence will not be a problem for him.
Yep.
Even if this is the first time of him being in the playoffs.
Yeah, that might be the problems, but I love how the chaos itself in the middle of the name of Aaron Shiki. But against Eman, the adult gold laner who have a very good decision, who have a very good positioning against Aaron Shiki, who plays very aggressively. This is why I can't wait to see what will they do in this match.
Me too, me too. To top things off as well, Aaron has the highest damage per minute. Highest damage per minute in the gold lane as a rookie, having that stat over veterans like Skylar, veterans like Eman, who is going to be going head-to-head with them. So with that, let's circle back onto Super Ken, right? You guys were talking about Fabian and how he will compare to Super Ken. And Super Ken himself has the stat of being #1 Turtle and '2 Lord Objective Take. So compared to Fabian, those stats really reflect that he's more of an objective-centered jungler, would it not?
Yeah, I feel Super Ken is very versatile in terms of he can play fighters, he can play utility junglers when it was in Season 12 and Season 13, and he can play assassins as well. But for Super Ken, I feel like he plays more for the team. He really wants to get level 5 on Turtle. Meanwhile, for Fabian, it's always the killer instinct. It's always snowballing, it's always getting the kills and getting himself ahead so he can carry the team. But for Super Ken, he's much more collective, and he synergizes well with his teammates.
Yeah, especially during the late game. Fabian likes to have like camping on the bush, waiting for the back line. Yeah, it's different with Super Ken. Super Ken will together with his friends and then set up the team fights. That's the difference. That's why maybe the Bigatron needs to be aware of where Fabian at on the late game.
So I have a question for both of you, right? When it comes down to it, so Fabian has an angle in the early game. We've seen the early game be very important, right? Especially since yesterday, that snowballing prowess that these teams can actually achieve in the early game usually can snowball into the late game for them to take the game. We're not talking about Fnatic Onyx here. With Fabian having that killer instinct in the early game, but with an objective-centered Super Ken, who do you think has the better advantage to get that snowball?
I think for me, if Bigatron look and learn from the last match of TLID versus RQ Hoshi, where they can play very aggressively, put the pressure on Fabian, maybe Bigatron have more favor than TLID.
What about you?
Well, I feel like it depends on the matchup, to be honest.
Okay.
Like, if in certain heroes, I feel like Fabian might get the lead. We'll talk about that later when we talk about the draft. I want to touch a bit about Suyo, but maybe I'll save it for later.
Okay. Because, I'm touching on this because it can be a domino effect onto the gold lane, right? Which is why we see Eman up on screen too.
Yes.
How do you think, once again, he compares towards Aaron Shiki? And do you think the patch that we've seen, the differences that we've seen in terms of the meta is more favorable towards Eman or Aaron Shiki?
Well, I feel like, I don't know, I want to say Aaron Shiki, but I don't want to get bashed because we haven't really seen Eman pull out the unconventional picks. The Rubies, the Alices in the gold lane, even if in this patch it doesn't really necessarily call for that. But Aaron Shiki does have much more versatility in the hero pool that he plays.
Arid, Lunox, Ruby, you can mention it.
Yeah, most of the heroes, Alice even, Coleus mentions. So I feel like Aaron Shiki does have the upper hand on that, but on the lane, when it comes to playoffs, it's going to be very different. I think they will try to play it safe, but you never know. It's going to be a coin flip. Sometimes someone could be more aggressive than the other. But when it comes to decision making, Eman is just a chef's kiss.
I think that's the best. The best gold laner with decision making.
Yeah.
But Eman rather to play safely than playing aggressively because Eman have Luke who can start the team fight, who initiate the pick off. But if we look at the draft pick recap, Eterna, what do you think?
Well, I feel like, okay, this is, I'm now gonna touch into it. Okay, Suyo has been picked most of the times yesterday by both Bigatron and Onyx, mostly GEEK fam as well, picking it up for Vincent. But Suyo, I feel like, has been played kind of ineffectively by both Kyrie and Vincent. Yeah. I discussed with KB about this in the Indonesian desk. He is sitting right now. So the main premise of Suyo is that you want to snowball early. You want to get the kills. But the way Super Ken, the way Vincent, the way Kyrie plays it is that they're farming for level 5. They're mostly wanting to get Turtle for level 5. We can draw comparisons with King Kong from Fnatic Onyx PH.
Yeah.
He plays for that killer instinct. He plays for the kills, and that is totally fine because Suyo, as a Suyo, you want to get ahead. And I think that is what is going to be, you know, the comparison for Super Ken and Fabian later on when they have their hands on Suyo. Fabian, the reason why he is number 6 on that turtle take is because he's always focusing on the ganks. He's always focusing on the kills, and I feel like Suyo will definitely fit him so much.
Because the power spike of Suyo is like on level 3.
Yeah, level 3.
You can move together with the mid laner and the roamer to aim maybe for the gold lane or the others, or invade the jungle.
Interesting. So far, our junglers, because when I was looking at Kyrie's gameplay, I felt like he was very aggressive. But
Yes.
it turns out his aggressiveness came too late.
Yeah, it was too late because they're all waiting for Turtle level 5, which is totally fine. I mean, safety is #1 priority, but again...
Safety first, boys.
Safety first.
And girls.
If you want to snowball as soon as possible, if you want to have that heavy hitter early on, I feel like that playstyle suits Fabian a lot. He doesn't wait for the levels to come. He finds the kills in the early game.
And quick question, just yesterday I got a lot of DM from all of the audience, like why Suyo gets so much priority during the playoff? What is the power of Suyo?
I feel like the power of Suyo is just the versatility. You have that fighter type of hero. You have also Poke with his mortal form where you can get the bow. And you also have Escape somehow. Split push-wise, not the best against the Nolan, against a Ling, but it still works. And it can be played as a fighter as well, so you have that tankiness as well. The physical damage, scaling towards the physical defense and the cooldown reduction as well, that fits perfectly for the physical damage. So Suyo is going to be the new poster boy of MPL ID.
Interesting, interesting. I mean, so far it's sitting at a pretty good win rate.
Yeah.
Sure, it lost a game yesterday, but other than that, we've seen very positive results from this Suyo. Now, you mentioned Suyo Fabian being something that we should be looking towards. Do you think that if that's the case, Bigatron will ban it out?
It depends on the blue side or red side, I think, because they might be want to prioritize Suyo on their draft too.
Okay. And if, like, I want to ask, is Suyo that broken that there is no counter towards it? We'll touch on that later on because, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin our first match of the day very, very soon. And I'm wondering what kind of lineup we will be seeing today. And from the Cavalry, from Team Liquid ID, we have Aran, Fabian, Yehezkiel, Weedy, Aaron, Shiki, a roster full of rookies, an all-star roster maybe in the future. As we take a look at Bigatron, the Red Robots, we have Super Luke, Super Ken, Moreno, Key, and Eman, as both of these teams fight for that upper bracket.
Going to be a very interesting match as we take a look at El Dorado. On the left side, it is the Cavalry charging forth with their 5 young blood players looking to get their sights on that M6 ticket. But on the red side, it is going to be Bigatron Alphas together as the Red Robots, determination in their eyes. It's going to be Team Liquid ID and Bigatron Alpha.
Don't forget about the coach. Last season, Bigatron with Yehezkiel, they cannot make it to the 3rd day. But now with the new coach, Wura, and also the Cold Hand, Saint Lucas, who are a veteran coach. He was coaching the Gunflex Airwolf, and now on the season 14, he's on the Liquid ID. And on the 2nd position on the regular season, they're gonna meet each other. They're gonna fight for the slot of the upper bracket final.
And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. You can already feel the energy coming in from the players, the coaching staff, and even the audience in the building here. They are making noise in El Dorado, Bandung. And just to remind you though, this isn't an elimination match. This is the upper bracket match. Whoever falls here in this match will go to the lower brackets where they will have to fight with their final life in MPL ID Season 14. But that battle begins here and it begins now as well. So, going back to that previous topic, is Suyo so broken that it will warrant a ban in the first phase? Or is there a counter towards it? Kolios, let's start with you.
I think there's counter for Suyo. For example, for the heroes itself, you can use the suppressed hero, or you can counter the playstyle. Like when Suyo tried to aim for the first turtle or the second turtle because he have the soul silver. It's it's like you have two retribution with a very small animation. It's different with the ultimate of Balmond or even the Tone Rose from Lancelot.
Yeah.
That's why Suyo is very priority right now. But you can use like Nolan, where the MPL PH Grand Final they use when facing against Suyo, or Alpha. Alpha is like very sustainable heroes who are strong from the early game to late game.
Now, here's the thing, it has not worked. It has not worked for us. What is the reason why it has not worked?
I feel it has not worked. I think it's not from the hero. I think it's from the pilot.
That's true. That's what I thought about as well, because yesterday Niall was straight picking Alpha 3 times, and it's just not his hero. It's not his typical. You don't have to fight fire with fire. Sometimes you have to fight fire with water. It's more on comfortability. So back again to the question, Suyo, I don't think he is that OP, that broken, but he is so prio because of the, the notions that Kolios has stated. And the fact that it really just accommodates this patch right now, a lot of fighter-style heroes that need prio level 4, level 3 on the mid lane into the total level 5. I feel like Suyo provides all of that.
Okay. And what about the Hylos? We see it here in the most pick and ban heroes. It's a hero that is so identical to when we talk about Team Liquid ID. We saw yesterday they found a lot of success on the Hylos too, but MPL PH, not so many Hyloses. So why does it work well here in MPL ID?
Well, again, I will say back to the pilot, because Hylos isn't really a playmaking hero, and so far we have seen Hylos on that roam area.
And now we're going to take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE for TLID. Talking about that Hylos, let's see those points.
Start punish Bigatron over exciting tendencies. Show your mentality. Play boldly like in the regular season. I love this key to victory because, they need to have that identity to win this match. I think you cannot lose the identity of the chaos itself for Team Liquid ID.
Yeah, I feel like mentality will not be a problem for Team Liquid ID, especially now into the playoffs. I feel like they will still come with a strong point.
And what about for Bigatron? What are the keys to victory?
Yeah, so now for Bigatron, of course, it's going to be match TLID's adaptive gameplay with Bigatron's Season 13 adaptive style. Number 2, improve on the discipline game. Fix the overcommit issues from day number 1. And of course, contest or respect witty.
Yep, I love the point number 2 because if we see that Aman have a very good decision, but yesterday we see around 3rd times Aman got overcommit and he got picked up by the opponents. I think today they need to fix that.
Yeah, overcommitment issues. And Bigatron has been known for choking a lot in the playoffs, so I hope they get rid of that, that mental block that has been haunting them. I don't know what the problem is. Like, one step away from M5, they choke. Like last season, upper bracket start, they choke. And now again, I feel like they won't repeat the same mistakes, and I hope they go far.
I thought you were going to say, I hope Bigatron choke.
No.
I was like, ooh.
I'm not that evil.
But I am, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, TLID. Anyway, it looks like TLID will have first pick this time around. Bigatron, Alpha the Red Robots will have second pick. So they're going to be on red side. Now, with this choice that we seem to be getting for our first game of this series, how do you think it will affect the ban to the first phase?
Well, it's going to be more of the approaches and the powers of what they want to play as the heroes. It's always going to be the comfort picks as first things first. But again, I think the Suyo will again become so prio that they might draft into it. And maybe you should just prepare yourself for picking up the Alpha. Yesterday we did not see Gatot Kacha and Iris getting that much prio, but it was actually it was supposed to be that prio, but it wasn't really prio because now they're all shifting towards a much more passive play style, just playing behind the Suyo. So I don't think Gatot Kaca and Edith will do that prio again.
And I think you cannot just focus on Suyo. You have another 4 heroes that maybe you can think about the synergy.
But it looks like Suyu's banned here, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time in the playoffs for MPL ID, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE drafting phase. That's a Suyo banned out on red side.
They know, Eterna. They know. They know that Fabian will be like King Kong, maybe. Yeah, he will be very powerful. He will actively seek for the kills in the early game. As we see the Mathilda first pick, this opens up new horizons. Maybe the Alpha can come out and the Valentina there to possibly just become a comfort pick for Moreno.
And you look that Valentina who got Maniac yesterday.
Yeah. Starlium side build.
Starlium side. But
Interesting to see.
I want to ask you, Relay, why Starlium side is being built by the Valentina?
I feel like it's not effective to go and Enchanted Talisman because the Talisman cooldown reduction isn't as much as what you would get at Starlium side. Starlium side gives you damage, gives you that extra cooldown reduction as well.
Spell Vamp?
Yeah, Spell Vamp as well, Lifesteal somehow. And then you can add it with Inspire as your talent, which then gives you extra cooldown reduction. And Alpha, of course, to pair it up with the Mathilda.
Yeah, and it's good against Hylos. It can give a true damage, and Hylos, who are the sustainability heroes, cannot stand too long against the Alpha.
Yeah.
This is already a very interesting turn of events, right?
Zeus.
Exactly. TLID, they opted to go for the ban onto the Angela in the first phase, and so the Jushin was actually left open. This is not a hero that we've seen too often. And in the keys to victory we saw from TLID, they had to respect Weedy.
Yeah.
And here, TLID, Weedy, he gets his comfortable hero, he gets his Mathilda. And so far, Weedy has been so good at accommodating and facilitating these amazing plays. And paired in with the Alpha, this is a combo that we've seen time and time again. Very strong when it comes down to those rotations, very strong in that early game. But with Bigatron picking up the Hayabusa now, how does this compare?
Yeah, finally we see another jungler instead of Alpha and Suyo.
Thank God.
With Hayabusa, I think he can play on the early game. And the weakness of Hayabusa, he can aim for Zuxin or even the gold lane later. Yeah. That's the power of Hayabusa, who is being used by the Super Ken later.
But I feel like that Crimson Beacon will be a saving grace for Zuxin. So when Hayabusa jumps in, the ultimate is already there, giving you that extra flicker and then that extra, shield. So it's going to be interesting how Super Ken will operate. This is one of Super Ken's strong picks as well, and Hayabusa. So that is very, very nice. As we go towards the bans, Gatot Kaca, Nathan taken away. Yeah, I feel like Nathan has been trouble yesterday. It really wrecked Onyx dreams of going for the 5-beat.
It's been abused.
Somebody call Coach Adi. Somebody call Coach Yeb, man.
Coach Adi, Coach
Look
Yeb.
at this. This is what we wanted from you yesterday. Nathan being banned here in the second phase, ladies and gentlemen. And it poses the question here. From what you guys see from the first phase, what is the Alpha's job and what is the Hayabusa's job?
Well, the Alpha really wants to just engage into the backline of Bigatron Alpha and exert that much damage towards Hylos because Hylos will scale.
But are we talking about objective takes for the Alpha or more for kills with the Alpha?
I think it's going to be more objective because you have Zeus, you have good setup basically. You have the Mathilda to just run away with the Guiding Wind, and that might spell trouble for Bigatron Alpha because so far their setup isn't as good. Yes, they have Hylos who can collapse into the, front line of Bigatron of Team Liquid ID, but you don't have that lockdown. Maybe the Valentina can, but you need good utility, good ultimates to steal.
Because with Mathilda, you can back and forth. You can play the kiting game.
You can juggle.
The power. Yeah, that's the power of TLID right now. But their lack of CC, they need the CC heroes that being picked on the 4th and the 5th pick.
What is it gonna be, right? Terizla's not prio.
I'm thinking of
anymore.
Ruby.
Wait,
not Ruby. Not Ruby. CC.
Khalid's still open.
Khalid's still open as well. Oh, they go for Bruno.
They might be using for Khalid. And Bruno or against Hayabusa.
This should be a hero for Iran now.
Yeah. The Bruno will go for Iran, but now they're left without XP. I'm thinking of CC. No.
Oh! Wait a second.
Hilda!
Hilda EXP? Is that what we're looking at?
I think so.
Oh, I'm predicted that Hilda gonna be on the mid lane, and then he will disturbing Khan on the jungle. because Hilda is very powerful against Assassin's jungler. And Gajah Matrix. Wait,
Yeah,
what a
signature
nasty
key.
combo.
Oh my goodness, Hilda's pressure gives me shades of Khalid as well, because you have so much prior with Hilda. Movement speed, tankiness, it's just going to disrupt the progressiveness of Bigatron Alpha in that mid lane. Yeah, wow.
Hilda was once known as a big counter towards assassins in the early game to
Yeah.
disrupt jungle. However, does the Hilda still work in this upcoming patch and meta? Is she still as strong?
With a single target issue from Hilda, I don't think it will work until very late game.
We have
That's
to watch
why
and
they
see.
need to secure it on, maybe under 40 minutes. The
So
game.
Hilda works or doesn't work?
My answer is we have to see.
We have to see.
Because so much has changed, and I feel like Hilda does lock down the Hayabusa, but it's just way too hard for her to lock it back in the backline.
That's a chisme.
All right. Those were the opinions of the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to the casters for game number 1.
Thank you so much for all the boys and girls in the panelist desk. But what a way to close out the draft for TLID, a debut pick in Season 14, Arashi.
We said that snowballing was essential. We talked about sustainability and roaming being a focus, but Hilda? What is going on right here? Wow. Seems like front to back has really taken over, and the EXP lane just wants to be just faster, right? Runs faster, jump higher. We'll have to see whether this works out for Team Liquid.
Does look like it's gonna be revitalized Hilda and also concussive blast to help him with a clear speed. Oh my goodness. You talk about this a bit more, Arashi. Like, what's the main goal, especially in the late game, when Hilda usually kind of fall off to compared to other EXP laners out there?
I think it's just to be a tank. I mean, look at the emblems here by IndyHome. Vitality, Wilderness Blessing. It's about being tanky, being able to control the far side of the lane maybe, perhaps, and just sustain and roam around. If we're gonna use this Hilda to control the side lanes in a split-push fashion, it's gonna be quite difficult to be dealt with by Bigatron, but look at this.
It's going to be a setup by Bigatron Alpha. Ron now pops revitalized, but will not be enough. Super Ken looks for more. First blood, it goes to Super Luke, but very aggressive with the flicker play as well. Bigatron Alpha, though, will have space to back away.
Good attempt coming in from Witty, but Super Ken still saving that last shadow for him to get away. But Arashi, I have to wait here.
1v1 Aaron Shiki. Amon finds the solo in the bottom lane.
Twice now. Now Moreno in the mid lane. Just a bit of poked. But once again, Eman solo killing the rookie Aaron Shiki.
Oh man, close but no cigar for Aaron Shaky, man. That was close. But now they have actually pressure on the turtle, man. Fabian on the Alpha.
Forcan looks for the steal, but Fabian clutch retribution, and TLID wins on the Newt.
They flip the script. Super Ken, #1 on objectives in Turtles this season, but Fabian strikes first with the Alpha.
Really a weird situation right here. Bigatron, they seem to be transitioning more to this aggressive snowballing attempt. Super Ken going for kills instead of farming hard. Before we continue with that though, talent prediction here by the new application GoPay.
Very aggressive Super Ken. Looking for the quad shadow, circling Eagle. Will just find Moreno, but they will not engage more. Purple buff still in contention. It seems like TLID, they will take their time. Super Ken has a Retribution Bolt, as well as Fabian. Here of Alpha, that's a good steal. Now with the glorious pathway, Super Luke looking for an engage. But TLID says no, let's not go business this time.
That's when you have the Birdman.
Yes, kill! Looking for a pickoff! Super Ken, not enough damage. Yes, kill, good spacing.
Man, Yeskill, what a player too. And he is the most improved player this season. Season 14, Rashi.
He did a great job right there, just getting distance. But look at Aran once again being pesky, having his eyes on Super Ken. You have to remember though, so far Bigatron has had the advantage when it rotates.
Now teams right now with the Revitalize and the Suppression. The big Fear of Alpha. But now, with the Nibiru's Passion, Fabian is in trouble.
Oh my god! No way!
Help of Widdy. My goodness, clutch guiding wind.
Divine intervention that should not have happened. Everything in the kitchen sink for them, but no one died, Arashi.
Oh man, what was that? Both teams played with razor-thin margins, but since Aaron Shiki wasn't participating in that fight, he actually got a decent amount of value there from the turret gold. Man, Team Liquid ID, it seems like they have ever so slightly the advantage right here. Considering that Super Ken is on an assassin, it is going to be very difficult for him to try to go in and assassinate someone with a Mathilda around, and with the opposing jungler being an alpha as well. A comfort pick for Fabian that's really oppressive in the current meta. Look at that clear speed.
I mean, this is why you ban out the Mathilda. Let's see now with the Circling Eagle, Super Ken still has the Quad Shadow, and that will be Bigatron concede another turtle.
This composition is just built to zone with a Hayabusa, man. When you can get away from the Hilda, that's where the Mathilda circling eagles around you, exposes you, and kind of, you know, threatens to just jump on you. You can see that Super Ken is struggling to even get near the neutral objectives. Whoa!
Bigger Divine Judgment, and that will be Fabian this time, a punish. Now, Bigatron, they might look for more. 2 members caught by the Circling Eagle, but Bigatron Alpha says, you know what, it's enough. We have Fabian, let's back away.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like that's kind of a misplay coming in from Fabian. He should have just Spear of Alpha out of the danger.
Oh my goodness! Aaron Cheeky with the damage. Now Super Luke finds the law and order, and Aaron Cheeky punished. Bigatron Alpha with the trade.
Beatrix and the West Curse in this playoffs has been popping off, Arashi.
It's popping off, man. The double battle shotgun doing a lot of damage, but Team Liquid ID, in a way, even though in the fights, in the skirmishes, Bigatron Alpha are getting some value, look at the individual side lanes, man. Aran and Aronshiki have been able to do a lot of damage, able to outpush their lane opponents. That's something that Bigatron Alpha need to consider going into the mid game, where in theory, Team Liquid ID can be a lot more dangerous than they are right now.
Now with the... Oh, that's a good setup. TLID smells that Super Ken is alone, isolated, and they have punished. Well, they will trade that for the third bottom side, though.
Now, let's talk about Super Ken a bit more, Rashi, because he chooses to go for magic shoes, the same as the Suyo's last matches in season number 1. But we might have to wait here.
Or it's Hey, and that's gonna be the Rhino with the Spear of Alpha. Sweetie now isolated, taken down. Super Luke will be the trade. Amon doesn't find a connection, but it will be 1-for-1.
It is a roamer for the EXP though. Yeskiel playing a dangerous game, but he knows he can't kite back away.
Most improved player looking for some connection with the Zushin. Fabian secures the perfect turtle.
Stats don't matter. Dude, you execute the right way, you get the turtles, you get the objectives.
Look at this zoning, man. Even when you get past the Alpha and the Mathilda, past the, you know, past all of these obstacles, even Yeskiel just stands there, flashing out the lantern flare, and you're just forced to respect it because you have no idea when that next follow-up is going to happen, especially if your marksman is a Bruno. Those crits can be very hard to predict.
He has this enabler that is the Mathilda from Weedy. But Rashi, let's talk about the Moreno, man, because he's using Valentina right now, a hero that he really likes to play, but the problem is, when you look at the other side of the court, what ultimate is he supposed to take? Is it just the guiding, the circling eagle? Is that the best?
He even went for the Spear of Alpha just earlier, I believe. So Moreno has been the more creative player on the Valentina. But again, as you mentioned, Shevin, there are options available to him, but which one will be ideal? None of those ultimates can really be game-changing. If anything, I feel like maybe the Sushin ultimate for some safety could be used if he wants to play a bit more aggressively. Otherwise, I guess the Circling Eagle or the Spear of Alpha, something to help with the crowd control, because right now, if they want to go for a fight, Key has to go and initially find the Divine Judgment first. Super Luke can get a stun, but it's very telegraphed. You're going to see the Hylos walking up to you.
AI prediction presented by Samsung Galaxy S14 FE, man, look at that. Even though the gold lead is on TLID side, they actually favored Bigatron Alpha by a sliver of percentage, 1%. Meanwhile, Key might have to wait here because no one's there. Yeskiel though.
Oof. Oh, with the Divine Judgment, it connects now. Yeskiel still able to survive that one, so that's a resource actually wasted though. Yeskiel popped his flicker.
Oh, gotta be a bit careful next time, Yeskiel, because he saw that and he didn't want to actually pull the flicker a bit earlier.
Look at this though. Oh, what? Aran!
That's Aran initiating with the Hilda. TLID here, taking their time, playing the mid first. Lord is up, Hayabusa is bottom side.
Hilda?
And actually find the connection all towards Super Luke. He has no flicker, that's That's info. Iran looking to find space for his pathway. Take
my God!
Fabian finds the kill! Yes, kill will be the trade, but now Megatron Alpha, they have no retribution in hand. Moreno receives a lot of damage now. Key looking, finds space as he is covering for his life. Now Aaron Cheeky still has some balls in his guts, but now it's gonna be TLID finding the better trade.
Pesky is the word I want to say for this pick, man. What was that? He just absolutely destroys Super Ken before he got into the vicinity.
Man, that was a close attempt for Bigatron to save that orange buff. But Team Liquid, again, this composition is meant to just shut down the jungler. You saw what happened earlier. Usually the XP lane is an enabler, a Hylas. Since that guy can kind of do constant DPS, zone away the opposing team's jungler. But on a Hilda, she's faster. And she does more damage than the Hylas, technically. You can see it earlier, Super Ken not having any targets at all this game, and this is the mid-game power spike. Look at Aaron Shiki's crits, man. The 2-item power spike for the Bruno is being used to its utmost potential here.
Iran might have changed the way he played, but that identity when he picks the Badangs, the Uranus, the Esmeralda, when it's not even meta. It's still there. He's coming up with new things that he cooked up in the lab.
Megatron defending. They failed to defend the inner top lane, but they will defend their mid and bottom for now.
That's the disadvantage of this composition. It's strong, it's oppressive, but only in the neutral objectives. When it comes to the sieging potential, they don't really have a lot to offer. And in a way, this kind of reminds you of how it played out when Onyx was going up against just yesterday, right? No siege potential, technically. They have to rely on getting a massive fight, but look at this Cotillo!
Victor Divine Judgment finds Witty! That's gonna be 5v4. Fabian now receives a lot of damage. Win a crown is placed, but he will fall regardless. That's Super Luke. Going to be the trade as Iran now. Pasa revitalized, but still, that's a 2-for-1 in favor of the Red Robots.
Finally, good pickoff, and that might be the game plan from now on, Arashi. Limiting the disengage mechanic from Witty.
I mean, for any composition, if you're able to get the Mathilda, that's just massive value, dude. Iran is the only person who can kind of tank that damage. Even if Fabian gets pulled in, he might just be bursted almost instantly.
Oh my god.
Excuse me?
Okay. Whoa. That's a whirly right there, man. The crit. And actually now TLID only 1,500 gold lead though.
We got a game fact just now by new application Copay. The last time this hero has been used, it's not even season 13, 12, no. It's season 9 with Rippo.
Wow. Hilda, folks. Super Luke now pops the glorious pathway defensively, but that's the first. That's the crit by Aaron Shiki.
The Malefic War doing work right there. Again, Eman definitely has the damage to kind of trade back, but dude, it's a whole different mechanic. When Eman is doing a bit of DPS actually, rushing the VHS, we've seen Beatrix has kind of transitioned to in the late game. He's trying to match the basic attack potential, but with the Bruno, man, the crits are just different compared to the shred potential of the Beatrix. And with the Wind of Nature, this means that even Super Ken and Eman, they can't be much against this.
Yep, conceal play from King now. Oh, that's a suppression on towards Iran, and Aaron Shiki clears the Lord, but Key will fall him on. My goodness, he has the flicker, but does he have enough space? The answer is yes. Megatron Alpha still moving backwards, and TLID finds the Lord and the kill.
TLID doesn't like that moniker. That L momentum erased the momentum coming in from Key, and now they're sieging the turret.
They're addicted to the rush. Fabian jumping in when it's ground popped. Super Luke looking for the defense. Iran. Oh my goodness, Iran goes down, but that is still TLID finding the base turret.
And that's before the Lord is even in the picture, man. The play from Fabian to just go in, bait out all the resources, and then go with the Winter Crown, exits cleanly with the Guiding Wind. The communication, the synergy of this team is absolutely insane, dude. You keep seeing it, and it keeps impressing you every single time.
And they're not pumping on the brakes either. They just push onto the pedal. Every time a fight is possible, they're gonna take it. Every time Key goes for something, they're gonna retaliate. This is the identity of the cavalry, the newfound rookies for Team Liquid.
Right, we're seeing that Bigatron kind of clear this out. It's going to be allowed though. Aaron Shiki left alone his orange buff in order to just go and rotate with the Lord. But they actually weren't able to get anything. Bigatron!
Looking for the Oh! Fabian with the Spear of Alpha. Moreno will go down as Iran extracts multiple members. Aaron Shiki is free hitting, and that's the flicker.
Oh my God!
Wind of Nature! Bigetron looking for the triple. And that is just Super Luke alone. The base wide open. Ladies and gentlemen, TLID finds game 1. Gila Yehaskiel! Gila Aaron! Gila Team Liquid! What was that? An absolute domination. A clean game coming in from Team Liquid ID. Something that a lot of people don't really see it coming. Bigetron Alpha got played around in the late game.
Woo! What the heck was that, dude? Team Liquid identified the exact intentions of Bigetron. The reaction time on Yehaskiel, the most improved player, just completely destroyed any kind of strategy Bigetron Alpha had. They overextended and they got absolutely punished, dude. What is this team?
Oh, and when the youngsters have the momentum, they're gonna pounce on the robots. This is a huge one for TLID. A win to build on to win the series, possibly. What a performance right from the get-go. My goodness. Even when you think about it, Bigetron Alpha, in a way, they have some kind of advantage. They've already played in this stage before. They've proven that they're one of the best teams over and over again. But TLID, this is new rookies. They don't have any experience at all in this stage. But it's not a problem at all.
Yeah, the more you see them play, it really feels like there are some ways that these experienced teams can kind of take advantage of them through the rotations, through the early game. But dude, you cannot deny the team fighting prowess of Team Liquid ID is absolutely disgusting, man. Again and again, even against the best teams in the league, they're able to find a way to just completely overturn some of these 5v5 team fights in their favor. It wasn't even a small victory, it was an overwhelming overturn of a victory.
No words, man. No words. What a connection. What a performance for our opening game today. That was just the first game. Convincing win, TLID. Man. But this is a best of 5. Can Bigetron or can TLID maintain this type of performance?
Goodness gracious. We're gonna take it to our panelists for a more in-depth dive on what happened at that match. Eterna, what happened?
Thank you, casters. That's actually an excellent question because I don't know what happened. I think we're going to throw it over to our analysts here on the panel. Like, what happened? Because initially, I would have thought with Bigetron Alpha holding so much control over the kills, the side lane pressure, they were just putting all their eggs in one basket in Eman. It looked really great with those solo kills from Eman onto Aaron, but how did TLID at the end get that game?
They know what is the strategy between the drop. Because with Hilda, they use on the XP lane, and with the opponents using Valentina and Beatrix, it's a time bomb game. If they play after 14 minutes, it's gonna be hard for Hilda to dive into the backline, but they can end the game in 13 minutes, 55 seconds.
Yeah, they knew the winning condition. They knew that they had to end it fast because the Beatrix will be a menace, and then they have so much siege potential as well from Bigetron Alpha. And Team Liquid ID, their base defense, their high ground defense, isn't the best, because yes, Bruno hits hard, but it doesn't really necessarily clear the waves as fast, as much. So they know they knew the strengths, and the Bruno just snowballed out of nowhere. And Fabian, again, he proved that he deserves to be the Rookie of the Season and the regular season MVP. His performance did not drop.
He had a perfect turtle.
Yes.
Right? He secured perfect objectives in the early portion of the game, and even towards the Lord pushes, he was able to secure it. I think Aaron picked up one Lord, if I'm not mistaken, but let's take a look at that game once again. I gotta ask though, with Bigetron utilizing their winning lane in Eman, why did suddenly Bruno get a snowball?
Because I think Bruno is everywhere. Aaron Shiki always joining team fights, and the damage from Aaron Shiki is very nasty.
Yeah, it's very nasty. And I'm also kind of surprised as to why they first picked the Valentina, because it's not really the best thing you want to first pick, especially when Zeusin was wide open. But of course, the player of the game, it's Yehaskiel.
Right on cue. Well done, Realize. This is the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. honestly, looking at that, I felt like there would have been an argument made for Fabian. But why do you guys think it's Yehezkiel that gets the POTG?
I think it's because of the using of the lantern flare, especially when on the near the orange buff, he used the Wither Crown perfectly.
Yeah.
So the opponents cannot take off the Fabian.
That's the micro details, the small plays he makes, and the way he zones for his teammates with the lantern flare is just so good. It's always going to be a type of play where he will try to deteriorate the HP of Bigatron Alpha, and his teammates will be the finishers. And it's just insane how the timings of his winner crowns and the way he was able to space himself from Super Ken, because Super Ken was there as the Terminator for Yehezkiel. The Hayabusa was supposed to take down the Zeusin, but the Zeusin #1 has that in its sustain with the Crimson Beacon, and #2 the winner crown. This was so sweet. The cherry on top. This team, I tell you, this team is scary.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've been waiting to hear that sentence for so long, guys. But this is a best of 5. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
Yep.
And if anything, it's Bigatron, the adaptability of this team, the fact that they can really just learn from the mistakes that they made. It is going to be a challenge, I would say, for TLID. But once again, congratulations, TLID, for picking up that first game. But let's dive deeper into the emblem usage and the items. Do you think any of what you guys see on screen right now stands out and it's something to note?
I mean, it's all, I think, still the same. QC for Mathilda to have that movement speed to get closer to your teammates and push further. The Bruno as well goes for the QC for that sustainability. And for Hilda, I feel like...
don't forget about it. Yeah,
Still
because
the same.
they're using the Wilderness Blessing.
Yeah, Wilderness Blessing.
The Vitality.
Vitality, Concussive Blast to have that skirmish power, but also the Wilderness Blessing for you to have that movement of freedom of movement to move quickly on the river into the point of clash, and I think it's all.
Yeah, don't forget Hilda have the passive. It can gains health on push, and he's using the Revitalize.
Yeah, Revitalize.
Oh my god,
for sustain.
That's a crazy regeneration.
So can we say that it's officially back? Can Hilda be
Nope.
a counter towards these assassins?
Conditional.
Conditional.
Because if Super Ken is using Alpha or the other fighter, maybe Hilda is not the best option.
Okay, but for an assassin?
Against assassins.
Yeah, it's still conditional, to be honest.
Interesting. Okay. What about
The
anything
item.
else? Yeah.
I think still the same. Moreno still goes for the Starlium Sight for the cooldown reduction and the damage, but Yehezkiel does not opt for the Sky Piercer because we have seen a lot of Zeusin build Sky Piercer to get that last execution. You really want to build it as your second item, I think, the third item as well, but yeah, he doesn't really need it because it's fully skirmishing.
Yeah, I think here because he wants Aaron Shiki or Vivian is the hero who got the last kill.
Yeah.
The execution. If they are got the snowballing, maybe he will build the Sky Piercer, but he's using the Zugzen as the utility mid lane.
Utility, yeah.
And hence the reason why he was able to facilitate a lot of these plays. Okay. What about how TLID were able to shut down Super Ken? I mean, we see this gold distribution. You can even see from just a glimpse, like this is majorly dominated by Fabian, and at some point, Fabian was 2 levels ahead of Super Ken. Was that a factor as to how TLID were able to win this game?
Yeah, you see, that's the power of the Mathilda Alpha. You have the in and outs of the game, you can juggle it around, you don't have to commit to fights. And Super Ken was just denied from assassination attempts. I mean, the Zeusin was there with the Crimson Beacon, I've told you this multiple times, and then they purchased the winner crown, and the way they zoned out Super Ken into entering the Lord Pit was just so flawless. I mean, Iran was there to shut him down.
And Kaja against Zeusin, he cannot do a lot of pick off because every time he do the pick off and the Lantern Flare is there, Kaja will be go to the airborne and throw back to his teammates.
Yeah, he was confused.
Essentially, the entire game plan, like the winning key factor, literally key factor, was that pick-off strat coming in from the Kaja. But it was very difficult for them to look for anyone to target anyway.
Yeah. The thing is, when you fight Team Liquid 5v5, you straight out lose. I mean, yeah, sure, you have high loss to become that frontline, but you don't have that playmaking tool. Again, Valentina, you want to use the IMU, but there wasn't really a significant ult that he can really bank on. Maybe the Spear of Alpha, yes, but then you are exposed into the middle of the fight of Team Liquid. So I think the question lies there.
The question for me, though, is what can Bigatron do to repair whatever happened in game number 1? Do you really think it starts from the drafts?
Yeah. For me, because the draft itself is already around 70% on TLID and 30% for Bigatron. So I know it's a cheese pick with Hilda, so they are surprised also because Hilda can just invade the jungle and disturbing Super Cat for doing the jungle pattern. But now on the second game, I think they already know that they're already aware that maybe TLID can use another Hilda if they use another assassin. And what kind of gameplay? Because on the first game, the pick-off strategy, it doesn't work with Bigatron.
Yeah, you couldn't really see much of the pickoffs. It was mostly 1v1 kills in the early. It was Eman schooling Aaron Shiki, but Aaron Shiki was like, nah, I'm not in school anymore. I'm a college student now. I can live by myself. I'm independent, and he schools Eman back. So, yeah, they weren't really playing into their winning conditions. It was most of individual brilliance and individual step-ups.
But what do you think about the Kaja and his targeting? Because there were moments in the game where we saw that he was targeting Aran.
The thing is, it's so hard to do that because there's so much layers of Team Liquid ID that just denies that targeting. You want to target into the Bruno, you have to go for the Hilda, and then you have the Spear of Alpha, and then Yaskiel with the Lantern Flare. Kaja cannot gap close like that because there's so much zoning potential from Team Liquid ID. So if you want to gap close, you gotta flicker in and you gotta commit to the fight. But Team Liquid ID, they're quick on the pounce. They reply very, very fast.
So what is the solution then?
I think it's gonna be a different story if they got a snowballing. So on the middle to late game, if the teams are already on an advantage, Kaja can pick up anyone in front of him. But the problem is their team are under because they didn't get any turtle. So I think the solution is maybe they will think about wants to change the gameplay. Like for example, using the AoE heroes on the roamer side, or using Matilda like yesterday.
I think they should have changed. When they knew that the Zusin was out, they shouldn't have picked the Kaja, I feel like.
Because the Jushin was 3rd pick for TLID.
Yeah. So I think, again, Bigatron, they got to go back to the drawing board, change a few things. Maybe go back to the Comforter Heroes if you want. Just contest the... Shoyu or Suyo? Suyo! Because Shoyu is... what do you call it?
It's like sauce.
It's like it's like Japanese sauce. It's ketchup asin
in
Indonesian.
Really it's really good.
Yeah, vinegar, whatever. Yeah, you gotta. I think it's okay to contest the Suyo. I mean, you still have the Alpha to play against it. So yeah.
Okay, but our headline is fighter jungle option for Super Ken to balance the early aggression from TLID. Do you think that is an option that Bigatron can go for? Just don't go for the Hayabusa. Go for something a little bit more beefy in the jungle instead. I mean, technically, Super Ken is a versatile jungler. He can pick up the X-Borgs, he can pick up several things. Bane, we haven't seen Bane. What do you think about that?
I'm not sure because the one who left, if they are banning the Suyo and they're using the Alpha, are maybe Bane, maybe X-Borg, like you said before, or Alice, or Super Ken.
Alice.
But for the farming pattern, he will lose against Fabian. That's why maybe they pick Hayabusa to match up the farming pattern.
Yeah, you gotta match up the clear speed of a Fabian. But yeah, I think back to the fighter type of junglers, I think it's still okay. You mentioned it, the Alpha, if you want to pick up the Suyo, or rather the Bane, the X-Borg, maybe you can talk about the Alice in jungle again, but you gotta give him the benefit of the doubt because the fighter junglers, there isn't really much of a choice you have. It's either Suyo, Alpha, and if you want to pick Bane, you gotta be so conditional.
Or maybe he can play like Mobazen, Paquito jungler.
Paquito jungle, wow.
NACT on top.
I have not heard that in a while. When was the last time we saw Paquito jungle in MPL ID? Was it like Albert? When he was in RQ?
It's been a very long time.
11 or 10, I think.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
Long time ago.
It's
long time
been
ago.
a while.
Don't try it at home.
I mean, okay, if we're reverting back to this fighter in the jungle, technically in the first phase, it was Matilda first pick for TLID. If Bigatron still offer a second pick or a red side, essentially they could have taken the Alpha away. Would have that been a more, like a better choice for them, do you think?
I think that's the better choice. Yes, because it denies Fabian of his strong power. Because the thing is, the Matilda was picked because Fabian was given his alpha. That means that Team Liquid ID can funnel all of their power into the Matilda alpha. If the alpha was banned out, Matilda is still available. I think they will be playing through a run. Because you can go for a Phoveus Matilda, it still works.
That does make sense. But, you know, we can discuss it a little bit more, maybe off screen, because we're gonna check out the hosts. What are they doing over there? Bude, Alisa?
Bude clearly most here.
Banget, begitu spesial karena kita kedatangan juga tamu-tamu yang istimewa. Betul Alisa?
Betul sekali Bude, karena di sini kita sudah bersama dari Sekretaris Komisi Disiplin Nasional Paralimpik Komite, ada Bapak Satriawan Sulaksono dan juga pastinya atlet Paralimpik langsung yaitu Idris.
Halo Pak, apa kabar nih? Melihat suasana playoff bagaimana Pak?
Luar biasa, kaget saya rame ini.
Oh, kaget luar biasa, rame. Kalau Idris gimana nih? Ini kali pertama atau udah pernah sebelumnya?
Kali pertama Mbak, karena ngerasa ini juga mimpi sih. Karena nggak pernah kebayang bisa nonton MPL, playoff, dan gratis. Karena gara-gara main game aja gitu.
Waduh, memang ya karena war tiketnya tuh susah banget, apalagi playoff ya.
Betul sekali, karena banyak banget fansnya di sini. Nanti kita juga bakal denger nih, Idris pasti punya idola juga ya.
Iya, Mbak.
Di playoff ini, tapi sebelumnya kita pengen ke Pak Setiawan. Pak, boleh nggak sih diceritain sedikit tentang bagaimana sih sebenarnya perkembangan Paralimpik di Indonesia, khususnya buat game Mobile Legends itu sendiri?
Baik, kalau dari sisi kami, dari NPC Indonesia ini adalah wadah dari induk organisasi khusus untuk olahraga penyandang disabilitas. Dari sini kita ada cabur baru saja minggu kemarin kita selesaikan Pekan Paralimpiade Nasional yang satu rangkaian dengan Pekan Olahraga Nasional. Di dalam Pekan Paralimpiade Nasional kemarin kita adakan satu cabur yang baru dan pertama kali di Indonesia yaitu para e-sport. Kalau kita kenal adanya badminton, ada para badminton. Kalau kita kenal adanya e-sport, ini ada para e-sport. Para itu artinya paralel. Teman-teman yang able bisa mengikuti cabur e-sport. Ini teman-teman yang difabel juga bisa mengikuti cabur para e-sport. Nah ini bentuk dari paralel atau bentuk dari kesamaan inklusivitas yang kita berikan.
Wah, begitu istimewa pastinya dan berarti di sini Adri sebagai atletnya kemarin bermain.
Iya Mbak.
Bagaimana tuh? Boleh diceritain mungkin pengalamannya?
Seru sekali Mbak, karena pada akhirnya kami yang spesial ini punya wadah untuk bermain game juga. Kami juga favorit game ini, Mobile Legends. Dan akhirnya kami dikasih wadah oleh NPC Indonesia untuk bisa bertanding juga seperti idola-idola kami yang ada di MPL Indonesia Mbak.
Wow, jadi pastinya seneng banget. Berarti mungkin bisa diceritain lagi gak sih dampak positif yang mungkin Idris rasakan setelah mengikuti kemarin, diberi kesempatan juga?
Apa ya Mbak ya? Banyak sekali sih sebenarnya. Di luar ekspektasi, semua hal yang gak pernah Idris bayangkan dari dulu itu jadi kenyataan. Dan terima kasih untuk NPC dan pepanas e-sport Indonesia.
Luar biasa sekali ya, pastinya juga di cabang e-sport ini tetap mengedepankan inklusivitas ya. Balik lagi ke Pak Satriawan, mungkin boleh nggak sih diceritain sedikit seperti apa dukungan mungkin dari pemerintah maupun dari Mobile Legends itu sendiri terhadap atlet-atlet dari Paralimpik?
Baik, kita khususnya untuk yang ke depan, kami punya wadah di tingkat nasional namanya Peparnas yang baru saja kita selesaikan. Lalu kemudian di tingkat provinsi kami punya Peparprov yang bisa dilakukan oleh 35 provinsi se-Indonesia. Karena NPC provinsi masing-masing harus menyelenggarakan Peparprov. Kami akan mendorong dari pusat agar teman-teman NPC provinsi juga mengadakan turnamen para e-sport supaya bibit-bibit baru teman-teman disabilitas yang memiliki skill di bidang e-sport ini bisa diwadahi, kemudian diberikan prestasi sama dengan teman-teman atlet able yang lain. Oleh karena itu tentu saja kami berterima kasih sekaligus meminta dukungan dari Muntun Indonesia untuk bisa membimbing kami juga untuk bisa bekerja sama dengan NPC Indonesia supaya kita nanti ke depan bisa menyiapkan diri lebih dini karena di Januari 2026 ada ASEAN Para Games yang akan dilakukan di Nakhon Ratchasima di Thailand. Semoga nanti kita bisa ikut serta cabur tersebut. Kita akan lihat 1 tahun ke depan ini kita mempersiapkan diri menghadapi event ASEAN tersebut. Demikian.
Oke, equality dan inclusivity itulah yang ingin dikedepankan pastinya oleh e-sport. Jadi kita berharap juga di sini semua stakeholder baik dari komunitas maupun dari e-sport itu sendiri bisa selalu mendukung ya Bude.
Benar-benar, tapi Bude penasaran tadi kan bilang bisa melihat langsung idola-idola dan kasih tahu dong Idris siapa nih idolanya atau siapa yang awal membuat Idris juga ingin menunjukkan bakat Idris.
Sekarang itu idolanya lagi main nih, yaitu BTR Moreno karena saya main di mid lane. Saya suka gameplay Moreno karena agresif. Jadi saya sangat suka. Tapi dulu yang menginspirasi saya pertama kali adalah mungkin kita semua tahu yaitu Lemon Bude.
Lemon.
Iya. Jadi dulu Idris main Mobile Legends itu tahun 2017. Jadi baru-baru launching dulu dan dulu ada Lemon dan sangat ngefans karena main mid lane juga dari dulu kan, main Magi.
Jadi dari awal mid laner sejati.
Iya Mbak.
Mid laner sejati dan tentu saja kita mengharapkan yang terbaik juga. Berarti akan bersiap-siap pula nih untuk Thailand. Nanti depannya kita mengharapkan yang terbaik. Terima kasih. Dan tentunya kita akan melanjutkan nih bersama-sama menyaksikan seperti apa untuk game kedua atau mungkin game-game selanjutnya. Karena ini adalah Best of 5 Series di Upper Bracket, Bigetron Alpha dan juga tim Liquid ID. Bersiaplah semuanya Eldorado Dome. Mari kita sambut game kedua. Mangga panelis.
Silakan.
Thank you, Budi Clara Mongstar, as well as Alyssa for that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the English panel with me, Eterna, alongside with Colius, as well as Realize, to bring you game numero dos. Now, it's no secret that I love patterns. Okay, so tell me, our first match in the playoffs, it was Alter Ego and Bigetron. Did Alter Ego ever win against Bigetron?
No.
In the regular season?
Regular season, no.
No. So let's go to match number 2. GEEK Fam and Fnatic Onyx. Did Fnatic Onyx ever win against GEEK Fam in the regular season?
No.
Okay.
Is this a pattern?
It's just, I'll rest my case there.
But
I'll rest my case there.
I think on this match, Team Liquid ID versus Bigetron, it's on par because
Hey, wait, technically it's not. So what Koyos is talking about, in leg number 1 it was 2-0 for Bigetron, but this wasn't with the lineup that we're seeing right now.
But they still lose. Yeah.
But it's a different lineup.
It's a different lineup because it was still
Yawi,
Mr. Yowers
Richie,
and JMZ.
And now it's a completely different lineup. And leg 2 when they met, they couldn't win. It was a 2-0 for TLID. You know, I just want to put it out there, Mr. Mirkotron in the audience. But let's ask the audience what they think. How can Bigetron come back in game number 2 to force another game here? And statistics show, drumroll please. 43% fight for early objectives. Number 2, 35% discipline in mid towards the late game. And number 3, Super Ken fighter matchup. Let's circle back to this. Fight for early objectives. Mr. Realize Man,
Yes.
do you agree with this?
To a certain degree, yes. But you know, Super Ken was like using the Hayabusa. So I feel like kills would have made more sense. And I feel like Bigetron Alpha did not have a proper setup for most of the objective takes. If you take a look at Team Liquid ID, again, we talked about the Mathilda in and out. So you have the Zuzian who can zone out the Bigetron Alpha players, and then you have the Spear of Alpha from Fabian. So if they want to fight for that neutral objective setup, they need the setup as well. And they can start with the drafts.
But here is what I think. Because RRQ on the week number 9, if I'm
Week number 9.
Yeah, when facing against Team Liquid ID, he's playing very aggressively. On the first game, Fabian got very aggressive. They won the early game for TLID, but on the second and the third game, RQ like fighting fire with fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why I want to talk like, are Bigetron want to play that kind of gameplay?
Yeah.
Fighting fire with fire using the assassin. Like Link is still open, but I know that Link it might be not like efficient as the other heroes. But if you want to play the early game, you can use that.
Wait, so you think Bigetron should stay with the assassins and not go for objectives?
Yeah.
So just double
me,
down. Do you agree with this? Double down? Should Bigetron double down for game number 2?
Assassins are just, I don't know, assassins.
Except there's Suyo.
Their swords are just dull now.
Interesting.
Yeah, we prefer the Suyos and the Alphas. And Suyo, I think, is going to be open because Bigetron Alpha, they ban out the Zusin and the Mathilda.
Alongside with the Fanny, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. On TLID side, we do see that the Wanwan and the chip does get banned. This is something usual that we see. So, Suyo left open?
Nope. They're gonna contest this? Nah, they won't. Well,
they still can pick Edith on the first pick. Yeah, that's a prior hero too if they want to play with it, but I lost.
That's the question, because we talked about how Edith and Gatot were very prio in like week 7, 8, and 9 in regular season. But in the playoff, it feels like no one wants to pick Edith and Gatot Kacha. And even if it was picked up yesterday by Veldora, he got smacked by Fnatic Onyx.
See, I don't know why they opted to go for Hylo's first pick, because is it because it's prio? Or is it because they're denying this pick away from TLID?
I think denial could be the case because Aran plays it, Witty plays it as well, so that could be the case, but the Hylos just provides a lot of sustain when it comes to the fights in front, because now the team fights, they just run and extend so far.
Oh, wow.
Angela
Alpha. I think they love to play with this synergy. On the first game, they are playing with Matilda Alpha, and now with Angela Alpha. It can be played very aggressive, like always looking for the kill points for Vivian later.
Yeah, I think
it was banned out in the first game, by the way, by TLID.
That's true. I think the only premise or situation where you want to pick the Angela is when you have a Ling. Angela Lane could work, but now that the Angela is picked up, I feel like this already locks that mid laner, because I don't feel Angela is that, versatile, is that good in the roamer area now. So I feel like it's going to go mid, but we have seen Witty play that Angela in the roam.
And now for ESQ, I think Eve might be a good option.
Yeah.
If they want to play with using high ground defensive, CCAOE, using the reward manipulation.
Yeah, but the problem with the Eve is that if the Valentina is picked up, the Valentina gets access to the RWM, so then Team Bigetron Alpha, they have that poking tool, that zoning tool, or that defense tool. If they do pick up the Eve, I'm thinking of the only one bound. I don't know. Something else. Oh, they go for the Phoveus. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's wise to choose a big ultimate against Moreno. We saw what Valentina on Moreno was able to do against the Eve, against the Jushins. It's not a matchup you'd want to see against the Luo Yi too.
Luo Yi.
So it does make sense. Honestly, in every other case, I would agree that the Angela is better as a mid laner, because you need that tool in the roaming position. But specifically for TLID, I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I guess it's great now that TLID can actually use that as flex, but with the Phoveus coming in the EXP lane, I don't think they have enough tools.
That's a problem, right? With the Angela, roam is that number one. You can't open up bushes because you need someone healthy enough. You need someone beefy to open up the bushes. And number two, you don't have that much prio as an Angela.
Or quick enough, right?
Yeah, and not quick enough. I mean, compared to Gatot Kacha, compared to Edith that can really help shove the wave, get that turtle prio, Angela is not the best. So I think this Angela is locked, set in stone to become the mid laner for Team Look at ID. But looking at the bans now, they still fear that this Angela will go to the hands of Witty, because we have seen Witty again play the Angela.
They still have the chance to using Angela as the mid laner if maybe Aaron Shiki wants to play with Nathan. Because they have enough magic damage and Angela can be the mid laner. And on the late game it might be good, but if they want to play with another synergy, that Claude is not that bad.
It's not Aaron Shiki.
Yeah, but it's not Aaron Shiki.
Yeah,
It's
Claude
not Aaron
isn't an Aaron Shiki-ish pick.
What if we're going to see a Lunox or even an Alice in the gold lane against this Harith?
Well, I feel like yeah. The only time you want to pick a Lunox in this patch is to counter that Harith. Then again, in lane it does counter the Harith, but come the late game, it's very hard to play. They ban out the Alice. They are baiting a Lunox pick.
Here's the thing, right? Harith has been so popular. We talked about this with Mirko too, right? And he mentioned that the Harith is so prio in MPL PH, and yet we don't really see much of Harith. Is this the first time we've seen him in the playoffs?
I think it was picked
Did we
up
see it
yesterday.
once?
Yeah.
Not quite often though, right? It's always Beatrix Natan, Natan Moskov. So with the Harith coming through and them banning out the Alice, I still think that Aaron might be picking up something like the Lunox.
They have to, I think.
Oh, it's really Cho.
Wait.
Yeah, I think it's Angela mid.
Yeah.
Confirmed. Because the Cho will go in the hands of Witty, and the Cho does have that gap close to catch the Harith, to catch the Valentina. But the big question, the big elephant in the room is, what will Aaron Shiki play?
If they need the magic damage.
They do.
For sure.
They do. They need magic damage.
That's why maybe the last option is Nathan.
Yeah, it could
That's
be
why
Natan or Lunox, yeah.
We can maybe try to predict, because Lunox against... They need to see the matchup first for the jungler, what kind of jungler that Bigatron want to use.
Nolan. Okay. I think it's very, very dangerous to go Natan because you have the Tig, you have the Nolan as well to lock you down. You have to run Purify. You have to play much more defensively. Lunox might help you with the Brilliance Order. You can move around a bit. So I think Lunox does make sense, but if you want that burst damage, they will pick up the Natan. But I think it's going to be the Lunox.
I know it's hard for Natan on early game, but on the mid to late game, I prefer Natan because
me too.
It's gonna be hard for Nolan and Tigreal to aim for Natan on the back line.
That's true.
Especially when you have the ultimate, so you can run away, and they have Cho. They can pick off the opponents.
Yes.
Not just that, the Cho also serves as really good wave clear to facilitate the Angela in the mid lane.
Natan.
And there it is, Natan.
Yeah. Makes more sense. We have seen Chadera milk this hero so much. Yeah. It's just insane. This Natan is just disgusting. Man, ban Natan, please. I'm still heartbroken.
I like it. I think Goni is as well, honestly, when we're talking about heartbreak. But he's looking over to us right now. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay, Goni.
Okay, game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Both of the compositions have been set in stone, and this time, Super Ken has opted to go for an assassin, a Nolan in the jungle. Now, if you guys had to choose which one had the better composition for this game, we'll start with you, Colius. Who would you choose?
TLID.
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 TLID?
Yeah.
Okay, 2-0 for TLID. I'm actually wondering what the casters are thinking. Hopefully we get a little bit of an insight as to what Arashi thinks, especially about the drafts. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 between the Red Robots and TLID in the first upper bracket. We're gonna throw it over to our casters.
Round 2 will commence for the Red Robots against the Cavalry. This time around, El Momento once again, Arashi, on a different hero that can create this momentum.
Momentum is the name of the game, man. And I'm getting flashbacks, nightmares to the old utility support meta, right? The Angela, along with a Phobius with an Alpha. So many ways for Team Liquid to just get prio, get aggressive laners to just get rolling. And on top of that, imagine you're trying to open up the map against a Cho, a Phobius, and an Alpha, dude. It's just so terrifying. But on the top side, this is the strong side for Bigatron. Eman has to try and assert his dominance once more. Even in the area, he's definitely feeling a bit of pressure. We'll have to see, though, if Witty can perform the same way Keyboy did and kind of throw a wrench into the plans of this Tigreal. The same way
Oh, what? Mid lane action first blood falls for team. And what happened? I think Supercan just invested the retribution on towards Yehezkiel, and he didn't even have the time to use the flicker as well. So it was comboed with the
Sacred Hammer?
Sacred Hammer redraw.
Need to push.
Once again.
So good.
Now in the mid lane is so Witty. So that rotation early from Witty top lane actually cost them damage.
Looking at the emblem by IndieHome though, Bargain Hunter for both the gold laners.
I mean, it's just Super Lucan. I think it's going at it.
But yeah, if you look at Team Liquid ID, a lot of emphasis on the wilderness blessings, the agilities. They wanted movement speed, man. They know they need to outmaneuver Bigatron Alpha. They want to make use fully of the high pressure fighter composition. But now against a Tigreal, not level 4 just yet. They're gonna try and rush it down.
TLID has more space here to take the turtle, and it seems like Fabian will claim the first newt of the game. 100% still for Fabian in that turtle take.
Not even turtle. The Lord is also taken all of them by Fabian so far in this series. But right now, Pikachu and Alpha, they're kind of in control of the game just a tad bit, Arashi.
Just a tad bit, but the jungle is a whole different story, man. Pikachu once more is having the difficulty of Super Ken getting zoned out. In this early game, the Cho, the Fulvius, every one of them, if they get their hands on Super Ken, it's gonna be in a load of trouble. So they have to wait a bit longer. But for now, man, this Alpha is just farming up a storm again and again.
Oh. Seems like now that's gonna be an engage, but simple flicker there just to disengage.
So 2 overreactions there coming in from both of the teams. The secret or the implosion just to cancel out the kick coming in from Weedy. And now Fabian might be in trouble.
Sacred Hammer, that's a 2-man knockup.
Oh, never mind.
Damage isn't there. He actually, with the DPS, TLI, he might find a connection. Hard guard invested to save King.
Oh man, Fabian said, call the ambulance, but not for me.
Just wants to go back to just fighting back against Bigatron, man. He doesn't care about the disadvantages. On the strong side for Bigatron, Eman is trying just to punish. But Aaron Shiki, man, this kid's laning is just something to be amazed by. We saw him get solo killed by Eman earlier, but you know, Eman is one of the best, one of the most intelligent gold laners in MPL ID. And Aaron Shiki is having an okay time dealing with that. So it's all about this mid lane pressure. And the Cho, as we can see, has so much more to offer than the Tigreal. Tigreal will require someone else to open up the map, and unless Super Luke participates in some of those fights, he can't really be as risky as Widdy is doing on this Cho.
Top lane though, I don't think there's gonna be any engage. But now, round 2 of the objective battle in the second game. What's gonna be the fix here, Hirashi, for Pikachu and Alpha?
I don't know if they can even go for this. They have to go for some kind of pick off first. Possibly onto Aran right here.
Let's see. Can TLID find still the perfect newt of the series? Bigatron Alpha looking for an engage. Aran pops the Infernal Pursuit. But that is still Fabian. That's an implosion! 4-man implosion! And that's it for last. Bigatron Alpha actually finds a better trade with Amon. Free hitting Super Luke finds the double.
Definitely a W for Pikachu and Alpha. They lost the objectives, but who cares? They got the kills, 3 of them at them.
3 kills on the early game pressure fighters of Team Liquid ID. Definitely a massive W. Oh, Aaron Shiki.
Oh, he's stuck. 7-4 popped. Entropy will not save everyone's life. Good setup. 2v1.
Wow, that was a very Aaron Shiki-like mistake coming in from him.
Yeah, I mean, overextending there, knowing that his team is kind of behind due to the outcome of that turtle fight. But Team Liquid, you gotta be a bit more careful when they're grouping up like that. The implosion is such a great tool, especially in the hands of El Momento. Key, well known for performing well, finding the right moments when he's on these massive AoE engage tools. But Team Liquid is a team that knows how to adapt, so you can't see it happen, but look at this.
Implosion! That's a retry. That's just Weedy though. That's another information for Bigatron or for TLID.
A reminiscence of Beloyski versus Keyboy the last match. Every time Keyboy was in the vicinity, it's always implosion, implosion, implosion. Doesn't care who's the target as long as I get one.
In this case, it's different though. If Keyboy is, if Key, is forced to actually use the implosion onto one single member, that might mean that they can't really contest the fight at all.
Oh, Dragon on towards the Roamer, and that will be enough damage for Key to pop the flicker. In the mid lane is going to be 2-3-1, but Aran holds his ground. So both teams here just still trying to find the connection. And Bigatron though, 1,000 gold lead.
Happy birthday! Look at the setup here. Team Liquid ID already in position. They left the Angela on the bottom side. Haskell even backs away further, knowing that it's about that macro play that they're gonna use to try and get an advantage in this fight.
Know if the Dragon though so far from Weedy, so they have to wait for this to actually. There you go, Weedy, it's a play.
Yep, looking for the jet way of Dragon finds Super Ken, but now the turtle takes Super Ken, finds the first dude. That's gonna be the final slash as well. Pops Oh, that's gonna be Weedy actually taking down Super Luke next as well. It's a 3-4-2. TLID. Sphere of Alpha. What a connection.
Who won, Arashi? 3 kills and 2 plus the objective?
Well, who did the turtle actually go to?
It was Super Ken.
Oh, Super Ken.
Super Ken got it.
All right, so there was a steal technically, but Iron Shiki, what are these items, dude? Man, I thought in that fight earlier it was all the alpha, but look at this, come on.
Alpha Shadow Force, now Key invested. They conceal as well, but Aaron Shiki, too slick with it. In the bottom lane, it's going to be Super Ken looking for an angle. But Fabian is still too tanky now, with 1 item in hand now in the bottom side, or in top lane, Aaron Shiki with the Witty. They find the connection on towards Iman, and that's Aaron Shiki picking up the extra goal.
Oh!
He isolated, wrong way, buddy, and that's Aaron collecting the double.
Hook, line, and sinker for both Key and Eman. They thought they could pick off Aaron Shiki, but the Uno, first card coming from TLID.
Might be more to go here. Widdy looking for Super Ken.
Good spot. But that is just him trying to zone out. Perhaps baiting the retribution, but Super Ken still holds his ground. TLID, the recovery.
Dude, I'm the analyst, but explain to me what the heck is Team Liquid ID's mid-game? Every single time, even when they snowball or they get behind in the early game, this mid-game somehow allows them to just catch back up and gain the advantage. Now using the macro pressure, now using Widdy.
Moreno, bottom lane, they will not commit on towards the just yet though. Fabian spots Widdy. Actually isolated and taken down, punished. Bigatron Alpha finds the better trade.
Wow, do they have enough time here? It's a 4v5 for Bigatron Alpha. Not much of a gold lead. They have the El Momento. Can they actually pull the trigger?
Flicker Implosion! That's gonna be TLID responding though as Super Luke finds the kill. Bigatron Alpha, they managed to find the better trade, but Moreno uses the IMU defensively with the Spear of Alpha in hand.
Whoa.
Oh, that's the Spear of Alpha, the OG one, and that was Yaskill flickering to find the kill. Bigatron Alpha, they're low. Can they find their recovery? Oh, Purify is still there. Now Widdy looking for a
Oh, goodness!
Aaron Shiki shreds him down.
They got the kill. They got what they want. But the pressure towards the Lord Pit, TLID cut them all.
What is this pressure from Aaron Shiki when he didn't have the Holy Crystal just yet? We see Nitans pop up when they get the 3-item power spike, but only with the Starlium, he was able to do all that for his team. Team Liquid ID taking advantage of the macro pressure, taking advantage of the sustain built in from the Angela. They're able to outpoke Bigatron, force them to go for a fight with low HP bars, and Aaron Shiki just pops off. 2k gold lead advantage for Team Liquid ID.
See here in the mid lane. Yeah, I mean, Bigatron, they will just have to sacrifice their turret.
Oh, and the bad thing is, it's not enough time on the other side, plus a T-Grill. It's only a T-Grill with Amon. That kind of falls off compared to Aaron Shiki's potential in the late game. Oh my goodness!
Aaron Shiki with the entropy, very aggressive.
What?
Oh, bottom side.
Wasn't enough to take the takedown. My goodness, Super Ken with the calculation. He finds a solo, and that is going to be TLID. -1. Fear of Alpha connecting. Glorious Pathway defensive, but Super Luke is on stone. Super Luke holds on, but he will fall. TLID looking for an angle. Aaron Shiki finds the connection, and he will claim the double.
Once again, El Momento stopped by that sliver of CC coming in from Aran. The Clairvoyant, he read that one perfectly.
Dude, again, the team fighting understanding. Even Fabian there, knowing exactly when and where to use that Spear of Alpha to throw off the calculations of Bigatron. It's so good. Even when Super Ken came from the back and tried to flank Aaron, he was ready for it. I'm guessing it must be Widdy, right? We've seen it before in the golden moments. Look at the replay here, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. It was initially looking really good, but Fabian just sustained so much, and Aaron initially kind of held back because he can't dive along with his team.
Oh my God.
Actually just stays in the back and does the damage. We know how Widdy shot calls, man. Hey, if they do A, we do B. If they do B, we do C. He has all of these plan Bs, backup plans for his team. I think that's what's kind of denying Bigatron any chances of catching Team Liquid ID off guard.
In a way, Witty has a better code than the robots themselves. They have better algorithm at this point.
He's a programmer.
Witty, the wise. He's an AI, meanwhile.
Yep, now with the entry be hot, Wave Dragon as well. Revitalize!
Whoa, no
That's
way.
the Purify.
That's
But
what
they will not survive. That's Super Luke. Shredded down, and he will fall as well. Iman very low, but Aaron Shiki, he's just free hitting his man. Now with the with Moreno, but Fabian finds an angle to take down Iman. 3 members now down and out, and TLID, they're looking for the base turrets. Oh my
Just strikes.
Ooh, Burken survives barely. The TLID, they can end as Moreno flickers out, but now he will have to go to the base to Burken!
Oh my goodness!
Connection, but Iran is just better.
It's Key and Super Luke on the other side. Can they actually do it?
Warriors pathway! Aaron Chiki will have to entropy out of that way, so Bigatron Alpha, they can and will defend. Iran now trying to buy time. Infinite Pursuit popped, but he will. And Shrai falls. He could have
Ain't
a
no way! Ain't no way!
of Dragon! Weedy the Wise finds it, but Iran falls. Aaron Chiki on the other side claims the double.
My goodness, they focused on the guy doing jumping jacks, but Aaron Shiki coming out of nowhere. Oh man, who would have thought this kind of beat down? The game ain't over just yet, but so far, the cavalry is absolutely dominating the robots.
When we talk about the targeting of Aaron Shiki, man, he saw a low HP Super Luke and he's like, I don't care about the horse. We're the real horses. I want the damage dealers in the back. He shreds them down. Super Ken!
Oh, good night! Good night, Super Ken! TLID claims the Lord.
The assassin gets assassinated. What is the world that we're living in right now? We are living in Aaron's world.
He is the main character. No two ways about it. Now pushing for the base tower with Widdy. Just pressuring. Bigatron Alpha can't defend without the Lord in the picture, but Eman
have the Shaman Force. That will intimidate, and TLID, they will take it slow. They know they have the Lord, and they will utilize the Lord properly.
I have to find something here. The El Momento has to be momenting. But right now, what do you do against this Purify coming in from here? It's like a wishing lantern.
Lantern?
Rush, you have to take over.
Usually we see a win of nature, I think, because, you want that extra bit of survivability, but he's going for more damage!
How about that? T finds the Tig! They collapse, Amon falls, Glorious Pathway, desperate one, but TLID, they're a force to be reckoned with, and with this Bigatron Alpha, they will have to suffer another loss. Ladies and gentlemen, TLID is at match point.
I mean, if they keep on playing like this, what is the ceiling? What is going to be end product? The end product of these youngsters. They came to the league. They conquered all of them on the second team and first team of MPL. All of them. Most improved. Rookie of the season. MVP. But you have this guy right here, Aaron Chiki, absolutely demolished. Bigatron Alpha turning into Bigatron Beta.
Dude. The villain energy from Aaron Shiki is unreal. He blasted through the scene out of nowhere in a scene with a lot of experience, outstanding gold laners. He says, none of you are a match for me. 11-1 on Natan. What the heck is going on?
Man, oh man. At this point, what's gonna be the adjustment? What is the answer to these youngsters, to these rookies? These are the vets. They've been here since Season 5 for Key, for a lot of time. This is the debut of them in the main stage of the Indonesian highest peak of MLBB Esports. What is the answer?
They need to hit the reset button and reprogram their system. TLID, it seems like they read and they read Bigatron like a book. Take a look at that. Spacing by Fabian. Perfection.
Just finds the moment, man. Team Liquid, Bigatron has to find a way to beat them out in these team fights, because in these skirmishes, they just seem unstoppable, man. Even if Bigatron Alpha can get a lead in the early game, it doesn't even matter. They have to understand how to mitigate all of this potential in the mid game. The Team Liquid mid game, dude, it's unreal.
Man, and then the gusto to go for a Wishing Lantern. To hell with defensive item. To hell with the damage coming in from the other side. I have Reedy for me. I have Yeskiel. These are the guys that I trust to protect me. And in the end, it paid off. And I trust the panelists to break this down even more. Eterna, take it away.
Thanks, Jeffin. Thank you, casters, as well, for game number 2. It's now match point for the Cavalry. TLID 2-0 against Bigatron Alpha right now. There's a lot of things that we need to unpack for that particular game. Colius, I know we're excited, but like, you know, the mic, bro. Like, we good? Like the mic's not helping him right now. So we'll
take
go
over
to realize, what should we talk about first?
Can I just grab that phone? I want to call my friend. His name is Mirko.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
But I think I'll do it later because now he's sobbing in the background and he's shaking.
That's fine.
But it's insane, team. Look at ID. The level, the magnitude they're able to achieve with this playstyle that they have. We talked about how this Harith might be a bully for Iron Chiki, but no. He was able to get the kills. He was able to get the spacing, the momentum with the Natan. How do you go 4 items, 11 minutes, 10 minutes even? Like, what's worse than a Natan pick let go? A Natan pick let go and having 4 items in 11 minutes.
What a nasty performance.
Nasty.
From Aaron.
Sheesh.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna say anything.
The positioning, the timing when he used the entropy, using the purify even.
Yeah, the purify.
Yeah, to dodge the implosion. Oh, crazy.
Yeah. But we gotta give credits to Widdy as well. This guy was the enabler. He was also the canceller. I don't think that's a word, but he was the denier. He was basically denying key of the implosion engages because the Cho can just bob and weave inside and outside of the team fight. He has that gap close. He has that CC as well to just kick away, you know, key. And they also the targeting has been very, very good. They were targeting the lockdown from Bigatron Alpha and it works very, very brilliant. Aaron Shiki was a monster.
So, Weedy, if you're listening right now, I just want to apologize because this entire time I considered him with low mechanics.
He said it.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of this team. I always thought that he had the brains but not the mechanics, but it turns out those subtle movements is what has been so important throughout the entirety of the regular season.
He proved it to you. Yeah.
Up until this point, and he was the facilitator to allow Aaron Shiki to get this POTG. But that was an amazing performance. That was presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, by the way, as we look into his highlights as well.
Well, scot-free. It's very, very fun playing the Natan when you, number 1, can hit the backline. Number 2, you have so much control. It's protect Mr. President. Number 1, it was really opening up the space. Number 2, it was Yehaskiel with the hard guard always on the backup towards Aaron Shiki. But more than so, this guy has incredible mechanics. This guy can space out very easily.
Even on that moment, Super Ken looked confused. He want to like flanking to Aaron Shiki, but Aaron Shiki is so free. The damage is so high.
Yeah.
That's why he needs to go back, but it's too late.
And also that cheeky Wishing Lantern purchase in the end, I think it was more to burst down the tankiness of Bigatron Alpha because they had a lot of backline, a lot of frontline that was strong enough. Take a look at this.
Yeah, I love this moment because Aaron Shiki just changed their target to Key because they know that Key have a CC AoE that's so big that can stop him. That's why either than Super Luke, he better to aim for Key.
He entropies forward. What is entropying backwards? I entropy forward.
So aggressive. And you know the damage that he dealt, that was even... It was already insane after Divine Glaive, and then he had to Wishing Lantern on top of that. Like, that shows confidence, and that also shows how much dominance they had at that point of the game.
Yeah. And look how confident Aaron Shiki emblem is. He's not using any defensive emblem, using the Trill, the Mystery Shop, and even the Weakness Finder.
Yeah, he went for the Weakness Finder. Usually you want to go for the QC for that sustainability, especially in a lane against Harith. Yeah, but he goes all out damage. Look at that. Even the Bargain Hunter for faster itemization.
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
why,
like
because of the Mystery Shop.
Yeah, because of the Mystery Shop, yeah. So, wow, I have no words for this guy. And yeah, Wishing Lantern to just add even more burst damage and that little projectile that you get when you proc it. It's very, very good. Team, look at ID.
We did see a small mistake from Aaron in the beginning.
In the beginning, yeah.
In the beginning, yeah.
There was an overextension, anything in the first couple minutes.
Yeah, also not even in the first minutes. I think in that last base push where it was only Iran and Aaron Cheeky, there was also an overextension, I feel like. But thankfully, the entropy was up. Because if he did not have entropy, he would be dead by that moment. But thankfully, he had the entropy. He entropied defensively, went out of the base, and he went away unscathed.
Yeah, because the gold and the level difference is too high.
Yeah.
If that's on par, I think because Ron can seize the moment.
You don't wanna get a kill against Nathan if you're Team Liquid ID.
I mean, I wouldn't call it an overextension. I'll call it, giving Miracle a little bit of happiness.
All right, Team Liquid ID fangirl.
Just like a, small, Miracle, let's give this a little bit. Okay, never mind, let's take it back.
I love that point of view.
GPM 957, by the way.
That's not rich. That's generational wealth. It's insane.
Man, and technically, so what do Bigatron Alpha do? Right? I mean,
I don't know.
What's the solution for they're at match point, Bigatron Alpha. I don't think they want to drop to the lower brackets.
Like it or not, maybe they have to. They have to drop to the lower bracket, but
if this continues,
yeah, they will. And this might be, I think not our first 3-0, but the first 3-0 for today. That might be the case, but I feel like for Bigatron Alpha here, the draft is just kind of all around the place.
So. I love the pattern also. Yesterday, we see 3-0 on the first match.
Yes.
And the second match, it's 3-2.
3-2.
Are on this first match gonna be 3-0 like yesterday?
And then RQ Geek Fam 3-2?
I don't want to jinx it.
Team Liquid ID was winning, right? And Corlius was like bringing out his Samsung phone. He wanted to Instagram story everything. And he was like, no, stop it. Don't jinx my team.
Stop.
Don't jinx my team. No.
Yeah. Please turn off the phone.
I have to be a chef-in. Okay.
Yesterday, so the audience will know, when Geek Fam is like almost win, look at Chevin's lips. It's,
trembling. He was trembling.
Trembling so hard.
Goddamn.
I'm chill. It's fine.
Chill.
Guys.
The mirror. No words for Aaron Chiki's brilliance. This guy, I remember that one, I think, golden moment, that mic check that Aaron Chiki had. So basically he said, kita di sini buat kita buktiin kalau kita pantas, boy. Which means we are here to prove that we deserve to be here. And they deserve to be here.
And that's why I love the mentality.
The mentality, yeah.
Insane.
Because there's a lot of talks like, Team Liquid ID, they have never been to playoff. These guys are the MDL boys. No, they are now the MPL men.
And here's the thing, right? Because if we're talking about M6, let's go all the way to M6. Let's say TLID make it to the grand finals. A lot of people are saying, TLID, I don't think they're gonna make it. They don't have the experience. They're a team full of rookies and so on and so forth. Iran has never been on an international stage. He's the veteran of the team.
Yeah.
Never been to an international stage, but the mentality that they've been portraying from the regular season against just star-crossed players all around into the playoffs now, I don't know. I have high hopes for this team if they do make it to the grand finals and if they do represent Indonesia for M6.
But it's a fact that a lot of people doubting them.
Of course.
About the mentality, because a lot of rookies, it's their first time to place on the playoff, especially on the big stage like MPL ID.
But Kolius, mind is power.
Mind is power.
Mind is power.
Power.
You can be a team full of veterans, millions of experience, and then you go home in the group stage. Not pointing to any team, by the way. Realize.
Hey, you gotta give some competition.
But if your mind isn't in the right place, and you don't have the confidence to go up against these top tier regions, by the way, I don't think you can go far.
I think it's the fact that they have nothing to lose. It's their first year. It's their freshman year in MPL. Just have fun. Just enjoy the moment, live the moment. Going to M6 is a bonus for them.
Oh, guys, please. Oh, I'm getting excited. Okay, calm down.
Take a deep breath.
It's so hard for me to be a desk host and remain neutral. I have to remain neutral.
You know what I turn on?
I am professional.
I'll fire you up. Team Liquid ID, they're going to M6.
That is so bad to say right now. How could...
But.
Guys, I swear if Bigatron comes back,
But my prediction is on the grand final, it's RRQ versus TLID.
Mine was Fnatic Onyx.
So
Mine
both
was
of them
Fnatic
got the
Onyx
M6
as well.
Oh, and if we're talking about this, rumors said that it was Fnatic Onyx and Bigatron that were the strongest regions in MPL ID.
Well, I mean, the way you look at it, it's that sometimes it's just the scrims, it's the practices. It all goes down in the playoffs. And
that
maybe
they are on the stage.
Yeah, they're on the stage. You know, you gotta make the decision making right there. It's hard. Team Liquid ID.
Okay.
You have nothing to lose.
I am going to remain neutral, ladies
Neutral.
and gentlemen, and we're going to talk about Bigatron Alpha for a little bit here. Because again, match point, if they lose another game, they will be going to the lower brackets. So what do you think can Bigatron Alpha change? Is there a certain draft strategy that can save Bigatron here?
To be honest,
For me, maybe they can start to open Suyo. And they can start to choose the first pick. If Suyo is opened by the TLID, they can play with Suyo.
But
Even
they
though,
were first pick in the second game.
Yeah, but TLID is not giving Suyo anymore, right?
Yeah, they have to contest the Suyo, I feel like.
Contest the Suyo. So, maybe don't ban like obvious hero. They just can open it, so the opponents will ban it.
To be honest, I'm stuck in the cul-de-sac because so far, Bigatron Alpha's picks has been their picks. You know what I mean? It's like he gets his momentum hero. It's El Momento with the Tigreal. You know, Valentina with Moreno with the Valentina. It's going to be his strong pick as well. Aman with the Beatrix with the Harriet. It's typical Aman lane bully pick. And Super Ken with the Assassins, much more comfortable. But then again, they lose, so I don't really know where the loophole is. It's so hard to dictate what Bigatron Alpha is supposed to do when Team Liquid ID are playing like their lives are on the line.
Because technically TLID are also playing to their comfort. This is a TLID draft.
That's true.
From game 1, from game number
Very
2.
TLID.
Yeah.
So do Bigatron Alpha need to get out of their comfort zone maybe to look for that loophole?
Give Ken his fighters again, I feel like.
Yeah,
Give
for
him the
me,
fighter.
But I still have the same statement like before. Before the game to start, it's fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, you gotta fight fire with
Because
fire.
if you are trying to fighting with a little bit of water, the fire is still there.
That's true.
So what is this? Are you expecting Bigatron to pick up a fighter instead, or you want them both to be forced on an assassin
Yeah,
pick?
play a very aggressive game. Maybe that's the key.
So you want to force an assassin showdown between Super Ken and Fabian, are you sure?
I'm sure.
Fabian
Totally sure.
and Super Ken.
Totally sure.
Interesting perspective.
Because they already try that making Fabian using a Vital Heroes, but it doesn't work.
I don't
Well,
know.
If you want to put it in a way, you can ban out the heroes of Fabian.
Yeah, and they still have chance. If they lose, they're gonna go to the lower bracket.
Yeah,
if they don't try it now and they meet again later, it's gonna be dangerous.
I think it's still fine.
So choose second pick, choose red side.
Yeah,
Full respect ban on Fabian.
full respect ban. But I feel like it's not on Fabian as well because he has been playing the Alpha only, right? I mean, the Suyo, yeah, you take it away. And Alpha, I mean, Nolan, we haven't seen him play the Nolan in the playoffs, but in regular season, oh my god, he's
He was
a
a
monster.
monster.
But yeah, it's just hard to pinpoint where the problem is because you can't really force Fabian to ban his heroes out. Maybe the Fanny is a respect ban towards Fabian as well. To be honest, I'm also confused. Maybe, for me, I think Qualio says it like, you know, he wants to put Ken on an assassin. I feel like Ken has to try the fighters. You gotta put him on a fighter first. I feel like the Suyo, again, can be contested. If not the Suyo, it's gonna be the Alpha. You snatch the Alpha from Fabian, force him into a Nolan maybe, force him into a Bane. I don't know, like, yeah, it's going to be complicated for Bigatron Alpha.
Because how would you do that? Because you only have 3 slots anyway.
Yeah.
And Fabian has quite a variety of heroes that he has in his pocket, right? He can go for all the assassins. So that's Hayabusa, Ling, Fanny, Nolan, Suyo, potentially. Alpha. What else has
Export.
There you go, right? What about Weedy? Let's shift things over to Weedy. Do you think maybe a Weedy respect ban can negate the pressure that TLID has from the early game to the mid game?
I think if you try to aim with it, it's a total disaster because the other will get a lot of comfort heroes. For me, the gameplay of Weedy is like if you're watching a superhero movie, Weedy is the sidekick. But it really helps a lot for the superhero.
You know, honestly, I would double down on that and be like, have you guys watched Money Heist?
Yeah.
You know Professor?
Yeah.
That's Weedy.
Ah, he's the mastermind. But yeah, I feel like banning out Witty's heroes isn't necessarily a wise approach. I mean, yeah, just ban out the Mathilda, that's it. Witty also plays a couple of heroes, right? I mean, you said it, like, you doubt out his mechanics. I also kind of doubt out his mechanics because I feel like when it comes to the Cho, when it comes to the mechanic execution-based heroes, Yaoi is way better. But I feel like Witty is also very, very apt with these heroes. So I feel like for Witty, it's hard to target ban him, and it's not a wise choice. You're just throwing away your bans to him.
Okay, so essentially, the conclusion from the panel is either from Kolius, force them both on an assassin, or from Realize, force Super Ken somehow facilitate him in the drafts to get a fighter.
Yeah.
That's a change.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I don't think. Also, blind picking Valentina. I don't like it. I don't really like blind picking Valentina. Sure, it denies Team Liquid ID from a lot of the AoEs and the CCs. You know, the big ultimates like maybe a Luoyi ultimate or rather something
Eve.
else. Yeah, Eve as well. Yes, it is a good deny pick, but again, the problem is the setup. When it comes to neutral objectives, Team Liquid ID, they're faster on the pounds, on getting their prio onto that. So they need good setup, and I don't think keep picking Valentina is the right option.
Yeah, and TLID is denying Moreno Valentina by picking that not useful ultimate that cannot be copied by IMU.
Wait, previous game, what ultimates were there?
There were a lot actually.
The Way of the Dragon,
Angela,
Entropy, Heart Guard. Yeah, I feel like Heart Guard is also a good ultimate
Heart
to
Guard
copy.
is the best option.
Yeah, but it's not a playmaker.
You cannot use skills like Angela when
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
using Heart Guard, using Valentina.
and Moreno needs a skill that can
Damage.
initiate.
Yeah, initiate.
That's why it's not efficient. Maybe Moreno can think about using Eve like yesterday.
Yeah.
All right,
Play the
maybe a change onto Moreno's picks. What about the high-lows? It feels like 2 games in a row, Bigatron keep opting for this high-lows in the first picking phase as Prio, by the way.
Also, I don't like the high loss. Super Luke is the enabler for Bigatron Alpha. Don't give him a statue hero. Don't give him a punching bag. Don't give him a sandbag. You give him something that can really make the play. You give him maybe the Phobias. You give him maybe the Khalid maybe if needs be. Because with the high loss, Super Luke is just limited on what he can do as the playmaker. He's just receiving damage, so yeah, maybe try something else aside from the high loss. You know, when you lose 3 games in a row, I feel like you have to change your gameplay.
And don't feel limited too.
That's true.
Don't feel limited. Don't limit yourself. Get yourself a Samsung Galaxy, guys, because with the Samsung Galaxy, you saw earlier on screen that you guys can actually sit over at the front in the Samsung Galaxy zone, and don't limit your hair care. Hair cam by Head and Shoulders.
Okay.
Bro, that got me for a second.
What? What got you?
I thought it was a girl.
Oh!
The hair!
You know what we say when
Magnificent!
Arashi was getting excited when see the hair, but
I think he'll still be excited, to be honest.
You know what we say?
It's so excited.
Wait, it looks like my friend, honestly.
Oh,
He looks like one of my friends.
like a special friend? Or
A special friend.
a special friend?
Yeah.
That's nice.
A mentor.
A mentor.
Yeah.
Do you want hair like that though?
I do. I kind of hate my hair, so I think I'm use Head and Shoulders soon.
Goni has like 1 million of it, by the way.
Wow.
So like you can ask him. But speaking about asking, let's ask the audience on what they think on how Bigatron can win in game number 3. Earlier on it was, I think, early game pressure or objectives. So 62% now target Aaron Shiki. You guys change your minds a lot, huh? Okay.
But I think it's hard to targeting Aaron Shiki, especially when he's using like Nathan using Purify. And they already tried before. They tried to aim for Aaron Shiki, but it doesn't work. But for me, it's still play with the assassins.
Because essentially in game number 1, they were targeting Aaron Shiki.
They were.
Yet they still won the game.
I mean, the effort has been done from game number 1, isn't it? Like they picked up the Kadra as well, right, to play the pickoff against Aaron Shiki. You can't really target that much of a problem towards Aaron Shiki because this guy just plays it very, very well. I mean, he is aggressive, but it is calculated as well. So I feel like for Bigatron Alpha, again, just go back to the picks that we mentioned this. The fighters, for me, for Coleus, maybe it's the assassins, and just draft something good for Super Luke to enable. The reason why it was so hard to lock down Aaron Chiki was because the only enabler was that Tigreal, the Hands of Ki.
Sure. Have Khalid and Edith before.
Yeah, we
as,
also
as
still,
the option.
Yeah, Khalid, Edith, we still have that available on the table, but Super Luke is given what, a high loss, so yeah, you gotta change something.
And technically, they might be able to. They've actually opted for second pick this time around
Ah.
on red side. So that's a little bit of a change from the previous game that we saw.
Yeah.
How do you think the banning phase should look like in order to, 1, facilitate Moreno, 2, facilitate Super Ken, and 3, facilitate Luke on those heroes?
I think facilitate Super Ken. If you want to really win it out, you can try to get the Suyo, but if the Suyo is banned, you can maybe shift your gameplay towards Super Luke as the enabler. You know, ban out a few XPs that might, you know, hurl him down. So yeah, a lot of approaches for Team Luke.
So you have to enabler, right?
Yeah.
With Ki and Super Luke, but we're gonna see it later.
Yep.
All right, let's jump straight in, ladies and gentlemen. Match point. Drafting phase for TLID right now. This is the drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And let's see the change. TLID go for the 1-1 and the Phobius ban, just like in game number 1. Bigatron, Chip, Fanny. The third ban that Bigatron went for in game number 1 was Suyo. Now, this is where the change happens. Do you think they are gonna let it go? Maybe force TLID? Oh, they can't.
Oh. And now they're on the red side.
Yeah, they can't. They're on red side.
Can't force it. They can't. And Team Look at ID, they might ban out the Suyo here maybe, or rather Bigatron Alpha will ban it out because it's in the hands of Fabian. They'll ban the Angela. Interesting choice.
Just like game 1.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, like, just like game 1, and it was used by Yaskiel as well. Suyo banned out, so Alpha, I feel like could be a good pick here for Team Liquid ID if they want to snatch out and cone down the choices of Super Ken. But yeah, Matilda is also left open, I forget.
Alpha Zuxin.
Alpha Zuxin.
Yeah. And they are using the first, the drop from the first game, right?
Yeah.
From TLID. So combining with Matilda, I think they still can use Pulvius if they want to on the XP lane and on the mid lane. Against Zuxin, I think maybe Eve is the best option.
Eve, yeah.
Against Alpha, against Zuxin.
They can go for the Eve, yeah. Zuxin has a lot of rage. Eve does have the poke, so in lane, Eve does kind of neutralizes the lane. It doesn't really lose to Zuxin, doesn't really win anyways, win as well. So I think Zuxin can go against the Eve, and the Nolan will come out, and the Herald. Nolan is a comfort pick for Fabian. Can't wait to see myself watch Fabian use the Nolan.
Everything is within my
They're crossing things out, man. Because this was the same matchup that we saw earlier on, and Bigatron were unable to get these objectives against the Alpha on Fabian. So we'll see the success coming in from Bigatron this time around to control that early game, and potentially with the early objective secure, they can utilize that as a domino effect. Tigreal does get picked up here by Ki. We saw that Cho was one of the main issues for Ki to get those implosions down, and they also see that potential in the Eve as a winning lane against the Jushin, so they're going to ban it out here in the second phase.
Yeah, and I think Nathan gonna be target banned by TLID because it's very dangerous if they can combo it using the Alpha and Tigreal.
Yeah.
Nathan gonna get the free position, but from the top 5 kills, we see that Skylar is number 1 with 199.
One away from 200.
One way.
But the thing is, that's Iman at number 3, and number 4 is actually Aaron Shiki.
Yeah, yeah, he's the rookie, but again, still going for the numbers. He can catch up quite a bit, but it's hard.
It's not about the numbers. It's like, I always thought that Aaron Shiki was the more aggressive gold laner.
But Iman is well known for being the Terminator, so I think he does have that under his belt. But now back to the bans. Eve, Aurora taken away because Eve, Aurora are 2 good poke heroes against Zuxin and can be the setter as well for Team Liquid ID. Natan banned out, like Coleus mentioned.
Edith might be the best option from TLID because Edith, with the crowd control, he can aim and it can disturbing Nolan when he wants to go flanking, but Dietrich.
Wow. Their target banning.
The counter heroes from Eman.
The second phase, yeah. Okay.
Here we go, Khalid, the enabler. Finally, we're gonna see it from Super Luke.
For Super Luke, yeah, Khalid will be very good. I mean, for Big Screen Alpha, they will have a lot of prio in mid. They have the Khalid, they have the Zeusin. With the Lantern player, you can always poke away your enemies, zone away your enemies, and the Khalid from the XP lane might just walk up to the mid to shove it, get them ready for level, for turtle, the first turtle in the game. And the Alpha is going to be a very good setter for Big Screen Alpha as well. So at least this time, they have good setup for the turtle.
And now, I think for Yeskiel, Vexana is the lapse of if he wants to play with the utility.
Yeah.
And for the XP lane, they need a tanky one, a sustainable one, because Matilda is not a frontliner.
Gatot Kacha, maybe?
Yep.
Yeah, they will go for the Gatot Kacha and the Vexana.
Nice, guys.
4D chess! Coleus and Big Lives!
And Claude, what?
Okay, wait.
Talk to us about the Claude. We haven't seen the Claude in the playoffs just yet.
It's a weak side laner. It will definitely relinquish all the lead, especially against a Herald as well. It's gonna be bullying the Claude.
And a lot of heroes can cancel the Blasting Duet.
Yeah.
Using the Atronos Guard, using the Circling Eagle.
That's
even.
So why Claude?
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to play until the late
game. That's going to be the name of the game, but for objective takes, I feel like they have to rely on the 4. Eman will be having a very hard time against the Hereth, and he will be the one farming his items for the late game.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Anything else to add, Coleus? We're at match point here.
3-0 TLID.
3-0 TLID. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna throw it over to the casters now to bring us to this match point.
Questionable, unorthodox, you name it. But at this very point, Bigatron needs to pull something out of their bag. It's now or never for the robots for game number 3, their last lifeline, at least in the upper bracket, against the cavalry in TLID.
There was a time where I was saying that Team Liquid ID, they were willing to go with all flickers, no purifies, but now we see the exact opposite. 3 purifies, man. They respect Key's El Momento moment, and I think it's more of the fact that they want to go and be the aggressor. They want to group up together, and they don't really want to have to spread apart to try and mitigate that implosion threat. Now in the wave clear department though, with the Gatot, man, with the Vexana as well as the Matilda, I feel like the early game pressure will definitely favor Team Liquid ID.
Global warming, man, going green. You have skill though.
Ooh.
With the pressure, able to
Guiding win away. Just the little things, man, coming in from Witty. It's called Witty the Wise for not for nothing, but right now Aaron Shiki might be in trouble. He smells something. No, he didn't.
No, with the final slash to purify, Aaron Shiki will fall. Now Fabian looking for the trade alongside Witty. Can they find seems like Man with the BMI is able to get out.
Oh man, that was what I would call a rookie mistake. Gotta watch out for your side lanes or like the side of your map, man.
Ah, well, that's a great play again for Superken, knowing the aggressive potential of the Alpha. But again, Wilderness Blessing on 2 members, the mid lane and the AXP laner, and Master Assassin for Eman on the Claude, also with the tank emblem though, so he's trying to make sure that he can survive long enough against the aggression, the onslaught from the side of Team Liquid ID. And Aaron Shiki himself, he's not concerned. He wants to scale up, going with the masters, with the weapon mastery as well.
So they know it's a weak lane, and right now Witty might be getting caught out. No, Supercan, that's a resource, but it's a dodge. It's not gonna bite on towards the turtle yet, Connie.
It seems like this time Bigatron Alpha, who has the Alpha, is able to find the newts, at least for now, and Supercan will collect the turtle, no problem. My goodness, Fabian, he's stuck. Moreno secures the kill now in the mid lane. Witty with no spell in hand as well. He will fall from the Bigatron Alpha aggressiveness in the early game.
For the first time, this is not the TLID that we see in the first 2 games. Meanwhile, Kido, Explosion!
Oh, no Purify, and that is going to be Aaron Shiki taken down twice this game. Bigatron Alpha, this lead is 2,500 goal, and we're not even 3 minutes in.
Rashi, you gotta tell me what happened in this match, man.
Well, it seems like Bigatron Alpha are kind of used to the movements, the early game rotations from Team Liquid ID. We saw a bit of that earlier, but now with the Tsushin presence, with the fact that they have an Alpha on their hands this time, they're able to get the early win on the Turtle Pit, and even the ganks here, Super Ken. Look at how he's playing, man. He's farming a Storm, but every single moment he has, every single opportunity he has to try and go for a kill, he'll just wait around in one of these bushes on the side of the lanes. Ooh, 1v1.
Super Luke here opening things up for the Red Robots. Fabian pops the Retribution. Iran is able to find the assist, but Super Luke calm Raging Sandstorm, and he gets away.
Even in the bottom lane, Q once again wants to go for Aaron Chicky.
He will not commit the Purify just yet. There you go. But now with the Blazing Duet by Amon, actually pressuring Perfectly timed. Aaron Chicky, he falls. Waiting will not be able to assist him, and he will fall as well. Bigatron Alpha, what an early execution.
Man, they keep just targeting Aaron Chicky. The thing that in the gold lane, it's supposed to be a weak lane right now. It's a strong lane for Iman, and they're gonna take the turret.
I want this rinse and repeat using that implosion on, at this point, onto Aaron Shiki twice or 3 times already. And at the same time, the mid lane, due to the Tsushin presence, can't really rotate around as well. So even though in theory there is some wave clear, due to the aggressive moves from Bigatron to zone away the laners from Team Liquid, they're getting a lot of advantage here.
Super Ken finding the turtle. Perfect one as well. Now Iran is a little bit too greedy there, and he is punished. TLID now rotating with 4 in the bottom side, but it seems like Bigatron Alpha, they know and they read it. Looking to pressure more, and they're in the jungles of the cavalries.
I mean, goodness gracious, look at the gold leader, Rashi. 5.6k in a span of less than 5 minutes, so it's more than 1k. And the worst part is, this is just the early game.
Yeah, the turret gold isn't even down right yet, but okay.
Looking for an implosion play, but now he is knocked up Liquor defensively. Super Luke from an angle, mid-turret falls. TLID, they will not be able to answer back. Opened up. Now with the positioning, Fabian, will he find something? Super Luke, so too tanky. Moreno is in the area as well, hovering. But Bigatron, man, they're steamrolling this game.
And they're getting a lot of turret advantage too, looking at the items. Whoa, hang on a minute.
That's a catch. Fabian falls. CLID now will not have his jungler again. Fabian punished twice. Bigatron Alpha, 6,000 gold lead. I repeat, 6,000 gold lead.
Man, the programs, the robot is overheating right now. They are just overclocking and putting all they have in this game, because this is the match point for the upper brackets. So the stakes are high. Thankfully though, if one of them loses in this match, they still have a chance in this playoffs.
Alright, we'll have to wait and see though, because now Bigatron, they're pressuring hard using the Tsushin pick, just cutting around behind the turrets, and then using that to buy time for Eman to just shred down these turrets slowly but surely. The protection still is even active for Team Liquid ID, but it won't even matter when they are zoned away this badly. Even when Moreno rotates away from the area, Team Liquid ID is just forced to respect the potential, the possibility that he's around.
Circling Eagle, committed that Sacred Hammer to dodge away. Early, placing the wet by Amon. Fabian actually very low, and Moreno jumps in. He will be stopped by Iran, but Bigatron Alpha, they know they will just get the turtle.
Man, I know they're leading, but the way they disengaged the fight from TLID, there was nothing sort of masterful and immaculate. They could have gone, couldn't have gone better for them.
The problem is still the same though for Team Liquid. Can't we find a way to move forwards without really getting punished heavily? At a 9, almost 10k gold lead at 7 minutes, you're right, Sandstorm!
Super Luke and the implosion! That's Fabian punished, but he actually caught and he will fall. That's the first point now with Avatar from Iran. Doesn't connect though. Bigatron Alpha still in full control, but finally TLID puts a point on the board.
Risky dive, but it definitely pay off for Bigatron Alpha right now. 9.5 in less than 7.5 minutes. This is just this is the most dominant game so far in the playoffs, even in the season.
At least one of the most dominant ones. Team Liquid, they are stuck on the defense. They don't really have the best high ground clear either. Having a Harith means that you're supposed to actually have a winning gold lane. You're supposed to have more ways to play from this gold lane, but because of the ganks in the early game, man, Aaron Shiki, the highlight of the last game, just can't do much.
See, Bigatron Alpha, they are still controlling the jungles of TLID. And take a look at the freeze lane, top lane. TLID, they're hungry. They need resources.
8 minutes and Eman has completed the Holy Trinity. Arashi, this is just not looking so good for TLID. What's going to be the answer here? Against this onslaught coming in from Key and also Super Luke.
Final Flash doesn't connect. Spear of Alpha doesn't connect. And Iran now is actually punished. Super Ken. Enough damage with the true damage that is in beta. Whoa! That's the blazing duet. Come on, BMI. Perfectly timed. 10 seconds for the first Lord. And that is still just Bigatron Alpha. 11,000 gold lead now.
Team Liquid ID playing their best to try and find ways around, but even around the man that should be the oppressive one, the EXP laner that wants to be unkillable, rushing towards the backline, can't really do much here when he's this behind on the God of Kacha. This is an insane amount of gold lead though, and the fact that Bigatron Alpha can farm so efficiently on all of these picks doesn't make it any easier. The Claw can farm quick, the Alpha can too as well, and even the Khalid can help with the clearing, can help with the lane management too. Bigatron Alpha at this point have all of their bases covered, even giving the purple buff to Moreno. They have all that they require to go for a decisive end, but can they do so? Unfortunately for them, with the Claw and the Tsushin being relatively short range, the siege potential isn't really too high, but it's more than enough to go and set up for a big dive.
They're just caged at this point. The horses are forced to hang out in the stables. Like, no grasses for you in the bushes.
Let's see, will this push towards them a game 4? Super Ken in the base. Lord is in the mid lane. Looking for the opening, not yet though. As base turret number 1 in the bottom side, Super Ken finds the Spear of Alpha. And that is one and done. He finds a flicker implosion. And that will be 3 members taken now. Ladies and gentlemen, Bigatron Alpha with the reprogram. They actually force this series on towards a game 4.
They approach the game in a different way. And right now, finally, after 2 games, the retaliation that we expected to see from Bigatron Alpha. There's a reason that they are in this stage right now, in the top 4 of MPL Indonesia. They are not done just yet.
They're here to stay competitive. There's no way they're gonna let it end on a 3-0 note, man. You gotta make it competitive. And with that performance, it seems like they've cracked the code. They've found a winning solution here, a winning formula on how to take down Team Liquid. Whether that's the lane pressure, whether that's the rotations onto the right members, the timing, the read onto the habits of the players, they have found something. And the robots are looking alive.
Man, oh man. The panelists, even us, expected this to go a 3-0 for TLID. But they say no. We are here to fight, man. We are here for the M6 slot in Malaysia.
All right, man. We were talking about someone sobbing in the audience earlier, Shevin, but maybe with the signs of life, we can maybe see him jump up and down here in the audience. Shout out to Mirko, possibly celebrating the great performance right there. We thought that the second game right there from Team Liquid ID was so dominant, but it turns out it's even more dominant here from Bigatron when they do crack the code, when the programming really kicks in. Man, one of the most, if not the most dominant games we've seen in this season.
I mean, if you're just purely looking at the gold advantage per minute, I think it might be it, man. Like, they didn't really, they keep pushing on the pedal. They didn't stop.
What a game.
What a game indeed.
What a game for Bigatron Alpha.
You know what they're saying to us?
What?
Hey, casters, enough talking. Throw it to the panelists real quick. They didn't let us talk for too long at all. That game was only about 10 minutes.
And we're just gonna throw it to panelists right now to Eterna. What happened in that game?
I told you not to say 3-0, and then this is the result we get.
No.
It's not so, oh my.
No.
Guys,
Stop.
like,
Don't fight.
this is ridiculous.
Don't fight.
I specifically said not to curse TLID.
But that's supposed Team Liquid IDC.
Famous last words, TLID 3-0.
What does it even mean? I didn't say it!
Turns out to be a curse.
Well, it is a curse, and it means, Eternal, that we're not following a pattern. Because it's not going to be a 3-0, at best, if you want your lovely team to win, it's going to be a 3-1. But if we take a look at the draft, Bigatron's Alpha draft isn't that bad. It's actually very good.
Because, here, that's what I mean when, like, fighting fire with fire.
Yeah.
They fight for the early game, and especially that the robots still have the gas in their tank.
Yeah, they do. They still have, and it proves to you that you can't always fight them off, because that draft was actually very, very good, because they have enough setup now. See, this is what happens when you give Super Luke that initiation, that enabler, and then Key can again be the second line to continue doing the moments, to continue doing the initiation, and that is just full stacked. And Team Liquid ID, they couldn't do anything. That was like a 10-minute game.
Yeah, it was. To remind us, 10 minutes. But granted, the audience was kind of correct, right? From game number 1, they asked for Bigatron to have more of an objective-centric early game and to control the early game, and they were able to do that in game number 3. And then because of those rotations that they kind of had with the mid-prio, with the alpha happening as well, they were also able to punish Aaron Shiki in his gold lane too. So they checked all the boxes. You mentioned the fighter forced on Super Ken, and because they were able to get red side, they were able to achieve that. So now Bigatron Alpha have the blueprint as to how they're able to take it back from TLID, and now they have the momentum. So let's crown our MVP, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And finally, with the space, without the Cho in the picture as well, Key was able to make some key plays.
Yeah.
And look at that TP, bro.
Now he's not alone. He's with Luke now. So there's 2 heroes that can enable, that can initiate the team fights. And the strategy, I think, from Bigatron Alpha is working now.
Yeah. I mean, not only that, we also have the Alpha, right, behind Super Ken with the Spear of Alphas. They have been targeting Aaron Shiki from the get-go. They don't want this Herod to bully the Claude, because why? Because the Claude apparently is a weak side gold laner, but in this scenario, they want to make it a strong side, because they kept on ganking that lane. They kept on funneling the gold towards Eman, and Eman, it didn't feel like it was a hard Claude game. He wasn't even bullied that much. Aaron Shiki even got picked up like 2 times, even 3 times with the Blazing Duet, and they had so much peel tools to really keep Eman alive.
And I think when he chose Flicker as the battle spell, it's a smart move, because he knows that a lot of dash abilities heroes on the TLID, so that's why he needs the Flicker to chase them down if they try to run away.
Wow. I mean, it's all perfect. Look, Super Luke. This is what he wants. This is what he wants. A Raging Sandstorm into 3 players as the first layer of CC. The second one comes in. That is key. That is El Momento with the Implosion. This is what Bigatron Alpha is lacking. That layer of control, that layer of initiation, that they were forcing Super Luke to play Hylox. That's not a typical Super Luke hero. This is what happens when you give him the Khalid. And this is the trend that they're supposed to continue into game number 4.
Yeah, they finally found their footing here in game number 3. And, you know, recalling back to yesterday in their match against Alter Ego, one of the keys to victory for Bigatron was to make sure that that momentum role falls on to both Key as well as Luke. So it was actually great that you mentioned it even for the drafts, because they were able to... Were they listening to you? I don't know. Seems like... You know, they heard Realize, and they realized that, like, yeah, hey, Hylos isn't working out for them.
I called Wura. I told him, don't make Mirko sad. Give him 1 game. Give him 1.
Okay.
Just give him a little bit smile.
Give him a hope. A tiny bit of hope.
Tiny bit of hope, that's fine. I'll work with that. But 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 6 seconds.
One-sided.
Destruction.
It was a snowball from Bigatron Alpha.
Total annihilation, I think.
So, we gotta talk about this again, right? Team Liquid, most of their success has been on the foot of them being able to make that snowball happen. But on the back foot, it seems like they didn't really know how to adapt in the game.
Yeah.
Look at that, the damage to turret. It's clean.
It's very
Wow.
clean.
It's untouched.
Zero objectives.
Yeah, and this is also like it adds even more salt to the wound because like Fabian is in his comfort hero, he's using the Nolan, but the problem with Team Liquid ID is that they are so reliant on the early game. And I feel like Victron Alpha are able to crack that code because they have been so vexatious, they have been so annoying since the early game. They know that they have to outpace Team Liquid ID in the early game, and that's what they did. They kept on ganking towards Iron Chiki, they kept on trying to contest the objectives, and it worked. It worked when you can take over the early game. Team Liquid ID, they were left speechless.
Because essentially their draft couldn't really hold them over into the late game either, right? I mean, technically they had the Vexana, but a Vexana alone, I think
It's
it
not
will
enough.
struggle.
Yeah.
It will struggle, and the tempo from Bigatron Alpha is too high.
Yeah, very high.
That's why it's very hard for Vexana even like wait for a perfect momentum to use the Eternal's Guard. That's why when the Emmons comes with the Battle Mirror image, the Blazing, even with the Winter Crown, it's a total disaster for Vexana.
Yeah.
Extremely, extremely. So do you think that TLID now would want to opt for red side this time?
Well, they could if they wanted to, but I don't really see where, sacrificing boost would be a problem for them. I mean, they don't really have a prio pick they want to pick up, right? Maybe it's only the Alpha or the Matilda if it's open for Witty, but so far they don't really have that tunnel vision win condition that they want to achieve. So I think red side would still make sense if they don't want to really hurry to try to get their power picks. But yeah, I think red side would be a key for them.
I mean, and technically Alpha, whoever's been picking up the Alpha in this match
Has won.
has
Just
won the
winning
game.
the game.
Yeah.
Maybe Alpha is the key?
I don't know, how can you force Suyo to be left open? I don't think that's possible either, right?
No.
What's a good matchup against the Alpha?
Suyo is the best matchup,
Suyo.
actually. Yeah,
Suyo.
but I think not all of the teams may be feeling confident to facing against Suyo. That's why they always banning Suyo. They don't want to let Suyo lose.
And they know that they can't let Suyo let go to the hands of fate.
So let's let you guys go to the hands of the host now, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into game number 4. We'll see you after.
Jenny di Telkomsel.
Boleh, silakan. Untuk di booth Telkomsel sendiri, di sini kita ada yang namanya tukar poin Telkomsel. Selain tukar poin Telkomsel juga, kita ada pembelian diamond juga lewat dunia game. Terus di sini juga kita ada kartu-kartu juga. Kita ada kartu Telkomsel, ada juga Orbit juga, bisa ada juga kartu Halo. Siapa yang mau berlangganan silakan. Selain di sini juga nanti ada lelang untuk baju dari GEEK Fam. Sebentar. Untuk baju GEEK Fam ini yang udah ditandatangan oleh pro player aslinya. Wow. Ada beberapa, itu semuanya kalau nggak salah tuh ya. Nah ini nanti sistemnya lelang. Jadi siapa yang paling banyak itu nanti ya pemenangnya. Kebetulan tadi sudah ada 1 orang ya yang jadi pemenang. Itu setiap hari dapat 1.
Setiap hari dapat 1 ya?
Ya, betul.
Dan hari ini berarti udah keluar nih?
Udah keluar 1.
Berarti kalau kalian semua para superfans mau lagi harus nunggu di hari esok nih?
Besok sambil ngumpulin untuk poinnya.
Sambil ngumpulin untuk poinnya.
Betul. Itu juga besok juga kalau yang berkesempatan boleh nanti ada duel by one dengan pro player GEEK Fam di sini. Jadi ada misalnya konsumen yang mau beli nanti bisa nanti untuk duel 1 lawan 1 lawan GEEK Fam.
Wow, menarik banget nih ya. Dan mungkin aku penasaran banget nih untuk Kak Ajun. Selain dari tadi udah dibilang ini, dari lelang ini, mungkin ada lagi nggak sih promo-promo yang cuma bisa didapetin di booth Telkomsel ini?
Oke, untuk yang di Telkomsel sendiri kita ada promo itu ada kartu Bayu Telkomsel. Itu promonya itu di 7 GB 20.000. Ya, dan itu masa aktifnya itu unlimited, itu nggak ada masa aktifnya. Jadi walaupun tidak diisi kuota, tidak diisi pulsa, itu tidak ada masa aktifnya. Seperti itu.
Oke, jadi banyak banget ya buat activity seru yang bisa kalian coba di Bunya Telkomsel sosial di dunia games. Dan juga tadi sudah kita lihat ya bahwa per hari ada satu aja jersey dengan tanda tangan khusus dari para pemain di tim GEEK Fam. Jadi pastiin kalau kalian semua mau dapat langsung aja kunjungin ya pastinya di MPL Festival di boothnya Telkomsel dan dunia games. Oke, thank you so much kakak sudah kita tanya-tanya. Jangan lupa sekali lagi untuk datang ke sini dan pastinya kita akan melihat game-game yang lebih seru nih Kak Radit. Jadi kita akan kembalikan lagi ke panelis, silakan.
Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, Radit Overkill as well for, giving us a little bit of a feel as to what's been going on at the venue. So for those of you who haven't made it to El Dorado Bandung, please do secure tickets and come over. And if you guys don't have the ability to pick up the tickets, maybe it's sold out, you can actually join in various activities outside at the venue. And there's even a free watch party that's available that you guys can participate in as well.
It was stacked. There's a big screen out there.
Yep.
There's a lot of booth, even the food stall,
Greek,
and everything, I think.
There's Kila
We have
food,
everything
man.
in here.
Oh, so good.
It was very sad, to be honest.
Huh?
It was a sorrowful experience for me.
Oh, what happened?
Going to the Fnatic Onyx booth because I went there, right?
Uh-huh.
I bought a jersey right before the GEEK Fnatic Onyx game. So I bought the jersey. When I bought it, I used it. When I used it, Fnatic Onyx went home. So
you are the curse?
I don't know, man. Gani also bought it and Fnatic Onyx went home, so.
Oh yeah, yesterday Gani is using Fnatic Onyx jersey.
Yeah?
Yeah, because he told me he left his other jersey in Jakarta. So he wanted to wear a jersey to watch, and then he bought a jersey, and then...
So Sonic, you know what to do.
I mean, it means that you guys are showing full support. You're not karbitan. What's karbitan in English? Like
a plastic fan.
a plastic fan. You're not a plastic fan.
I ain't
That's
no
good.
plastic fan. But I'm a fan of good games in MPL ID though, so it's all good.
And we're getting it here. Still at match point, ladies and gentlemen, TLID. Still at 2 games, but Bigatron did come back with that final game. Maybe even pushing it to their own match point. We might see a game number 5.
Yeah.
We might.
With the game number 4, we see that all of the Assassins player are losing the game. Or this is the end of the Assassin's meta?
Ooh.
That could be. Could be the case, but not really the end, but Assassin would probably be like second
Only Fanny?
priority. Like, yeah, maybe only Fanny. Fanny is like
the most priority one.
The highest prio because there's like no natural counter to a Fanny. Maybe a Kaja, a Franco, but again, it's just so hard. We don't really want to talk about Fanny because I don't think it'll even show up in MPL ID playoffs. And even if it does, it will just wreck around the enemy. So, yeah.
Open it up. Open the fanny up.
Please do.
Give it to Flavor Fave. All
Flavor
right?
Fave.
We want to
That's
see
very
it.
risky.
But let's ask the audience now what they think. How can TLID close the match in game number 4 to win this and continue on to the upper bracket finals? The answer is 47%. Don't be out aggressive. Wait, what does that mean? Out aggressive. Out aggressive. Over aggressive? Is that?
Out and aggressive? Yeah, I think it's supposed to be over aggressive, isn't it?
Or is the acronym like out aggressive is like passive game?
In aggressive, out aggressive.
Because I think it's hard for Team Liquid ID to play a very aggressive game on the third games.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of CC that can fighting them back if they want to initiate.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, they weren't really aggressive per se.
Do they mean don't be out aggressed?
Out aggressed?
Like Bigatron were able, they were able to play more aggressive.
That's true. That might be the case as well. But
maybe.
But if we take a look at what happened in game number 3, I do think that makes sense because Bigatron Alpha, they were very aggressive. Starting from the early game, they were ganking down bottom, shutting down Aranchiki, not giving him the time to play. So yeah, maybe when it is the case, especially when Faven was in the Nolan, maybe they could have looked for a play, especially when you have a Matilda. It's very easy for you to play in and out as a Nolan. You can burst in, burst out. You have the guiding wind to just go back. So yeah, maybe don't get out aggressed by Bigatron Alpha.
So the mirror plays
Play.
still need to run
Yeah,
when they go for that.
it's almost like Suyo against Nolan. Colius mentioned it, right?
Yeah, because this is not a brawl game where you need to like facing each other every time the opponents make the move. You still have a lot of objective, like trying to do the mirroring or trying to steal the opponent's objective. There's a lot of things to do, but yeah, during in-game, I think the players' POV is different with us.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, the TLID that I've watched in the regular season was not the TLID I saw in that game.
And
Because when TLID are on a back foot, they know exactly what their winning conditions are. So at that moment, they should have known that Bigatron had the better bearings on the objectives.
But by the data, I mean, if I'm not wrong, it's above 50% if they lose on the early game, they will lose the game.
Yeah.
But that's because they're able to mirror movements. They don't walk into the tempo of whoever they're playing against. They know their winning conditions, they know their strengths, and they play towards that. Here, I didn't see that at all. I saw Fabian just really falling into the pattern that Bigatron had set. So let's see if anything changes, because all of that, it really starts with the drafts, right? So this is the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE.
Oh.
Okay, there are a lot of changes here. Still the same bans, except for the Eve ban in the first phase. The Jushin gets picked up by TLID, but Bigatron is given the Matilda and the Alpha. What do we think about this?
Well, you got your hands on the Zeus'in. You got that zoning potential as well, again with the Lantern Flare, but Matilda Alpha is just way too strong on the objective takes. So Team Liquid ID, they gotta counter this with something that can set up for the neutral takes as well.
Nolan still can work, but they need to steal the XP laner for Super Loop. So maybe Khalid Nolan right now, left Aaron Siki's heroes on the second pick phase.
Yeah, that could work. Maybe got Natasha, Edith still on the cards, but oh, they first pick Nathan in the second phase.
Nathan is
Rather in the
prio.
second pick.
Yeah.
And Cho as well.
Because Cho can go to the back line and Nathan can like having his comfortable positioning if they have Cho as the bodyguard of Nathan and Pobius. Matilda Alpha.
Yeah, the
Very
versatility
nasty.
of the Cho was what allowed them to kind of deny the pick coming in from Key, right? We saw the implosions not landing. We saw the cover that Weedy was able to utilize, and the moments, honestly, that Weedy was also able to create. So that they have that playmaking tool, but again, with all this on the board, I think, again, mid-prio is so important. Sure, they have the Cho and the Jushin now, but they need a good jungler as well to facilitate this, considering that Bigatron have both the Matilda and the Alpha. As we take a look at this cross-region data, please.
Yep, so throughout the MPL PHS Season 14 playoffs, Zeus'in has a 100% pick and ban rate with a total of 11 picks and a 54.55% win rate. So yeah, it shows to you how busted Zeus'in is right now, because with the changes, the mini adjustment that she underwent, like, you know, you basically have a lot of mana in return when you spam the Lantern Flare. When it hits the enemies, when you can lift them off, that mana restoration still happens to you, and you have a lot of ways to approach this build. You know, you can go to Sky Piercer to get that burst damage going through. So there's a reason why Zeus'in is either picked or banned.
Especially there's a lot of frontline heroes on this meta. That's why Zeus'in might be a good option.
Yes.
Using the basic common emblem, the Clock of Destiny. So Zeus'in can like airboning the enemies 3 times maximum during the team fights, and it's really important, really annoying. But now no export for TLID, because Pobius and Alpha Nightmare is export.
They wanna stop TLID to get their hands on the X-Borg, because X-Borg does very well against HP-based heroes, and Alpha Phobius are among them, so they ban out the X-Borg, and now Bigatron Alpha, they are looking for a mid laner, and their gold lane no longer first picking the Valentina like they did, Colius, and I think that opens up new horizons for them. What's left for the mid lane? Luo Yi is available, and it's gonna be very good, but they go for the Lunox.
It's Lunox for Emon.
It's still supposed to be, it's still able to be flexed.
It could be Moreno too, honestly.
It could be Moreno, yeah, because
it depends on the last two heroes, but I prefer to use it on Eman's side because against Nathan it can have on-par match up on the gold lane. And if he's using on the mid lane, I think it's lack of the mobility, but they have Matilda that can help Lunox to do the rotation.
Yeah.
You know, with the Aurora ban, is this setting up for either an assassin or something like Bane maybe for Fabian?
That could be the case because now you don't really have cancellations all around the Land of Dawn when the Aurora is banned out. So maybe the Bane could come out here, and they will go for the Akai and the Bane.
There
yes,
you go.
You called it. You called it, Eterna. They go for the Bane for the chess.
Bane and Clint. Oh, there you go. That's a Lunox in the mid lane from Moreno.
Okay.
Eterna is the apprentice of Saint Lucas.
It's my team, man. I love you, St. Lucas. I love you, TLID. If we go down together.
Good pick up for the Clint. It's going to really batter through the front line of Team Liquid ID, and Bigatron Alpha, they have enough front line to cover up for this Clint. But against Natan, the Natan will be bullied.
That's why.
Because of the range.
It's a good lane.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I want to test is like I'm cursing the teams for today, so I'm gonna choose Bigatron to win this game.
Okay, interesting. What
I
about
don't
you?
feel- I don't feel so good at Eterna. I do think a reverse sweep is imminent.
Okay, 2-0 from the panelists. Casters, help us out. Again, we're back at match point.
5 seconds.
Panelist task for Bigatron Alpha, but they're gonna love themselves, TLID, because they brought something special here. Rashi, for game number 4 of TLID versus BTR.
Land of Dawn, here we go. I mean, if you expect Bigatron Alpha not working hard,
Yeah, right.
Picture that with a Kodak, man.
Or better yet, make them prove it to us, right? Get a 2-2, take a picture of that with a Kodak. But hey, let's see, man. We'll see if they can turn their negative trend to a positive. You know, they should want us to know that. But we saw earlier, right? What could possibly be in the hands of Team Liquid ID? You need a front line to protect all these vulnerable backline members. I was thinking that, okay, the Bane, we kind of predicted, but the Akai came out of nowhere, man. We thought the Edith might be a solution, but I guess it's the Akai is a lot safer. But with the Matilda, man, there's a lot of ways for Bigatron Alpha to really burn out a lot of those early game, a lot of those safety tools from the side of Team Liquid ID. Looking at the emblems here, Assassin emblem for the Clint, along with the Tenacity. I think at Moreno.
That's a knockup. Let's see Moreno will fly with the guiding wind to safety.
Man, I'm worried about Bigatron Alpha right now because, first of all, it's a Natan, and we saw what Natan can do against a team that doesn't really have a lot of sieging potential, Rashi.
Exactly, and there's not a lot of sieging potential at all for Bigatron. Maybe just a Clint. But the foot is now on the other shoe though, because you can see the mid lane very difficult when the Sushin is in the picture. Even with the Matilda, you're gonna be forced to kind of assist your mid laner, not to do anything crazy, just to get them out of the Lantern Flare using the Guiding Wind. And when it comes to frontline, later on, maybe the Alpha and the Phobias can be a terrifying prospect. But for now, in this early game, it's gonna be the Matilda. So Team Liquid ID have a lot more freedom of movement. And let's look at the neutral objective contest. In theory, they should have a lot more pressure.
That's Moreno, chunked alongside Aron. He needs to be careful, heavy spin is available though. Now let's see Witty has to go back to Fabian. Quadrilateral. He will find the newt.
Oh my God.
Finds a two-man Jet Kundo and will dash away. Never mind, Super Luke is on for blood, 1-for-1. But the turtle goes to the side of TLID.
And Aaron Shiki already cleared the mid lane as well. That's also a value to further the potential of this guy in the late game.
Pursuit. Now is trying to get away, get some space. Super Lucas still on this guy, almost a solo. Way of Dragon just to cover. But now Witty will not survive. Bigatron Alpha managed to punish one.
Good back and forth here from both teams. And again, the farming game is where it's at for the jungles, man. Fabian trying to match, but he might have gone too far.
No, that's just a setup, 3v1. That's the Spear of Alpha. The Deadly Catch will not help him, and he will go down.
Something to worry about as well. Bane, Fabian, doesn't really seem like a Fabian hero, and also there is no Witty to bail him out with the Guiding Wind at this point.
It's gonna be the Cho though, so again, it's about the aggression. It's about kind of balancing it out. Now Witty is the one that has to kind of make the big moves happen, where for Fabian, it's all about playing it slow, playing it front to back. And we've seen him play flexible, but I don't know if we've seen him play this flexible at this point. But what's surprising to me is in that EXP lane, the Akai is doing surprisingly well, dude. The max HP damage built into his kit is actually giving the Phoveus a run for his money.
Yeah, never underestimate the early game damage of Akai. He's gonna run you down with the basic attacks, one the passive Frux. And right now in the gold lane, Arashi, it goes as we expected. It's a clinic, isn't it done?
The bright side though for Team Liquid ID is that Iron Chicky can kind of make this a non-lane. Just clear the waves again and again when there is backup available and back out. Pikachu and Alpha are the ones who have to try and find some way to really leverage this Clint pressure. Because the Clint, you know, a big strong side of the Clint is that laning pressure, but now it's not laning, it's the turtle take. Can Team Liquid ID find yet another beneficial great moment?
For now, Bigatron have more bodies are on, looking for that heavy spin, finds it. The backside, Fabian is actually zoned out by Super Luke. Way of Dragon will not make him survive. He falls, but Fabian secures Super Luke. Oh my goodness. Amon finds the double with the Clint, looking for the triple. Finds it, but he will fall. Yehezkiel with the shutdown.
Oh, it's a 4v5 fight. It was doomed right from the get-go for TLID. The bright side though, Aaron Shiki got a full-on gold plating in the bottom lane.
But a 4-on-1 Clint, that is a dangerous hero in the hands of Eman. Again, Bet is going to try and leverage that somehow. You're seeing Team Liquid ID still losing out in the pressure just because of all these fighters, but that won't last for long, right? The tankier Witty and Aran get, the more damage Aran, Yehezkiel, and Fabian get, the less they can kind of do this brute force forward maneuvers with Pikachu and Alpha.
Let's see, Fabian. Whoa. 3v1 connection. The catch actually bought him time and he will survive. Super Luke on the other side will not survive. TLID responding.
Good response there with the deadly catch. Making Moreno second guess. Should I go in? Should I not?
Look at that though. Aran just, you know, shows out for a little bit, pressuring Bigatron to allow Fabian to stick around and actually clear that wave. It's moments like that that really doesn't get overshadowed by the big fights. But yes, deadly catch to cancel out the guiding wind. The tower taken on the bottom side. Team Liquid, this is looking like their characteristic somehow comeback nature in the mid lane. In the mid game, sorry.
Team Alpha also has a pretty characteristic as well in this Mathilda, man. If I remember correctly, I believe that right now he has a 100% on a Mathilda throughout the regular season. Let's see if the cavalry can actually break that in the playoffs.
Tall order for sure, but look at this. Ooh, Conceal already used up. Moving into the jungle, both teams. Oh!
Kindo with the way of Dragon. He is isolated. Man, Bigatron Alpha, they need to find the trade.
That was the most procedural pickoff I've ever seen. Look at that. Even Aran knows that someone is there. And actually, Moreno.
Let's see, Moreno finds the Order of Brilliance to get space, but that is just the neutral objective.
Eman?
Being the main agenda, Eman finds the pressure. But let's see here, Bigatron Alpha still catching strays after minute 4.
Good tracer for both teams, but Witty, man, he heard us talking and is like, oh, you thought I couldn't do Flashy? I'll show you Flashy. He immediately goes for those pickoffs, but he needs to step up and make the engages happen because Aran and Fabian, they can't really do that, right? They are just all locked in to playing it defensive. But Fabian, though, this is a dangerous move.
Ooh, almost a deja vu there if he got spotted out. But Fabian, he's looking quite beefy with the HP bar, man. So I think right now, he's much more tankier, he's much more safer at this point.
Look at the Yehezkiel though, no Purify just walks up. Is it a trap? Aran spots the rest of the team. Team Liquid, once again, they're doing a great job mitigating Bigatron Alpha's engage potential. In theory, Bigatron are the ones who have the chase, who have the early game burst here with the Clint, with the Alpha, but they're really not getting a lot of value from those picks just yet.
As they move on to the top lane to equalize the turrets. Really, he's already scouted the situation, meanwhile around.
Aran distracting, providing an info, but Yehezkiel in the mid lane is actually vulnerable. Good knockup as Aaron Cheeky collects the inner. Fabian with the conceal of Witty, looking to find one member, but Aran is still too tanky. Super Luke, escape! Oh my goodness! Finds a 3-man heavy spin! and that's the collapse that TLID needed. 2 members taken down.
Prince Aran caught the biggest alpha members caught off guard there. 3-man pinned down in the mid lane. A place that you never see a Kai use usually.
Usually you see the Fabian pop off. We saw Aaron pop off. When they're both pressured, Aran steps up to the plate. The playmaker himself, again and again, he has been overshadowed in this match. But right there, he shows why he is one of the best. Why he is nominated for one of the best EXP laners in Indonesia. With the Lord coming up soon, after a play just like that, Big Chun Alpha, they have to be so concerned, so wary of a potential engage again.
That's the foundation for that mid-game now with the Way of Dragon spent already. Witty will fall. Retribution goes to Fabian. Calmly done. Yeskiel now isolated in top side. Will Bigatron punish? It seems like the Yeskiel will fall. And that's CLID. Finds a heavy spin onto a super loop, but he survives. 2-4-0, but the Lord goes to the hands of the Cavalries.
Good play by Bigatron there to get something at least, not making it an overall win. Even the mid tower actually able to be saved. That damage from the Bane though is ramping up. Aaron! Oof. Fabian secures that purple buff in the midst of that chaos, and they are all gonna be up for the next best defense. But watch that Wishing Lantern. More percentage max AP damage for Moreno. This means that Aran and Fabian and Witty technically are a lot more vulnerable. So with Eman scaling to the late game as well, Team Liquid has to be a bit careful.
They're on the offense now. Mid turret falls. Bigatron Alpha.
Oh!
Positioning. That's the grab claw cannon right there, baby. Bigatron Alpha. Again, they're looking to find a better positioning, better formation, but it seems like they can't.
Super annoying, man. And the range on this Bane is just insanity right now. They might pull the trigger here.
Let's see. Witty will look for the initiation play. Lovely catch to chunk the base turret, but it seems like the First Lord will not do his job. Base turret still stands.
Step by step, brick by brick, Fabian and crew is taking all the mid turrets away. Ooh, look at that. That's too key, by the way, the roamer.
Oh, man.
What, the shield too?
These bounces, man. Bigatron Alpha has to be a bit careful about this. Man, Team Liquid, it's only the First Lord, so not taking a base turret. At this point, it's kind of understandable. Look at the damage dealt, it's actually quite equal. Eman, the issue right here is if he can actually, do more damage than Aaron Shiki, then there's no way for Team Liquid to get to him either. But they don't have to do that, right? With the Natan, this is why the Natan pick is just so valuable. And just playing it the slow game.
I mean, at this point, they want to pull the trigger to get an Alpha. But no, they're going to back up with the guiding wind. And to be honest, you know, like they can force out as long as the minion goes into the, the vicinity, the aggro of the tower. They can force out a turret with a heavy spin from Aran. There might be something that Bigatron Alpha is, should be wary of at this point.
Might be a bit too risky for Team Liquid ID's likes though. But look at that info gathering, man. The Lantern Flare quite literally illuminating the rest of the jungle. But Yeskiel, again, no Purify. Playing a hero that's kind of squishy, punishable by all means. Has to be a bit careful. Looking at the rest of the items though, that's a plot armor for Witty. So if Bigatron are relying on a massive spike in damage, a big quick draw coming in from Eman, that damage now is going to be mitigated. So Witty is going to be a bit more slippery. And with 3 seconds to go, the wave is set to the top side. Man, Team Liquid ID has damage to rush this down.
I'm saying, Bigatron Alpha, can they find and penetrate the formation of TLID in this Lord Taker run? And Yeskiel being in the front lines, Witty in the angles. Lord taken by Fabian, but be careful, Ron, very low. Bigatron Alpha, they move onwards with Super Loop, charging, finding the kill. Now Super Loop looking for more. Witty is trying to get away. Yeskiel in an awkward angle and Crimson Beacon. Whoa! Dragon, but Moreno secures one. Oh my goodness! Moreno DD finds two, but Fabian finds the trade.
All in all, that might be a winning trade for Bigatron Alpha. They have only 2 members right now, TLID. Can they even make use of this Lord? They have the siege though, with the Natan and the Bane.
Unfortunately for Bigatron Alpha, the Lord is delayed by a wave right there. It's gonna buy time for Team Liquid ID to be on the map. They won't be able to clear it without contest. They've got the advantage there, but man, Team Liquid ID were taking that fight spread apart, not together. In the next fight with the Lord, this is gonna be a 5v5 front to back, just the way Team Liquid ID wants it.
Everyone is catching up. Yes, Kill and Witty is already charging towards the bottom lane, looking to further enhance the sieging potential of TLID. The cavalry is trying to run through the robots.
Let's see, Deadly Catch early again to chip the turret. Bigatron Alpha will not be able to defend the base turret in the bottom side, but they will clear the top side lane. Lord taken care of, but it's just still TLID controlling most of this game, most of the game.
Yeah, the good thing though, Rashi, look at the Lord's position.
On lane. Yeah, the other side of the map from where the base turret was taken for Team Liquid ID. Moreno though, showing again that the late game, even though, I mean the Clint scales well to the late game too, by the way. Just a bit more burst heavy. But with the Lunox as well, if they can't really deal with the dive potential, they can't really get Aaron Shiki and Fabian away from that damage. You're seeing it being quite dangerous, quite literally. But with 60 seconds on the clock here, Team Liquid ID plays the patient game. They set up a net here just to spot out the members of Bigatron if they do make a, surprising, pesky maneuver. But aside from that, they're not even showing on the map. They're kind of pressuring Bigatron to stay in their base by not showing, by just standing there. And that was a sticker by Fabian.
Oh, interesting. I forgot we have stickers. But right now in MPL Indonesia, apparently they do. Right now, 4K gold lead, even though in the kill department, 9-11, only 2 kills is the differential of both teams. And BTR actually leading on that, so it's quite interesting to see that TLID is up by this much. The economy is favoring them by a lot.
Looking at the farming game here in the player head-to-head, Fabian definitely doing a lot better. And this is the late game where the Bane damage really can't be ignored. For the side of Team Liquid ID, they're also going full glass cannon because Aaron Shiki isn't going for any kind of defensive items. Just the Blood Wings for an extra bit of damage along with the survivability. And now it's the neutral objective game where Team Liquid ID has an abundance of an advantage.
Seems like Bigatron Alpha, they're trying to contest this Lord, but Ron says no with the heavy spin. Bigatron Alpha, let's see, will they find round 2 again? Fabian now being the target. Oh, isolated! With a crown, just a bait. Is it enough though? Moreno comes in with the Order of the Brilliance. But now Witty isolates Amon. He goes down! But TLID, they answer back. Now with their Mortality Pop, Aaron Shiki's in trouble and he will fall. Super Ken shuts him down.
Look at the base.
It's not over just yet. The base though, Fabian recalling.
Seems like TLID, they want more. The minions almost being the game changer, but that's the deadly catch. Let's see, Bigatron Alpha for now still stands, still trying desperately to hold their ground as the base here in the mid lane is looking juicy, but TLID health-wise, they're very low. Fabian being such a constant nuisance, but seems like Bigatron Alpha, they will defend.
Unfortunately, there's no long-range melee dealer there. Aaron Shiki was still alive. It will be a completely different story for TLID right now. My goodness, we have ourselves a game at the 70th minute mark.
Aaron Shiki, man, too aggressive for his own good. Going for the play there, seeing the flow of the fight favor Team Liquid ID, but Bigatron and Alpha find moments of their own. If those waves though on the bottom side was slightly more in favor of Team Liquid, that could have been the end of the game. Team Liquid ID were able to delay for so long, but now it's back to the default. And again, I think it really favors Team Liquid here. Because they are the ones with the front to back with all the late game, and they have more solutions to play the textbook style. Bigatron Alpha are the ones who have to do something unpredictable, right? Catch someone off guard, maybe with a huge amount of burst damage coming in from Eman, from Moreno, or maybe GEEK can bring Super Ken to the back. They are the ones who have to try and be creative right here. Team Liquid have to curb the enthusiasm, quite literally.
Yeah, Super Ken right now being the frontliner. Interesting to see that the jungler itself is the one that's caught out the situation, but Eman is actually on the farthest one there, knowing that there is still key there.
Aran as well, by the way. 2 components here, Dreadnought Armor and the Steel Leg Plates, not really combining, I believe, into a single item. So he was kind of going for components just to get the extra benefit, right? For the Dreadnought Armor, the lack of the reduction in damage coming in from abilities. That works for Eman as well, by the way, because the Clint isn't really a base attack base type of marksman. So you're seeing creative itemizations coming in from both parties. But once more, for Bigatron, they have to look for one single moment. And Team Liquid ID, with the Cho, with the Akai, there's so many more ways for them to recover from a bad situation. 10 seconds till the next Lord, and the waves technically can be set up by Bigatron.
Calm before the storm. The storm is coming for Bigatron Alpha and also TLID. How do they weather it?
Oh, heavy spin early. Will this be effective? That with a ground pops as well. Moreno very low, but that's a Spear of Alpha. That might change the game. Bigatron Alpha finds one, but Superloop will fall. That's no retribution. I repeat, Amon finds the double. No retribution, Bigatron Alpha. They can and they will fight back.
Does he want to go? No, yes, kill. You don't want to pull the trigger just now. This is the question for an Akai EXP composition. Once the heavy spin is gone, your window is literally closed.
And they use both of their tools to go aggressively there. Nothing's left to try and go defensive. Look at Moreno though.
And he has the flicker. Yes, kill bombs and Moreno is just devastating. Moreno, you dirty, dirty boy. And that's Witty taken down. Bigatron Alpha wipes TLID to the grave.
We said that the objective control will be immaculate for TLID. But what just happened? Bigatron Alpha turned the script. And they might be going the whole way. 30 seconds for all the 3 members of TLID.
2v5, the main wave tier tool not available. Fabian has some damage, has a lot of utility with the heavy spin. Can they do it? 2v5!
This might be it. Ladies and gentlemen, deadly catch. That's the last stand. Iran, a winner crowned by time. Bigatron stands with 5. Iran taken down. Fabian defends alone.
No way.
5 seconds for Yeskiel. Bigatron, can they close this game out as Amon? Ladies and gentlemen, we go to game 5.
Wow! After all that happened in the first 2 games, what just happened? Bigatron Alpha is back looking like an actual team again. They called the big choke, but right now TLID, it's in the midst. It's on their way to do it.
They're clutch. Team Liquid ID, with a textbook front to back, went for risks in that game. And it's a high risk, high reward play. If it worked out, that would have been the end for Bigatron Alpha. But with the experience that they have, with the composure, are we seeing here the difference in experience between Bigatron and Team Liquid ID? With that comeback, man.
Man, oh man. Best of 5, closed out in actual 5 games. This is what the fans are trying to see. The MLBB esports enthusiasts is trying to see. The climax of the series. Who will go to top 3 in MPL Indonesia Season 14 playoffs? Is it the Cavalry or Bigatron Alpha?
One more game and we will find out. Is it the Cavalries or is it the Red Robots?
Oh boy. You have to wonder again if there's a difference in mentality here, with everyone so confidently predicting that Team Liquid ID will have this game. Man, we've seen them perform as underdogs before, but when you're the favorites, there's a different pressure that you have to face. And this was that play. It was looking so good. But again, when you have good burst damage, you can go for moments like this where you can make a single flicker play, secure a kill, and the longer the game goes, it's just dangerous. And Moreno, man, the game sense on this guy. The engage here from the rest of the team as well. Team Liquid ID, they could have played it safe, but perhaps their dominance, their mechanical team fighting prowess has come to haunt them in the back, going for that fight 3v5.
An intelligent draft as well. That Lunox, even I question it. Why did they pick Lunox? It was such a risky pick. But when you can dive with a flicker, with a brilliance, Ruby, Diri style, who's gonna stop you? It's a Shushin. And also a Natan. This might be the question or the answer to this Natan problem that we have in MPL Indonesia Season 14 playoffs so far. But let's see though what our panelists has to say for this game and for this series. Eterna, take it away.
Welcome to playoffs, Eterna. Welcome to playoffs.
It's not a curse.
My team has lower brackets.
That's true. My bad.
Oh, so
My
you're
team-
guessing that
my team has-
gonna lose on the game number 5?
My team has 4 MPLs.
And yet you still couldn't make it to top 4.
My team went to M5.
And yet you still couldn't make it to top 4.
That's true. I raised my case.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams are now at match point. Bigatron Alpha, impeccable gameplay in game number 4 to force a full best of 5 series. You know what? It's okay. I like this. It's competitive. This is what we wanted from last season. And we're seeing that both of these teams can actually go head to head and they're on par.
They are on par. I mean, from the look at the draft, actually, Bigatron Alpha's draft looked very solid because they had setters to really just fight through the objectives. They had good initiation, good lockdown as well. But from Team Liquid ID, they also had the same. They had the conditions where they want to fight with the pin down from the Akai, from Aran, who, by the way, landed solid heavy spins. And then you had that late game potential in the hands of the Bane and the Natan. But it just did not work out. Why? Because Bigatron had Eman. Clint is a front line killer.
And don't forget the X factor that Aeterna mentioned before we go to the panelist section. It's their first time to playing on BO5.
Yes.
Right? So the pressure is on.
Pressure is on.
If they play on the BO3, they already won.
2-0 already. So let's crown our MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, and it is Moreno. Now, in the drafting phase, when we saw the Lunox being picked up, even you mentioned that, you know, Lunox in the mid lane, it's so risky. It doesn't work out well. We heard Sheffin mention it as well, but he made it work. Let's talk about how and why.
I think how Moreno's play with Lunox, using the flicker, using the brilliance of order and the chaos. It's really bring the chaos to TLID.
Yeah.
Because he always A-bore Eman.
Yeah, I mean, the way he plays it is that his targeting is so good. The only reason why this Lunox is picked in the very first place is to become the sole diver towards the Natan, towards Aaron Chiki. Aaron Chiki did not have a very good time. He can dive with the Chaos Order, with the Brilliance Order, he can go out as well. And plus, there will be Key, who will fetch him with the Guiding Wind. We talked about this, we argued a little bit with Corleus, is the fact that, yes, they had Matilda, but the Matilda is also required by other heroes that also needs the Guiding Wind. But the problem with, but the case for Moreno is that he has that time where he can burst down Natan, and we can burst down the Aaron Chiki, and then he comes out with the Guiding Wind. So all in all, it's a complete package. Bigatron Alpha, they can burst down the players, they can fight front to back, but they can also dive into the backline. There's Super Luke the Phobius, there is Lunox in the hands of Moreno, and then Clint will be the main leading player to play that front to back composition, because Clint isn't DPS per se, he's much more of a burst marksman, but he bursts down the tanks of Team Liquid ID.
Like, look at that damage. Yeah. What in the world? And essentially, every time they went into these team fights, nobody was able to actually catch Iman in the back line. But it's curious, right? Because technically, TLID had Aran on the Akai, and they also had Witty on the Joe.
But when Akai using the heavy spin, I think Winter Crown always save the day, especially if Super Can.
Yeah.
That's why it's gonna be hard if they pin the Super Can down and like if they try to aim for the Super Can is using Winter Crown.
We talked about this actually. The later the game goes, the more hard it is for you to land the heavy spin. It's almost like the same case of 1-1 with the crossbow of tank. When it's popped, you have that time frame where you can pop back your Winter Crown, which makes you invulnerable against that heavy spin, which means that you have that time frame for you to dodge the CC. So then Bigatron Alpha, they can pounce back after the heavy spin, because there isn't really an AoE heavy tool you can utilize in the hands of Team Liquid ID aside from the heavy spin. Maybe yes, you know, really can pop the Jeet Kundo and then the dragon, the way of the dragon, but it isn't as heavy locking as the heavy spin.
Yeah, with Winter Crown also with Lunox, right? So it's gonna be hard to aim for Lunox, especially if he wants to dive in using the Brilliance of Order, using the Chaos, and if like the others try to aim for Lunox, he can just do the Winter Crown.
Yeah, and Lunox also has that innate survivability with the Brilliance of Order.
Immune.
Yeah,
Anything.
immune to anything, to damage, to CC. He is basically, or rather she is basically just able to dodge away from all the atrocities that Bigatron Alpha wants to bring.
What a
But-
game.
Yeah, I think
What
it's
a
50-50
game.
game. So it's really interesting to see what kind of gameplay that they gotta play on the last game.
It gets more interesting because this is where Team Liquid ID will be battle tested. This is not a scenario where they're used to. Sure, they are used to BO3s, they are used to winning 2-0, 2-1, or losing 0-2 and 1-2. But when it comes to the best of 5, especially when you are the one leading the game with a 2-0 lead and then it becomes a 2-2, we go back to square one. And this will be a very, very expensive
pressure is on.
experience for them
Yeah.
if they do advance to M6 because these are young bloods who don't really have the chance to play in these types of games.
That's why a lot of people is doubting the young blood mentality. Now it's a time to prove it.
Yeah, this is their time to prove their young blood mentality.
And like essentially, even though we're going back to square one, now down to a best of one, it's Bigatron Alpha that hold the momentum. So not necessarily 50-50 here for TLID, honestly, because they're gonna have to come back from 2 losses in a row. And we saw the look on Wheaty's face, and then you could hear him say, aman, like,
Aman.
it's all good,
Say
it's all
yeah.
good. But yeah, it boils down to that. Who's gonna be able to pick up the morale is
That's
going to be
true.
very important too.
And this is also proving grounds for Bigatron Alpha. They are known as the team who chokes in the playoffs. But now they are the ones on the verge of pulling a reverse sweep, our first ever in MPL ID Season 14 playoffs. So that kind of adds the momentum into their favor as well because now they know they can prove everyone wrong that they're not choking anymore. They have the capabilities to pull that reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's why I think TLID needs to bring back their DNA. It's like don't let the opponents get the map control on the early game. That's really important because Vavian gameplay using Bane, it's not Vavian because Bane on the early game is not that strong.
Yeah.
It's not that high mobility to like do the rotation or do some pick up to the side lane.
Yeah, that's exactly why they picked up the Natan because I think their aim here was also to play towards the late game. Bane is disgustingly good as well in the late game. The damage, the crits is just immense. And the Natan just doing light work like how Aranshiki played in game number 2. But Bigatron Alpha, they knew that they also had the winning condition in the late game because they had the Clint up and running. And Man was free hitting in the backline so swimmingly.
So essentially, despite the statistics that we saw from Jushin being 100% pick and ban rate, the win rate of the Jushin has fallen now.
Yeah.
But what hasn't is the Alpha in this series. Do you think that is one of the key factors for both of these teams to be able to secure that early game that we keep underlining as extremely important to that snowball?
And the team who have the second pick is always got the alpha, right?
It depends though, because essentially, if TLID were the losers, right? So they can choose to still stay on first pick, but maybe not the Jushin first pick.
Oh, okay, because on the game number 4, I think they prioritize Matilda against Alpha.
Yes.
Their first pick is Matilda.
In game 4. That was game 3.
Game 3, I mean.
Game 3,
yeah.
they went Matilda.
That's why maybe they need to think like, are they gonna pick Alpha as the prior?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think now Alpha's value is just way too strong. Like one of the most viable fighter heroes in the jungle in this current patch, and the fact that it has a lot of setup, a lot of lockdown, and it's just so good. Level 3, level 4. This is where the power spike happens, and this is what is more crucial towards Team Liquid ID. They play for the early game, which Alpha really accommodates. You know,
Okay.
you have that early game strength in Alpha, and Team Liquid ID might need that.
How about they still go for whatever they did, but we realized, right? Every time the Alpha gets picked up, we see an export ban in the second phase. What happens if they prioritize the export maybe in the first phase? Do you think the export stands a chance against the Alpha?
I think the export is much more conditional. I don't think it's a good answer directly to the Alpha. You don't want to first pick it in the first phase.
But for the others?
Yeah, but there's still other choices that you can go. But again, the export is conditional when you are up against HP percentage heroes like the Hylos, like the Phobias. That's why Bigatron Alpha banned it in the second phase because they knew that the export could have posed a huge threat. So I don't think it's a grab and go pick. You know, you gotta be conditional with it.
Okay. So Bigatron solid execution with Matilda on Nikki. That's one of his signature heroes. forces TLID to game number 5. So if we were to talk about how TLID would improve, what are the factors here?
Well, not being run down in the first few minutes.
But how is the question, right?
I think it start from the drop first.
Yeah,
because
drop.
Drop is really important to determine the early game. Like for example, if he wants to use the assassin, what about the synergy of the roamer and the mid laner? Because if you have a good roamer and mid laner who can clear the mid lane very fast, the minion, you can move or do the rotation to the side lane or even go to the enemy's jungler. Yeah, the theory is easy.
Execution is hard.
The execution is hard.
I mean, did you think that in that last game that Bigatron had the better mid prio?
I think they did. Yeah, because they had Matilda as well, right?
So Matilda Alpha.
Matilda Alpha Phoveus. And also
Mid prio would be Lunox, right?
Yeah, Lunox as well. With Lunox around it, I mean Lunox had that burst power as well in the mid game. So that is what made Team Liquid ID struggle. And Team Liquid ID know they had to play for the early game, which means why do you keep on forcing drafts that kind of needs that late game?
All right, so before we get into our final game in this best of 5 series, we're gonna go on a short break, but we'll throw you over to our host to see what are they doing over there.
Bahwa permainan semakin ketat, tapi tentunya support system juga semakin tegang nih di tengah-tengah kita. Tentunya ada support system dari tim Liquid ID, keluarga dari Coach Sandel Lucas. Kasih tepuk tangannya dong. Ini ada papa, ada mama, ada ayah, ada istri dan juga ada buah hati. Kalau Sandel Lucas melahirkan rookie-rookie ajaib, yang melahirkan Sandel Lucas ini. Om, tante, papa, mama, apa kabar nih?
Baik.
Baik ya, tapi gimana? Kita akhirnya playoff di Bandung yang notabene adalah rumah dari Sandel Lucas. Gimana ngelihat playoffnya di sini di Bandung, seneng nggak?
Senang banget, rame banget.
Rame, biasanya ke Jakarta ya Om, tante yang pergi.
Jakarta. Ini deket.
Deket,
Iya.
selalu mendukung. Hari ini ngelihat mungkin bermain untuk pembukaan match ini, ada harapan gak sih dari papa mama?
Ya, puji Tuhan, mudah-mudahan dikasih sukses Sandel Lucas. Tetap berdoa, mudah-mudahan Tuhan menolong 1 game lagi. Tapi deg-degan juga.
Bener, gak semuanya sih deg-degan. Ini kalau papa terakhir Sandel Lucas pulang Bandung kapan nih? Selalu om tante ya yang pergi ya?
Iya, kami yang pergi ke Jakarta.
Nggak pernah pulang, akhirnya pulang nih ya?
Ya, akhirnya pulang.
Akhirnya pulang, terima kasih MPL. Tapi di sini juga namanya siapa nih buah hatinya?
Lucas.
Lucas. Sesuai nama ya?
Papahnya yang
Papahnya yang kasih nama. Boleh nggak sih mungkin dari istri tercinta bisa memberitahu, kita tuh penasaran banget bagaimana sih kerja keras, dedikasi dari Sandel Lucas untuk timnya bahkan bisa masuk sampai playoff di upper bracket ini.
Iya, dia sangat profesional. Saya pun sebagai istri memaklumi kesibukannya, pulang seminggu sekali. Jadi ketemu anak juga seminggu sekali, tapi sekalinya di rumah dia benar-benar ngasih waktunya buat keluarga ketika kerja 100% untuk kerjaan.
Seminggu sekali saja. Terus Dedek Lucas umur berapa? 5 bulan? 5. Nanti mau jadi coach juga, udah pakai headset nih kayaknya. Iya. Tapi ada yang pengen disampaikan gak sih tentunya untuk mungkin Sandel Lucas dan juga tim Liquid?
Untuk tim Liquid semangat, semoga bisa lolos ke MC.
Semoga bisa lolos ke MC. Nanti ikut dong ke Malaysia. Keluarga ikut gak nih?
Puji Tuhan. Kalau lolos ikut.
Ikut semua, papa mama juga ya? Ikut semua, rame banget. Lucas, semangatin papanya ya. Dan semangat sudah ada di sini. Tentu saja The Cavalry, kasih semangat dong untuk tim Liquid. Dan semangat sudah membanjiri Eldorado Dome Bandung untuk tim Liquid. Tapi bagaimana halnya dengan Bigetron dan Biget Troopers di sana? So Alisa, what's going on there?
Thank you Bude, Biget Troopers kita mau dengar suaranya. Oke, kalau tadi kita sudah mendengarkan wawancara dengan tim Saint Lucas dari tim Liquid Indonesia, sekarang saya sudah bersama dengan keluarga dari Super Ken. Halo Tante Om dan juga Cici dari Ken.
Halo.
Oke, Tante Om dan juga Cici, kalau misalkan Super Ken ada Ken dan sini ada Cici Barbie. Mungkin aku mau tanya-tanya sedikit sama Cici. Gimana nih perasaannya ngelihat adik tersayang tadi bertanding di match kali ini?
Tadi sempat deg-degan banget sih soalnya udah sempat 2-0 ya. Tapi kayak keren banget apalagi di match keempatnya itu bisa comeback.
Oke, menurut Cici bisa nggak di game terakhir ini akhirnya 3-2 nih?
Bisa. Harus pede pasti bisa.
Harus optimis ya.
Iya.
Oke, kita juga pengen tanya nih sama Om ya. Om dan Tante juga pastinya selalu setia mendukung Super Ken dan selalu hadir setiap Super Ken dan pastinya Bigetron Alpha ketika sedang bertanding. Gimana perasaannya Om Tante? Boleh dari Tante dulu silakan.
Ya senang sih kita bisa support terus.
Selalu support ya dan selalu hadir untuk Ken. Kalau Om sendiri gimana nih Om?
Ya kalau kita hadir selalu supaya memberi semangat kepada Super Ken dan tim supaya mainnya tambah lebih semangat.
Betul sekali, dan gimana perasaannya, bangga banget gak sih ngelihat Super Ken sendiri selalu memberikan yang terbaik?
Bangga.
Dan Tante Om sendiri dan juga Cici pastinya bakal hadir nggak di Malaysia kalau misalkan Bigetron Alpha berhasil masuk ke M6 World Championship?
Pasti hadir.
Pasti hadir ya? Oke, nanti kita tunggu pastinya hasil dari match kita kali ini. Dan kita berharap yang terbaik pastinya untuk Bigetron Alpha dan juga pastinya untuk Bigetroopers yang sedang menonton. Dan tanpa berlama-lama lagi langsung aja kita lempar kembali ke panelis dan caster, silakan. Semangat!
It's so great to see that even the players, the coaches, they have their support system in the building as we're here in El Dorado, Bandung. We saw Saint DeLucas. We saw Saint DeLucas's family, his kid, 5 months, with his wife as well, and I'm pretty sure his parents as well.
Yeah, his parents.
And we also saw Super Ken's family in the building, showing their support. Full best of 5, they need it right now. Back to a best of 1 for both of these teams. Wow.
But yeah, I love the headlines like Game 5 isn't a battle of assassins or fighters, it's a mental warfare.
There you go. Mental warfare. This is where Team Liquid ID needs to prove themselves. This is what is going to separate them from the other teams. Because, yeah, sure, they're young bloods, they are hungry to win, but are they able to withstand 5 grueling games? The first 2 games were a walk in the park. It was more of a field trip towards Bigetron Alpha's draft, but now the last
they're walking on the lava.
Yeah, now they're walking on the lava, so this is where they are going to be tested. Their mental and everything, like their endurance as well.
Yeah, endurance. I think that's the key here, endurance. So let's ask the audience right now, how can TLID avoid a reverse sweep? They're now 2-2, both teams are at match point. Bigetron are a game away of winning this entire thing. And stepping forward into the upper bracket finals, and it looks like 54% of you agree that they need to stay disciplined in the late game. Let's throw it over to you first. Kolios, do we agree with this statement?
I go with the audience because on the last game, I think because they are trying to like rushing the team fights.
Yeah.
So Moreno and Eman got the free position. They lose the team fight and they lose the game. That's why, because before that team fight, the position is like 50-50 for both of the teams.
Yeah, it was pretty rushed because they knew that they had to get their hands on the Clint and they had to shut it down, but the Clint was just free hitting for most of the times, and Eman was just a tank killer. He was shredding here through Team Liquid ID's front line, so that was the question in hand on how they were able to catch their hands on the Clint. I mean, sure, the heavy spin was there, but not as effective when it comes to the late game because of so much tools that Bigetron Alpha had in their disposal.
But I think both of us can agree on something, right?
What's that?
On the XP lane, it needs to be an enabler hero.
That's true. I mean, look at what Super Luke can do when he has his hands on the Phobius, when he has his hands on the lead in game number 3 previously. Don't give him a statue. I mean, Hylos is a statue hero, sure, only like area you have is the Glorious Pathway and that's it. You don't really have a Heartlock CC that enables your teammates to pounce on the enemies.
Now, we didn't see Edith because I think Edith is a best or perfect heroes to be used, and it's flex. You can use it as a roamer, you can use it as XP laner, and all of the crowd control. Don't forget about the primal red.
Yeah,
it have damage on it.
I agree.
Until the late game, it's very painful.
There's versatility to the Edith kit, and it's a wonder why we haven't seen the Edith surface just yet. So maybe now we could see it here in our last game of this best of 5 series, and now TLID are actually on red side. So they've actually opted to swap sides with Bigatron here as we enter the drafting phase for game number 5, presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. We saw a cheese pick in the Hilda in the first game. I'm wondering whether or not the strategy ends there.
They banned the Alpha.
Now no Alpha. After 4 games with Alpha.
Wait, if Team Liquid bans Suyo, we might see an Assassin showdown.
Let's go, I'm here for it.
But the question is, do they want to concede Suyo to the hands of Bigatron Alpha? The thing is, like, they need fighters, right? They need fighters that can really enable the objective takes. But we will see. If they're gonna ban the Suyo, I really hope they give it to us in a silver platter. They give us that Assassin matchup.
I don't think they're gonna let it go. TLID, no way, right?
Yeah, no way to let it go, to be honest.
Okay. So, the answer my thought on the game number 5, the Battle of Assassin.
Suyo ban.
It's gonna be Hayabusa versus Nolan, Hayabusa versus Ling.
But Bigatron pick up the Matilda
or
first.
Julian?
That's the problem. Julian, yeah, I forgot about this pick. Julian is actually a good...
Julian can work with Matilda?
Yeah, Julian Matilda is actually a very good pick. A good alternative after the Alpha Matilda. Because it also has that dive, it has that poke. The way you play it is much more of a DPS type of way. With the sword that can really poke away the enemies. You can go in and go out. But they pick up the Phoveus and Angela.
TLID set up the trap. They pick Angela, so do you want to pick the Ling?
Ah.
If not, I'm gonna use the Ling. And Ling with Matilda is not a bad synergy.
Yeah, that's not the best synergy because you want to be going in, going out, and you want to jump into the backline. And Matilda really needs to be actively on the hunt. Oh, they go for the export. I don't think there's going to be an Assassin showdown because this export most likely will go into that mid lane, into that jungle, I think.
They want a prolonged team fight using the Faramis and export. A good AoE through damage also with the last Insanity. And here we go.
Angeling. The famous Angeling combo from Fabian.
Yeah, I think Bigatron's gonna ban Nathan because Nathan is the kryptonite of export.
Here's the thing, right? But Fabian, this means that he's very confident because he's picking this Ling into a Faramis. And the other thing that we forgot to, mention is that the Faramis negates the kill pressure that a Ling can have. So that is going to be another layer that they need to work with.
But I think this time around they have the Angela to really back up the Ling. At least the hard guard could really give them, give Fabian that extra cover to just burst through the Faramis. But yeah, we will have to see how they will deal with the Faramis. Let's take a look at top 5 Lords lane. Number 1 is Demon Kite. Number 2, Kyle TZ. Fabian sits on top, above Kyrie and Super Ken, with 46 Lords slain this season.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
There's no King Kong. There's no King Kong.
Where's King Kong?
Yeah, they met each other on the MPLPH Grand Final.
That's crazy.
But Harriet.
I like this ban coming in from Bigatron Alpha, the Valentina. They understand that the Faramis is utilized by them. And they know that TLID, this Angela, still can be flexed. There was a possibility that the Valentina could be picked up themselves, and then they can kind of level out the playing field in these particular team fights. And now the Natan gets banned out as well.
I'm thinking of picking up the... Wait, okay, Angela has to go mid, right? Because of the Faramis. I thought about the Luo Yi, to be honest, or the Aurora, because Faramis entails you to clump up together to get the Netherrealm going on. They will go for the Ruby. I still do think this Angela will go mid, so yeah.
I think it's gotta be Iron Siki Ruby.
This is like a triple flex, quadruple flex.
Yeah. Wow.
Ruby Gold, Ruby EXP, Ruby Roam, Phoveus, XP maybe, Angela Roam, Angela mid.
Yeah. Still very much flexibility in the hands of Team Liquid ID. Even the X-Borg can still be flexed with the XP, but I don't think it matches the Phoveus' strength. So the X-Borg will most likely go in the hands of Supercan. Actually a very strong first pick because it also negates HP percentage. If Team Liquid ID do want to pick up scaling health, gonna guy out the Brody.
It's too many utility.
I don't like this.
Alpha.
I don't like this.
I think it's gonna be hard for Link if he wants to pick up the gold lane, even the mid lane right now, because the mid lane is Varamis. It's usually accompanied by Matilda, but for the last pick.
And Brody can't go Purify, right?
Brody can't. He has to go for the Flicker, and a lot of catch as well, a lot of dive towards the Brody, the Ruby, the Link, the Phoveus. That's why they had to pick the Faramis to deny that Link, but the Link still is there. So now Team Liquid ID, what will they pick for their gold laner? Or maybe for their roam?
Exactly.
Because still flexible. As
they could pick up a mid laner too.
They could. And
they lack of magic damage right now.
Luoyi?
Aurora. I already said, yeah.
Yeah, we call it. Because it's either Luoyi or Aurora to play against the Faramis.
Yeah, using Luoyi, I think it's not too efficient because Link have the Finch poise, so he can go anywhere he wants.
That's true.
With Aurora, the team fight's gonna be strong, but wow, the draft.
And also, with Luoyi, it isn't really the best pick-off composition. It doesn't really gang and burst down the players of Pikachu and Alpha. So I think Aurora gives that zone and spacing against the Faramis.
But what do you think about Ruby in the gold lane, in the lane with Brody?
Survival. That's it.
Yeah, survival is the best, I think. But for this game, I think TLID will go to the lower bracket.
I'm scared. I don't know if that's a curse or not.
I don't know. How about we just ignore statements from Coleus from now on?
We ban him.
But this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Do or die, lower brackets or the upper brackets. We're gonna throw it over to our casters.
Thing that a lot of people didn't foresee coming. Game number 5 was indeed possible in the hands of the robot. Now, the climax begins for the cavalry and the red robots. Let's see for one last time. Bigatron Alpha TLID, who will go to the upper bracket finals and who will be sent down to the lower brackets.
Oh boy. Now, we thought it was going to be an assassin showdown in this game, but it turns out with Supercan being on the X-Borg now, it seems like the foot is on the other shoe. Bigatron Alpha can play so well for the neutral objective, but if we follow the opinions of Mirko, they have to play really hard for this, this strong side Brody pick. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste of a slot there. They could have put something else that can kind of scale better. 2 Inspires for the Faramis and the Matilda, and you can see the assassin emblem with the Master Assassin for the Brody. So man, they're gonna go aggressive, and for Team Liquid, still a lot of emphasis in the moving around, especially for Aran on the Phoveus. No longer as mobile, but with the agility, they're gonna be trying to help out, kind of arrive in a lot of the early fights and swing it in favor of Team Liquid ID.
Once again, key on the Matilda, still 100% in this season, in Season 14. Now they cooked up something different. A power pick for Fabian, a Ling, an assassin that has been feared throughout the regular season, could actually do it this time. And this is an interesting lane, Arashi. Super look this time on the Akai instead of Aran.
Yeah, the Akai, I think a lot of teams are kind of seeing the value of it. Not really bad in laning, again, even against the Phoveus. But again, it's always in the mid lane here, especially with the Prio, with the roam potential coming in from the Faramis and Matilda. We've seen how fast they can go across the lane, and even in this gold lane. But everyone, with the fights getting so close between these two heroes, someone just showing up, popping an ultimate could be enough to swing the fight in favor of one side, but Team Liquid, Aaron Shiki trying to go aggressive there.
Let's see for the first neutral objective take. Bigatron Alpha and TLID, they're in position to go and take the neutral objective. Faramis pops another realm. Aran now pinned down towards the backside. That's the Vengeance pops as well. Let's see TLID in prime positioning. That's Fabian collecting the turtle, but Aran will be the trade. Now with the help of the hard guard, Super Luke's in trouble, and Fabian picks up the kill.
Fabian Achu in the early game, getting one for himself. Just the story, the first game and the second game might be recreated this time. It's objective takes. 0 out of 2.
Is he feeling the pressure again? It's a whole different scenario right now. A lot of hopes are hanging on the gold lane. For Team Liquid though, with the Angeling combo, they can kind of be a bit more oppressive macro-wise. And even in the Retribution contest, I think you can't really argue that the X-Boar can do more damage than the Ling. Unless later on the Last Insanity gets popped for that purpose. But if they use a big ultimate like that, they can be used in combat to try and go for a neutral objective. That in itself could be a bit of a loss for Bigatron. So they gotta ration out their ultimates very patiently here.
Oh man, we thought it was a winning lane for Brody. Usually it is, except for probably Clint, but this time around, oh, Aaron Shiki, never mind. Do they want to actually pull the trigger?
It's a 3v1. Aaron Shiki is okay. He pushed the trigger, the Purifier from King, but that will be all. No casualties. The setup failed technically for the side of Bigatron Alpha.
It's the threat of the Angela. Again, now Super Luke. Oh, spins out to safety. But again, whatever play gets used by Bigatron, the way they're able to get a lot of these pickouts earlier is by outmaneuvering Team Liquid ID. But now look at this. Fabian just being so mobile, and the backup is always available from Witty. Definitely having his eye on the map here. Look at the zoning by Aaron though.
Oh, defended failed flicker though. So that connection wasn't really come to fruition. Did it not really come to fruition for Aaron Shiki?
I didn't count that as a hit. That was an 0-4-3 for Aaron Shiki. Meanwhile,
Witty pulled back. Oh, very low, but is able to sustain. The second neutral is up and alive.
Alright, Angela will be having to go back, but again, no ultimate available. Won't be able to join this fight. They still have to go through Yehezkiel if Bigatron wants to try and contest this. But along with Aran, you know, this is a very oppressive wave of heroes and spells to kind of walk into, but look at that!
2v1, hard guard hovered around, not committed just yet. Fabian level 9, Super Ken level 7 on this second neutral objective take. Let's see who will get it.
Bit of a slow dance here. Yehezkiel kind of in a dangerous spot. Ooh, what is this movement here?
Quickly doesn't crash on towards Yehezkiel.
Oh!
Tempest of Blade though, committed.
Oh!
Fabian still finds the Newt. Now, Bigatron Alpha, they move back, but TLID, it seems like they out for blood. Super Ken connected, but it seems like they will not have enough space and resources to force a fight.
double the value, Arashi. They got the objectives, got the top lane, got the bottom lane too. Courtesy of Fabian. And even then, look at that Super Ken. X-Borg, mortality first item as a jumpler.
Gonna make sure he has multiple lives in the middle of a big fight. It's been how they were able to actually pressure Team Liquid ID. By having multiple lives, it kind of discourages the members of Team Liquid from focusing him down, because he essentially has 3 lives. So, you know, that allows him to do more damage and to get in there in the neutral objective pit. But for Team Liquid, the team fights are gonna favor them so much. The Aurora, the Ruby, the Phobius. We'll have to see how this ends up though, because for both teams technically, not a lot of good late game high ground clear, and even this notorious combo, the Angel Ling, it's only on a 38% win rate. Definitely still beatable with the abundance of crowd control available for Bigatron. The kiss from the Brody, the heavy spin, as well as the Ghost Bursters and Circling Eagle. So many ways for Bigatron to kind of catch Fabian if he makes a mistake.
And at this point, for Bigatron Alpha, I feel like they're more... This is a very responsive composition rather than an offensive. Meanwhile, Fabian is going to wait for Super Ken.
Let's see, Viraga Armor is the target. Last Insanity popped as a defensive maneuver.
Oh.
But now, Fabian, very low on energy, and he will back away.
So good that they're able to use this Ruby as a split pusher. Usually this isn't what you would expect, but the Ruby, against all of these kind of burst-heavy heroes, technically, the Aaron Shiki can kind of out-sustain from a lot of the damage that Bigatron can throw his way. It's gonna require 2 or even 3 members to secure the kill onto this gold lane Ruby. So Team Liquid ID can do like a double split push with a Ruby and Ling.
Has Klaus on Fabian, that's a power spike right there. He can stay in the team fight as long as he wants, especially with the hard guard. But now, Aran already on the engage.
Last hurdle here is up. Super Ken level 10, Fabian 2 levels above. Let's see if Bigatron Alpha can do the impossible. 2,500 gold TLID taking it slow. Fabian collects his purple, and it seems like now he wants to contest the neutral objective. Bigatron Alpha, do they have enough resources? Flicker, heavy spin, but that's Moreno jumping in as well! Super Ken did take the turtle. Ron goes down, Aaron Shiki, in the midst of it all, finds the Don't Run Wolf King, and that will be Super Luke taken down. 2-for-1 still in favor of Bigatron Alpha. And remember, they got the turtle as well.
Finally, the 50-50s are won by Super Ken, despite Fabian has a real chance, has a solid chance to actually take it for them.
Yeah, he popped the Tempest of Blades right when the turtle was actually low. So I thought he was gonna get it. But it turns out, I think Team Liquid were kind of aiming to go more for the fight, more so than the neutral objective. Eman though, knows his limits.
Very good.
Oh, man. Photo on the hands of Witty saves him from that situation. Now with the War Axe too. Oh, Moreno.
That's a Purify. That's the cover by Super Luke as well. It seems like TLID, they're looking to find something. Remember, structure-wise, it is actually in favor of the Cavalries.
And Fabian on the lane, this is a combo that, even though the win rate might not look great if you look at it, but even RRQ, they need to somehow invest a long CC towards this Angeline combo to make it happen, to actually win against this composition. But when you look at Pikachon's composition, Arashi, there's no proper catch towards Fabian.
No easy way for sure. And now finally this Brody pick is gonna allow Bigatron Alpha to take down these turrets in relative safety. Run, find Super Luke.
Will they commit this? That's the question. Ron does commit the Infernal Pursuit. Now Super Luke actually pops the heavy spin as well. The good Glacier pop Nether Realm as well. That's Fabian almost pinned down. Bigatron Alpha and TLID doesn't really find the connection that they want, so they back off. 10 seconds for the first Lord to be up.
Good attempt there for Team Liquid ID. Trying to make sure that they do have an edge coming into the next fight. They burn a lot of the ultimates, but they heavily burn a lot of ultimates themselves. I think they're gonna be attempting to go for a cross-map play, but ooh, Aaron Shiki, gotta be careful, man.
Ooh, careful, Fabian has the BOD, Nether Realm, and as well as the hard guard here. Actually invested that hard guard very early. Oh, Bigatron Alpha backing away. Super Luke though, caught. Lord is taken care of. Still a 60% HP. Moreno looking for an angle. Purify pops as well. Aron with the Infernal Pursuit. Tempest of Blade committed. But it seems like Bigatron, they have enough space to back away. Now Bigatron, they want to re-engage. Wicked Glacier pops. Moreno very low. Nether Realm to safety. And that will be Aaron Chiki off the board.
They played the kiting game perfectly, Bigatron Alpha, and now they have the numbers in the Lord Pit, even though right now, TLID, do they want to blitz this one? Super Ken?
Do they have enough resources? Super Ken very low, caught, and he will fall. No retribution for the red robots.
Now it's an equal ground, but not really. Fabian on the hard card, on the lane, on the zero. Can he make it happen?
Let's see, Vengeance committed. Amon backing away with the guiding when TLID has the Lord Pit. Bigatron Alpha looking to delay, but it seems like they will not contest. TLID strikes first in this Lord take.
Finally, that Lord is taken down after all that dances that both teams showed. Eman secured the Demon Hunter sword to further his damage on towards Aran, which is going to be in the front the whole time for TLID.
Fascinating. That's not what you usually see being built, but this is a max HP build here for Eman. You see Halberd with the Demon Hunter sword. It's gonna do a lot of that max HP damage, but only a Malefic Roar, no BOD, so no execute chances. He's just trying to actually output enough damage to match Team Liquid ID. Witty is doing a great job just keeping everyone topped up when it comes to the HP bars. And that's we haven't talked about the fleeting time already completed. Now it can be used aggressively as well. Any assist will shorten the cooldown on a hard guard even more. Look at this play from Team Liquid, man. They want to go aggressive.
This is the first Lord, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Oh, Super Ken actually overextended. Nobaraga, guiding wind though, is available. Lord not charging just yet. It is the first Lord. It seems like Bigatron, they're onto it. TLID, no initiation whatsoever. They just want the inners.
Oh no, it's Aaron Chiki on the Ruby. There's no long range melee dealer. So now the inhibitor turret takes, it's gonna take a lot more than some simple engage. There has to be a Lord, there has to be some way for them to find the loophole of this Bigatron Alpha, this robotic defense.
Just remember, with the macro potential ready for Team Liquid, with the jungler, you know, being X-Borg, right? Even if Witty wants to kind of overextend and push out the far side of the map away from the Lord, who can actually go and punish him 1v1. As long as Witty doesn't walk into a bush against Eman maybe, he can really get away very, very easily. So Team Liquid, even though they don't have a lot of range, they still have a lot of ways to kind of play around this. And even a backdoor angle if they really want to. And you're already seeing them setting up for it all the way from now. The angle on the far side.
I'm offended does not land on Super 10, but now Viraga armor. Very low. Ron pinned down. Winter crown popped. And that is Ron repositioned with the hard guard. Fabian finds an angle with the Tempest of Blade. And that's another round committed as well. Moreno! Ron goes down. Aaron Cheeky trying to hold on, but it seems like the damage from Amon is too huge. Looking for the triple. Winter crown the passive for Aurora will not be enough. Amon, he's a maniac.
My goodness, they forgot who's the main man in this composition. Eman just free hitting in the back. They forgot about this guy. And he might want to end this one right now. Do they actually can do it?
I don't think so, but it does bring Equilibrium. Base turret should be the target. Hard guard is available. Tempest of Blade to clear the waves. Fabian looking to take the defense, but it seems like now he jumps. And the base turret is alive. Super Loop might be caught, but the heavy spin is available. Fabian very low. The flicker committed, but Amon does not find the connection. Moreno isolated in mid lane. Popped airborne, everything. Purify is still on cooldown, and that will be Bigatron just backing away.
The Lord though.
Oh yeah, they backed away at the worst position right now. Super Ken doesn't have the Viraga armor. They want to blitz this one.
Yeah, 3 members very low. I don't think Bigatron Alpha can contest this. Second Lord for TLID.
Would you say that's a good decision, Arashi?
For who?
For Bigatron Alpha to back off.
I mean, they have to back off.
Yeah.
If they overstay their welcome, then Team Liquid ID can get multiple death timers on them. The fact that they were pushing so far ahead there, instead of focusing on the Lord, knowing that they have the better late game, technically, with a marksman available, with the Nether Realm, they really shouldn't be at any urgency to try and go for the end that early. They could have just pushed up and then went back and be ready to try and go back to the same situation. But maybe they're just concerned about the cross-map plays available, right? They've already beat Team Liquid ID in a 5v5 once. There's a chance that Team Liquid won't oblige them into another easy front-to-back, another 5v5. For the most part, though, it seems like the main backline damage dealer for the side of Team Liquid is the Aurora. And with the Divine Glaive, with the Wishing Lantern, it's definitely a lot more poke damage, but not a lot of big bursts. So Bigatron, they might just feel comfortable walking into the Frigid Glacier, no problem.
The reason I asked that was in the previous game, it was the same situation. TLID had the option to just back away and defend the Lord. This time around, Bigatron Alpha showed them how it's done. This is the way of the vets. This is the way of players with experience now. It's gonna be a tough test for TLID to break through the defense of Bigatron Alpha.
Bigatron Alpha not letting the Lord charge on towards the base turret here. Bigatron, or Super Ken, doing his job at the bottom lane. Is going to be the target.
Wow.
Open wide actually for Fabian. Let's see how will they handle it. Super Ken over Raga. Ron force him to go back.
Oh my God!
Hard guard clutch. But it seems like their mortality was bought in time.
No way, no way!
Winner crown for Fabian. Yes, Kill with the nuisance, and Fabian survives. GLID fights more as Slash Insanity popped as well. Ron looking for trouble. Now with the winner crown pops as well. Bigatron Alpha, can they defend? They will. Amon finds the kill, and TLID will have to be satisfied in just taking out the base turrets. Flicker. Bigatron, they want more. They know Aaron Shiki's low. Hard committed. It's just a mistake. Bigatron Alpha, they will disengage.
They're more than fine that it's a 3 base turrets taken down for TLID. They practically is down to their last base, to their last hope to secure the upper bracket. And now, the long lane, the cross-map plays will be even more dangerous with Fabian on the lane.
That was crazy, man. Fabian, how the hell did he survive that? I mean, the hard guard was used on him, and there was a lot of help from his teammates as well.
Adam Switch, man.
But he just cleared the bottom side turret, went into the base, was dived on by 3 members, and just slid out, no problem. Smooth operating. But now with 3 seconds to go, with no base turrets for Bigatron Alpha, Team Liquid ID, they're sending Witty to be near the Lord, actually, can help with the sustain. They're sending Fabian to do his best work 1v1.
When you can really win with the macros and your composition doesn't really work the best on a siege, You just gotta win with the micros, with your skills. Fabian showed just that. Now, this Lord, 18 minutes has elapsed in this game. This might be the last objective of the game of this two-team super look. It's undetected.
That does not land. Heavy spin! Oh my goodness, that's a huge one! The passive trigger to Yeskiel. Fighting for his dear life, he will fall. Now, Bigatron, they will cycle the backside. Actually, Fabian doing work with the help of Hardguard. Netherrealm triggered. And that's info. That's huge info. Can TLID take advantage of the Netherrealmless formation?
Oh my god, seems like they can't. Once again, they're just gonna clear the lane over and over again. Are we looking at a deja vu at Game 5 of Onyx and GEEK, fam? Is it gonna be a long 30-minute game?
It might as well be, man. Bigatron Alpha catching up slowly but surely here. Fabian has been on full items for quite a while at this point. Whether with the BOD and all the damage. Oh man, look at that move though. Bigatron wants to try and catch Aaron Tricky.
You have good DPS. I'm offended though. Now will not do much damage. Bigatron Alpha, they're doing work, but TLID, they know they have the map. So they will take it slow and they will not commit anything unless they're sure of it.
Man, oh man, how do they handle this? Looks like it's going to be Eman and Key to further the mobility of this Brody on the long lane. So they have a way to handle that. They have a plan for Fabian's split pushing ability, but Fabian jumps in onto a super can.
Early jump now with the hard guard commit as well. Has Firaga armor, but now Bigatron, they're looking to jump Fabian. Tempest to play, defensively good placement at the mid. The backside is actually Iman, who was sent down to clear the waves. TLID still taking their time here. They can't really pull the trigger.
Wow, Team Liquid ID, they could have gone aggressive there knowing that the main damage dealer from Bigatron really isn't available. But they're playing it very, very careful. This is the pressure I'm talking about, man. The final game of the series. Everything you do just seems to be that much more important, that much more dangerous. Aaron Shiki on the Ammo Bandits. He's been missing a lot, but it's also kind of applying a lot of pressure to the members of Bigatron. And now the slow dance, the macro play from Team Liquid ID continues as Bigatron Alpha, they're scaling more and more into the late game. Even Eman going with the Haas Claws, it's a full basic attack build.
Flavor Fave looking to face check that bush. Remember, top lane is up and available, and it seems like he wants some of it. Can Bigatron respond? TLID though, man, looking at the control, looking at the lead, it seems like they're still struggling to find the right connection.
This is, we've mentioned it over and over again, the experience. A more seasoned team will show their fangs, will show their worth in the late game. The macro plays, the split-second decision that this team's gonna make. Will it happen this time?
Seems like they want to pin on towards the Lord. The pin does not land on towards anyone's important. Last Insanity in the backside with the help of Hardguard Tempest Blade. Seems like TLID still again. And as well as Bigatron cannot find the effect of the optimal fight. Oh, I'm offended! I might be wrong. Super Can loses immortality and the realm pops as well. That's info. TLID, I think they can use this resource waste on towards the Lord.
The back and forth from Team Liquid is just so good right now. They have been able to bait out a lot of the big ultimates, and now they're gonna commit to it.
Yeah. Last Insanity though is still up and available. Aaron Cheeky good. Forte, Super Ken might fall. I repeat, Super Ken might fall. Fabian is on him. Tempest of Blade does not land around though. Oh my goodness! Aaron Cheeky with the unoffended play. Look at the collapse. That might be the play that sent them to the upper bracket finals.
Aaron Cheeky very low. He can heal up. Fabian and crew. It's a 5v3 on the base. They're just gonna back away for now, wait for the Lord, even though they have the man advantage.
Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, it's because Moreno is up with the passive of the Theramis. Super Luke, though, is out for 40 seconds. They can go for a 6v4 if you consider the Lord as another teammate. Hardguard is available with the fleeting time. It's time for Team Liquid ID.
Let's see, TLID looking for an opening, but it seems like the Netherrealm will buy time. Time for the late pop. Super Can holding the Lord in the backside. Come on, falls down as well as Super Can. The base wide open, baby. TLID, they're in the upper bracket finals.
Top 3 secured for the youngsters, for the rookies. Incredible. incredible season so far for the Cavalries. The doubt has been answered. They don't have any experience. They're just a bunch of young guys in the playoffs. What can you say right now, ladies and gentlemen? They took down Bigatron Alpha, denying the reverse sweep.
It was a tough whole team effort on the composition without a marksman. They found a way to make it work. Where Onyx were faltering in the face of a late game composition without proper siege, Team Liquid ID just know that they have it in them. They barrel through, they play the back and forth. They look like the aggressors, but they were playing it patient, man. They forced Bigatron to react at every single corner, and when they found the right opportunity, they have struck gold.
Bigatron Alpha, unfortunately, this is a deja vu once again. In Season 12 against GEEK Fam ID, they were up, or they were down 2-0, equalized it 2-2, but somehow fell through with the revenge or first sweep in game number 5. It's the same thing once again from them. TLID, they are here not just to play games, they're looking to make a statement. This is Team Liquid.
Truly is, man. What a sequence. That pull from Aaron, that was golden.
It's just so good, man. They just found a way. The patience to not go for a fight right there, knowing that there is time without Super Duke available. And again, the back and forth. This is Bigatron Alpha we're talking about with a Mathilda. They beat the back and forth against a team with a Mathilda. The guiding win just was of no consequence. And Fabian, you have to highlight the guy yet again with the Tempest of Blades used perfectly. The Finch poise used frame by frame perfect to bait out the heavy spins, the Nether Realms. Oh man, dude. What a monster of a team.
We're gonna throw it to our panelists, man. Let's just discuss what happened to Eterna.
Bertahan di upper bracket. Match pertama mereka berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan. The Cavalry, inilah dia. Tim Liquid ID. Semuanya ramai banget. Kemenangan hari ini di match pembukaan kalian. Bagaimana untuk playoff bagi tim Liquid ID?
Overall masih sama aja. Tinggal ajang pembuktian aja kan kita.
Jadi rookie pun yang belum pernah merasakan playoff, buat kalian nggak ada mungkin pressure atau mungkin grogi?
Gak ada sih, main biasa aja.
Main biasa aja. Fabian dan juga Aaron, panggung ini bagaimana untuk kalian? Panggung playoff pertama nih.
Buat gue sih biasa aja.
Langsung rame semuanya. Tapi kenapa terlihat kita lihat bahwa tim Liquid ID di regular season seperti galak banget, tak bisa kelar dengan cepat. Tapi kali ini kalian terlihat begitu sulit untuk mengakhiri game dan mengakhiri match. Susah banget nih buat menang sepertinya.
Kalau buat susah menang sih sebenarnya enggak sih, kayak apa ya, jiwa anak mudanya lagi keluar aja gitu di playoff. Lebih keluar terlalu semangat gitu, makanya kita agak susah eksekusi gamenya buat berpikir jernih.
Oh, jadi bergejolak gitu ya. Karena tense-nya juga mungkin. Dan mode playoff tim Liquid 2 minggu. Ngapain aja nih? Aran atau bisa kasih tahu mungkin. Aran, udah lihat heromu juga unik-unik banget. Di game pertama kamu tiba-tiba udah ngeluarin surprise pick. Apa yang udah dispesialkan mungkin? Yang udah dipersiapkan spesial untuk playoff ini?
Itu baru satu sih yang keluar sih Bude. Masih ada lagi, masih banyak.
Wes, harus siap-siap dong.
Ya, semuanya harus siap-siap.
Lawan kalian bakal mulai pusing dan melihat YSKL pula yang udah ada di sini dengan performa kalian hari ini. YSKL adalah satu orang yang Bude percaya omongannya nih ya. Dari regular season terbukti hingga sekarang. YSKL ngelihat performamu hari ini. 1/10, berapa performa tim Liquid di playoff?
8.
Baru 8? Kenapa?
Soalnya kan masih playoff pertama buat teman-teman juga. Jadi masih hype-nya masih overhype gitu.
Masih overhype, jadi masih harus menata lagi. Tapi menarik di mana kita ngelihat kalau dari tim Liquid seperti kewalahan nih untuk early gamenya. Apa yang terjadi di early game dari tim Liquid?
Itu sesuai plan aja sih, soalnya kita pakai hero-hero late game.
Jadi memang semuanya itu sudah kalian rencanakan sedemikian rupa, santai aja.
Ya bro.
Game kelima, game yang mendebarkan. Bagaimana cara kalian untuk tetap tenang?
Cuman karena kita udah tahu kita bakal menang ya, kita tenang aja sih. Soalnya si Fabian udah pakai link.
Fabian udah pakai link. Linknya disiapin nih Fabian untuk last game.
Enggak sih sebenarnya.
Oh, oke. Tapi ngelihat dari performa Fabian di babak playoff ini. Babak playoff, babak yang udah kamu nantikan gak sih? Sesuai dengan ekspektasi seorang Fabian atau tidak?
Belum sesuai.
Oh, Fabian masih bisa lebih serem lagi atau apa nih? Apa yang diekspektasikan oleh seorang Fabian di babak playoff?
Mau lebih ngeri aja.
Mau lebih ngeri. Sedap-sedap serem, apalagi sekarang ini di upper bracket. Tim yang kalian lawan adalah Bigetron. Sesuai nggak sih dengan mungkin prediksi dari Fabian lawannya akan Bigetron bukan Alter Ego?
Of course.
Of course.
ya BTR kuat soalnya, jadi ya pantas lah.
Pantas, tapi melihat bahwa Bigetron udah sesuai. Gimana halnya dengan GEEK Fam yang lolos? Fnatic Onyx terhenti perjalanannya kemarin.
Kalau itu sih aku nggak expect. Nggak expect aku kalau GEEK menang, cuma ya aku prediknya Onyx, cuma ya emang rezeki mungkin GEEK, jadi ya GG.
Rezeki GG. Emang playoff nih kayaknya tim-tim mengeluarkan hal baru ya?
Ya, sepertinya.
Kalau dari Fabian sendiri, ada hal baru apa nih kira-kira yang tim Liquid akan keluarkan di playoff ini?
Secret.
Secret, rahasia. Namanya hal baru ya. Tapi menarik di mana Iron 5 kali nge-ban one-one-nya dari Eman. Ada apa dengan one-one dari Eman? Respect ban langsung.
Jago dia Bude.
Dari awal udah didiskusikan.
Enggak sih, dia jago gara-gara bisa ngalahin tim terkuat di bumi, Alter Ego.
Wah, ternyata itu ya. Mereka kemarin kalah 3-0 tapi sekarang kalian yang mengalahkannya. Berarti posisinya masih terkuat nggak ini?
Atau mainnya?
Atau main aja ya. Tapi ada nggak sih mungkin kamu pesan-pesan ke coach atau untuk melawan seorang Eman? Satu player yang memang terlihat performanya begitu apik. Apa yang kamu mungkin siapkan bersama dengan coach? Apakah jawabannya adalah nge-ban hero dari Eman?
Ya respect aja. Kalau misalnya perlu di respect. Kalau enggak ya udah katain.
Oh, oke. Tapi dari 2-0, kalian udah ngedapetin 2 game terlebih dahulu. Di game ketiga, game tercepat di babak playoff. Lalu bagaimana ya hal dari 2-0 bisa jadi 3-2?
Tadi belum makan Bude, jadi kurang fokus, kurang jernih.
Kurang makan, kurang fokus. Lalu balikin fokusnya gimana dong itu di game 5 untuk Aaron sendiri?
Makan.
Sempat tadi.
Sempet-sempetin.
Sempat-sempetin, tapi nextnya ini akan menarik karena kalian bertahan di upper bracket. Jalan menuju grand final semakin mulus kalau kalian menang nextnya. Ngarepin lawan siapa sih? Mengharapkan ya.
Lawan RRQ.
Bentar, kalau lawan RRQ di regular season kalian kesulitan lawan RRQ. Gak takut lawan mereka?
Justru itu makanya pengen lawan RRQ.
Justru itu. Ingin membuktikan sesuatu kah atau ingin apa?
Ya pengen menang, pengen buktiin. Gak ada sih, pengen juara aja udah.
Pengen juara dan menarik di mana tim Liquid menjadi satu nama yang disebut banyak sekali orang-orang menjadi kandidat dari perwakilan Indonesia. Kalian mendengar hal itu, apa respon kalian?
Widi mau ngomong tuh.
Oh ya.
Responnya tetap gimana ya? Ya biasa aja kayak terima. Kalau emang didoain ya udah kita cuma bisa ngaminin. Cuma ya tetap kita harus ngikutin dengan usaha kita lah. Kita harus lebih berproses lagi buat ngalahin semua tim sisanya.
Mengalahkan semua tim sisanya. Kemenangan ini Ada yang mungkin mau disampaikan untuk kemenangan perdana kalian melawan Bigetron Alpha?
Terima kasih buat The Calvaris yang udah datang dan juga ngeramein di sini. Maaf agak gimana ya, agak hard game dikit. Jiwa anak mudanya masih ada, jadi ditunggu aja lah kita mode 100% nge-fix problem kita.
Itulah dia, mari beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk tim Liquid ID. Membuat kita dak-dik-duk tapi mereka akan melanjutkan perjalanan mereka di upper bracket. Namun gak cuma di sini yang ramai karena di ujung sana ada Alisa yang sudah, ada apa sih Alisa di MPL Festival?
Terima kasih Bude, dan aku mau dengar dulu dong suaranya mana dari Kavari.
Wow, sangat luar biasa nih ya kemenangan di match pertama kita di mana Liquid Indonesia berhasil membuat match yang sangat dramatis nih barusan Alisa.
Betul sekali 3-2 dan akhirnya match ini dimenangkan oleh tim Liquid Indonesia.
Wow, dan yang pasti seperti biasa ketika ada aku Radit bersama Alicia, kita bakal kembali di sesi BBG.
BBG, bagi-bagi GoPay.
GoPay! Bener banget nih ya, sama seperti dari pertama kemarin di babak playoff, kembali kami hadir di sini untuk memberikan pastinya jutaan rupiah buat kalian semua yang udah siap-siap untuk nge-redeem code-nya nih.
Betul sekali, ada hadiah total 50 juta GoPay Coins untuk pemirsa yang beruntung. Jadi sekarang boleh langsung disiapin ya Kak Radit.
Boleh.
Handphonenya, aplikasi GoPay-nya. Buat yang belum download juga langsung aja download sekarang. Karena caranya pasti mudah banget.
Bener banget.
Bisa langsung dilihat.
Nah,
di
kita geser ke sini mungkin Alisa.
Oke.
Oke.
Kita geser sedikit
Kita
dulu.
geser sedikit dulu dan juga ini cara untuk kalian semua bisa untuk mendapatkan redeem code-nya nanti. Jadi kalian langsung aja buka aplikasi GoPay dan cek semua promo. Nantinya kalian bisa pilih voucher dan juga klik kalau punya kode promo. Nanti tinggal dimasukkan aja nih kode redeemnya Alicia.
Betul sekali, tinggal masukkan aja kode promonya dan klik tukar dan GoPay Coins akan otomatis kalian dapatkan.
Benar.
Tapi Kak Radit ini siapa cepat dia dapat.
Nah.
Jadi langsung saja disiapkan handphone dan jempolnya. Apakah
Betul.
semuanya sudah siap?
Siap? Oke, kita bakal segera mereveal kode redeemnya.
Yes,
Oke.
kita bakal hitung ya Kak Radit ya.
Ya.
Oke, kalau semuanya sudah siap kita akan hitung.
Oke, dan inilah dia untuk kode redeemnya. Silakan teman-teman semuanya.
Boleh dimasukkan dan jangan sampai typo. Karena kalau ada typo pastinya kodenya tidak akan berlaku ya Kak Radit.
Bener banget Alicia, jadi pastikan kalian masukkan kodenya sesuai dengan ada yang muncul di layar kaca kalian. Dan ingat, ini siapa cepat yang dapat ya. Jadi gunakan kemampuan kalian, mekanik kalian dengan menggunakan jempol untuk mendapatkan kode redeem dari GoPay.
Betul sekali, BBG D1, Eldo, R4, D0, D, O, M, E. Langsung
Iya.
saja dimasukkan. Jangan sampai typo.
Itu masalahnya ada 0 sama ada O.
Betul
Jadi
sekali.
kalian harus jeli ya, yang mana yang O, yang mana yang 0 ya teman-teman ya. Ayo Badak Bandung, kira-kira siapa yang mendapatkan jutaan rupiah dari GoPay?
Betul banget, lumayan banget. Ada yang udah berhasil? Boleh angkat tangan yang udah berhasil? Oke, udah berhasil.
Satu.
Luar
Udah
biasa,
berhasil
dapat
juga.
berapa Kak? 50 juta. Wow.
Belum ya.
Belum dikeluarkan tuh.
Coba,
Oke.
kita masih menunggu kalian semuanya untuk sesegera mungkin melakukan kode redeem di sini. Caranya yang tadi ya, yang udah dimunculin di slide awal.
Betul, sekali kita ingetin bisa langsung klik di aplikasi GoPay.
Benar.
Dan dimasukkan saja kodenya,
Benar.
dimasukkan kode promo dan klik tukar dan GoPay Coins-nya akan otomatis masuk ke dalam saldo kalian.
Nah, sekarang buru-buruan nih ya, karena udah dimunculkan juga. Dan sepertinya ini udah waktunya kita menyudahi untuk bagi-bagi GoPay hari ini. Karena yang pasti kalian semua juga udah siap nih untuk tadi nge-redeem code yang muncul di layar kaca kalian.
Betul sekali, dan tanpa berlama-lama lagi Kak Radit, kita akan langsung saja dengarkan dari panelis kita. Jadi akan langsung kita berikan layar kepada panelis, silakan.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. TLID have officially made it to the upper bracket finals, and they are now one match away of getting that M6 ticket, being top 3 now at MPL Season 14 with a 3-2 victory over Bigatron Alpha.
I'm sorry, Mirko, I'm cursing you.
Mirko! It was insane how we were watching, right, up in the panelist desk, and I was like, oh my god, M6! Oh my god, oh my god!
Who said that?
You.
No, I didn't.
You did. You did.
No, they're lying, guys. Questionable.
Regardless, it was a very, very insane game. Because I think the odds were against Team Liquid because number 1, they did not have good siege. And number 2, they had to rely solely on Segway plays. But the problem was that Bigatron Alpha, they did not have the answer to the Ling up in the side lanes, down in the bottom lanes. So it was very hard for them to match the macro because Bigatron Alpha, they had to rely on the Brody. If it was a Moskov, like Olio said, it would be a different story.
And I love how you mentioned about like how clever Fabian is using his ultimate.
Yeah.
Because he's using at the last time to like evading the heavy spin.
Defensively.
Defensively. So they got the momentum to get the objective like Lord.
Yeah. It was mostly not a commitment from Fabian because if you see some Link players, they engage with the Tempest of Blades. He uses the Defiant Blades to just jump into the backline and then uses the Tempest of Blades defensively.
And on that note, we're going to crown our MVP, our player of the match, presented to you by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, and it's absolutely no question. I 100% agree with this. Fabian. Look at that TP. 100% GPM 910. But even those statistics does not reflect the impact that he had in the game because that would have been a tough, maybe even impossible game to win against the composition that Bigatron Alpha had it not been on the plays that he was able to make.
Because based on the paper, I think the draft for Bigatron Alpha is strong.
Very strong.
On the game number 5, but they counter it very cleverly, so they play the back and forth game, the kiting game, and even look at the heat map. I think Fabian on the early game is like not having too much ganking possibilities. He loves to go to the gold lane.
Yeah. He was mostly on the gold lane trying to shut down the Brody because Aronchiki, it's kind of like not a losing lane, but you don't necessarily win against the Brody because the Brody does bully the Ruby with the range and the damage. But Fabian is just so insane with the movements that he has. And considering the fact that Bigatron Alpha, they had hard locking composition. They had the Akai, they had the X-Borg as well, who does have 2 lives, and it will be kind of pesky for Fabian to maneuver around. But thankfully there was Angela, who is now in the Roma department, so it was actually fun and dandy for him.
When you're facing against like maybe Hayabusa, Nolan, Akai looks possible to like disturbing them to get the objective, but Hazeling using the Tempest of Blade, immune, so you're just wasting the heavy spin, so Link still can use the Retribution while immune, and using the Tempest of Blade.
Well, it was a very great showing, and one thing that I really, how do I say it? Not dislike, but one thing that is so unlucky, I feel like, for Bigatron Alpha is that they brought in an export who is number 1 and a very oppressive
I thought they was gonna like having Assassin's team fight, right?
Yeah, they were gonna be they were gonna go for the assassin battle, but no, they went for the X-Borg, and the X-Borg did not even get a single turtle, and that is one miss that I really feel that shouldn't have happened.
Maybe Bigatron Alpha can come back from the lower brackets, but without further ado, we're gonna head over to the UBS Golden.
Masih bisa, ya boleh. Hati-hati, ada konsil. Gua ada flicker. Depan Indra. Ayo, gas. Konsil. Gua tarik, boy. Gua flicker semua, guys. Hayam mati. Gas lagi, boy. Kurit Sans nih, bos. Kelas kasih. Most improve player mana, wis? Kasih tahu, wis. Kelas kasih apa fokus, guys. Boy, end dulu. WV di mid. Orang lu biar kena mental yuk. Ayo los nih, boy. Mau? Boleh. Gua kick. Siapin Tigreal. Masuk Iron gua. Flicker Tigreal. Pakan gua ya. Udah alin di sini. Cover Iron, guys. Rata Iron. Atur bareng Iron. Nice, guys. Harit, boy. Mati. Masih bisa kan? Bisa langsung ya. Kasih tahu Cil, ratakan. Atas. Buat Nolan ya. N boy. Ngederang perang. Wave dulu. Bisa N. Buat CC lagi. Nice boy. Lihat Fabian. Gol tuh. Gua man. Cover bocil, guys. Gua bersih bro. Aman chill. Ada heal gua. Bro, ulti apa Ramis? Gua depanin. Flicker bro di. Cut. Balik guys. Nice. Lagi Akai. Go flicker. Respect. Ulti gua 10 bareng mid aja guys. Gua masih bisa injer bro di sini guys. Letaran. Tebin. Tower. Nice. Ulti gua 5 chill. Bisa chill. Gua heal Ron. Gua masih bocil. Gua flicker MM. Gua masih bocil. Depan dulu. Gua Astron. Lagi boy, orangin boy. Guys. Lo flicker MM. Pakai lo bisa. Tower.
And there was the mic checks, ladies and gentlemen, the golden moment by Ube as Gold. And I think in the interview as well, Weedy did mention that no, they weren't feeling pressure as we anticipated earlier on in our discussions during that match, but they did admit to overhypeness, right? He also mentioned that, because of the rookies, it's the first time of them, in a situation where they're in the playoffs. So there were a lot of movements that weren't as calculated as it usually was, like we saw in the regular season, and that was due to them feeling too much, what would you call that? Passion, ambition?
Yeah, passion maybe.
Too much drive.
Too much drive, there you go.
I feel like, because of course, I think it's justified because they really eye this, this momentum, this chance to go to M6. I mean, wouldn't it be crazy that at the start of your career, you directly jump into MPL and then you jump to M6 directly? But taking like the items, I feel like there hasn't been much of of something out of the ordinary, but it was just a much more defensive approach coming in from Aaron Shiki, becoming one of the initiators for Team Liquid ID.
And by winning on this match, I think there's one more step to get that ticket.
Yeah.
If they want to gain on the final upper bracket,
that's true.
They will get the M6 ticket.
That's actually a question that I asked Holius back on stage when we were watching the game, right? I was asking him, I really want to see Team Liquid go to M6 for the sole purpose of looking at how they will deal with the global pressure. You see, imagine if a rookie jumps into M6 directly without even being an international stage before. Aran hasn't even been in an international stage, so that's the question.
Yeah, you're right. I was thinking about it. Has Aran ever been on an international stage? No, he hasn't. I think it was the old Aura. And that was Piala President. It wasn't even
it wasn't
a international scene. And yes, it was
it's the new
a very long time ago.
Uh-huh.
It was with Godiva, Kabuki.
Facehugger still playing.
Yeah, you're right. Facehugger now the coach. So
man,
brings back the good old days. But I guess they're creating better days now. I mean, this is the record, by the way, for Aura. Before they changed their name to TLID, they were top 3. I think what season was that? Season 9? What are they top 3?
Yep.
I think I'll cross-check that data, but that's the highest that Aura has ever gotten before.
Ever since they've been in like no playoffs.
Yeah.
They've been like a #7 in the regular season. So yeah, that was the problem. But I guess with this rejuvenated lineup, it feels like it's just a breath of fresh air. And look at Fabian. It's like the rich guy. 910 GPM. For a Ling. Of course, you would expect those numbers from Fabian, but the fact that this is a draft against the Ling, the Akai, the Faramis, the Mathilda, so much escape, so much peel against the Ling, but he's still able to do it. He's still able to pull it. He didn't even die for a single moment, I feel like. It was 7-0 and 1.
Because Fabian is not looking for the kill points. He's just looking for like just using the enemy's resources so their team can get the objective. That's the point. Because by how you win the MLBB game is destroying the base.
That's true.
Not just like having a counter drop, a very good counter drop.
Yeah, he was burning the resources from Bigatron Alpha.
And I like that. That shows maturity.
That's
because
true.
he knows his skills, and yet he didn't go for it. He prioritized his team, and at the end, everything that he did, the macro plays, the cross-map plays, the turret trades, that was very valuable. For TLID towards the very end. So it's a good start for TLID. It was their debut in the playoffs, and that was the performance that we saw. Hopefully they can carry that momentum over into the upper brackets with whoever they face. We will know in our next match between RRQ and GEEK.
Wow.
And I mean, if it's RRQ that wins it, TLID has never won against RRQ in the regular season.
That is true.
So let's see. How can Bigatron win in the next match and not repeat last season? According to
Takumiyu
You
Yakama.
butchered his name.
I'm so sorry.
It's Arashi's friend.
Arashi's
I'm
friend.
kind of blind.
Yeah.
But his comment is further, or she,
Yeah.
their comment is, further prepare the strategy for the draft, bring in cheese picks, and win the early game to secure early objectives. If facing GEEK later, prepare for their late game, and if up against RRQ, distract their early trio rotations in the mid lane, and hopefully Bigatron can secure the M6 ticket. Do we agree with this comment?
It is, of course. Geek Fam, you
think-
know, their X Factors and all that. For RRQ, their main focal point has always been Edok, Rin, Sutsujin. And if you can shut them down, distract them, I don't know how, maybe just get a trade across map, then you might be able to win the game.
Like what Team Liquid do on the first game during the week's 9.
Yeah, that's what they did. Shut down.
There you go. Thank you so much for your comment, by the way. We appreciate it. So for those of you who want to get featured, don't forget to drop in your comments, and maybe you'll have a chance to be read in by your idol, Colius.
Can I get featured?
Eterna.
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna comment then.
Yeah, we'll wait for your comment.
Mirko, go home.
Oh man, Miracle. I wonder how he's feeling right now.
I don't know.
Bad. He's feeling
so sad, I think.
bad.
I hope not too bad.
Yeah.
I hope
Why?
not too bad.
Yeah, but G-Tron still have the lower bracket, I think, so there's still hope for Miracle.
Let's hope for Miracle. Let's pray for Miracle. And let's hope for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, that you're using the best app in the business, right? The new GoPay app. It's the go-to wallet for gamers with huge damage.
Huge damage.
You might wonder why, Eternal, why do I have to get GoPay? Because when you grab diamonds while you use the GoPay games, you can actually get a 15k cash back. And what does that mean? That means that when you top up for diamonds on GoPay games, you'll get a 15,000 worth of your balance back. So
Wow.
essentially, you're investing.
You got the diamond, you got the money back. Oh,
Exactly. And of course, the best place to top up games with always fair and cheap prices is GoPay games. Payments are also easy and very secure because you can pay directly with GoPay, so you don't have to worry about, third app problems. So head over straight to gopay.co.id/games and top up at gopay.co.id/games because that 15k cashback,
Man, that's very good. I'm gonna buy myself some Show My Bandung with the cashback.
Yeah,
Batagor.
Do it.
Bandung.
Now.
I will.
Because not only that, you can actually treat your friends with this app too.
That is
Unless, of course, you're a little stingy like Mirko, you want to split the bill. You can also do that with the GoPay app, ladies and gentlemen. And you guys can also vote for your favorite team in every MPL ID Season 14 match on the GoPay app. You collect as many tokens as you can to win the free prizes from MLBB skins. Can you imagine that? GoPay coins, gaming phones, and even...
Electric motorbikes. Go
How did
green.
you know?
Go green, I know.
Are you
Because I
minding?
already collecting the points.
Wow.
You have an electric bike?
No, I don't have it. That's why I need it.
Oh, I thought you brought it, and we can use it in Bandung.
Yeah, maybe you can just ride around from Jakarta to Bandung with the electric motorbike.
I don't recommend that.
Well, it's
I mean, wait,
eco-friendly.
that's true.
Eco-friendly, yeah, go green.
Go green.
Okay,
Go awning.
Hey.
that's fine too.
They went home. They went home, yeah.
What did you just say?
Go on, he said.
Oh, no, it's okay. He can say it.
Can I?
Yeah, it's fine.
They're not here anymore.
But by the way, you guys can also get 15k worth of credits for you guys to utilize for quota in case you're lagging a little bit in the game and you're like realizing, oh man, it turns out I don't have quota. And with that, it's only worth 9,900.
Wow.
So can you imagine?
That's so cheap.
Super affordable. It's intense.
Intense. Very, very nice.
Very, very nice.
It's even cheaper than my dinner.
Of course.
No, my dinner is like a 15k.
I don't believe that.
Toprak Bandung.
No. His dinner are like Wagyu A5
Yeah, minimum.
wine.
I wish.
Minimum.
I wish.
But speaking of minimum, you want maximum experience,
Yeah.
right?
You do.
Of
You
course.
do, right?
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
Every day.
And with that, feel the sensation of entering the world of gaming in real life with the most complete facilities. And you guys can only experience the maximum experience in Korea City. I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Okay,
I think-
Stephen told us yesterday.
how do you say?
I heard it.
Khadiyah.
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 Coca-Cola, right?
Yeah,
There you go.
Coca-Cola. So that's basically how you bounce the language, the words. I heard Chef
Khadija.
schooling you guys about the kola, but you know, it goes either ways. Khadija, it works.
It works, thank you.
Yeah.
You're so much nicer.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not as scrutinizing as Chefin is.
So don't forget to check it out, ladies and gentlemen. A new era of play awaits. Follow at Kadia Gaming right now.
Very nice.
Now.
Khadija, I want to be there.
Yep.
I wish we could be there.
I want to be there with my golden swag.
So tomorrow, my wife will come.
Oh.
And I'm afraid
Okay.
she gonna go to the UBS booth.
Why are you afraid of that? That's investment.
Because I think the collection of the UBS booth, they have the Benedetta Alecto sword, right?
Yeah, the katana.
She really wants it.
He's scared that he's gonna be jealous
Well,
that his wife has better value in life.
No, if that was my significant other, I
But
would give her everything.
It's a really good investment,
including
for me.
UBS Gold. That's true.
Yeah, because Realize wants to get married, guys.
I wish, but I want to focus on my career first.
So you wanna buy the engagement ring using the MPL?
Yo!
Oh, that is actually so cute.
Yeah!
That ain't cute.
The
That
is a brilliant idea.
That's so majestic.
That's majestic.
I mean, yeah, she deserves gold because my partner is a queen.
So how would you get information on where to buy it?
Well, it's easy. It's available at www.ubslifestyle.com and also UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. And you can also get a free skin with every purchase of the limited edition. It goes both ways, either the Alecto katana,
Alecto katana,
or
the Mythic Warrior
golden ring.
Oh, you're sly with this.
Which, by the way,
you're
Onyx has 4.
purposely buying the ring for your wife.
I don't have a wife.
I mean, your future wife.
Hopefully.
To get the free skin.
That's true. And my
Sly,
free
sly.
skin
Very
will
sly.
be used
It's a win-win
later.
solution,
That's
right?
true.
It is. It is a win-win solution. It's very nice. So thank you, UBS Gold.
Thank you.
I love you.
But also thank you to Campina.
Campina!
You know, you're one of the only reasons why I made it through the regular season. So I just want to
Thank
appreciate
you.
Campina right there. Big shout out because, you know, the Tropicana Double Crunch, the caramel ice cream with a double chocolate for double the crunch has been just so god tier.
It always being a mood booster for us.
Extremely.
Yeah, it is.
Extremely.
Especially the caramel ice cream with double chocolate for double the crunch.
I was so sad that the regular season was over. I brought 5 boxes home.
I remember bringing home a box of the Campinas, and I was confused as to how I was supposed to finish them all. Because one box was like, what, 20 ice creams, and I had to finish them all by myself. So what I did was I put it and I just blended it, becoming a milkshake.
So that's why you guys say drink.
That's true.
Well, anyway, if you guys want to, you know, understand the excitement we get when we eat Campina, you can grab yours now at the Campina booth because Double the Crunch, god tier level.
God tier.
God tier.
Very nice.
That's the best.
I love Campina. I bet Fabian also eats Campina. That's why he's god tier.
And after this, I think I'm feeling a little bit sleepy. Do you have any recommendation for what coffee that I need to drink?
I don't know, do you?
I do. It's called Good Day. Because Good Day is a coffee in which it is a 3-in-1 ready-to-drink bottled coffee with a variety of flavors, including fantastic mochaccino, original cappuccino, and also the tiramisu bliss, or the avocado delight, and the newest one is the groovy cookies. Me, myself, I am not a coffee drinker. I can't drink coffee because of my acid reflux, but Good Day does not give me acid reflux, so I can enjoy my drinks with a couple of friends and I do not stay asleep. Or rather, I stay awake.
So it will make me stay awake and have a good day.
And hopefully, you know, for you especially, right? Realize when you're having a bad day, take Good Day.
Yeah, it's gonna be Good Day. It's in the brand. It's in the name.
Especially, you know, yesterday. Like, hope you.
Yeah, I had to have a good day. I have to. My God, it's a good day. Thank you, Good Day, for making my days good. Good day.
But ladies and gentlemen, the excitement does not end here because we still have one more match ahead of us, and we're still in the upper bracket. So expect, maybe another full best of 5 series once again.
I hope so.
Me too, between RQ and GEEK. So it's been me on the panel with. Wait, it's me on the panel, Eterna. Yeah, I'm Eterna. Sorry, I got mixed up. Eterna alongside with Colius as well as Realize. We'll see you after the break very, very soon.
But before we head over to the break, quick predictions. RQ and GEEK.
RQ?
RQ.
RQ.
Score.
3-2.
3-0.
3-0 and?
3-2.
3-2, all right. We'll see. So we're gonna head over to the break. Before we get into it, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
प्रोडक्शन करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याख्यान के लिए।
ये आपका order है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa, asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, dia kasih gope, pulsa murah, dia kasih gope. Walau yang lain terus berubah, gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, dia kasih gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
mabar sama temen, makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal, crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy, level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Selamat pagi, anak-anak SMP Taman Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Akda, kemudian dari Modur untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Semuanya, maka itu diri dan terus berlari. Jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15. Di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss. We on this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, kesempatan buat tim
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss. We on this, we won't miss. We on this.
the show.
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up! Cece and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Pierce! Five, 6, 7, hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
करना चाहती हूँ
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याकली के लिए
ये apa deh?
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Was it like that? Yeah, it's worth it. Was it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
like that?
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa asik dan asik idenya fantastik romantis buat kamu ngehits oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna karena hidup banyak rasa
Apartemen murah, aplikasi GoPay, murah, aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed.
Live from El Dorado Dome, Bandung. MPL Season 14 Playoffs, powered by Moontong. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official coffee partner, Good Day. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Kingdom, sambutlah! Di match kedua akan menjadi pertarungan sengit antara sang raja dari segala raja melawan The King Slayer. Hierarchy Hoshi telah hadir. Skylar yang kembali ke babak playoff kini datang dengan pilar-pilar yang membangun kembali harapan RRQ menjadi kokoh. Para rookie, Idok dan Rins dengan chemistry-nya berhasil menjadi duo yang paling diwaspadai di musim ini. Lalu ada Sutsujin yang akhirnya bermain di panggung playoff pertamanya di MPL Indonesia. Pastinya tak ketinggalan Diren yang menjadi kunci permainan kreatif dari RRQ Hoshi. Kelima pilar ini diasuh langsung oleh best coaching team MPL Indonesia season 14. Dan bagaimana match pertama mereka di babak playoff? Lawan mereka, GEEK Fam Unity, sambutlah The Kingslayer GEEK Fam. Mereka berhasil menurunkan sang Raja Langit dari tahtanya. Sekarang, sang Raja dari segala raja berada di hadapan mereka untuk menghalangi. Big Brain Baloy tentunya harus berpikir keras bagaimana cara mereka bisa menjadi The Kingslayer untuk RRQ setelah kalah beruntun di regular season. Match ini tentunya juga menjadi pembuktian untuk Vincent dan juga semua pemain dari tim GEEK Fam. Bagaimana para player akan berperform. Inilah dia match kedua.
Raja dari segala raja. Saat ini saya sudah bersama dengan Kingdom. Mana suaranya? Oke, sudah bersama Kingdom di sini. Dan pastinya sudah bersama aku. Di sini ada Revan dan juga Maul. Aku mau tanya-tanya sedikit nih Kak Revan dan Kak Maul. Gimana perasaannya hari ini pastinya dari Kingdom yang akan RRQ melawan dengan GEEK Fam?
Kalau dari aku pribadi sih alhamdulillah senang banget ya. Soalnya kan dari season kemarin kita sempat struggle. Tapi alhamdulillah di season ini kita bisa bangkit. Dan kita bisa membuktikan kalau kita mempercayai proses itu ada.
Oke, dan melihat sebelumnya bahwa RRQ begitu garang melawan GEEK Fam di regular season, apakah kamu optimis di babak playoff ini khususnya di upper bracket bisa kembali mengalahkan atau mungkin 3-0?
Aku prediksi mungkin kita harus optimis RRQ bisa mengalahkan GEEK Fam 3-1 aja Kak.
3-1. Oke, katanya kasih aja satunya ya. Dan boleh dong kasih semangat dan juga pastinya salam buat para tim dari RRQ.
Untuk tim RRQ semangat, main as a team. Tenang aja kalian gak pernah kehilangan dukungan dari kami kok. Kita akan selalu ada. Bandung kita pecahin!
Oke, itu dia tadi pesan dari Kingdom. Sudah terlihat keramaian yang luar biasa dari Kingdom di MPL Festival. Tapi aku pengen tahu, Bude, gimana sih suasana di dalam stage? Silakan Bude, take over.
Di MPL Festival begitu ramai, namun di dalam Eldorado Dome jangan mau kalah. Mana suaranya nih Eldorado Dome Bandung? Menyambut upper bracket yang kedua dari Kingdom dan juga GEEK Fam Unity pasti harap-harap cemas. Mengingat ini adalah pertarungan yang dinantikan untuk bisa melanjutkan perjalanan lebih nyaman, tetap stay di upper bracket. Di match pertama tadi kita udah melihat bahwa pertarungan begitu sengit. 3-2 dihasilkan. Dan tentu saja tim Liquid ID sedang menunggu lawan mereka di upper bracket. Sedangkan Bigetron Alpha menanti di lower bracket untuk tim yang gagal menang di match kali ini. Pertarungan antara tim RRQC dan juga GEEK Fam tentu banyak sekali histori yang bisa kita bahas. Namun sebelum kita membahas tentang match upper bracket ini, izinkan Bude mengucapkan hatur nuhun kepada para Kingdom. Dan juga hatur nuhun kepada GEEK Fam Unity. Semuanya ramai ingin memberikan dukungan yang mereka miliki tentunya. Karena ini adalah momen perjalanan dari kedua tim. Tapi perjalanan itu tentunya kita bersama dengan para sponsor dan partner. terima kasih hatur nuhun. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official coffee partner Good Day. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports Kidia. Official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games IndiHome, dan juga WeDrink. Tak lupa juga bersama dengan supplier ada Erigo, Klik Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Kaila Food, Popmart, RSW Helmet, Saturday, dan acara ini supported by PBSI. Wow, ramai sekali tentunya yang ada di sini. Dari keluarga RRQ sudah hadir, keluarga besar juga. Semuanya sudah support, ditambah pula dengan adanya semua dari GEEK Fam keluarga juga sudah hadir. Karena kita tahu sendiri ada masa lalu yang harus segera dilawan oleh kedua tim. RRQ Hoshi, mereka belum bisa mendapatkan kemenangan match satupun dari season 11 di babak playoff. Ini akan menjadi tantangan besar bagi tim RRQ Hoshi. Di sisi lain, GEEK Fam, mereka belum pula mendapatkan kemenangan atas tim RRQ di season 14. Season yang begitu berbeda untuk kedua tim. Bagaimana mereka akan melawan dari mentality, melawan dari gameplay satu sama lain. Jadi Eldorado Dome, bersiaplah. Inilah dia match super bracket RRQ Hoshi dan juga GEEK Fam.
They're called Kingslayers for a reason. They took down the Sky Kings, a mission impossible, a feat that no one thought would be possible. A lot of people out there are writing them off, but right now, the real challenge awaits. In the regular season, it was an absolute sum for RRQ Hoshi. But can they actually flip the script right now in MPL Indonesia Season 14 playoff day number 2? With me, Shefin, Rashi, and also Gani.
Man, what an opening match as well. All right, Shefin Arashi, it was match number 1, TLID collecting their first ticket to the upper bracket finals, increasing their odds to grand finals, increasing their odds to M6 as well. But now, RRQ and GEEK, it's technically Shefin taking on Arash.
Oh, you're right.
What do you mean you're right? You haven't realized that until now?
I'm too focused on the game. How excited it's gonna be. I forgot about the personal beef we have here. I mean, technically we dressed for the occasion as well. What is this, black and red?
It's
missing
for
a bit
the
of
funeral.
white. Oh, whoa, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Funeral of one of the teams that's gonna go home today. Well, not really go home.
Go
right?
home?
Yeah, they're gonna go to the lower bracket, but enough of that. But RRQ versus GEEK Fam, man, from the looks of it in the regular season, it's really not looking good for GEEK Fam overall. And if we take a look at the performance yesterday, there's a lot of questions to how they will be able to win it out against one of the most disciplined team in the whole entire Indonesia.
Disciplined and also flexible, and more importantly, unforgiving in the drafting phase, dude. KSQ and NMM have been crazy at finding just solutions to the problems that all these teams have been hurling straight at RRQ. And that's a lot of question that people were concerned about, especially for GEEK Fam. They're able to beat Fnatic Onyx, but they were only using essentially one single strategy that they can execute really, really well. But what will they do if that strategy gets taken away from them? That is a question that GEEK Fam will have to answer today.
And it's just spanning it out, right? Because Skylar right now is also sitting at a 100% win rate on Natan. So if they actually want to use the the same way GEEK Fam took down Onyx, then what's gonna be the answer for GEEK Fam? Thankfully, they have one of the best, roamer in Indonesia, in Peloyski. Now, what do you think? This is going to be an interesting matchup, right? Because EDOC right now is the first team MPL for roamer. Peloyski is considered as usually top 2 roamer in Indonesia.
It is going to be very interesting. And again, EDOC, a very great addition to the RRQ lineup. RRQ, you mentioned this already. Arashi, Shefin, very disciplined, very structured. What defeats structure? Chaos. Right? When a red light and a car is just going 120 speed, that's chaos right there. So I believe Geek Fam, they should bring that chaos in this series, especially it's a best of 5. RRQ, if they're not used to it, they're gonna fall.
That's a very fair point, Goni. Chaos certainly sometimes catches RRQ off guard, but from the looks of it, even in the most brutal of team fights, RRQ as a team overall are still willing to trade blows with some of the best skirmishers in the game right now. So yeah, they have to try to catch RRQ off guard, but they have to be careful of the response afterwards too. I don't think they're like the best brawling team in the MPL ID, but you know, individually, right? They're able to actually bring the aggression from every single position, right? The EXP lane is aggressive, the roaming, the mid, the gold lane. We've seen them really pop off on multiple different roles, and that is something that Geek Fam will have to try and figure out. What's the idea here? Do we want to get winning lanes, right? Do we want to bank on the late game team fights the same way they did against Fnatic Onyx? Especially because now, they've already shown it yesterday. RRQ had time to kind of adjust, to kind of plan out how to deal with this.
Oh, but first of all, let's just... I want to address the elephant in the room, but apparently we have to throw it to our panelists for a more in-depth, you know, conversations out there for Geek Fam and also RRQ. Take it away, Eterna.
Thank you, casters. Thank you, Shepin, as well as Goni and Arashi. We'll circle back to you later on for game number 1. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the English panel with me, Eterna, as your desk host, alongside with our 2 analysts here on the panel. We have Kolios as well as Realize once again to bring you the in-depth detail of this next upcoming match. Another upper bracket match, by the way, between both of these teams. We've seen Geek Fam and their potential in the play-ins, but now it's the debut for RRQ in the playoffs.
Yeah. Wow. The battle between the Kings of the Kings
and
versus
the Kingslayers.
The Kingslayers. Are they still gonna live with the title?
That's the question, right? Because it's been a long time coming since we've seen RRQ. I mean, it's been a year basically, not a year, but 1 season. And so far, I feel like the notion that Geek Fam has been able to become the kryptonite of RRQ stands very strong. They were able to take down RRQ twice in Season 12, Season 11, same story. But now, in Season 13, and then now in Season 14, it feels like the Kings of Kings, RRQ, they're able to fight back. And Geek Fam, they no longer are the kryptonites of RRQ.
I thought so, because from the last regular season, the score is 2-0 and 2-1, right?
Yeah.
The winner is Araki Hoshi, so that's why yesterday the Geek Fam already proved that they live with the winning from the regular season. They beat the Fnatic Onyx by 3-2, and now they're gonna meet the other king.
So honestly, patterns still stay the same, right? And if patterns tell us anything, then it should be RRQ's match today. But let's take a look at the quote coming from Beloyski here. What needs to be watched out for against RRQ is their chemistry and the way they create space for Skylar. Actually, Skylar is the hardest to stop, but we will try to limit Skylar's movements. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit more. Skylar, he thinks that Skylar is the anchor. Let's throw it over to you, Kolios. Do you think that Skylar is the main anchor for RRQ?
Throughout all the gold laner in all of the teams who plays on the playoff, I agree with that Skylar is really the anchor, really the carrier of the RRQ. Even though they have Sujin, who plays very good, but the Skylar centric is still on RRQ.
Yeah, I feel like when you talk about scary gold laners in the early game, oppressive gold laners, you don't talk about Skylar. You talk about Aaron Shiki, you talk about Aman, but Skylar is that backbone of the team in which you will always see him mostly play in the weak side, but he will farm up onto the late game, and then he becomes the menace. He becomes the ultra carry of RRQ. But now, in these times, I feel like it hasn't been that much of dependence towards Skylar anymore, because now you have players like Sutsujin, you now have players like Rins, like Edok even, the roamer, and then you have Dyron as well, who can activate Skylar, or maybe be in place of Skylar when Skylar is having a bad game.
By the way, look at his stats. Mr. Banglair here, number 1 in the gold lane, number 1 DPM in the gold lane, number 1 total assist in the gold lane. I mean, I think he's number 2 in total kills in the gold lane. Who did you guys vote for? I know this is confidential, but may I know who you voted for first team gold lane?
First team gold lane?
Yeah, I went for Skylar.
Skylar, what about you, Colius?
Yep, same. Me with Skylar.
right?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why it's fit with the achievement that he got.
Oh man, but ladies and gentlemen,
Do you
it's
hear
going
that?
to be a challenge to panel this series, honestly, because, man, the Kingdom has just walked into the building. And I'm wondering whether or not you can hear it from wherever you guys are at home, because they are here to support their team. Always the Kingdom, never disappoints.
Yeah.
But on the other side, when we're talking about anchors of the team.
BBB.
Exactly. For Geek Fam, it has got to be BBB. Let's elaborate on that a little bit more.
BBB, Big Brain Beloy, like how he is. I feel like this guy is more than just an anchor. This guy is the whole, how would you call it? This guy keeps Geek Fam together. He innovates things that always will benefit Geek Fam. I feel like that was the first time we saw Gatot Kaca in the hands of Beloyski was against RRQ in like the second half of the season. But now we take a look at the Kingdom. I feel like as a caster, it's a privilege to cast games when the Kingdom is there.
It always is.
I've been here for now 2 seasons. Last season I didn't get to really cast them, but now I can feel the energy that the Kingdom is like resonating. It's insane.
They've never disappointed. They've never disappointed. Not
I
before,
really love the
not now, not
hype.
ever. Exactly, the hype is insane. They are shaking El Dorado Bandung right now, and you guys have
Yeah.
got to come over to the venue once again. You know,
have
feel
to.
the energy in person because it's electric and it's a different feeling when you're actually there present. But yeah, circling back onto Beloy. Colius, do you have anything to add?
If you're talking about anchor, he is the really anchor. Because he's the brain. He's like the shot caller who can stop the teammates if it's going too far away. But yesterday, we already seen that even though that Beloy create a lot of moment, but Vincent cannot execute it very well using the retribution. That's why Beloy have a lot of jobs to do for today.
Yeah, I think when Sheffin wanted to throw it over to us earlier, he was speaking about the elephant in the room. Maybe that's what he meant, Vincent, and his retribution. Meanwhile, from the side of RQ, Sutsujin has just been the whole package. And from your statement, Colius, earlier on, when you still think that RQ is Skylar-centric, I have to disagree with that.
Because they have to do right now.
Exactly. With Sutsujin coming into the fray, it seems like it's a different RQ. They're not 100% reliant. There's more dimensions to their gameplay. What do you think about that?
Yeah, for sure. Sutsujin is very good jungler. He can carry the RQ team, but on the middle to late game, especially on the crucial moment, Skylar is always the one who carry the team. That's why I think that Skylar-centric is still on RQ Hoshi, but it's better now because it have a lot of versatility.
Yeah, backup
between
plan.
the players. Yeah,
They have backup plans right now, but we take a look at the guy,
Chadera.
big man in your screen. It is Chadera. Chadera, a tribute to his roots in Madura, if I'm not mistaken. And this guy was huge yesterday against Fnatic Onyx. He was the one holding Geek Fam together with the Natan, just clearing out the lords, clearing out the waves. And he was the one who got the lord for Geek Fam in game number 5 when literally Vincent was not hitting his retry. Chidera was there. And the fact that Geek Fam was able to get that 1 lord against our Fnatic Onyx 7 lords and they ended the game right there is so insane to me.
Realize, it's okay. Calm down.
I know.
I know that was a loss for Fnatic Onyx, but it's okay.
I have to pull it
Take
back.
a deep breath. Exhale. Okay. But yeah, I feel for that. I feel for that because Fnatic Onyx held on for so long.
That's true.
And the moment that Chadera was able to get that Lord, it was GG for Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah.
Now, this actually circles back to a big question that Geek Fam needs to answer. If the Natan is banned out, if the Yves is taken away, what else do they have in the tank against a team dominating in the regular season up until this point, like RRQ?
Not only that, right? What about the Suyo? What if the Suyo is taken out? What if the Alpha is taken out? What will Vincent play? That's the question. They have been receiving a lot of scrutiny as well for their lack of hero pool, but I feel like when we talk about the Natan, for Chadera, we have seen him most of the times with the Claude, with the Moskov. Yesterday they were so reluctant to keep on picking the Moskov for themselves when they could have gone for something else. So I feel like that backup plan is still there for GEEK fam.
Yeah, that's why I think because yesterday they are abusing.
They were
Nathan.
abusing Nathan.
The power of the high ground defensive from Nathan.
Yeah.
For today, I think RRQ already see the match, and then they will not let Nathan be used by Kadera.
Yeah.
Especially if he's not picking Nathan until the second banning phase.
Here's the thing, right? Because Skylar also plays Nathan a lot.
Or
This
yeah,
guy
they
is
can take
also
it.
signature. This guy also is a signature Nathan user. So I feel like it's either going to be banned by RRQ or they will contest this. Because Nathan, I think, provides so much value in your team. It gives you some sort of insurance in the late game. Also, talk about the nasty high ground defense that you can pull off with the Nathan. So this will be contested, I feel like.
Tested Nathan.
Yeah.
Even though a boy still have Varamis as his favorite
Varamis,
hero,
yeah.
but I think Varamis cannot do the job to defend the high ground very well, like Eve.
Yeah.
That's why they need to think about if they want to play very defensively, what kind of synergy, what kind of heroes that they want to use.
The Eve is also a trademark of a boys. I feel like this guy was, was pretty good with the Eve, but we didn't see any much of a flashy play that he made because in regular season, I feel like this guy is a top 3 mid laner in the league. But in the playoffs, I feel like he hasn't been able to, unlock the full potential of himself in
Not yet.
playoffs. So I feel like hopefully he can tap into that power that he really has.
We saw a glimpse of that yesterday, honestly, when he was given the Faramis. It was a signature pick, and I believe that he won on the Faramis as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, GEEK fam, they're a team full of comfortable and signature picks. And then again, this goes back to Beloyski. We saw in the stats earlier on, if you guys took a look at the pick and ban heroes, Helkert. Is this a hero that still needs to be respected away from GEEK?
For current meta, I think it's gonna be hard for Helker to be shine in the game. That's why, but Beloyski Helker have a unique gameplay.
Yeah.
Because he can just do the split push, flank, and wait on the bush until like the backline is coming to join in the team fight. That's what they are afraid of. But if they want to use like a lot of sustainability heroes or even the fighter jungler, I think like letting Hellcat loose, maybe it's a good option.
Wait a second though. Which team has the highest chance to... Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, let's see what you guys think. For Indonesia, specifically, for the M Series, who will represent Indo? It looks like... Okay. That's a lot for RRQ.
Yeah.
81%.
81%.
Wow.
Wow, okay.
And how much
Second
percent is Bigatron?
TLID.
How much percent is Bigatron?
5? GEEK fam is
I'm a
2,
little blind,
only
honestly.
2%.
Wait, Bigatron is 5?
5.
That's 5 of Mirko's account voting for Bigatron.
And he also brought his friend over as well.
Yeah,
Ferdy.
Ferdy. W Ferdy.
Ferdy, come on. Think for yourself, bro.
Wow. We will see the power of manifestation from the audience. Are gonna make RRQ got the M6 ticket.
Top 2 was RQ and TLID, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I know there was like a big gap, but the kingdom, bro. I mean, look at that. Look at that. It's a kingdom.
This is also another gap. This is an external factor that we have to take account as well, because the support from the fans from the kingdom in the building in Bandung is so immense. I mean, look at this building. It's going to explode soon, I guess, because of the chanting and the singing of the kingdom. So yeah, that's also going to be their 6th man. Because usually you talk about 5 players playing in the stage. There is 6 players now. There are 6 players now, and that 6th player is the kingdom.
I agree. When you're playing on a stage where your enemy, your opponent, is being chanted for, it does take a toll.
Yeah.
Pressure is
It
on.
does take a toll. Like we've interviewed a few players, and they have mentioned that they try their best not to let it affect them, but it does. It does.
That's affect them.
I mean, I also talked with Aaron Chiki backstage, right? A few things. I asked him, how did it feel playing your first playoff? He said that, I was kind of shaking the first few matches because of the crowd and the energy that came from the Bigatroopers. And I think it affects even from rookies up to the most seasoned players. But I think the Kingdom, they're just different. Look at this.
because they have chance. They always come together and like supporting together.
Yeah.
Like they are from the kingdom from Bandung, if I'm not wrong, and then some of them are like come from the other town or the other cities.
Man, like luckily Arashi's working today.
Yeah.
If
Or
not,
he'd be the last time. Did you see what happened?
Yeah, Arashi Hoshi.
what?
Did you see what happened? So there was an RQ match. I think it was one of the last matches that
Yeah.
RQ played in the regular season. And he wasn't casting that day. So he decided to come though to still support RQ. And we caught on camera him jumping up and down, his belly flying everywhere. Very representative of the kingdom, by the way. And you know, now he's working. We're not going to see his belly, but we are seeing his new suit. You guys notice
His mango suit.
his
mango
mango
suit.
He made that specifically for RRQ. So
every
shout
time
out
he
to
casts on
Arashi.
RRQ match, he's gonna use that.
Hopefully, we'll see.
Hopefully, we'll see.
But ladies and gentlemen, the match is about to begin. The upper brackets, one step away of getting to the upper bracket finals. Let's take a look at the official team lineup from RRQ. We have Dairon, Sutsujin, Rins, Idok, as well as Skylar, one of the last remaining kings that have not been slain by the Kingslayers themselves. Because yesterday, we saw the sky fall, but will the kingdom retain itself in their glory? And on the flip side, from the side of GEEK fam, we have Veldora, Vincent, Aboy, Beloyski, as well as Chadera.
The kingdom finally built upon again after crumbling into ashes. They have laid the foundation, and in front of them stands tall the community, the GEEK fam players looking to yet again slay another king. Yesterday it was the Sky Kings. Today might be the Kings of Kings. But the kingdom, they seek to fight back. On the left side it is Rex, Regum, Kayon. And their opponents, of course, the villains, the fams, GEEK fam.
Don't forget about the coach. Last season, Cascade with Bigatron, he didn't make it until he got the MPL trophy, but now with different team, who brings RRQ Hoshi the title of the champion of the regular season, and now the challenge is for the playoff. And of course, don't forget the NMM, who was in GEEK fam before, and he's gonna meet his ex-team, Love Z. With his old friend, are they gonna win this match?
Wait, this is going to be interesting because Keskion and NMM just won the coaching staff of the season. So these guys know what they're doing. These guys are the best in the business. And it is actually very, very insane how you saw the growth of Keskion. He was coaching Pajajaran Esports back in Liga Nasional, if I'm mistaken, and now he's up there in MPL alongside Megatron previously, and now with RRQ, looking to enter his first ever MS series.
Exactly. Debut at MPL, 2 times in a row, seasons back to back, at least top 2 regular season.
Yeah.
We'll see how they fare here in the playoffs. If RRQ make it to top 2 too, well, you guys can, figure it out yourselves, right? Very self-explanatory.
Yeah, it is.
Because I think if you got the title of the champion of regular season, I think Cascade will not feel it's enough. If RRQ got the M6 ticket and win this MPL season 14, that might be. Because our Alpha is not the team for Cascade.
That could be the case.
That's
because
true.
sometimes if you want to strategize to the maximum, but when your team is not really working into it as well, when the players are maybe having their own issues, that could be the case. I'm not saying that Bigatron, their players are subpar, but I feel like it's always a matter of, what works and what doesn't work. And it seems like RRQ and Keskiut are a perfect match. Meanwhile, for GEEK fam with Bluffsy, they have been very, very solid. But yesterday, I feel like number one, a few egoistical drafts coming in from GEEK fam that has been eating them up from the inside. And number two is, of course, the individual plays that has been a moment of question.
And now let's take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE for RRQ.
No Nathan, Eve, no party for GEEK, and zoning and pressing Vincent in objective contest. I think, for Nathan and Eve, they they've been abusing it yesterday.
Yeah.
And of course, zoning and pressure Vincent like what T-Boys do. Yesterday is already good option or good decision. That's why our RRQ can do it since they have Edok, they have Rinse on the mid lane.
Yeah.
But let's take a look for GEEK Fam. What are their keys to victory?
Yeah, of course, dominating the early game. Don't rely solely on late game tactics. And of course, bring back Beloy's assassins of Cheese, Rover, Heroes, and of course, the last one, screening Dyron's movements. And that is very important as well because Dyron is also the playmaker of RRQ. And number 2 is, of course, Beloy's key signature picks. Fnatic Onyx yesterday respected the Hellcrit. They did not want it to let go. But I don't know about RRQ. Will they let it go? I feel like they still will respect the Hellcrit. But there's a lot of options. We saw the Natalia. We saw maybe the Hellcrit, if it is free, Beloyski will be able to play it. So Beloyski, with this X factor, with this unconventionalism that he has, might be the key to victory for GEEK Fam.
That's always been the idea, right? That's always been the idea. And we didn't see, well, I guess we did see it with the Gatot in the roaming position, but up until this point in the playoffs, we haven't really seen them utilize that to their advantage.
Yeah, they haven't been. I feel like they were playing so safe, I would say. They weren't really able to explore their comfort zone.
Yeah, even some of the audience think that GEEK Fam on the playoff is lack of tactics. That's why they need to prove it right now against RRQ, who plays very disciplinedly.
Yeah, and that the first key to victory, of course, was that do not rely on late game tactics. That is true, because yesterday they had to defend their base for 2 consecutive times in Game 3 and Game 5. They were playing base defense. In the late game, they were just waiting in the base, waiting for the Natan to pop off, Chadera to clear out the waves, clear out the Lord, and that might work against Fnatic Onyx, but RRQ is different. It's a different beast.
I agree. The way they won yesterday, I honestly have to admit, it was a little dirty for me, right? It was a little dirty. So now, up against RRQ, they will be on red side. And being on red side means that they do have last pick. Is there a potential possibility that we might be getting a surprise Beloy pick?
I hope so. Please.
Can be.
Please bring out the Saber.
Oh no.
If they want to play the early games at level 4, Saber can punish anyone, but now we gonna see.
Why are you accommodating this? Like,
shortcuts in life.
Realize.
I have to. We have
to. Drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 in this best of 5 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. RRQ, still Hellcrit respect. Hylos, Fovius, GEEK go for the chip. The Suyo and the Matilda. RRQ pick up an early Jushin.
Yeah, the Zusin left open. But the Eve as well is still available for a boy, so I think they will pick it up right here because the Eve, you would expect the Eve to give out that poke and that range.
Yep, and Vincent might be can take Alpha on the first priority for GEEK Fam. Oh, Nolan! So they gonna play the Assassin game.
Blind pick Nolan. Oh, they will go for the Gatot Kacha instead of the Eve. So that is very interesting. They might still be able to have other alternatives against the Zusin, maybe the Aurora, maybe the Luo Yi even, but they want to see what RRQ is cooking in that lab.
I wonder what's the idea behind this Nolan, right? Because yesterday we also mentioned that assassins aren't necessarily Vincent's style.
Yeah, but I feel like Nolan is one of his strongest assassins.
Okay.
We talked about Ling, we talked about other assassins, but this Nolan is still able to be utilized at its maximum. Maybe it's going to be kind of like a dive composition because you have a Gatot Kacha now.
But remember, Alpha's still open.
Vanny is still open.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, but they prefer to choose Ling now.
Let's go.
So it's gonna be the battle of Assassin. And when I see the drop, like Gatot Kacha against Zuxin, is it can make it work? Because the Lantern player will always annoy Gatot Kacha when he's like in front of the team fights.
Yeah, and they also pick up the Edith, which means this kind of denies GEEK Fam from Fovius, because Veldora was donning that Fovius yesterday, and this Edith is a deny pick towards that Fovius, and it can also peel for the backline. Either going to be focusing on Gatot Kacha or Nolan, but they will pick up the Eve in their last pick in the first phase.
Are they relying back on this? Or is it going to be a different strategy?
Yesterday it might be worse, but now there is Ling.
There's Ling.
So if they will pick a lot of background heroes, I think Link can be smiling at the early game because he can aim a lot of target like for Eve or maybe Nathan if they want to use it and not getting banned by RRQ.
Yeah, I thought a boy was gonna pick up the Faramis against the Ling. We saw the matchup last match, Bigatron against Team Liquid, but of course Fabian is Fabian. It's just a different beast. But I think the Eve will still be able to at least match Zeusyn in the lane. But against Ling, this is where it gets very scary. The Ling can dive the Eve.
I mean, technically, RQ can pick up the Faramis too, right? If they ban out the Valentina. Oh, wait.
No, they have Zeusyn already.
I mean, they pick up the Valentina. Oh, wait, yeah, they have the Jushin.
Yeah.
You're right.
With Zeusyn, I think it's gonna be on the mid lane. Yeah, he needs... Edith is still flex.
Yeah, flex.
He can go to the XP lane or even the roam, but I can't wait to see what kind of hero that will Skylar use on this game, because facing against Eve, Gatot Kaca, Cloud is the best option right now if it's not getting banned by GEEK Fam.
Do you think a Natan contest might come to play here?
Yeah, there might be a Natan contest, especially when Chidera and Skylar both love the Natan.
This is why we are confused why Edith is not priority, because throughout the MPL Season 14 playoff, Edith is the second most picked hero with 23 picks and a 73.91% win rate.
That's really high.
That's very high.
That's really high.
It's so prio. And take a look at this, Coleus in Eternal. They ban out the Hilda. We saw that being picked up by Iran in that Team Liquid ID against Bigatron Alpha game. And I feel like this is a counter towards the possibility of suppressing the movements of the Ling, because the Hilda, like how Coleus mentioned, is so good to suppress the assassin.
And it plays towards Beloyski's identity, right?
That's
We've
true.
seen Beloyski on these kinds of heroes. He can play
Where is my
facilitator,
Natalia van?
aggressive,
Wow.
and hence we see the Hilda being banned out as well as the Natalia. So that's essentially 3 to 4 bans for Beloyski if you consider the high-lows too. But Beatrix does get picked up here from GEEK, signaling a potential. They still could go for Franco, right? Franco or Kaja.
Yep.
Gatot and EXP lane.
Oh, Nathan is on Skylar now.
Oh,
It's
Franco
one
denied.
of his comfort heroes, signature heroes.
Ring the bells.
And Idok Franco, the accuracy of Idok Hook are crazy.
Now, here's the thing though. A Franco needs to be paired with heroes that accentuate it. Do you think that Jushin is a fit for a Franco?
Well, I feel like it has negative synergy sometimes because you have to lift off and then you want to kind of like play with that suppression, but I feel like it's still good because when you lift off, it's kind of it gives you the telegraph where the Franco could really just hook it, and then you go with the Bloody Hunt, you layer the CC, and you get a pick off.
So it goes back to chemistry.
Chemistry, execution.
And Beloyski said the number one thing to watch out about RQ is their chemistry.
Yeah, their chemistry.
What do you think, Coleus?
On the first game, I think if GEEK Fam got the early game, I think GEEK Fam can get the first game. But for this, RQ gonna win.
RQ's gonna win. What do you realize?
This is going to be interesting. I don't know. I just want to watch some good MPL playoff game. But yeah, I think RRQ will take this one.
Okay, 2-0 for RRQ. Ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to our casters.
They took down the King of the Skies. And now, the real test once again. The stakes are higher than ever. Against the King of Kings, can the actual King Slayer be the counter that it used to be in game number 1 of this match? But look at Beloyski.
Oh my goodness. Good thing the Tyron's there, but that was almost a solo, not by Sutsujin, but by Beloy. The pressure that this Joy has. Let's see what will he cook later on.
Early game Cho along with an early game Eve that's doing a lot of damage there. It's almost like RRQ kind of figured out that that's the idea though, right? They saw the Cho, they thought the invade was coming, but now Beloyski relentless, level 1, but he doesn't care.
You gotta talk about this Hirashi. Beloyski, yes, his macro is incredible. But there's no question about that. But the micro on this Cho has been a question for a long, long time. Is this a desperate pick for GEEK?
I don't know if it's desperate. I mean, we've seen how effective a Cho roam can be, and technically these crazy moves, these annoying moves, is exactly what Beloyski wants to do.
Oh my
shutting
God.
down Sutsujin.
Well, let's see here again. Beloyski just zoning out Sutsujin, and Vincent almost find the connection. That's the retribution. Sutsujin still claims the camp.
Oh man, the kingdom. That's a small victory.
Oh!
That is a small W, but the cheers are as loud as if they were like winning a match.
Get used to it, Kevin. This is the RRQ experience right here. The Retribution was forced out, and in the early game, I think it's no question with a Gatot Kacha, with a Yves, with Nolan and Cho, your early game potential is actually quite insane from GEEK. Maybe that's exactly why they don't want to go with the Nathan. They want to leverage all of this pressure into something more. But so far, RRQ are the ones who've had the chance to capitalize. Now with the first turtle coming up, do RRQ want to contest this? Especially with Susujin being so bothered here by Beloyski. Vincent is already a level ahead.
Let's see here, this time, Tyron and Rins is hovering around Beloyski, trying to provide cover. And Beloyski hits level 4. So that Sinful Way of Dragon is available.
To your point also, Rashi, this might be a question too for GEEK Fam, because over the course of Onyx versus GEEK Fam, Vincent has not won a single retry battle. A 70-30 against Kyrie.
Oh, Flicker, Way of Dragon on towards Zenith, that's a suppression! On towards the jungler. Now, Sutsujin claims the turtle, rings with the Flicker, Crimson Peak, and finds Vincent. Oh, it's an all-out war from the Kings of Kings. They mean blood, and it seems like 3 kills. 2 kills addition for RRQ.
Was that a jinx, Rashi?
A jinx?
For me?
Maybe, dude. I mean, again, RRQ didn't play that perfectly, man. Getting the pick off using the Franco initially, but Sheffin, the lone ranger here in the Talent predictions. Oh!
Suppression flicker from Chidera, but in backside, Beloyski looking for the Way of Dragon. Edok was the recipient, and that will be a pick off on towards the Roamer.
Okay, thankfully though, it's a Franco against a Chao, so the Franco is very vulnerable, especially in the early game when he didn't have the items. Oh, but Chidera! Sky Piercer?
Isolated as well.
Oh!
Thank God, the same good. Skylar finds the extra gold. RRQ, what an early lead.
Chidera there, taking the risky option to stay there and try to go for the trade. Man, that was way too risky. Now RRQ have some momentum to play around with. They have the threat advantage because of the Franco, but oof. Rins with a clean reaction time there. Denies it from Beloyski. And look at this goal just funneled over to Skylar on the Nathan.
You talk about the risk that Chidera took in that push earlier, Rashi, but this is also a risk. Look at the items!
Sky Piercer. The Spa! The Sky Piercing abuser there. Chidera, maybe that's why he was trying to trade off, a 1-for-1, get some stacks on that Sky Piercer. But with Suchigin getting the Berserker's Fury, even now, the squishier members of GEEK Fam have to be a bit more careful. Whoa!
Valor 2v1. Can the Gatot handle this? Seems like he will back away.
Oh.
And he will clear as well.
That is a
good Jin though, might think otherwise. He has some energy left, but it seems like he wants to back away. Now the turtle is up. This GEEK Fam has enough time here to blitz the turtle Beloyski, providing Way of Dragon to buy time on the other side. Gets bursted down by Vincent. Chidera gets taken down. Real world inflation ain't gonna help him. Darren taunted, and he will fall as well. The turtle is wide open for the side of GEEK Fam. RRQ, can they respond?
Oh my God!
Buying time for his team to take the news. And now Rins will be the sacrifice, but RRQ, what an IQ.
That's your first team mid laner in MPL Indonesia Season 14 Kingdom. Look at that, case upon the rookie.
He just pressured everyone away. And even with all the pressure, with Beloyski solely dedicated to buying time, to denying Sutsujin, he was still able to get the turtle. So pressured!
Finds Beloy. It seems like he will not be able to escape. Sutsujin picks the gold.
Oh man, how long will this strategy work for Beloyski? The over-aggressive invades coming in towards Sutsujin is not going to work for too long.
I think after one more item, if Sutsujin goes for the Has Claws, that might be it, man. With that kind of sustain, he can 1v1 Beloyski all day. In theory, at least, without any backup, it shouldn't be possible.
Don't go for it.
Whoa! 1v1, Ling versus Nolan. Seems like Vincent will be able to get out, but Way of Dragon finds Dyron. This time he will be isolated. Chidera finds a kill! Sutsujin, killer instinct. My goodness! Chidera finds the shutdown, so that's technically in favor of GEEK Fam.
Especially Chidera is the one that's hogging all the gold, Rashi.
He's hogging all the gold, and he's also hogging the Sky Piercer stacks. RRQ going for an aggressive play right there. They're denying Vincent, but Chidera has already been solved. But maybe with the assassin presence, RRQ feel like Chidera is the lesser problem they have to deal with.
Was there info that Chidera was there? Or was there vision before that? Because Rin so far has been so on point with the ultimates, man. Even 1v3ing in a total vicinity as we're going to go to the second objective fight this time. Vincent, over the course of this playoffs, has not won a single 50-50 again.
Yeah, 2 turtles already for the Kings of Kings. Last turtle, let's see. Baron again, the recipient of that Way of Dragon. Bursted down, deleted by Vincent this time. The turtle control is still technically Skylar 60-40, and Skylar is in the bottom side, just split pushing. Now it seems like they want to pull the trigger. Rins receives damage, but it's still okay. Good pull. Chidera receives a lot of damage. Pops to revitalize there. Chidera flickers out. Vincent finds the first mute, but Chidera falls. Take a look at Sutsujin. He's angry. He finds a double. He wants the hat trick. Will he find it? No. A boy denies it, but Veldora falls as well. It's going to be a 3-4-1 in RRQ. They fail to get the turtle.
Sutsujin so Fabian on a Ling and says, I want some of that.
He says, I can do better. What was that? We thought it was a desperate play to try and salvage something. But against 3 members in the midst of all the chaos, he was able to find a kill and get out. All the while, in the bottom side, Skylar was split pushing. He's getting more and more gold. And he was able to still find time to rotate over and pick up a kill. There's crazy macro rotations coming in from RRQ.
And right now, it is not an equal game whatsoever. Skylar has been having a wonderful time so far. 0 death, taking all the turrets away. And mind you, oh my goodness, gotta wait.
With the Ray of Dragon on towards Rins, this time he will not survive. Good initiation there by Beloy, but it's still RRQ. The map is still good.
Man, I said I've questioned Beloyski's mechanics on the show, but so far he's been proving me absolutely wrong.
It's a cancer curse, dude. You call attention to it, they're gonna prove you wrong almost immediately. 3k gold ahead. Technically, the longer this game goes, the more they might be willing to sacrifice Rins. Because then, Dyron, Slow, and Sutsujin and Skylar, they can do a lot more damage if Beloyski is forced to use all of that crowd control only onto this utility mid laner. But we'll have to wait and see, man. So far, GEEK fam are able to find some pickoffs, but it hasn't been translated to anything else.
5-man bush, Dyron face checking, he will fall. 5v4, Sutsujin though wants the blood. Valora pops revitalize, Beloyski very low and Sutsujin claims him. Tempest Blade on towards Chidera, no, he shifts his focus on towards the boy. Good suppression, and that is Vincent going down. Sutsujin finds a triple, looking for the Maniac. But it seems like Skylar denies it. 4 members on the Land of Dawn is out.
GEEK pulled the trigger, but the bullet ricocheted on towards them. A pickoff that looks good towards Dyron, but it turns out RRQ just absolutely destroys and capitalizes that engagement coming from Beloyski, plus the Lord.
Oh boy, dude. I mean, you get the idea. The front line, the engage tool needs to be dealt with, and that's why GEEK are going for him, trying to make sure they get an uneven fight. Oh, wow!
That's the hook. And that's the entropy committed. Oh man, it's like RRQ, they will not pull the trigger and commit more just yet. Lord is up. GEEK fam has the tools to clear. They have Chidera, they have a boy. Can they stay alive though?
They gotta contend with the dive potential. All the bursts coming in from Sutsujin and Skylar. Oh man. And again, they can't just focus the frontliner, the Edith, but if they don't, then the Primal Rat also does a ton of damage. What's the call here?
Team Lord charging for their Way of Dragon, wrong way. That's the Lord taking care of the mid lane. It seems like GEEK fam still holding on. Base turret, 3 of them still stands, but the inner, they're the target of the RRQ.
They were in this situation before, but Chidera ain't an Natan. The Natan is on the other side. They're down 8k gold lead.
Edok finds the hook, and Sutsujin finds the execution. Tempest Blade finds Boy, pops a flicker, Velora, and Veloy will fall. 1 by 1 they try, 1 by 1 they defend, but the Kings of Kings, the base, are exposed and wide open. Ladies and gentlemen, they want the wipeout, and game number 1 are for RRQ.
Sutsujin, the Satsujin. Poetry in motion, the way he executed that last team fight. The Tempest of Blade the aggro on the turret, and also the iframes that he used to dodge all the damage away from GEEK Fam's composition. This man is a monster!
That was absolutely disgusting, man. There's no other way to put it. What was that? GEEK Fam, they were ready. They were waiting for the moment. Of course, credit to the rest of the team as well. Taking away the attention, getting the hook onto Chadera as well. Edok with a crazy Franco play once more. But Sutsujin diving in the back 1v2 in the base, refusing to be denied. The mercenary gets his paycheck.
And the BBB, the big brains of GEEK Fam, can only smile to the masterful manipulation, masterful execution of the King of Kings. What is going to be the answer for these guys? The #1 in the regular season, playing like an actual 1 seed in the playoffs.
Textbook performance, textbook finish. Very clinical, very sharp. Shefin Arashi, is this team with that type of performance going to are they going to M6?
A lot of people believe so.
TL, Pikachu, you gotta watch the match earlier. They were playing so good until the 4th game, the 3rd game. You gotta see more sample size.
True. It's only game 1 after all. This is the playoffs. This is a best of 5.
But we really need to know what the panelists think of this match, especially these guys realize. Eterna and Coleus, time is yours.
Thank you, casters, for game #1. Wow, 11 minutes. Not necessarily the fastest game, but it was one of the cleanest that we've seen. RRQ and their gameplay, amazing.
Wow. It's very aggressive gameplay since the early game. Even Sutsujin almost got everything that he needs to get the snowballing point and triple kill, right? He got 2 times triple kill, and it makes Sutsujin unstoppable.
Almost a maniac as well. I mean, if you take a look at the composition of GEEK Fam, it is a composition that is also built to peel. You have the Gatotkacha, you have the Cho, but Sutsujin doesn't care. He just wants to dive in the backline. He gets the Tempest of Blades, he gets the kills, he gets it done. The mercenary is just insane, and I feel like GEEK Fam, they had a proper scenario, they had a proper winning condition, and a game plan as to what they want to achieve, but RRQ is just way too unstoppable.
Absolutely. And I think it started in the drafts, right? I don't know if it was like a bait or a double-edged mind game that was going about these two teams, but the fact that RRQ instead were able to pick up the Franco, and then they're utilizing the potential strategy that GEEK wanted to go for, really denied it, and maybe forced Beloyski on a hero that he's not as comfortable on. The Cho. What do you think about the Cho for Beloyski?
I thought that Veldora gonna use the Cho,
and
Beloyski gonna use the other Gatotkacha, but it turns out to be Cho Beloyski, and on this game, I think we didn't see like the Cho that it used to be like Kibo used yesterday to aim for the back line. Even Skylar is very free.
It's just, I don't know, it's just very, very hard because yesterday Veldora was using the Gatotkacha and he wasn't even able to perform to that maximum. And now you give Beloyski Cho, one of the heroes that he never really plays.
And so we're gonna crown our player of the game, is absolutely no question.
My
2
God.
times the triple kill, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Man, like, that's why I asked KB off screen. I was like, is Ling the pick into the Nolan, or is Nolan the counter towards the Ling? And then, did you guys hear the conversation?
Yeah, we did.
So what was his explanation again?
So basically, in a 1v1 situation, when it comes to the late game, Ling is gonna win because no one really relies on the energy. But in the early game, Nolan can do what we call farming manipulation. He can farm really fast, can clear his jungles really fast, and then get priority to turtle. However, when you miss the turtle in the first 2 objectives, which Vincent did, it gives Ling that segue into just snowballing as a death ball.
They got the third turtle, but 3 heroes down.
That's
during the
not,
fights. That's why it's not a good advantage for GEEK Fam. Instead, they give it the advantage to RRQ, Hoshi.
And at that point, Skylar was already farming out of control too. So essentially, Vincent's Nolan, one, couldn't create pressure with the kill presence that a Nolan has, and two, even the objectives were kind of lackluster.
And it's gonna be hard for Nolan to get inside to aim for the backline since they have Idok who you are using Franco. Remember, he have the Bloody Hunt to stop Nolan using the suppress ability.
One of the weaknesses of Nolan is that he is so vulnerable towards a heavy lockdown target point at him, like a Kaja, like maybe a Franco as well in this scenario. And that is what Edok was able to do perfectly. He was constantly using his Bloody Hunt defensively, and in other scenarios, Vincent couldn't really do anything about it.
I also wanted to bring something up as well. Beatrix versus a Natan. Natan gets that power spike way later, right? As compared to the Beatrix, who probably needs maybe 2 to 3 items, maybe 2, depending. And it looked like for GEEK Fam, they wanted to explore utilizing Chadera as their main damage killer, especially after maybe a big play coming in from Boloiski. And so we saw Sky Piercer early. Do you think this was a worth it item considering how pressured Chadera was in the gold lane?
Yeah, they want to use Chadera as the tip of the spear.
Exactly.
But I think the game plans is not working because every time that Baloi wants to like pick off someone that give it to Chadera and like activating the Sky Piercer, it's not working. He's only got around 5 kills, but it turns out he have more that. So the counter on the Sky Piercer is keep getting decreased.
Basically, the way RRQ stopped the game plan is to let Edok match the rotations of Boloiski, because Boloiski was constantly looking for the way of the dragon to pick off the players of RRQ, but the Sky Piercer was there.
So do you think it was worth it that they picked up the Sky Piercer instead of going BOD and then Malefic Roar, which we usually see? I mean, technically Fury Hammer, BOD, then Malefic Roar, but it was Fury Hammer, Sky Piercer, and then BOD, etc.
If they got the early game, I think it
is worth it.
It's on this game.
Yeah.
On this game,
it's very hard.
Question that too, yeah.
Because Edok was playing a fantastic game as well. Matching and just screening and mirroring the movements of Boloiski. And he wasn't really able to play the game comfortably because you could see the first few minutes he was looking at that pick off. Oh my goodness, is that a 1k GPM?
1k GPM. Wow, that's a lot for Skylar because he's a farming machine. He's everywhere. He's collecting a lot of gold from the Land of Down on this game.
How did he get 1,000 GPM? I thought it was Sutsujin. No, that's Skylar.
Yeah, it turns out to be Skylar.
How? Wait, it was like a normal timing when he got the Holy Crystal, right? It was what? It was more than 10 minutes. I think it was above 11, even.
Around it, yeah.
So how did he get 1,000 GPM?
Well, this guy was just constantly joining the fights, and he was also farming pretty well, up top, down bottom, clearing out the jungle camps as well. So I feel like that's how he got it. And I think we have to crown a new farmer, because usually the farmer is a title given to
jungler.
Wrecked.
Oh, wrecked.
So individually,
yeah.
Because
Rexy
they call it Rexy Patani, which means wreck the farmer. But now I feel like the real farmer is Skylar.
To be honest, there was one person in between that era.
Who?
It was Aman.
Aman,
yeah. 1k 900,
That's
1k
true.
900, 1k 900. We saw him at like 900, I think, earlier on.
Yeah.
Aman, come on.
Come
Your
on.
title.
Come on.
Defend your title, bro.
Bro,
1,000.
want to be the best farmer ever.
That's our highest in the playoffs so far.
1k, yeah, that's the
1k, around 1k.
Wow.
On this current meta, yeah?
In this current meta, yeah.
Because before we have, I think, more than 1,200.
Wow, 1.2k.
But it's been a long time ago.
Going back to the drafts, honestly, GEEK Fam, they had a chance to pick up a Natan if they wanted to. But they decided to go Beatrix.
Yeah, they were kind of afraid to get the Natan first because there's a lot of ways by RRQ to counter it, I guess.
Yeah, it's giving me, reflections of maybe first team gold lane.
Oh,
wow. Yeah.
First team.
First team.
First team.
So we all voted for Skylar first team.
Yeah.
Yep.
I did it.
What about second team?
Second team, my gold laner was...
It's really debatable.
I think it was between Aman or Chiki. I can't remember.
I voted him on.
Yeah.
Still.
Amon is more stable, but Aaron Shiki have the chaos in the middle of his
that's
name.
true.
That's why it can bring the chaos. So I think for me, it's Aaron Shiki.
What about mid lane?
I went for Rins.
Rins.
First team. Second team, I think
I did too.
I went for a boy, second team.
Same.
Same. Rins and a boy.
Oh. You know, before we got into the panel, guys, last night we actually had a briefing from the producers, and they were like, guys, on the panel, please yell at each other, disagree with each other. But for some reason on the English panel, we always have very similar perspectives.
It's
How
so
are we supposed to create debate?
It's so peaceful. Aside from the
peaceful
fact
here.
that Corleo's almost cursed Team Liquid,
Oh,
and
okay.
Eterna almost suffocated him. That's too
I
violent.
almost like...
That's why I'm cursing Mirko's team. The last game.
That one, I can agree.
It should be casters today should be a little bit more chaotic though, because Sheffin, Geek Fam, Arashi,
RQ.
So, well, on the note of RQ and Geek Fam, let's take a look at the first team who was able to get it. This is the MPL Awards by Kharia, by the way.
Yeah.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Ooh, it's all RQ Hoshi. With Vavian only as the jungler from
Guys,
different team.
This is giving me flashbacks to Onyx.
Yeah.
Fnatic Onyx being able to get all first team
Dominating.
except for CW. Feels bad to be Sutsujin, man.
CW. I mean, Sutsujin is a great jungler by all means, but Favian, Flava Fav is just built different. This guy, I don't know what's so special about him. The mechanics is there, decision making as well. I mean, aggressiveness is also there. This guy just deserves it. I mean,
The
he
complete
won.
package.
It's a complete package. Yeah, he won the Rookie of the Season and the MVP of the season as well. So, you can't argue with that.
First team too now.
First team as well.
Congratulations, by the way, to all those players. But let's make things a little bit spicy here. Is there anything you disagree from first team?
Wow. I think for me, it's Dyron on XP lane.
Ooh,
I prefer
okay.
more Super Luke than Dyron.
That's a tough
Yeah,
one.
because from the decision making, I think from the initiation, I think Luke is more stable than Dyron.
What about you? Feel like?
Thinking of something, I think I would put Widdy over Edog.
Widdy over Edog? Why?
Somehow. I don't know, Widdy is just so calculated. Sometimes Edog becomes this enigma that you can't really guess. But Widdy is, I know it falls like kind of like a textbook player, but you know, he's way more
reliable,
dependable, yeah.
Dependable.
And also close to his teammates. Close to me. Close to myself.
Are you talking about like efficiency,
Efficiency.
high FPS,
Reliability.
rate, AI features,
Yes.
maybe?
Hey, my party is -1.
Okay,
Guys,
join.
Let's
guys,
go.
come on. Guys,
Eterna, I think you gotta
They are
work.
fighting me.
We are going to.
how are
play
you
a-
suddenly in game?
We don't
They
care.
started!
Guys,
don't care.
like
We don't
in
care.
the hotel, outside
in.
the hotel, during breaks, like these guys,
I
man.
want to use Link.
Log in. Log in.
I'm gonna be the Sutsujin.
Okay, I'm gonna be Favian. We're gonna play 1v1 match.
And I'm supposed to do the ad-libs alone? Okay, fine. You
Wait,
guys
pick
play.
Link, pick Link.
And I'll
Okay.
tell you guys, the viewers at home, what you guys need to know because there's something new from the Samsung Galaxy S24 family lineup, and it's the Galaxy S24 FE. For those of you who are looking for a phone with flagship performance,
I'm
but
ready.
you guys are on a budget, it's okay because the Samsung Galaxy S24
Let's go.
FE is the perfect choice, and it's
Oh,
only
for
around
Layla.
9
Oh, no.
million IDR. You can see the gaming performance. Guys,
Wait,
double kill,
nice
man.
one.
how's the
What a
performance?
steal.
How's the gaming
It's so
performance?
good.
Of course, it's so good,
It's
so
so
good.
smooth.
So
Look at
smooth.
my
No,
Link.
you know
Got a double kill on the early game.
You know what? Corleo's always misses his retribution.
And he got it
But
here.
with this phone, he got the Lord finally.
And I'll tell you why, guys, because the gaming performance is actually 2 times faster than the previous version. Plus, the 2400E processor ensures smooth gameplay without any lag. And that's not all, because for gaming, it also features a larger vapor chamber than the previous versions. Are you feeling heated on the
No,
phone?
not at all.
It's
Not
all
at all?
Not at all.
There you go.
It's very cold.
So it allows the phone to stay cool during very intense ranking games and gaming sessions in general. So it will help you maintain a win streak. Don't worry, guys. And
Turn off the turtle.
on top
Yeah,
of that,
okay, we go.
the Galaxy actually has an AI feature that makes your life easier and makes you look even
Red Tree?
cooler. So, guys, you interested on buying the phone?
This is
It's
mine.
already mine.
What
This
are you
is mine.
serious? You didn't tell me.
What do you mean by? We got free phones.
I didn't. You were supposed to tell me, and then I'd get one too.
No,
anyway,
no.
anyway. You guys can actually get it. For those of you who haven't, starting at only 791k IDR per month with 0% installments, you guys can get a total bonus worth of up to 2.8 million IDR, plus a free 2x memory upgrade to 256 gigabytes. And for those of you MPL viewers, this is specifically for you, by the way. You guys can actually get a free 25-watt travel adapter. Imagine that. So you already get an adapter for free. You guys can also get a 200 IDR Google Play voucher. You get a free permanent MLBB skin
I died.
when you buy it on
You got it?
Samsung.com/ID using the promo voucher code Galaxy
Come on, kick it.
S14FEX
Go, Crystal.
Guys, did you get it with the additional discount, by the way?
Of course. Don't talk to me. I'm focusing on my match.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Of course, for me.
Sorry, guys.
Crystal.
They're so aggressive when they're playing. Anyway, for those of you who don't know, they knew, but you guys can actually get an additional discount of up to 500,000 IDR for your first purchase on the Samsung Shop app. So hurry up because the promo only lasts up until Halloween. Yes, October 31st of 2024. You guys can get information on their official website, or you guys can check out the link in the barcode that was given previously, or stop by
One of
near
your opponent
Samsung
is
store.
AFK, so they are surrendered. They surrendered. We won. Easy. Easy dub.
How convenient is it?
Holy, easy dub.
How convenient is it?
Easy dub.
That suddenly they surrendered as I finished.
No, Eternal. Look at
Play
that.
another
The
game?
ad-lib.
Play another game?
Another game?
Guys, no.
Please.
Guys.
Working alone.
Yeah, I think you're gonna work along. We wanna play another game.
I'll be happy to get your,
Invoice?
Yeah. But look at this, Gelora Juara. Let's take a look at what the audience has to say. What are they writing?
Samsung
guys?
is the best phone.
Oh, what?
Samsung is the best phone.
Samsung is the
Oh,
best phone.
yeah, that's true.
What does that say? Dari RRQ?
I can't quite see it.
Good luck, Skylar.
Good luck, Skylar.
Keep spirit, Skylar.
Good luck, Skylar.
Good luck, Skylar.
Oh my.
So that's why he's been performing so crazy.
Yeah. A lot of fans behind him. Anyways, an intermezzo. I was playing in one of my arcades in the time zone near my apartment.
Okay.
And there he was, Skylar. You know what he was playing?
What is he playing?
He was playing one of the shooting games.
Is he good?
Pistol. He was good. So I think that's why he is one of the best marksmen there is in Indonesia.
What's Torque skills, bro?
So it's for the aim, for the blasting duet from Skylar.
Yes, the Renner's apathy.
The Renner's apathy from Skylar.
And they're gonna aim to get to match point, ladies and gentlemen. Here in game number 2, as we get into the drafting phase, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Oh, it looks like both of them have actually opted to swap sides.
Yep. Now, GEEK Fam is on the first pick on the blue side, but they still have the leash on Hellcurt. They don't want to let the Hellcurt loose.
Yeah, they don't want to unleash this Hellcurt towards the waiting arms of Boyski. But if you take a look at the bans now from GEEK Fam, they have the Mathilda taken away. The
Suyo?
Eve and Zeus in. Suyo is open. Vincent, let's take it away. Take it away.
Is open,
And
now we gotta
Suyo
see
is here.
the Suyo from Vincent.
Gaze the stars and seek your path.
Suyo is open.
I am the priestess
Yeah.
of primal
The
light,
Luo Yi will
the
be picked
hunter
up.
of all the evil gods.
Edith as well. So at least now, for
There will be a
RRQ,
lot of rotation,
Yeah.
I think, from this mid laner, and with Edith, a good crowd controller. What kind of jungler that RQ want to use? Because Alpha is still open.
Yeah, Alpha
Maybe
is
they can
open.
combo it using the Alpha and Luoyi.
Yeah, Alpha Loi works, I feel like. Edith also is kind of like a pick that helps peel for the players of RRQ when GEEK Fam does drive away into the zones of RRQ. But now GEEK Fam have the Suyo as a strong pick. Maybe they want to pick up Kacha here as a roam, but they go with Faramis and the Beatrix. Again, Beatrix is rising in popularity in MPL ID Season 14. Natan.
Another Nathan for Skylar.
Oh my goodness. They let it go.
So it's gotta be a good high ground defensive using the Nathan.
My mission
But
is to protect lives.
let's get into the second baiting phase, because I think both of the team did, except Edit is gonna be on the XP lane. They didn't pick any XP lane yet.
This is interesting because with Beatrix early on in the first phase, I would have thought that maybe RQ would want to eliminate the Kaja and the Franco. But they went for a high-low span here.
Turns out they didn't
Is it a bait?
think about
They
it.
want
It might be.
GEEK fam to go for a pick like that?
There might be a possibility, but again, the Beatrix, yes, it does work much better in tandem with the Kaja and with the Cho as well. I think Kaja works best. I'm gonna be a little bit surprised if RRQ don't ban the Kaja in their last ban. But for GEEK fam, they take out the Ling. They're afraid of Sutsujin's prowess with the hero.
But they still can use Alpha. It's not getting banned yet.
Yeah,
And-
Alpha.
Oh, no Tigreal. I think, yeah. They will aim for the Alpha because Tigreal is gonna be annoying for Alpha.
Do you
Due
think
to the
Sutsujin
implosion.
is comfortable on Fanny?
Yeah, he is.
He is.
I think he masters the hero. He
But
plays
against this comp?
against this
Would it work?
competition.
There's no signal target lock.
Yeah,
for Fanny.
I think it's too early to conclude because we are yet to see the last 2 picks. But against a Paramis, I feel like it's very hard because once this Fanny does come swinging by, there will be another realm waiting on the wings to just cancel out the burst damage, and they ban out the Alpha. They go for the Khalid.
Whoa. Van is still open. They just gonna wait until 2 last heroes from GEEK fam are being picked by them.
Yeah, they're gonna play with this jungle pick. What weird picks has Sutsujin used in the jungle? Haya, Alpha, Julian, Nolan, Roger, Frederick, Fanny, Bane, and Joy.
Julian.
Kaja, Gatot.
Could be.
Yeah. But I don't like the God of Kacha in the hands of Veldora. It's just too passive for me. He's not actively seeking for initiations with the Avatar of the Guardian. And I feel like the Avatar could have been used way more, I don't know, way more proactively. And he has had a bad record as well with the God of Kacha in the last 2 games that he played. But I feel like there isn't much of a potential pick aside from the God of Kacha. He will go for the Tama.
Yeah, he's utilized it in the regular season.
So it's gonna be another Cho for Baloy.
Pick off. Yeah. The Stamas though, it's very interesting.
Yeah, let's go for Fanny.
It lanes pretty well against the Khalid. But yeah, Fanny is open. Oh, that's gonna be a treat.
Do you really want to go Fanny though? It's so
I don't
risky.
want to.
I mean, if he's confident, go ahead. But there's a Cho. There's the Paramis.
Oh, Nolan.
He preferred to use Nolan, and we already seen on the MPL PH Grand Final. I think Nolan can play the mirroring gameplay when facing against Suyo.
Yeah.
Can go to the enemy's jungle, yeah, like killing all the creeps or even stealing the buff.
Yeah. So basically, you match his rotation. You just kind of copy what he does alongside the jungle there is. And I think this Nolan, to be honest, will have a hard time traversing around that composition because you have the lockdown in the Cho, you have that Nether Realm to cancel out the burst, but we'll see. Sutsujin is Sutsujin.
There's always that X factor.
Yeah, but honestly, from the draft, I love the draft from GEEK fam. But if I'm thinking about like, this is Baloy who are using Cho, so the second game, I'm gonna go to the RRQ again.
So let's see. And let's throw it over to the casters to cast game number 2.
They have been given the ultimate weapon, the most lethal weapon all across the globe in Suyo and Vincent, a boy on the Paramis. It looked like a really good draft from GEEK fam, but can they actually make it possible against the mighty King of Kings in game number 2?
Let's see and witness game number 2, folks.
Whoa!
It's actually very low, forced to use the flicker early. So that's already valuable resource triggered.
This is a Cho power, man. It's just so oppressive in the early game. That combined with a boy, you know, when you only have 1 damage spell, it's usually a very strong damage spell, so the Paramis kind of benefits from that. But just like that now, RRQ gonna be recovering. Rince though, being the low Yi, going the war cry, not really getting a lot of time to actually go and bully with a level 2 power spike. That's Vincent just taking the gold buff, already getting a bit more of a farm advantage.
Yeah, it seems like now they're going to somehow create pressure in the bottom side, but then again, RRQ, they know that, yeah, looks like it's low and they back away.
Ambos by Indihome show the tenacity actually built up by Skylar. He respects the damage potential coming through here for other side GEEK fam. Weapon mastery for Chadera, on the other hand, not really feeling the danger, even though he's up against a diversion, against a raging sandstorm and a Nolan.
By the way, Skylar is on a flicker, so this should be a prime target for Baloyski, but we know Skylar, man. The way he's playing the game, and even in the last game, 1k GPM. as Anatan.
So that's him. Again, just doubling down. Not using the Purify against the Chal. He knows that he will rely on the entropy, on engage and disengage. And the flicker, of course.
Alright, so that's a waiting game. A boy though, already getting chunked down quite low. Gonna be a race to level 4, and I think RRQ can get it done faster.
And the boy's already half HP. Looks like he's gonna go back to the base first before he's gonna join the turtle fight, or do they want to risk it? Sojin is already level 5, but now diversion.
Diversion onto the mid push.
Oh,
does not find, does not spot the two members, but Valora now receives a lot of damage with the help of
my
the round. They have enough firepower to deal and delete E-Doc. RRQ, their man down.
Tyron is still very much healthy though. It looks like RRQ don't want to fight back. Looks like Chadera. The top, bottom lane, Skylar is on the receiving end of the aggressiveness of Chadera, which is known to be a weak side gold laner most of the time.
He's shown that aggressiveness against CW as well. Ooh, Sutsujin.
Engage. Vincent is there to provide cover. Sutsujin very low, but it seems like he is fast enough to get away from that situation. Boloisky though is still on the hunt for blood. Wave Dragon committed on towards E-Dog, and it seems like the damage to take him down. Sutsujin will fall as well, but Skylar finds a trade. Vincent in the back line, surrounded by Rins again. Rins will use the flicker, 1 HP practically, and that is a boy with a lethal ignition finding the kill.
Just a splatter of damage coming in from a boy. Now Chadera can even utilize this to take some gold plating away with Vincent, helping zone out some of the members of RQ.
Hira's gonna escort Skylar out there as well though. But man, this is a great move coming in. Oh man, that's a snipe. Sky Piercer won't be enough. But look at this, every single angle here. GEEK fam just piling on the aggression.
Very good pressure, right? Created by GEEK fam. RQ. Seems like they are behind 2,000 gold.
It's incredible. This time was big, man. Because you expect this Khalid to be super aggressive in the early game, but we haven't seen anything of the sort currently. Diversion though in the bottom lane.
Let's see, it is going to focus on towards Chadera now. He is stunned up, now the damage will come through. Skylar picks up that kill, very crucial kill. I might have to say, Valora, Dyrena going at it. 1v1, but Vincent, cheeky one. He does not respect the 1v1.
Most dangerous, but look at this. Ooh. Boloisky being pesky as always. RRQ on the receiving end on a lot of unfair fights in this game. But that is exactly what GEEK fam have to do. They've seen what can happen if you let RRQ take control. But now that Wiz has the Enchanted Talisman, he can spam out a lot more reliably. He's been running out of mana in the previous couple of fights. Now Sutsujin forced to back away again. This troll pick.
Flicker Wave Dragon again on towards E-Dog. The damage will be enough to burst him down. Chidera picks up the extra gold, 5v4. Can RRQ pull it up, Eldora? Zoning rids away, no flicker on him, and he will fall. Eldora secures it, and Vincent finds the turtle. RRQ, they are being read like a book.
What is this GEEK fam, man? This is something new, especially in the series. The way they play aggressively, even Boloisky is camping on the bottom lane, knowing that there's probably someone that's going to be around.
I mean, they go for the Thamus, so it's a very independent lane, and you're seeing that earlier, even with all the efforts of RRQ, he stays alive. So when they can put all their attention onto Skylar, right, shut him down, and ensure that Veldora can have a good lane, it's a good time from GEEK fam.
Top lane is going to be the main agenda for RRQ, seems like. They will not be able to find it. Diversion.
Malloy?
Yeah, it seems like
Malloy
able to find anything. Sutsujin, Way of Dragon!
Oh boy!
Say hello to the combo. Chadera finds it with the flicker. Boloisky will fall because but Tyron, he wants blood! And he finds a Raging Sandstorm, assisting Skylar to get the kill.
You cannot hide away from Tyron on a Khalid. He can show you the world.
Entropy pops the Purify. And it seems like RRQ, they want to push the pace. Now it's E-Dog finding Vincent. Seems like RRQ, they have enough damage to give pressure, but thankfully GEEK fam, they can clear the wave.
On the other side, Thamus just pushing and pushing, man. Warcry Thamus on Veldora with the Vengeance. Just wins out 1v1, or at least survives long enough. Right now, with all the pressure and attention, Skylar still has 3 kills. Despite all of the shutdown, all the denial, is only 200 gold behind, showing again the farming knowledge here. Same thing for Vincent. He's been getting a lot more success, only 300 gold ahead. RRQ are playing it very efficiently, and the longer the game goes, the moment that GEEK fam can't one-shot EDOC any longer, it's going to be a different game.
It seems like now Valor 2v1 situation. Pops the Revitalize, no, flops the Vengeance. EDOC again out of position, and GEEK fam, they're there to punish.
Loyski has a personal beef with Edith users, man. Over the course of this series, it's always the Edith. Now Sushin is forced to go away from the vicinity of the objective as Vincent. That is 100%, bro. You cannot lose that.
Alright. Darren's kind of getting info, kind of zoning away, so Skylar can get out. But look at this chase by Beloyski. Oof.
Doesn't find the connection.
Yeah, Darren comes in for the cover. GEEK fam having all of the aggression, but the mid tower for RRQ is still standing strong. Again, the moment EDOC can survive from the all-in from GEEK fam, this game is going to turn around really hard. But with 4k of a gold advantage, GEEK fam can keep snowballing and ensure that that point is a long time away.
Yeah, this is Natan Skylar to remind you all that this season, Skylar has used Natan, I believe, 6 to 7 times and boasts a 100% win rate. Just like Matilda's key earlier, can GEEK fam actually break that streak coming in from Skylar? Especially knowing that they have the experience of playing a high ground defense with this kind of hero, they might have something on their mind, a plan that they can execute in the late game.
Whoa! Divergent play. Rins and Skylar looking for Veldora. EDOC though receives a lot of damage. Flickers out.
Whoa!
Vincent! Killer instinct again. Vincent secures the kill in the mid lane. There's Nolan. Way of Dragon though will be committed on towards the lead. Darren flickers out. Multiple infos already. No flicker for EDOC, and as well as Darren now in the mid lane. No, in the top lane, the inner will fall.
Man, I'm curious to see the statistics on how many gold Skylar has right now, because in terms of XP, he's not far behind or keeping up with Shadera. That's leading the game.
Yep, that's a pull. Darren, good spacing.
That's a lot of damage coming in from Chidera as well, so RRQ, I wonder what the idea is. Do they want to try and find damage reduction items? Do they actually want to get the physical defense? Because it can work both ways for the Suyo and the Beatrix. The gold is still static at 4k, but RRQ now with the Lord in the picture, is it still too early? Do they still think they have to kind of wait it out?
Yep. Diversion will be committed. They sent Skylar and Darren to the bottom side. Ooh. GEEK fam, they're not aware of this. Bottom side inner should be their target. RQ trying to buy their time.
Ooh. They might want to blitz this one knowing that Skylar is on the bottom side, but I don't know if this is... I feel like this is too much of a sacrifice for the first Lord, especially against Natan.
Interesting. RRQ, I guess they really felt like, no, it's not time yet. We can't really risk it. So they just go for the trades. The patient play coming in from RRQ. Despite the hot-blooded first game they had right there, they're maintaining their composure. But with a BOD for Vincent, man's doing a ton of damage right here. RRQ, especially with Darren and EDOC, trying to abuse the regeneration built into the hero's kit. You might find it difficult when Vincent can just execute them just like that. But looking at the gold, Skylar so close to the Holy Crystal, man. He's ahead in gold, somehow, some way. Same thing for the Nolan.
Told you, man. This man is a menace. This man is a monster. The best gold laner in ID. Single runner shot towards Darren doesn't really mean anything. Now GEEK fam, with this Lord, what will they do? What's gonna be the job here?
Oh boy! Flicker Way of Dragon! And EDOC will use the flicker. Both Roamer uses their flicker there. But I mean, technically, Arashi Skylar has yet to be picked off. You watch Adera picked off twice already.
No, wait, hang on a second. Is RRQ planning on doing a GEEK fam to GEEK fam?
Yeah, I mean, turret defense.
Man, a bit shameless, isn't it?
Wow.
Nah, just kidding.
I mean, if it works, it works. Oh, EDOC and Skylar.
Yep, Purify pops. Another round committed as well. That's info, valuable one. And that's RQ. Seems like they're going to use their diversion here.
Oh, no.
He got spotted, I think.
Yeah, they will not commit the diversion play. Loyski though, on the other side. Whew. Yeah, will just calmly get away.
Does it feel like the GEEK Fam vs Fnatic on a game all over again, because right now 5.5k gold lead, but look at the map that RRQ is owning right now. They are very confident just hanging out in the mid lane.
It's kind of crazy that the only difference is it's on the top side and the bottom side of the map. Due to the split push plays, RRQ actually is keeping up, kind of. Look at Beloyski though. We're looking for something to deny this purple buff. Textbook play coming in, but ooh.
Seems like GEEK Fam, they will deny the purple. RRQ, no purple buff, 44 seconds towards the second lord, the enhanced one. Diversion committed towards the bottom side. And that is just that.
Don't forget, Arashi, this diversion play can come in handy. It feels like it's such a Skylar thing to do, to break the base when all the GEEK Fam members are clumped up at Lord.
It's an interesting situation here. Usually, the attention is given to the other side of the map when the Lord is up, right? So you can get the prio advantage. And now they went over to the other side, to the Lord actually, and now the whole gang is rotating to the top side. GEEK will have the setup advantage, and they still have the threat of Beloyski, but Edok has shown that he's able to withstand a lot of that burst damage, and he has a flicker available. Let's see how this plays out, man. Beloyski once more has to be on the hunt.
Oh, it does seem like RRQ does not mind losing a lord or two here. They know they have Natan, and they rather keep Natan alive. Remember, 3 kills. Shutdown is already available. If you took down Skylar.
Right now, the plan is just protect Mr. Shevchenko.
And they do have a lot of tools there. Raging Sandstorm, Earth Shatter as well. Technically, same thing that GEEK Fam was doing, right? If you're in the base and no one can flank around, you know, are we gonna dive in towards all that crowd control, especially with the Yin Yang effect potentially triggering?
Bottom lane?
1v1 potentially. No one gets away. Mid-baser charged once. Now he will fall surely. RRQ, they need to take care of this Lord. And it does seem like GEEK Fam, they have not find the opening to open a fight just yet as well.
The key is just Beloyski getting Skylar, which is just a tough thing to do at this point, man. Even on a flicker, he hasn't died even once. Never really in Beloyski's vicinity. He's always evading all the engages coming in from GEEK Fam, and now the Lord, or like the minion is coming.
Yep. Oh, Precarious Dragon, that's a Purify, another realm. Breaking Sandstorm though will not save his life. Now Tsujin looking for a kill. Chidera! Oh, not enough bullets to take him down just yet. Ida with the conceal does not find anyone. That's just a 2-for-1. Rinse and Dyron being the casualty alongside Beloyski. A GEEK Fam successful engage.
Man, oh man. And the gap becomes even wider, but it's 9k. Doesn't matter at all for this guy. They can take this on. Do they want to actually do it right now?
FP to clear. Oh! That's a lot of damage with the Vengeance Bomb. That will be a boy finding the shutdown and the Mega. RRQ, they are still alive, but they lose Skylar for 30.
Oh, wow, the pressure from GEEK Fam here. They know how to defend their stronghold. They know how to crack open one as well. Getting the tower on the opposite side of the Lord, already a big win. Able to secure Skylar as well in that fight. Dyron, as you can see, goes straight for the Winter Crown. He knows he can't possibly be tanky enough. He wants to go in straight and then use that Winter Crown potentially to set up for the next fight. The big difference here, the massive one I think, is in the EXP and the mid lane. RRQ has been funneling all the gold to the carries. As you can see, they're still, you know, competitive, especially Skylar. But at the same time, if GEEK Fam can kind of pressure and zone him away, there's no damage from anywhere else at this point.
Looking for an engage. Wave Dragon. That is Renz. Now with the Loi very low, he will be taken down the 5th time. That's your first team mid laner, folks. Down and out.
Was that a shade from Gani? By the way, Skylar, the build Arashi, there's no Winter Crown, there's no Wind of Nature. He's going Glass Cannon on towards the Divine Glaive, it looks like.
Going Glass Cannon yet again. He knows that, you know, with all the funneling done to him, he has a responsibility here, and he needs to deliver. Going straight for the Glass Cannon. At the very least, he has damage, man. GEEK Fam definitely respected. They know how to play with the Natan. Now they're going straight for the Lord, though. RRQ might be too late.
The onward connects, but it seems like now Ida will lose his life. Immortality drops Tsujin.
Oh my god!
Read! A big brain! Baloy finds the connection. Raging Sandstorm finds 3, but the follow-up damage isn't enough.
Diversion
to buy time, but Dyron falls. Rins is next on the menu, and Chidera is alive. Skylar finds the entropy, finds the shutdown as well. Can he clean up alongside Edo?
No way! Hey, no way!
But Skylar will fall. He finds the triple, but it will not be enough. And it seems like it's an ultimate wipeout as GEEK fam, the base is wide open. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 3 with a 1-1.
Kingslayer for a reason. 100% a perfect win rate on Unatan, on Mr. Shevchenko, on Skylar is broken down by GEEK fam. What a way to retaliate in the second game. Baloyski, pretty much everyone on the team just doing their job. And it is an equal game.
It is.
Wow. GEEK fam with the reads, man. The throw was already a nuisance from game number 1, but in game 2, you're seeing the true extent of it. Man, when GEEK fam get going, we thought they can only do late game defenses, but in the early game, they're taking RRQ head on, man. Oh man, that final fight, dude. That final fight, if Chadera was too close, if Chadera didn't have the patience to aim that Ranner's apathy, it could have gone so different. But that's why it's GEEK fam. That's why they're the intellectuals.
That was almost a comeback coming in from Skylar, but man, what about the read though from Baloyski?
Yeah, that
Crazy
was
read.
That was the opening sequence.
And the thing is, if you're a Chow player, usually you don't want to flicker on towards the bush because sometimes the aiming can get a little tricky. The vision towards the hero, sometimes it's gonna bite you in the back, as we're gonna see a little bit of replay there. Baloyski, boom!
I think you might have seen. Did he get vision there?
I think so.
He did.
Got a slight edge of vision. Unfortunately, here with the re-engage from Dyron there, the Netherrealm is still available. And you can see the fight kind of segmented, the diversion used in a panic. Skylar went for the hero play, and he got so close. But man, look at this. Chidera with no HP.
No, it was Feldora actually that dealt the final blow.
Did he?
But yeah. It doesn't really matter. Game highlight by Aplikasi Baru Gope. On-point targeting from Baloyski equalizes the situation for GEEK in Game 2. So it turns out that the Chow pick might be the saving grace for GEEK fam. So far, 50% win rate against the King of Kings. Kind of makes you wonder why didn't they pick it against Onyx. But now we're gonna just throw it to our panelists to dive deep a little bit more towards that game earlier.
Thanks, casters. What an epic comeback from GEEK fam to continue the series to a potential full best of 5.
Let's go.
And now, the first question I want to ask our lovely panelists is it Cho or Chow? Because I've been debating it my entire life
Cho.
now.
It's Cho.
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 Why does Shefa keep saying Chow?
I think.
Shefa, why is it Chow?
I think it's from Mobazane. I feel like Mobazane. Yeah, yesterday we had this conversation in the caster's desk. Mobazane apparently pronounces it as Chow.
Oh, is that the proper?
No,
it's not.
I think because Chow is from China, from the lore. That's why we call it Cho. Cho.
Guys, can you help us out? You know,
Please
viewers, please tell us in the comments. Okay, now going back into the game. Now that that's settled. Okay, so GEEK fam with a different draft to what we saw in yesterday's match and as well as the first game in the series. It looks like they held a lot more control and Vincent really stepped up on the Suyo.
Because yeah, we already talked about it behind the scene that Suyo have the Soul Server skill that is depends on 20% of lost HP. So basically it have like 2 retribution using the second skill also.
Yeah.
But I think for this game is hats off for Baloy because it's not just BBB, but now Baloy have the Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah.
Oh.
Honestly, it was not only the Eye of the Tiger, but the eye to get the way of the dragons that were just pivotal. I mean, crucial kick in the last second of the game against Sutsujin was just spectacular.
A couple of us kind of, you know, underestimated his Cho.
Yeah.
But he proved us wrong, especially in game number 2, and that's why he deserves the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Kolius, could you restate what you mentioned to us? You had that personal conversation with Beloyski about this show.
Okay, so back in the AWC, I think I have a lot of talks with Beloy, and once I asked him that why Cho is not on your heroes pool, he said that I'm not feeling really confident using Cho because I realized that maybe my mechanic is not that too high, but he used it on this MPL season 14 playoff.
Yeah, and he uses it very confidently. I mean, he's able to really just shadow his laners to cover them up and then open up the bushes and then become that zoning menace that RRQ is really, really scared of. I mean, Rince went 0-5, and what is the personal beef of Beloyski against Edith players? I mean, the Edok was kicked consistently back-to-back with Where the Dragon, and then that last kick of the game against Sutsujin was also insane. I feel like he had vision on Sutsujin, but he just, with full confidence, flickered forward to the bush and then kicked Sutsujin backward. It was so immense. This play right here.
Oh, he got a vision. He got a vision.
He got a vision.
Yeah. Once Sutsujin go into the bush, that's why he has the Eye of the Tiger.
Eye of the Tiger.
But even if he had the vision, that was very quick reflexes.
That was quick reflex, yeah. Not only quick reflex, but also to pull that movement perfectly was so hard, and then Skylar went for a Hail Mary play in the last second. He almost got the wipeout against the 3 players, but
bro,
I mean, it's against the Hamas, bro.
Skylar had flicker.
Did he hold on to it?
But he's not using it, I think, because he already know even if he used the flicker, maybe he cannot escape.
He's dead
from that mass stuff.
Huh, interesting. Sky flicker and even his ult?
He used his ult forward, right?
Oh yeah.
So entropy forward. So he entropied forward towards the backline of GEEK fam, and then he was able to get Vincent at first, and that was a very important kill. But then there goes Beloy, there goes Veldora, the Thomas and the CC from the show.
You know, I have deja vu with the moment from Lemon using Mia.
Oh
It's
my
similar.
god.
That's similar. In the same location as well.
Yep.
I remember that as well.
Lemon Mia.
Legendary.
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 But yeah,
17
now...
minutes, by the way.
17 minutes, and the Sky Piercer is success on
Yeah.
Kadira. I think it's really useful on this game because they have the map control, they have the tempo to make RRQ really, really bad on this game.
I have a question though, because we've seen a few Beatrixes, actually a lot of Beatrixes in the playoffs, but Chadera's build is very unique, right? He goes, depending on the situation, I think in game number 1 he went Fury Hammer, Sky Piercer, and then BOD, and then Malefic Roar, and then etc, etc. There was even a DHS for Chidera, and I think he had the Hunter Strike too?
Yeah.
But a DHS is something that we don't really see, no? Sky Piercer as well? What's the difference between Chidera's Beatrix and the usual Beatrixes that we see?
DHS is based on the HP of the opponent, right? And if we see from the draft from RQ, they have Khalid, they have Edith, who have a lot of HP.
Yeah.
That's why DHS is really important, but using the Hunter Strike, it can add more the movement speed and of course the penetration.
We saw a glimpse of it when CW was playing the Beatrix yesterday. CW, no. Anyways, when it came into the late game, he sold his items and he swapped into a DPS type of build. He went for the Golden Staff, even the Corrosion Sight, and then he went for the DHS, which is very effective against HP percentage heroes because you want to shut them down slowly but surely. Compared to the burst damage where you are always going to bank on a Renner's ability to connect, you always will try to get, you know, the burst damage going with the Wesker, but with Nibiru, you can't really do that because you really need the DPS and the attack speed to shred down at the tankers.
So it also depends on the particular gold laner's playstyle too.
That's true, yeah.
Okay, interesting. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Why did he go for Malefic Roar first this time, though, for Chidera? He went Malefic Roar first and then BOD.
Again?
I think it's for the penetration. Of course. Yeah, he really needs it because if he wants to like use the Renner's apathy, especially if he hits the frontliner, at least the damage will be high.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. 2 games done and dusted. Now we're on to 3. 1 game away of match point. Who's gonna get it first? That's the ultimate question. And another question I had is, oh, who's that? Who's behind you?
Who? Is that Chico?
It's Mr. Chico.
Chico!
I wonder what he's saying.
Ex-coach from RBL, now he's on the
Niners.
GP Niners.
Yeah. In MPL Malaysia.
Sadly, we can't talk to him.
Yeah.
Chico, if you hear me, wave
So
your hand.
sad.
It's not waving. He wants to talk with the Indonesian desk.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chico, please, answer me.
Answer me though.
What?
Suyo, let go by RRQ. Was that worth it?
No, it's not. They have to ban it now because that's the only fighter that Vincent can play, aside from the Alpha. It gives him so much access to untapped powers. You saw the Mini Retribution from the Soul Sever. That was actually well executed by Vincent, and it is the hero that he really plays into his own comfort zone. So it also enables GEEK Fam then to open up their horizons. And I feel like that's what we talked as well with Colius, was the fact that Cascute sometimes he likes to let comfortable picks go.
Because he's still on the upper bracket and he still can try some of the strategy. It's better try now before they go to the lower bracket or even on the upper bracket grand final.
The
That does
matchup
make sense.
Yeah, I think the matchup of Suyo and Nolan is actually like a very textbook matchup. You know, again, like the only thing you need to do as a Nolan is to mirror the movements of the Suyo and etc. Like King Kong played in Onyx PH, in MPL PH. But then again, you don't have that much prior when it comes to become the guy who can always deal DPS while being tanky at the same time. And that is what Suyo really offers to you. And I feel like compared to Alpha, I feel like Alpha still is better than picking up Nolan against the Suyo.
And they had that option, right? Did they have that
It was
option?
banned out.
They have that
In the second
yeah,
phase.
Yeah.
I think it was
It was banned out in
Yeah,
the second
on the
phase.
second phase. They
So-
have that option. That's why I think for Nolan, that might be one to play the mirroring games because Nolan have a lot of mobilities using the Gauge, but yeah, they failed to execute the plan.
Yeah, we saw it, right? RRQ was out and they tried to ban Tigreal. They banned Tigreal, and as a response, GEEK Fam straight away banned out the Alpha because the Tigreal will really disrupt the Alpha when it comes to the Spear of Alphas and the execution. So they knew, GEEK Fam knew from the drafts that we don't want to let the Alpha go.
So in order to facilitate the Suyo not being let open, do you think that RRQ should stay in first pick or second pick?
Well, I mean, it depends, right? If they really want to play something that they have really prioritized, then, you know, first pick is still fine. But again, second pick still always ban the Suyo as well. So, but then you risk of letting the Zeusin go, right? But the question is, if you can really beat out Vincent, who, of course, I'm not saying this, but most of the people out there, they're saying that Vincent is the weak link of GEEK Fam, right? So if you can just beat him to a pulp and ban out his Suyo, that's like 4v5.
Already. A huge disadvantage for GEEK Fam. Do you agree with this?
Of course. I totally agree with this. That's why I think the battle plan is really important for them, especially for RRQ right now. They already know that the Suyo power spike on Vincent. That's how Vincent played. Now, are they gonna let Suyo lose, or they're gonna thinking about another strategy? Because I think Suyo is not that OP like Chip.
Yeah.
Because Chip is really broken, but Suyo, I think we already seen on the MPL PH Grand Final, right? There's always contest between Suyo, Nolan, and Alpha. That's why, for letting Suyo lose, there's some of the strategy that can make your team win.
So I wonder why we haven't figured it out yet. It's so interesting.
It's like the Da Vinci Code.
Maybe because the players' mechanic is different, the pilot is different, or even the play style is different between the Indonesian team and the Philippines team. That's why it's really hard to counter Suyo in Indonesia.
Yeah, you can't really force them to play something that they don't like, right? And I feel like comfortability still is going to be number one when you want to draft. Sure, you can follow the patch, follow the meta, but when you're not comfortable in playing that hero, I feel like there's really no reason to force it out.
Speaking of forcing things out in comfortable heroes, a boy was on his Paramis.
Ah.
And I feel like a boy was also a big factor as to how GEEK Fam were able to, win that second game.
Yeah, that was the question,
Even
right?
clutch, man.
I mean, Sutsujin didn't really pick the Nolan, but when he wanted to go for the burst damage, the NetherRealm was there to save him.
So we talked about a boy. We've talked about Vincent and
Baloy.
Okay, let's go back to the Baloy pick. So he did okay in game number 1. In game number 2, he performed. And he was able to get the player of the game, rather. So the question is, alongside the headline, do you think it warrants a respect ban?
No, I don't think so.
I think putting a leash on Baloy's show, it's very expensive. Except it's for the second banning phase.
Yeah,
maybe
second
RRQ
phase.
can think about it, but on the first banning phase, it's really expensive. I think there's a lot of powerful heroes than Cho.
Imagine, right? Imagine.
Okay, let's imagine.
Imagine if RRQ bans the Cho,
RRQ bans the Cho.
but lets the Hellcurt go.
You know, I actually want to see somebody not ban the Hellcurt because I want to see if GEEK Fam actually pick it up.
Yeah, that's the question. Because, it has been a very long time since we've seen Baloyski with the Hellcurt, right? Surely he gets rusty if he doesn't really play that hero that much as often in the stage. So, we can try to find a round. If it really smashes you, then maybe you should ban it. But if it doesn't, then,
So Keskut, you want to try that out? I mean, you tried to let go the Suyo.
Yeah, Keskut.
Maybe
Let's go.
ban the Suyo, leave open the Hellcurt?
Because this is best of 5, right? You still have another game, but I don't think that it worth the risk.
You're right. You don't want GEEK to win 2 times in a row.
No.
We saw what happened last time against Fnatic Onyx.
Right. Oh my god.
This is the same scenario, right? Fnatic Onyx won first game. GEEK Fam came back. Oh, was it GEEK Onyx 2-0 already?
2-0.
It's always back to
2-0. It's a full reverse sweep, so still hurts, but hey.
Wow. I still can't believe Fnatic Onyx not in the playoffs. It's so weird.
Yeah.
It's so eerie.
It is weird, but at least it's for the better. For the betterment of the league, I guess. I mean, it's more competitive now. You got young bloods playing. You got a lot of people jumping in joy. You got Miracle going around crazily, bullying me. Fnatic Onyx out now, but wow.
And yeah, I think all the teams on MPL ID are improving every day.
Yeah, they're improving.
That's why Fnatic Onyx, maybe it's not their season for this time, but we don't know about the future.
Did you see the interview though? After they lost that match? Yeb and Kyrie, they said?
Oh yeah, I saw that. So they said, Yeb said, thank you Indonesia. Kyrie said, thank you Onyx.
I wonder what that means.
I think it's more of a tribute to how Indonesia and Onyx has been treating them. So.
And there's a tribute to Skylar.
Hey!
On
Ooh, the
screen.
first 200
First 200 kills.
Congratulations.
He broke a record.
Yeah. Oh, this asset actually popped up in the Bigatron against Team Liquid game, where Skylar was 199 kills, right? 1 kill away from 200, and now he has 211, which means he was able to rack up 12 kills in this game, in this match so far.
But the first breaker was Eman.
Eman.
Yeah.
And so Skylar caught
Because
up.
he's playing on the first match.
Skylar just followed suit.
So, let's see if RQ can follow suit with the victory that GEEK Fam were able to get for themselves in game number 2. So how can RQ come back for game number 3? 42% limit Beloy's pick-off heroes, 39% respect Suyo, and 19% play objective composition. So it looks like the audience think that Beloy's hero, aka the Cho, was the #1 problem. Do we agree with this? I personally don't agree. I think it's still the Suyo.
I totally don't agree because I think it's not like... Yeah, Bala is good using Cho, but it's not extraordinary. That's why I think the second option still more logical. It's like respect Suyo if they don't have that answer to counter the Suyo.
Yeah. To a certain degree, I do agree with that. Because Baloy is like, it's just different from others. This guy has the magnitude to just be so good with the pick-off heroes, his unconventional heroes, in which it always warrants a ban, I guess, against him. Especially when he has that X factor that could just be game-changing. I mean, that kick against Tsutsujin was game-changing as well, right? The pick-offs as well. So, to a certain point, I do agree. But to fully ban out the Cho, I don't think it's effective for RQ.
Look,
yeah, that's a good moment.
Let's say,
how about the others?
Let's say that Cho got the kick.
Ah.
But they weren't able to get that snowball. Do you think that that would have still been a game-changing play.
Of course, it's gonna be different story.
It's a different story.
Exactly, which is why I think Cho wasn't the problem.
That's true. And Cho is also so heavy in terms of execution. I mean, so far Beloyski has been very smooth. Do you see how he kicks and flickers away that fast? I feel like the execution has been very on point, but consistency sometimes, you know, can just turn off.
Yeah. With this kind of issue, I think there is high stakes if he miss the mechanics. And it will be dangerous for GEEK fam.
And we saw those mistakes in game number 1. But luckily for GEEK, they were able to kind of rectify that in game number 2. But what about game number 3? Let's take a look at the drag team phase, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. RRQ have reverted back to first pick, so they're on blue side now. Helkert, Hylos, and the Phobius, exact same bands from RRQ in game number 1. GEEK go for the Jushin, the Suyo, as well as the Chip. That means the Matilda is now left open.
That's right. Matilda as the prior first pick for RRQ Hoshi. With Matilda, I think he can combo it with the other fighter heroes. Like we already see, the Alpha is good. And Nolan and Cho again.
Oh, Nolan Cho again. They still have confidence. They still have confidence in the eyes of Beloyski for the show. But for the Nolan, we saw what happened game number 1. Vincent was struggling to get his retributions in. He was not really snowballing with the Nolan, so this now raises a question on his performance. How will he do in this series or in this game number 3 now, considering the fact that he doesn't have his hands on the Suyo?
Yep, is it gonna be another Nathan? Ooh, and yeah, they steal the Paramis. Now Rince is using Paramis, so it's gonna be a prolonged team fight.
This is a big combo from a long time ago. Matilda Faramis.
Yeah,
Matilda Faramis.
Oh, and the Alpha.
Just go in and out. I mean, juggling around the team fights will be the name of the game for RRQ, but GEEK fam respond quickly with the Valentina to have that Nether Realm stolen away from them as well.
And they can stole the Circling Eagle too.
Circling Eagle as well.
Just zoning out the enemies.
Well. Yeah, so I feel like ultimate-wise, it is pretty worth it to have the Valentina picked up. And Aboy is also a very apt Valentina player, so I feel like it works with him as well.
And Harriet is still open. I think if GEEK don't ban Harriet, it might be a good option for RRQ Hoshi if they want to use Harriet on the gold lane.
Or Natan. I think Natan also serves a really good purpose here. It is set up for him as well. He has the setter in Alpha. He also has that second life from Faramis and that safety net in the Guiding Wind by Matilda.
And honestly, I would go for Purify at this point.
Yeah.
Right? The Natan is actually quite safe pick because you at least still have the entropy to act as a like, oh no, I gotta get out of this situation. Oh, but RRQ actually banned out the Natan.
Yeah, because Nathan is out of their option, I think, because look, GEEK fam have Cho, GEEK fam has Nolan. Both of them can go to the back line and aim for the Nathan. Start from the early game. That's why it's a very risky move if RRQ wants to play with Nathan. But it's different story if they want to pick Harriet. Harriet is a very sustainable hero on the early phase.
Yeah, that's true. He bullies the laner. He also has that Synchrovision shield and Chrono Dash shield as well. So that's going to be the difference between Natan and Harriet. For GEEK fam, they ban out the Arlen.
But Chadera can steal the Harriet first because they are on the second pick.
Then try play weak side RRQ, pick up Moskov, I think.
That's true, yeah. They could pick up the Moskov to play that weak side and just transition into a late game monster later on as the game progresses.
Because essentially you already have the Alpha, Faramis, and the Matilda. I would consider that mid-prio.
Oh, they ban it out, yeah. That's true. Totally used again. Reading it out, the Harriet banned out because this is perfectly set up for him.
Okay, another Beatrix for Chadera. And yeah, we already seen how nasty the combo with the Cho on the second game. But the last two heroes is for Skylar and for Dyran. What kind of heroes that will be like fit for them, because Dyran needs to be a sustainable heroes, needs to be like the initiator heroes. They lack of CC right now.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm thinking of maybe the Moskov to be a safe pick, a Claude as well. But they will go for the Aerith now.
What?
Wow! Yes! This is actually picked up by Kabuki in MPL ID Season 13, if I'm not mistaken. It was up against a Beatrix as well. And Kabuki picked up the Irithel. It was a long time ago, but the Irithel got bullied hard.
And like on top of that, Irithel is Chadera's signature pick.
Yes.
He's what? I honestly don't understand the Irithel.
It's like picking the puppet against the puppet master.
Exactly.
But here it is, because Irithel can move while attacking while moving.
Which is great against something like a Wanwan.
And it's great. Realize it's good against the Nolan.
Yeah.
Because when Nolan wants to chasing the Irithel, he can keep attacking the Irithel.
Yeah.
And now the Khalid as well, on top of everything. It's good dive against Irithel.
Yeah. And also the old combo of Matilda Barats. That was also very nasty to deny Ling of the purple buff. Now it's going to have that role as to deny the purple buff of the Nolan, but it's just different because it is stationed in the XP lane. So we have to see how they want to synergize that Matilda Barats for Ramis combo.
But the tools are so limited still for RQ.
But
Who do they
think
have?
It's more solid on this game. So RK gonna win.
Tools for Barats has a I'll eat you and spit you out. But GEEK has the Cho, the Valentina, the Khalid. Okay, you know what? You've been right before. We'll throw it over to the casters once again for game number 3.
GEEK fam retaliated in game number 2, and Cascade deep in his back like the fries at the bottom, bringing out some unorthodox pick here in game number 3. A battle for top 3 between the King Slayers and the King of Kings.
Land of Dawn, here we go. Who will?
Wait,
whoa. Cascade. Is this the right pick? Dyron got solo killed, and he even spent his flicker.
I don't think that's his fault.
You got chased down by Veldora and Beloyski. They kind of predicted that the Barats is going to be used to kind of assist with the jungle clear for the Alpha as well. Man, not ideal for RRQ, but we'll see what the Trickster has cooked up in the gold lane, though. Skylar having a lot of pressure, but having a lot of backup there. Oh boy, a ton of damage.
Yeah, just some trades down bottom, helping out the gold laner this time around. I can say for sure that Chadera is actually on the losing lane, on the weak lane, so there's gotta be a lot of emphasis towards the gold lane for GEEK fam.
See though, seems like they are rotating towards that side.
Yeah, the emblems by Indigo, common basic emblem for Dyron there. Tenacity and agility, just being a frontliner technically. Even Rince respecting the damage potential, going with the tenacity as well. Of course, in the bottom lane, Skylar vying for lane dominance with the Master Assassin, but both running assassin emblems. Chidera thinks it's gonna go late with the Master Assassin, with the weapon mastery as well.
Okay, now Rashi Beloyski, game number 1 was great. Game number 2 was even better. But now the challenge becomes even harder. But looks like Chidera's gonna go down here. No, flicker.
Oof, close one. Yeah, Beloyski still is absolutely dangerous.
Uh-oh.
Vincent
finds an angle. Skylar, no sprints. Will he be able to escape? The answer is no. Good setup there. And now in the mid lane, they're trying to buy time. Sutsujin will try to find the turtle. It seems like with the retribution, he will be able to.
So, Orashi, a gold laner for an objective, what do you think?
Considering the circumstances, I feel like RRQ really want to make use of this Irithel pick. You've seen how bad it could be when your gold laner really gets shut down. So, I feel like it's still decent, it's still even, but I think GEEK fam feel like they won out there, right? They're able to actually shut down Skylar, technically, get Chidera rolling, and this is the aggressive mindset Chidera we've been talking about. Man, look at this one.
That can go onto it still. That's a knock-up now. Skylar will fall for the second time. GEEK fam silencing RRQ fans early game.
Am I seeing Beloyski? Is this Kiboyski? Is this Yawiski?
This is my boy. Patience. Even Veldora already in the picture here. Edok, he has the ultimate, the circling eagle. Might be forced to use it a lot earlier though.
Oh man.
Trying to hold the wave.
Let's see, he is trying to hold on to the wave. Now Renz, the shift of focus. Nether round popped. Beloyski will not be able to find it, but Skylar again, deleted third time. Now Daytona's welcome flicker connects the nether round, try to buy time for the members of GEEK fam. Vincent being the casual.
Oh my God!
Was caught again. One by one they try, but one by one they fall, and the boy secures another kill on towards the Dino.
What are we seeing right now? In a span of 40 seconds, Skylar died 3 times. This is unheard of.
He got soloed there by Veldora just diving in. The fact that Veldora was able to use the roam advantage, the passive, to just get there so much faster, man. It was essentially a 5v5. And RRQ, because they use all their spells on the individuals, not in a full-on combo fashion, not onto multiple members, he's not able to come out on top in that fight.
Finally, another error from Bloisky there. Could have gotten a kill towards Vincent, but hey, never mind. Sometimes you're a fart smeller, you're a smart fella, Bloisky.
What?
You're a smart fella or a fart smeller?
Oh, fart smeller. Well, Suchi now has the War Axe, so he has more sustain, but the issue of Bloisky, just setting up all of these plays, hasn't really gone away. Despite having the big, bad frontliner Dyron there, RRQ are losing out in initiative. They can't really get to the position in time.
Bloisky looking for an engage. He is just trying to poke Edok. Oh, Edok is actually back to an okay amount of HP with the shielding as well. RRQ reclaiming the Turtle Lord. Dyron cancelled. Oh, that's a cancel of that Way of Dragon. Sutsujin claims the turtle. Oh, it's an all-out. Oh my God! Tadera finds the kill. Sutsujin, fam, they want more. Bloisky though will fall shortly. Rin secures it. Tadera re-hitting. He wants Sutsujin. He finds a triple. Looking for the maniac. Rin shuts him down. Rins finds a double, but Skylar finds an extra gold in that kill with Vincent. That's all she wrote. GEEK fam finds a favorable trade.
An all-out dogfight in this mid-game. And it looks like from the economy-wise, RRQ was on top of the time.
Oh. Quicksand Guard to the rescue. Skylar, no sprint. That should be in Veldora's mind.
Oh, don't go for it.
Nope. He wants another engage, this time with the Circling Eagle, though, Veldora. Oh, my goodness, the bait! He's a master in baiting, and Tadera collects the double. Bloisky might want more, but Rins has enough space to back away.
What's up with this West Curse and Beatrix player in this playoff, man? Usually we rarely see this weapon being picked up at all. Meanwhile, Tadera though, finally, surely.
Careful, Spear of Alpha, true damage, he finds the solo.
Man, that's still an early game, technically an early game Beatrix. 7-2-1 already, by the way. This is a very high action game. With the Wesker play coming in, RRQ, they have a lot of fighters and they're trying to actually push the aggression onto Tadera, but he is just willing to take the fight.
As you said earlier, Gani, a weapon for a disciplined team is chaos, and so far, 18 kills in a span of 6 minutes. That's 3 kills per minute. That is just absolute chaos. Chaos at its peak.
Programmed for this.
And even if you look at the goal difference, it's actually shrunk a little bit. RRQ got the turtle, and they kind of got almost an equal trade. Oh, look at this, though, Bloisky again.
Yep, Daytona's welcome. Triggered, stunned up. The damage will not be enough to take him down just yet, though. The last turtle will be their main agenda, but no one is actually in the bottom side of that map. Is GEEK fam trying to distract? Circling Eagle committed, gathering info. Darren being the front line. GEEK fam, no point in contesting.
Oh, position. Okay, interesting. Oh, Suchin got the jungle camp there as well. The Nolan's gonna be pushed on the bottom side. Gonna be a turret advantage. No, it doesn't fall.
Now Vincent now isolated, actually. I don't think he will survive this time, Skylar. Funneling the gold to Skylar. Iron flickers out. Now let's see Circling Eagle committed alongside a Flying Dino. Let's see a boy looking to reposition. GEEK fam, very intelligent disengagement. RRQ, they're pushing the pace.
Slowly but surely, the King of King is taking control of the community. Now what's gonna be the answer here? Because this combo Irashi, it's very popular in Season 11. You cannot let go of Mathilda and Paramis in the same composition.
Mathilda, Paramis, and on top of that, Skylar, that's been so pressured by GEEK fam again and again. Now he's on an Irithel, he is just so mobile.
Here's Gringo, yet another commitment. Tadera, good spacing. Vincent and Sutsujin, both junglers in the mid lane. Both junglers backing away.
Even harder job for Bloisky at this point to purifies for the mid and the roamer of RRQ. The main target is going to be Skylar, but at the end of the day, you still have to disengage, you still have the extra life that the Netherrealm going to give you. So what is going to be the plan for Bloisky? Does he want to bait out some of the resources first, then go in? Even then, that might be too much for Mr. PPP.
Ooh, Chidera going straight for the turret right here. There's rotation coming from RRQ, but GEEK Fam are set up in the jungle.
Whoa. Good sniffs. Oh my goodness! The position from Feldora. But now he is actually exposed. Forced to use the flicker! That's the Spear of Alpha connecting on towards Valoisky. Now, GEEK Fam, it's a 4, GEEK 5 as a Lord. It will be up soon.
It is unfair. They're playing 5-man. The Ube style that RRQ is giving right now. They're just clumping up as a 5, and there's absolutely no way someone can. Oh, Vildura!
Oh! Initiation. Quicksand Guard will not help his life. RRQ again punishing the mistakes, punishing the small movements of GEEK Fam. Now Vincent finds the Dino, but then again, he's building tank. He doesn't care. Now GEEK Fam positioning, looking for Vincent. Oh my goodness. Take a look at the angle. Vincent is able to get out, but now Sitsujin finds Sidera. Another round triggered. Silence Flicker. GEEK Fam, is this the right move? It seems like they will be able to hold on as RRQ. They have more control on the Lord. GEEK Fam looking to deal damage by time as Vildora is entering the fight as well. Kyren receives a lot of damage. Sidera secures it. Now, the table has turned. Sujin finds Baloy, but the Lord still up. Now Skylar jumping in with the spread! Skylar secures the kill, but Nolan finds the Lord.
Finally, Vincent, the hope of GEEK Fam at this point, gave them a Lord. It is a first-tier Lord, so it's not going to do much. In fact, they might actually lose something here in the mid lane.
The tower going down. Maybe the purple buff secured by GEEK Fam. Oh, Vincent not feeling confident enough to go and push that tower on the top side. But man, RRQ, it was a bloody fight right there, but the mobility allowed them to just come out on top. But that was showing again that GEEK Fam, despite the lack of big combos, they can still go toe-to-toe against RRQ.
They need a reset. GEEK Fam seems like they're taking this Lord push rather slow.
Vincent is away from the group. They're playing 4-1 right now, which I think surely that GEEK Fam doesn't want to do anything against RRQ in a team fight, man, because just what's the plan when you're 5v5ing RRQ?
I mean, right now, the plan is just to make sure that Skylar doesn't really get jumped on. The Raging Sandstorm from Vildora has been devastating, but he gets spotted.
Yeah, Valdora, he has the Wilderness Blessing, so with that and the Khalid passive, he is able to just walk in and out shamelessly.
Now the bottom lane is going to be the target for GEEK Fam. Looks like they will get it, so huge value here, especially with the Holy Shield on the top lane. For RRQ is already popping up. It's already popping off. Now, the economy, Rashi, it's kind of swinging towards GEEK Fam by now, and the map pressure that they have currently is going to do wonders for this Cho. Yes, it's a Cho.
Even gold, but 8-3-1 on Chidera. The thing is, if RRQ can find him the same way they did in the previous fight, even with the Netherrealm, there's still not enough HP for him to actually be effective. And by the same token, you know, if Chidera can get off a lot of his big ultimates before he gets caught within that Netherrealm, within that dive coming in from RRQ, it can still be useful even if he gets taken out. In theory here, RRQ wants to wait for the neutral objective and force GEEK Fam into a 5v5. But we saw earlier, you know, the retribution isn't guaranteed. And if the Lord falls in hands of GEEK Fam, they can use the Lord as like a split push tool, but look at this chase!
Yeah, they want to engage on towards Valoisky here. Take a look at Valoisky with the flicker way of dragon. That's a questionable move, and he will get punished. Darren secures it, and Valoy, is that a small brain Valoy playing? Let's see here, GEEK Fam, will RRQ exploit more?
No, it's a big Ben Valoy, Connie, you don't understand. He needs to get to 7 death for his power spike to actually came true.
Oh wow, Skylar went for the great Dragon Spear before the Windtalker there, prioritizing movement speed over DPS. Now once again, look at the aggression from RRQ, just popping ultimates left and right. The gold is dead even, but look at Vincent.
Oh, he needs Skylar. He has the sprint. Now you see Vincent, and now you don't. Skylar, killer instinct.
My man Vincent, that is not it, bro. That is not it. You shouldn't just walk up there naively in that bush, in that Kumar bush,
Where did he go, man? Was it 3 hits from Skylar? And he just disappears. Chidera now has the Wind of Nature, so he has some more outplay potential, going still for the ability-based build, I believe. Having a BOD, if I'm mistaken, if my eyes don't deceive me. So there's still some danger here for RRQ. They have to make sure they don't clump up too easily and allow GEEK Fam to get a 3-man Jeet Kune Do, or get terrified with multiple members by a boy. But with the Lord here, they can really force GEEK Fam to respond, to really oblige them in a 5v5 or lose multiple turrets.
They might get a lot of things here, especially this is second tier Lord. They can do a lot of things, especially with the passive of the Lord. It's about to crash down in a minute. Looks like GEEK Fam cannot stop that.
Chidera still has the flicker, so he is technically safer. RRQ looking for the siege, finds base turret number 1 in the bottom side of the map. Lord taken care of, but all the inners will fall. RRQ, they can pursue more, but it seems like they are not too greedy at this point. And that is, I feel, the wiser move.
It looks like from the Lord's positioning, that turret is going to be very, very crucial for GEEK Fam, because it is such a shame that they actually lose it in that occasion.
I think it's no coincidence that RRQ went for that particular turret in particular. I mean, the Lord was there as well, but I feel like if the Lord was on the bottom side, if the next Lord was on the bottom side, they would have gone for the turret on the top side instead. Looking at the items though, these frontliners from RRQ getting tankier and tankier, particularly Darwin and Sutsujin, they're investing a lot of gold into defenses here, understanding that GEEK Fam, all they have is that massive pickoff potential. If they don't get a pickoff or a big moment from that, the longer chase game really favors RRQ. Even if GEEK Fam disengage, the Mathilda allows them to chase so far deep.
Even if they got a perfect pickoff on towards the perfect target, there's gonna be multiple layers that GEEK Fam needs to peel, man. It's just way too hard at this point. I feel like right now they're, gambling the fact that RRQ might make a mistake, and that is where GEEK Fam will try to pounce. If they play it pretty much disciplinedly, it is super hard. But welcome to the stream, Arashi. You want the honor?
From Bogor, Clay. He is known for as in the Land of Dawn. MPL Extremer here, presented by our Coffee Good Day, showing us how is his reaction here. This guy used to be the mid laner for RRQ, for those of you who are not aware. And there he goes. That's the reaction.
Yeah. Playing it cool. Just the way he likes it. Okay. Oh, I just realized it. What happened? Oh, thank you so much, MPL. But now, back to the game.
Sigma.
The next objective game in the Lord. GEEK Fam needs to pull off an absolute miracle for this to work.
Let's see RRQ have the control of that river. Oh! Daytona's welcome. Triggered Valoiskin! Pushed it down! 5v4, Valora looking for an opening, but Chidera.
Oh my god!
That's gonna be the shutdown! Sutsujin still claims the Lord, but it's gonna be Vincent taken. Oh my goodness! Sutsujin isolated! Chidera, a boy, will find the kill, and that will be GEEK Fam responding.
Vincent made a great play there, isolating, or Skylar itself is isolated, and he actually pounced on that. There's no heals, there's no covers at all, but right now RRQ actually got the Lord. Vincent missed on the retreat just a tad bit. Can they actually make something out of this window, GEEK Fam?
GEEK actually went for the base towers right there, so they have not been able to clear the Lord just yet. But that is exactly what GEEK Fam have to do. They can't really win in the front to back, but when they can get Veldora and Vincent onto Skylar like that, that is the window that they require. The top side is left alone right here. It might actually fall to these minions of GEEK Fam.
So Sutsujin is there, the minions is there. It looks like RRQ timed that perfectly. Now, about 800 gold lead from GEEK Fam. The gold at this point, even though it's favoring towards GEEK Fam, I feel like the winning condition, once again for GEEK Fam Arashi, is much harder to execute it, especially when you see that item being bought by Skylar.
Yeah, whoa, hang on a minute. I'm seeing good rotations from RRQ right here, going into the jungles once more. Just trying to find something. But yes, RRQ is a team that adapts. So they've kind of shown their card once. The double flank from Veldora and Vincent. Now RRQ will be the wiser. The next time there's going to be a fight in the Lord Pit, you can expect a lot of scouting happening in all the bushes. But look at this. GEEK Fam locked into the tower. Rinse though! Woo!
face checking. He knows he's a Feramis.
Purify down though.
Purify is down. And technically, worst case, if he falls, he still has the passive.
And Beloyski's on 5 deaths now, Rashi, so 2 more. Now we're gonna see the real big brain Beloyski.
The 7 death buff is definitely a real thing at this point. It's canon. But for RRQ, they're playing it just slow and surely, but Beloyski.
Oh, that's a kick spent. Triple buff for RRQ. They're still in the jungles of GEEK Fam.
Bit of a desperate move right there. You wouldn't expect Beloyski to go for a play like that, because even if he does get the pickup, what can he do with it? Same thing with the play for Vincent there. Does he really think he's going to one-shot Edok?
No, I think
just trying to pressure and try and find vision, try and find control for their carries to move out of the base and farm. But we are slowly approaching that point, the threshold in the game, where the gold advantage won't really mean much, except for maybe a couple of item swaps. And for that, you're going to need a lot more gold than usual.
Yeah, I think at that time, Beloyski was trying to just burn down the Purify from Edok. If that actually happened, unfortunately it didn't. Now, Lord's gonna come up, the 3rd Lord of the game. Or the 4th Lord, actually. Now GEEK Fam might actually pull the trigger onto it. He's got this one.
Yeah, Jet Kuno was dodged with a Daytona's welcome flicker. Beloyski now. Oh, take a look at the mid lane. Skylar repositioning. That's a pull by the Feramis. Beloyski loses immortality. Another round pops as well. Vincent looking for the execution. Does not find the angle. Terra is in trouble. And he will fall regardless of the wind of nature. RRQ. They are not to be messed with.
My goodness gracious. That Khalid Ultras. Is there a Khalid? No. Who's that?
You wanna know what that was? That was all Dyron, dude. He was caught. He was 1v4. He caught the Daytona's welcome, stared them dead in the eyes, munched on Beloyski, and flickered over the wall to turn things around and make that setup valuable for RRQ. GEEK Fam did not expect that at all. Yeah. Now with the Lord, is this the end angle? GEEK Fam, the masters of defense, the castle defenders.
No Natan though, so it's a bit harder right now. Chitera is still 10 seconds away. The Lord is about to march up in a second, but the wave has already been used by RRQ. Do they want to pull it right now?
Seeing GEEK Fam, they are in the base. Base turret number 3 will fall. GEEK Fam still trying to recollect themselves. Managed to clear the mid and top. Aaron actually pops. The Daytona's walk alongside the winner's round. Eldora in the backside will not survive. The Lord is still 80% HP. GEEK Fam can they defend RRQ for match point. Ladies and gentlemen, Ren's backside. RRQ has done it. They have secured the point, and they are at match point.
The mentality of the Kings, they didn't falter when the advantage was towards the Fams. And right now, they are 1 win away to a step closer to the promised land in Malaysia. Rex Rekum Keon takes game number 3.
What a performance there. GEEK Fam once again showing that they are here to stay, that they are here to fight. But RRQ just found a way here to deal with Beloyski. That Cho that was so menacing was still menacing in the early game. Towards the late game, they were just confused, man. The frontliners, they outplays individually even from both teams. What a match here we have in playoff season 14.
GEEK Fam was in this situation, down 2-1 against the King of Kings, but they managed to make a comeback. So it was a 3-2 when Marky came in to save GEEK Fam. I don't know if there's gonna be a sub here, but they need to find something, an adjustment for them to actually pull this off. It was just way too hard. The win conditions, the game highlight by the new application GoPay, maximize kicks, missed initiations, solid execution from Skylar takes RRQ to match point.
And you're seeing moments like this that again and again, Dyron, quote-unquote, caught out of position, turning it around. What a guy.
What a guy. What a dude.
What a dude. What a man.
What a journey he's been through, right? A lot of people are saying that, where's Dyron? He's supposed to be here. He's supposed to be #1 EXP laner choice for RRQ. And here it is. The wish is granted by Paape that's in the building right now, possibly seeing his team to top 3. Our panelists will take it away in a second.
Thank you once again, casters, for game number 3. And what a performance by RRQ. Once again, Colius, you called it.
Yeah, because we already see that GEEK have a solid game on the early game.
Yeah.
But on the mid to late game, I think a lot of misinitiation from them until RRQ can seize the moment, make the Skylar as the tip of the spear.
Yeah.
The damage from Skylar is too huge for Vincent.
I didn't see the Irithel vision,
The Irithel though.
but man, it did work in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Colius also said the synergies of the Matilda and the Irithel, you get that passive stack when you hitchhike with the Guiding Wind. But I want to give my appreciations to Dyron. Dyron was insane. I feel like this guy was the main stopping force that is canceling all of the initiations by Beloyski. Because in game number 2, Beloyski was having that freedom of engagement because there wasn't really someone that was, CC free. But with the Barats, I feel like with the Daytona's Welcome, it does buy a lot of time. As you saw in that one moment in mid lane where Dyron was just popping the Daytona's Welcome, he chomped Beloyski inside of him, and he had that CC, anti-CC. He had that control over the initiation, so yeah, this guy, I think he deserves the MVP.
Does he deserve first team?
First team, yes.
First team, okay.
First team explainer.
So that's the player of the game, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Now, Colius, do you have something to add onto that?
Yeah, I think the Daytona's Welcome is always on point. It will stop anyone at the perfect momentum. So that's why it makes the space for the other teammates and it can help to seize the objective. That's why Dyron is the MVP for this game.
Yeah.
By the way, Barats, we talked about it before the playoffs begun. We had that little powwow, right, when we were talking about it. The potential EXP laners that can be utilized. And when we brought up the Barats, that wasn't a pick that we thought could have worked.
For RRQ.
Yeah,
for everyone in general.
For everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's losing, Barats is losing its grace in the jungle, and now in the XP, it isn't really a prio pick as well. But you can see how, significant the Daytona's Welcome is because of the anti-CC that it's able to bring to just mess up all the engages coming in from GEEK Fam, because they had a lot of tools. They had the Raging Sandstorm, like that one. They also had the Cho, where the Dragon. So I feel like the Barats is just a disruptor to control the team fights.
Don't forget he's got solo killed on the early game.
Yeah.
By the opponents, but now he's the MVP because I think the decision, it can be the sandbag in the front line, and especially with helps of the Nether Realm, it makes Barat very sustainable.
Yeah, the Nether Realm was also very clutch.
And this moment, is using the Winter Crown? Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Look at how he was just walking in so freely into the tier 3 turret of GEEK Fam and even tanking the damages before they were able to advance towards the crystal. So yeah, RRQ with Dyron. With that pick, I feel like that was so good.
I think after this game, the Barats will gain a lot of weight because he eat a lot.
Wow.
That's true. Wow.
That's
a fatherly joke.
That was a dad joke.
Dad joke.
Okay, I'm a father.
Yeah, you are a father, right? So
we can tell.
We can say that.
Okay. But for the items, I think the Skylar is using the Hasclaw, the Great Dragon Spear, Berserker Fury, Windtalker, so it can help the passive from Irithel to gain more energy, and especially with hitchhiking the Guiding Wind.
Yeah. That is just unthinkable. I mean, RQ Hoshi, they knew. I mean, Irithel is usually picked against the Beatrix. Like what I said before, Kabuki was able to pick it up, but this time I feel like they had so much layers into just playing behind the Irithel, because the Irithel, again, benefits from the Guiding Wind, and then you have that front line in Dyron and also other players, so that was just the icing on the cake for RRQ.
And I keep forgetting, it's always Skylar that pulls out these weird heroes, right? I mean, last season he pulled out Layla.
Yeah, Layla.
Roger.
Right?
Roger.
Those weren't like normal at the time.
Yeah.
Layla still isn't normal.
It's normal if you have a lot of bodyguards for Layla and don't have any dive-in heroes. But yeah, for the gold distribution, I think for the turret itself, he got 97 gold. So that's why he's always aiming for the turret on the early games.
Did he win the lane against the Khalid?
No.
Barats? I think he lost,
It
right?
did
He
not.
was weak
He did
side.
not. Yeah. The Barats doesn't have prio up top, and it was very hard for him to match up the Khalid because the Khalid has sustain again with the quicksand guard, and then you have that engaging tool. But for Dyran, it's more of a sandbaggy approach, I would say. Like, okay, you lose in lane, but then the team fights, you are going to be a pivotal piece.
Yep.
Of
Because
the team fight.
winning the lane against on Bharat's lane is not that expensive.
Yeah.
The purpose is different, but look at the gold difference over time.
Feels bad.
It's go snorkeling, then climbing up the mountain, and
Feels
go diving again.
bad.
To the moon.
GEEK.
Yeah, because they were winning on the early
game.
grades,
Early to middle game.
They had their moments. Even Vincent, oh my goodness, Mr. Vincent.
Ooh, yeah.
Sweet. I mean, he got the solo kill, or rather the assassination towards Skylar in the backline. He also was able to get the Lord in that last second. And this time, his retribution was hitting. But I don't know what it is about RRQ Hoshi. They're able to just be on top again.
That's why from yesterday's performance, if Vincent is a student, I think he will get A+ for doing his homework.
Yeah, I really do want to give like our flowers over to Vincent. We've been very critical of him for the past 2 days, but that's because we know the potential that he actually has, and he is finally progressing towards that potential. Understanding that
only one night
they did lose this game, and yes, it was an overnight thing. So I don't know what happened backstage. Was it like a mentality thing that maybe Bloisky could hype up, or it was from him himself? You know, him stepping up.
Yeah,
but yeah, I hope all of the players keep improving, because after this they're gonna meet the M series, right? The M6. If we want like Indonesian getting back the trophy that we got back in the M1, they need to improve.
EVOS, right?
Ting ting ting, but it's rusty now.
It's rusty. EVOS.
That was how many years ago was M1?
Six.
6 years ago.
2017?
Because now it's M6, right?
Yeah, you're right. It feels kind of sad. Oh, you're right. Every year, it feels kind of sad that we're clinging on to something that was 6 years ago.
Come on.
It's okay. It's a piece of national history.
Okay.
It's a monumental moment.
So it is put on the museum, you mean?
Well, I mean, we all would remember it if it was in the museum, yeah.
You know, I don't think even if it wasn't in the museum, we'd still remember it. Like Evil's fans bring it up every second.
Because we have only one.
And every opportunity they have.
Exactly. So I mean, they have the pride. They have that pride, of course, of winning the coveted M1 or M series. It's been like 5 years since we have an Indonesian champion, so I do hope that towards M6 we have a contender, because I want that trophy back home.
Me too. Just how satisfying would it be after all this? All the ups and downs, all the drama, you know, with MPL MY now stepping up to us not even being considered as a top 4 region.
Yeah.
It would feel good. So let's hope. We'll go back to this. I think we're flying a little too high here. But match point.
Yes.
Match point. And Goliath's prediction was a 3-1 for RRQ. And we're heading towards that direction. I feel like when Geek Fam don't get their hands on... I know this is very simple. I know there's more layers to it. But I still think Suyo is very important for Geek Fam. If they can continue to deny that pick, I think it will be a lot easier for RRQ to go the full way.
Because now we can say that GeekFam win because they have Suyo on the game number 2.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see on the game number 4. If
agree.
the Suyo is getting banned again, what kind of heroes that GeekFam will use, or can big GeekFam really bring to the game number 5 and like having the title of the Kingslayer?
Did we see Vincent pull out the alpha this series? We did not, right?
No,
Not
Nolan.
yet.
Yeah,
Nolan
it
and
was
Suyo.
Nolan and Suyo.
Yeah.
And Nolan, yeah, game number 1, his Nolan was underwhelming. Game number 2, his Suyo was fantastic. Game number 3, his Nolan was, yeah,
It was okay.
it was okay. It was decent.
It was better than game 1.
Better than game 1.
Better than game 1.
Better than great.
What's better than great?
Excellent.
No, I think it's
M6.
greater.
M5.
Greater.
M4?
What's the tagline for M6?
Better than great.
Dare to be
M5.
great, and then better to be great.
Better than
great. M5.
M6, the
M6.
greatest.
The greatest.
The
I
greatest.
agree.
So no more excuse.
Yeah.
Great assist.
If
for M7.
Wait, if M6 is the greatest, does that mean we don't have M7?
Greatest of all time.
Oh, GOAT. The GOAT.
Right?
Well, we're dozing off. That's fine. We have our fantasies, we have our dreams of seeing our beloved teams backstage to get up there. And of course, get the trophy, but it's still far-fetched. We still have a lot of matches to go as well for the teams. But now then, back to GEEK fam. They have to fix their drafts again, I feel like. But that Irithel pick was so out of pocket, right?
It was. So before we get into the next game of the series, we're gonna throw it over to Bude Clara Mongstar. I think she's up on stage. No, she might be outside in the festival. Let's see.
Outside.
Mungkin kita sapa-sapa dulu Kingdom, mana suaranya?
GEEK Fam Unity. Woohoo!
Semuanya luar
Bareng-bareng
biasa sekali.
MPL Festival. Emang di sini ramai banget pastinya ya untuk menyaksikan pertarungan-pertarungan yang begitu luar biasa. Balas membalas sudah dilakukan, tapi memang ya kalau di MPL Festival itu banyak banget keseruannya karena di sini free entry. Jadi semuanya yang ada di Bandung ataupun dimanapun nggak punya tiket nggak perlu takut, kumpul aja langsung di MPL Festival.
Betul sekali Bude, dan selain free entry di sini dan pastinya banyak keseruan di booth activity-nya, di sini juga ada watch party di mana teman-teman semua pastinya bisa langsung nonton bareng secara gratis, rame-ramean seru-seruan di playoff.
Betul banget, ditambah lagi tempat ini adalah tempat sakral karena tim pemenang setelah wawancara bersama Bude di dalam biasanya kan kesini meet and greet bersama para player pemenang. Jadi kira-kira siapa nih yang nanti bakal kesini?
Apakah RRQ? Ataukah GEEK Fam?
Solid ya di sini ya. Di sini solid banget, udah pada lagi nanti-nanti ini. Siapa yang bakal hadir di sini dari tim pemenang? Karena ini benar-benar kita ngelihat tadi 3 game aja balas-membalas, Alisa.
Betul sekali, ini panas banget ya. Kita menantikan di game selanjutnya apakah 2-2 ataukah 3-1. Kita
Barudak berapa? Sabraha?
1 cenah pede. Tilu hiji cenah ya. Meni pede pisan, kita percaya mungkin akan menjadi luck untuk tim terbaik. Tapi ngomongin soal game sebelumnya nih Bude, ngomongin soal heroes yang dipakai sama tim-tim kesayangan kita, itu unik-unik banget ya Bude.
Betul, kita ngelihat bahwa ada Irithel dari Skylar. Muncul tiba-tiba di line of down. Ditambah lagi ada Chow dari Baloiski yang memberikan kejutan. Pick off serem juga ya.
Wow, pastinya semakin seru dan menegangkan dan pastinya sengit juga ya. Karena kita bisa lihat gamenya begitu seru dengan skor 2-1 dan kita nggak tahu apa yang akan terjadi di next game. Jadi pasti kita berharap yang terbaik ya Bude.
Benar banget. Selain kita melihat pertarungan yang begitu mendebarkan Dik Duxer, tim RRQ dan juga GEEK Fam, nggak boleh lupa histori dari kedua tim ini sama-sama ingin untuk melupakan masa lalu. Mereka ingin move on karena dari tim RRQ dari season 11, ini momen yang dinantikan, mereka ingin break the curse. Mereka ingin mendapatkan kemenangan pertama mereka setelah berseason-season di babak playoff. Satu match yang mereka nantikan untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Sedangkan dari GEEK Fam, di season ini mereka belum menang melawan tim RRQ.
Oh, menarik sekali. Dan mari kita lihat apakah akan memecahkan rekor untuk mengalahkan RRQ atau RRQ lah yang berangkat dari upper bracket dan menjadi juara dalam match kali ini. Langsung saja kita lebar ke panelis, ini dia, silakan.
MPL Festival!
The energy at the venue is still at an all-time high for the next game. Fourth game of this best of 5 series. You know, Kolius, what time is it now?
It's 8 past 20.
Wow. My Samsung phone can do that as well.
Oh, really?
2020.
Wow.
You
Make a wish.
come on. I mean, please. When you use your watch, you have to do like this motion. Me, no. I just press this button and there you go.
I don't have one, so like.
Yeah.
I have it, but
this is mine. You know what? Look at this.
Shame on me.
It's mine.
It's mine. Where's yours?
It's mine.
My team's still in the playoffs.
I love Sam. What?
What?
Woo! How many MPLs does your team have?
And yet you still again we're doing the same thing. Oh, but
I love the banner.
we live for it. But back again, game numero 4. How do you think, guys, especially you guys, at home, in the audience, how do you guys think GEEK can force a game number 5? We'll see the results, 54%. Discipline in the late game. Avoid small mistakes. And time for Beloy's cheese picks. Do you agree with the 54%?
For discipline in the late game, I think they try to be disciplined.
Yeah.
But remember, RQ have Paramis. That's why it can make you miscalculate the initiation when he wants to start it. But I'm more prefer to like a time for Beloy's cheese pick. Because I think they have another cards on their pocket.
I mean, I think it's kind of flawed when you say that you have to be disciplined on the late game, because the way I see it is that RRQ has prio to the Lord. And if they do get the Lord, it's going to be a hard-based defense for GEEK fan, because they don't have the Natan like they did, the privileges of that. They lavish
high ground defense
against Fnatic Onyx, right? So that high ground defense would be very hard, so you can't really... Yes, you have to be aware, you have to be cautious, but you can't really just be sitting ducks in the base. You gotta contest it as well, like how Vincent showed us.
Remember for the football, when Chelsea is using the parking bus strategy?
Park the bus.
Yeah, park the bus.
Do you know what it means?
No.
You should watch football.
I have to watch every Arsenal game. Don't
Gani, come on, bro.
No, don't
That's a
say
losing
things like
team.
that.
That's like watching. Never mind. I want to say something, but I will, because I will get in trouble. But the way you put it, when you park the bus, is basically you play defensively. All of your players in the back line, and that is maybe what the viewers encourage to GEEK fam, is the fact that they have to park the bus, but you can't do that against an Irithel, against a Barat, against a Faramis that has that engage potential and prior to the Lord as well. They can tread on the Lord, and GEEK fam, they have to kind of pounce back on it.
Plus good siege.
Yeah?
Plus good siege.
Yeah, good siege as well. That's
from RQ. So yeah.
That's true.
They couldn't just wait in the base like they did when they had the Eve and the Natan, It makes sense, I agree. And I'm gonna go for a crazy opinion here, and I'm gonna do it Polius. It's time for a Beloyski cheese pick. Come on,
What cheese pick though? What cheese
Go
pick?
big or go home!
What cheese pick?
Like I said yesterday, go for Saber!
Saber!
Let's go, Saber, we want Saber! This is the only time that I will agree.
You know what? Even if you lose this game, GEEK, please. You eliminated Fnatic Onyx already, and you still have a second life in the lower bracket. So why don't you just pull out the Saber? I mean, it'll be very nice, right?
Okay, we'll see. We're getting in the drafting phase now for game number 4, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And so far, the pattern is the team with blue side wins the game.
Now, RQ is on the blue side, so GEEK fan choose to be on the red side. Maybe they have a strategy or surprise pick during the 5th pick.
Zeus is left open.
Zeus and Pan.
Never mind, my bad. Zeus is banned, but Matilda is left open, so I think there won't be a mistake, or rather, it won't hurt for RQ to pick the Matilda again, and they will do just that. Edoc gets the prio now with the Matilda.
And now for GEEK fam, if they want to use Alpha, it is the time.
Alpha!
Another
Joe Nolan again!
Wow.
What's the premise behind this pick? I don't really get it.
With Cho, I think they want to stop Sojin during the objective contest. But Nolan on Vincent, yeah, he's improving from yesterday, but I don't see it's an on-point Nolan.
Third time's the charm, maybe?
Oh my god.
It's the exact same picks. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is.
Are we still on the game 3?
It feels like a repeat of game number 3.
Is there a bug?
I mean, if you take a look at the draft pick recap,
Valentina.
Alpha is
man.
repicked, Paramus is repicked, Matilda is repicked,
Oh.
Luoyi this
Oh, that's
time.
a change.
That's a change. Okay, at least with this, I can get along with it because the Luoyi provides to you a flank angle that the Cho wouldn't otherwise have. When you have to open up your body into the bushes, at least now the Luoyi will enable Cho in Beloisky to get the pickoffs you want, to get the kicks, the way the dragon that might go into the backline of RRQ. But the problem is, how will they fare against the Paramis when the Paramis has that extra life?
Yep. And don't forget, if Luoyi didn't get the map control in the game, he cannot use the diversion freely.
You need map control.
You
But
need the map
remember,
control.
this is Beloisky, right? I mean, his calls, you know, when he's backed into a corner, that's when the Beloisky brain usually works. So I wouldn't count out the Luoyi just yet, even if they're behind, just for that reason.
I do agree. I mean, Beloisky's gonna get creative with the angles and all that, but again, they have to be able to pick something good here. Nathan is banned out, so there is no high ground defense when you talk about it. The Cho, the Nolan, the Luoyi is not as good if you want to defend again the base, but they go for the Beatrix. It's almost a repeat of game number 4, but this time around they pick up the Luoyi instead of the Valentina and the Beatrix again in the gold lane.
But now, looking at the Skylar, Hero, and Dyran again, it's still the same with the game number 3. I think, Irrital against Luoyi. It's gonna be dangerous because the range is not too far. When the duality is connected to Irrital, it's gonna be disaster, yeah.
I do see an angle where they go again with the Irrital. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the Irrital, I think, goes well again. So this scenario.
Oh,
yeah, they will go for this exact
same draft.
The exact same draft by RRQ.
Now for the
They win.
XP lane.
That's audience. That's
I'm the
you know, I
priestess
forgot what I was
of
about to
primal
say.
lightning.
What?
The
What is
hunter
it?
of all the evil gods.
I think we've
Audacity.
seen this before on the regular season.
Wait, Audacity?
Attitude and audacity.
Ah. Okay. Well, let's see how will they execute it, because I think now GEEK Fam, they have the preemptive to play against the Barats. They saw what happened to them in game number 4.
Yeah.
This time, surely they have to be able to find a way to counter this Barats. With the Edith, well, it's not really heavy counter, but
Wait.
we'll see.
So this is a Cho flex into the EXP lane?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's why we're gonna see on this game.
Wait, I think it's Cho roam, no?
I think so. It's still on Belay. That's why 3-1
Yeah,
for RQ.
Yeah, it's still on Beloy.
Edith EXP, okay. All right, 3-1. RQ, what about you, Feist?
If you want to go the whole mile, let's get it. 3-2.
Let's get it. All right, match point, ladies and gentlemen. Let's throw it over to our casters.
It's 2-1 for the King of Kings in the regular season. They were unbeaten against the so-called Kingslayers, and right now they're one step away to the final stage of the upper brackets. What is going to happen? Will GEEK Fam be able to force out a game 5? Let's see in the Land of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, this potentially is the last game. Let's see. Seems like Renz already. Yeah, needs help there with a guiding win early on. No spells triggered though from both sides.
The Luoyi definitely is a very strong presence in the early game, especially in the hands of someone as experienced as a boy. Look at that damage, man. Going with the Inspire Wilderness Blessing, it's all about the rotations, as always. But once again, in the gold lane, there's going to be a difference there. Weapon Mastery for Chidera. So kind of match up in the scaling department. But now, with Veldora being on the Edith, not the Khalid, less dive pressure, less dive presence, but, ooh. This is an interesting concept, man. They have to kind of match the RRQ front to back, technically. And even Susujin is going for the Fury, actually, in the emblems. More attack speed. You know, despite Alpha usually being a more ability-based type of hero.
Yeah, this is new tech from Susujin. I guess it's Susujin, man, one of the best junglers in Indonesia, so there has to be some kind of theory that he's trying to execute here. Meanwhile, Blowski.
Whoa, Blowski in the midst of it all, forced to use that flicker.
Oh.
It seems like both teams trying to restabilize, but also assert dominance here in that river side.
Oh, Rashi. Skylar, I thought he was gonna go Purify this time, but still on the sprint as always, despite Veldora this time on a catch hero.
Alright, turtle attempt though. Dyron!
Parent actually bursted down. Tractor committed flicker. Daytona welcome now.
Oh!
Claims the turtle. Valoisky will be the trade. It seems like GEEK fam. They look for that fight, but RQ denies it.
I don't know about that.
Siren receives a lot of damage. This might be a mistake, but Veldora finds the trade. He will fall, but he will take Darren with him.
What's your take on that flicker play, Rashi? It burns the flicker, but you get one out of 1v4.
Which flicker play? There's multiple flickers burnt out. From Veldora? I mean, I feel like it's not really as worth it, honestly. But, you know, maybe he just wants to assert that dominance, right? Get it into the heads of RRQ to respect the potential for Veldora to pull off something crazy like that. And look at the combo hero strat, almost 80% for this Alpha Mathilda. Oh, look at that.
Circling Eagle gathering info. That's about it.
It's really good for RRQ though. But Valoisky is just persistent, man. Susujin now, technically with the more attack speed, he can kind of farm faster here if you just try to clear one camp. Oh man, ooh, there you go, Litho taken by RRQ. They're doing a lot better here, mitigating the surprise maneuvers from GEEK fam. But remember, the diversions haven't really struck just yet. We'll have to see whether or not GEEK fam can really catch RRQ off guard, and that's the real tell on how this game is gonna go.
That's definitely what they're trying to hope right now. Vincent just takes some camps away. They're his own camp actually. But interestingly enough, against Fnatic Onyx, the old man, never mind. Gotta watch out for a little bit here.
Yeah, Vincent is above one level. GEEK fam, they need to reposition diversion just to provide support, but they will not go more and fight. Onwards, on towards Dyron. This might be a good setup. Dyron though. Flicker's on cooldown, so this might be the right call. Darren bursted down by Vincent.
Bit too far there, overextending, taking the wave, almost an inhibitor towered for GEEK fam. But right now, Valoisky might have to pull to get trigger.
It's a way of dragon, but the kiting win. Calm and composed. RRQ, they want to fight now as GEEK fam, they are eyeing on that turtle. Can RRQ respond? Alpha is in a bit of a distance. Onward will trigger that Nether Realm. GEEK fam winning on all cylinders as of now.
Oh man, the side that you don't really see in the playoffs so far. Vincent taking both of the first totals in the first 4 minutes.
Definitely a different look, but GEEK fam playing a lot more decisively. That's a great showing here, and a boy. Ooh, staying in the bush. Oh, Skylar still gets the gold buff though. Man, that last hitting prowess is so good from Skylar. At GEEK fam, with that decisiveness, they're able to actually catch Dyron. They're actually able to force out the turtle take before RRQ can kind of set up. And that's what they need to do. If RRQ can get comfortable and set up properly, we've seen how the front to back can go. Looking at some of the items here, Has-Claws completed for Skylar, so a lot of sustain, a lot of staying power to stay in the lane, even if he gets low. But look at this, Veldora.
That's onward. Edok will force to use that circling eagle. And he will reposition, but Way of Dragon actually connects out towards Susujin. Oh, the guiding win again. So clutch, Edok.
Edok, the savior of Susujin, and right now they're trying to siege on towards the top turret, knowing that it's gonna be a 4v4. I think GEEK fam will just back off.
Ooh, especially with the backup coming in from RRQ, knowing that a lot of the ultimates are down, he's going straight back to it. And man, the sustainability of RRQ is a bit underrated as well. Rins can heal from the passive, Skylar can lifesteal now, and Susujin has the ability lifesteal as well. So technically, all that combined with the Mathilda means that unless GEEK fam get a full all-in, RRQ can really come out on top by default.
You know, they're already secured that Blade of Despair, so the next turtle fight is gonna be much more of a bloodbath here for GEEK fam. Definitely has to watch out for that, and Valoisky right now is invading the jungles of Susujin.
Oh, Daytona's welcome, connecting on towards one. Now that's the stun, but the damage is not enough. Oh, what? Yes, oh my goodness. Pair of Alpha to save the day.
Oh, Skylar.
Now Circling Eagle, Sir Tadera will fall. Now that's a pull on towards Veldora. Valoisky Next on the chopping block, RRQ repositioning. Veldora very low. Boy deals enough damage to burst a boy down. And that's a perfect turtle. A boy claims a double and RRQ. It looked good for them in a minute. But our GEEK fam, they respond.
It really does, but A-Dog's gonna get picked off by Vincent as he secured the Malefic Roar this time. What was that? RQ had all of the tools in the world to not throw that Teamfight Arashi.
Just like a bit too aggressive there. And I mean, there's no reason to re-engage after really getting into the position. We just talked about the sustained advantage, but look at Rins.
Yeah,
whoa!
Aware of the position of Vincent and is able to get out from that, but he will not be able to defend the top tier turret.
Man, it was like this before in game number 3, but GEEK fam kind of threw it all away, and it makes sense with this kind of composition. It's gonna do well for RQ in the late game, but I want to talk about this Luoyi also, Arashi, because this is the hero that really made it hard for a boy to use the Faramis, and now he's actually the one using it against RRQ.
Ooh, Susujin gonna get caught though before he address that point, Shevin.
Oh, with the help of that diversion, they were able to set up the perfect gank. GEEK fam, intelligent play, big brain Beloy probably call that shot.
So good, but now RRQ zoning away GEEK fam from their own turret, going for the mid one immediately. A great response.
Very intelligent response. It's a back-to-back big brain play from both teams.
Yeah, it's a trade for bottom tier turret and also mid-tier turret. So it's gonna be a W for RRQ in the end.
But every single tower taken by GEEK fam is still gonna be a bit valuable. But Beloyski again, so leave alone. Is it too far?
Nothing is too far for Beloy.
Oof, man. All right, let's see how this is gonna play out, man. Because Skylar so far hasn't really been threatened, but slowly but surely GEEK fam is accumulating quite the gold lead. Especially now with the Lord in the picture, it's gonna be a lot easier for GEEK fam to predict where RRQ is going to be. So RRQ, they gotta play some mind games or do a lot of preemptive scouting behind them, just in case, man. With the Queen's Wings available, I think Susujin might be able to go in, make it a very close contest, but he's 2 levels down.
Vincent won the first 3. Can he make it 4 at this time? Is the boy getting zoned out by some of the members of RRQ? Vincent will try to go into the vicinity.
RQ, it seems like they have more control, but GEEK fam, how do they respond? Wave Dragon in the backside is actually Skylar free hitting Chidera in Beard's fashion, but it seems like Daytona's welcome on towards Vincent, and Skylar does his job. Veldora next on the chopping block as a boy flickers out of the way, but Skylar, he is out for blood. RRQ not too greedy as they took down 2.
Man, oh man, Skylar just chasing some of the members away from GEEK fam. They're trying to get away. This Irithel pick has been paying off, and it's looking like what a trump card for RRQ at this point.
The Irithel that was just out of the meta for so long, out of nowhere just comes in clutch, especially against this composition. Somehow, some way it works, because for RRQ, what they require isn't more damage, isn't more snowball potential, it's just mobility to get away from Beloyski.
Oh, we got a game back here by a new application. GoPay E-Dog becomes the only Mathilda player with a 100% win rate, 6 picks after Weedy and Key suffered defeats in today's matches. So, you know, carrying the torch here, the rookie, the first team all MPL in the roaming area for RRQ. And who's surprised? The audience prediction by GoPay, 93% for RRQ.
Well, I'm looking at the topside tower, man. It might fall. No, it's just 1 hit away. So close. I don't know if that's planned out by RRQ. Conceal though.
Yep, looking for 1. That's Daytona's welcome, but the Rare Dragon is still will connect. Now it's gonna be Chidera in the midst of it all, flickering out. Susujin, he wants Chidera with her out to buy time. Skylar again finds the execution. Veldora will not be able to sustain as Skylar finds the connection.
No way.
Okay.
Oh no, they know. They know!
Rin spots him. That's Vincent very low. Oh no, RRQ. They will win again. Vincent running for the hills. Rin's and Nate tag teaming, and Vincent goes down.
And once again, it's a deja vu of the game before. 1.1k gold lead for RRQ. They came back, they climbed back from the disadvantageous position in the early game.
Oh boy, that really could have gone really far south for RRQ. The fact that the flankers was a boy and Vincent. that was ideal, but man, it was just that close. RRQ didn't bite, didn't move into the danger zone. Now they're gonna be moving around, trying to go for the siege potential. And with Skylar on the Irithel, it's not the best sieging tool, but it's still gonna allow them to just push properly, right? Have a good amount of range and safety still. So if you're Beloyski, you gotta be having a headache right now. There's a chance that GEEK fam can once again go for a diversion play, but that has yet to be seen, man. Especially with how RRQ are just so aware of the possibilities.
By the way, this is GEEK fam. Even though there's no Nathan, this team has been pulling off some of impossible defenses in playoffs so far against Onyx. And this Luo Yi, man, the high ground potential is nothing to just brush around.
I mean, the Luo Yi right now with the 41 as well. That's a diversion though. Where's it going?
Oh, Sutsujin spot.
Oh no.
Dragon, but not enough damage. My guy, this guy's facing. But they're isolated. Primal Wrath will do nothing. RRQ, they're reading GEEK fam like a book, and they are the Geeks.
I mean, Sutsujin, what a response there, what a reaction time, but they don't want to let go for it just yet. GEEK fam still pulls the trigger, Skylar!
Oh, that's the angle. That's a Skylar angle. A boy gets taken out the first time, and Beloy, he will just fall as well. RRQ, is this the winning play? Will this play bring them to the upper bracket finals?
Everything just went south for GEEK at this point ever since they made some mistakes. Once again, it's a perfect copy of what happened in the game before.
With a pick so similar, it's only a matter of time before the same things kind of happen. The diversion play though, that was really the great tool that GEEK fam thought was gonna allow them to really make these crazy plays, these massive plays happen. They traded the surprise potential for the team fighting potential with the Netherrealm steal of the Valentina, and it's not working in their favor, man. The reaction time from RRQ. Sutsujin, if he was taken out there, it could be almost a guaranteed Lord. But that is not the case right here. And oh, Beloyski!
Oh my goodness, Beloyski deleted Skylar. Unstoppable, my goodness, RRQ, how do you stop this team?
And now the biggest threat towards Skylar is gone. This is a free real estate for RRQ.
Lord, this is the first one. It will not charge. But RRQ, they don't care. They move onwards.
Whoa.
Kalora and a boy trying to clear the Lord and the wave! Skylar! Monster kill! Vincent trying to find an angle. He shuts him down. But Rins in the no man's land gets taken down. That's Sutsujin with the Spear of Alpha Lord. 50% HP. Can they defend? Now it's all up to Widow! Ladies and gentlemen, RRQ, they are going to the upper bracket finals.
What a season so far for RRQ. The expectations from the fans, from every MLB enthusiast was not this great. And right now they secured a top 3 in season 14 of MPL Indonesia. One step closer, one series away from Malaysia.
What a performance, dude. It looks close. Skylar even fell right there. But Idok backside was able to actually end that game with the Lord. A hard-earned victory, a similar composition, small differences, but the same result. RRQ fulfilling the expectations of their fans.
Kingslayers no more. Regular season, even playoffs, it don't matter for the King of Kings. They rule over the fam unity.
The journey for GEEK fam is not done yet. They will still have a chance to fight from the lower brackets. But RRQ, what a convincing performance. And ladies and gentlemen, in the upper brackets, it's official. We will have RRQ and TLID, the first and the runner-up of the regular season.
The big boss is definitely happy. In the fan section earlier saying, let's go! And certainly one of my friends in the desk is happy for this performance. But man, the story for RRQ, the rookies, the rebuild, Now it is official. They proved it in the playoffs. One series away, man, to the promised land to recreate what they could couldn't have done before in M1. They have a chance now this time.
And look at the overwhelming support behind them, dude. This was right outside the venue. That's crazy, man. This was that moment. Beloixi not in the picture. And even still, you can see Vincent all the way in the back there, going for a last-ditch effort. And by all means, it worked, but it was a bit too late. The main clear tool was taken out. Chadera threatened. Just like that, despite GEEK making it so close, it just wasn't enough.
And there's still fighting chance for GEEK fam though in the lower bracket, where, to be fair, a lot of champions have been born. So we can really rule out the possibility of the Kingslayers actually making it happen in the next few days. But right now, it is RRQ's day to celebrate. The rebuild is done. The rebuild is successful brick by brick, but we're gonna throw it to our panelists a turn now. What's going on?
Kingdom, inilah dia. The upper bracket first match dari RRQ dimenangkan dengan 3-1. Membuka match kalian hari ini. Langsung upper bracket dan kalian mensecure dan menjadi kemenangan pertama kalian setelah berapa season? Dari season berapa nih? Skylar mungkin yang bisa
3 kayaknya.
3 dari season 11.
Dari season 11 ya.
Benar, dan akhirnya ngedapetin kemenangan di babak playoff.
Ya.
Gimana Skylar?
Ya yang pertama seneng lah dan ya tahu apa lagi. Ya seneng aja sih yang menang ya udah 3 season lah gue ngerasain gue di playoff langsung kalah lah. Dan gue ngerasain ya seneng banget.
Tak bisa dibendung pastinya kebahagiaan dari Skylar yang terus berjuang berseason-season. Tapi apa nih faktor terbesar bagi Skylar playoff ini untuk RRQ yang membuat kalian bisa akhirnya ngedapetin kemenangan juga? Apakah pilar-pilar baru ini?
Mungkin ya karena gue ada nemuin ya teman yang ngerti permainan gue juga.
Teman yang mengerti dan melihat hari ini kalian membuka match kalian. Ini adalah match pertama kalian berbeda dengan GEEK fam, lawan kalian yang sudah bermain di kemarin. Kalian expect gak sih bakal melawan GEEK fam untuk hari ini? Mungkin, Dairon mau jawab tuh kayaknya udah siap banget nih.
Ya mungkin kita juga udah tahu expect kemarin yang mungkin Onyx menang ya, cuman tiba-tiba ya GEEK fam menang dan kita udah persiapin juga sih lawan hero-heronya gimana.
Melawan hero-heronya, tapi mungkin Idok yang bisa menjawab ya, karena hari ini kamu melawan Baloyski dengan cowoknya. Bergame-game, kamu harus menghadapi Baloy dengan cowok. Idok, playoff ini, playoff pertamamu dan harus menghadapi itu. Bagaimana dari Idok sendiri?
Jago sih cowoknya Baloy, buat kesusahan sih kami.
Membuat kesusahan, dan bagaimana kamu menjawab tantangan dari Baloy dengan cowoknya?
Gak ada, kami main lebih berlima aja, main teamwork.
Teamwork, singkat padat, yang penting teamwork aja. Hari ini, hari yang begitu indah pastinya juga dirasakan oleh Sutsujin dengan playoff pertamanya. Sutsujin Acu, wah langsung pada teriak-teriak. Sutsujin playoff, di Bandung pula. Sutsujin, apa yang kamu rasakan di playoff hari ini nih? Playoff pertama.
Rame banget sih, jadi semangat banget tadi mainnya.
Rame banget, ini Eldorado Dome penuh, di festival juga penuh. Dan dari Sutsujin sendiri, apa yang dari Sutsujin persiapkan untuk hari ini melawan GEEK fam untuk match pembukaanmu?
Apa ya, mungkin hero baru Suyo tadi, cuman belum kedapatan aja.
Suyo lagi populer banget ya di sini. Tapi ngelihat dari hari ini 3-1. Apalagi ada game yang bener-bener close banget. Apa yang mungkin harus dari RRQ siapkan sih untuk ngedapetin gamenya di hari ini?
Kalau tadi ya ada beberapa game kita kalah gitu lah early-nya. Cuman kita ya lebih sabar aja sama cari move-move lain gitu.
Mencari move. Dan kayak kalau kita lihat yang cari move-move juga Rins dengan banyak sekali gerakan. Wah, dengan sorak-sorai juga dari Kingdom. Ramai banget di sini. Rins, happy nggak nih playoff di Bandung? Hasil 3-1. Udah cukup happy?
Alhamdulillah happy.
Alhamdulillah happy. Mempertahankan upper bracket apalagi di match pembukaan atau playoff perdana Rins. Seberapa penting sih upper bracket untuk Rins?
Mungkin kalau di upper bracket kita kayak apa ya, kayak nggak takut kalah sih itu.
Bisa bertahan, punya nyawa tambahan gitu ya Rins ya.
Iya.
Jadi pengen banget terus melaju karena di sini kita tahu RRQ menjadi satu nama yang disebut banyak sekali untuk menjadi kontender. Wakil dari Indonesia untuk M6. Mendengar hal itu dari tim RRQ, bagaimana?
Diren yang jawab.
Belum
dapat dia.
Ren, ayo Ren. Jawablah. Mic-nya 2 nih. Ayo Le.
Apa tadi Bude?
Kalian menjadi tim yang banyak banget bilang RRQ bakal menjadi salah satu tim yang mewakili Indonesia.
Amin Bude.
Amin.
Ya Bude.
Singkat ya. Tapi perjalanannya sebenarnya kalau bisa menang lagi di final upper bracket itu bisa ngedapetinnya. Tapi lawanmu nextnya adalah tim Liquid yang mereka pun mempredik bahwa wah akan ngelawan tim RRQ. Tim Liquid sebagai lawan kalian yang tadi Oji juga udah bilang di regular season rame banget. Bakal seperti apa nih pertemuan kalian melawan tim Liquid?
Pertemuan sangat seru mungkin deh.
Sangat seru mungkin.
Ya, seru banget.
Tapi tadi udah ngelihat nih performa mereka.
Ya, kita juga mungkin balik dari sini kita cari strat baru lagi buat lawan Liquid gitu kan.
Nggak ada restnya harus di sini.
Ya, harus kendor Bude. Kita harus all in, all out. Semuanya lah minggu ini kan.
All in, all out, gak boleh kendor. Terus-terusan dari tim RRQ harus improve. Dan seberapa besar sih kalau boleh Bude tanya persiapan mental dari tim RRQ? Karena playoff katanya regular season lupakan. Tapi persiapan mental dari RRQ, bagaimana kalian mempersiapkan mental untuk di babak playoff?
Mental mungkin 90% Bude. Karena gak ada yang sempurna kan.
Oh, tak ada yang sempurna. 90% OTW. Dan dari hari ini hasil 3-1, kalian sudah men-secure upper bracket. Di lower bracket juga masih akan berjuang. Ada 2 tim yang baru saja kalian kalahkan. Ada GEEK Fam yang akan bertemu dengan Bigatron. Siapa nih kira-kira yang bakal melaju?
Gantian.
Melihat dari hasil hari ini nih.
Kalau dari performa sih ya kalau gua ngelihat mungkin ke BTR sih.
Lebih ke Bigatron dan
Ya.
kenapa tuh?
Ya karena mereka ya punya strat-strat lah kalau BTR.
Strategi yang harus terus dikulik. Seperti Iritelmu hari ini.
Oh, Rahul itu mah.
Mengraur hari ini dengan Iritelmu 3-1 Scalar. Apakah masih akan ada yang harus diimprove nih dari tim RRQ setelah melihat hasil yang begitu kuatnya dari tim RRQ?
Ya mungkin banyak hero lah ya. Gua nanti ya mungkin nextnya gua masih banyak hero lah ya. Yang hero yang gak kepake ya contoh lah gitu nanti ya. Kita lihat aja next matchnya.
Waduh, makin serem ya. Tapi dukungan di sini terus mengalir. Bertahan di upper bracket. Ada Kingdom yang sudah hadir. Keluarga dari RRQ pun demikian. Mungkin buat barudak-barudak nih yang udah ngumpul. Ayo bahasa Bandung nih, bahasa Sunda nih. Ayo.
Terima kasih ya buat Pak Ape juga udah datang di sini ya. Thank you juga sama Pak Ape dan ada kakak gua, ada pacar gua dan semuanya lah. Buat talent-talent ada ya happy birthday juga buat Bapet yang udah ulang tahun hari ini ya. Kemenangan ini buat Bapet juga lah. Dan buat Kingdom Bandung Barudak ya makasih semua udah support kita dan udah mengguncangkan apa?
Eldorado.
Ya, itu aja.
Untuk next match-nya, lawan tim Liquid, apa yang ingin disampaikan?
Buat tim Liquid, good luck have fun lah. Kasih permain terbaik juga.
Good luck have fun, mereka akan beradu di upper bracket melawan tim Liquid, tapi kali ini, Barudak, sambutlah pemegang upper bracket juga. Inilah dia kemenangan untuk tim RRQ Husi.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, a 3-1 victory for RRQ as they will be moving forward into the upper bracket finals that we should be seeing tomorrow.
Ooh. So it's a rematch from the last week of
Yeah.
MPL ID regular season.
Don't remind me. So stressful.
Stressed. But I think it's, yeah, maybe later we can discuss about it. But on the last game, RRQ executed perfectly.
It was so good. I think one of the reasons why the Earthal is so prio again, specifically against the lineup of GEEK fam, not prio but situational, is because they also wanna avoid the engagements coming in from Beloyski with the Cho. The Cho will have the chase potential to catch onto the Erythal, but the Erythal, number one with the Matilda, has the guiding wind, number two with the passive as well, that Coleus also mentioned, that comes back into full stack when you hitch with the guiding wind. So, I think aside from the damage and the counter towards the Beatrix, it's also used to avoid the aggressive playstyle of GEEK fam.
That's why.
Continue.
When every time GEEK fam wants to initiate the pick off, they need to consider about the damage from Skylar.
Yeah. And on the contrary, right, I really wanted to point out GEEK fam. Like, their performance was consistent, minimal mistakes, right? Of course, there are things that you can point out, but in that final game, Beloyski, what happened to him? Did he lose patience? What was going on with Beloyski?
Wow, he just, I don't know. It's not typical of Beloyski, right? I mean, you get two sides of Beloyski. Either it's the big brain Beloy, or Beloyski that's having an off day, which is totally fine. I mean,
he's a human!
Yeah, it's human after all. After all, right? He's human. He still is one of the best roamers that we have in Indonesia, of course. But, you know, these things happen. It's going to be an evaluation later on for him.
Okay, I was gonna bridge like you were talking about Roamer, and then I wanted to bridge you to the Roamer, but it turns out it's not the Roamer that gets the player of the match, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mr. Skylar.
Look at the tiger, bro.
That's Theo.
Yep,
Theo the caster.
Theo.
No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
Honestly, got the eye of Leo.
Yeah, he does. Player of the match, by the way, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Again, tell us why this Erythal is so special. You know, other than what the Erythal has in itself, how did Skylar make the Erythal special?
I think it's because of the teammates and the draft also.
Yeah.
It makes Erythal very comfortable, especially if he already got the power spike. Look at the damage when he's using the ultimate.
And by the way, if we look at the heat map, that's 5 to 10 minutes as a gold laner, and
And he's moving in the...
he's everywhere.
Yeah, that's
because of Matilda, because of Veraris.
Because of Matilda, because of the passive from the Erythal as well. And one of the key factors as to why this Erythal is also so value when it comes to play against the draft and GEEK fam is the fact that it has kiting potential. You can kite, you can move, you can hit while you move. And if you take a look at the players of GEEK fam, they are short-ranged. You know, the Beatrix, what else, the Cho, it has to chase into you. So you have that kiting potential while you try to flee away and peel yourself from the gap closers of GEEK fam. And that is why it is so special. Again, paired with Matilda. I feel like if it's not with the Matilda, Skylar won't pick it. But with Matilda, I feel like it becomes 10 times more valuable.
Yep, the synergy.
The synergy,
of course, yeah, it really works, especially during the last 3 games. That's why it's really important. They have the same drop. They don't want to change the winning strategy.
Yeah, it's all coming full circle for RRQ. I mean, Vincent, by the way,
Oh yeah. Hats off to
Applause.
Vincent.
Yeah, hats off to
Applause, big
Vincent.
applause.
Big
Big
applause.
applause to him.
Yeah.
He improved a lot from the past 4 games and past 3 games and that series against Fnatic Onyx. This guy was hitting the retributions. He got complete objectives and the retribution was on point. So it was so good.
Big improvement from Vincent.
Yeah.
That's why we talk behind the scene.
Uh-huh,
Like
what did you
if
say?
Vincent is sleeping and tapping the retribution button.
Yeah. Or maybe.
Let's take a look at the golden moment by Ubes.
Gak ada kick dia, gak ada kick. Gue pegang 2 orang ini guys.
Pelan-pelan sabar kan.
Lihat
Let's go.
Gue gigit nih. Gue angkat. Nice. Bisa. Mau coba hook dok?
Nggak ada kick. Coba hook aja sambil di freeze saya guys.
Tunggu momen nih hook aja guys. Kalau nggak dapat dibalik ya. Iya. Patrick. Nice dok.
Flicker Patrick.
Gua angkat.
Gas.
Nice. Bisain nih boy.
Coba.
Bisain rata-rata. Patrick hidup ya, barang lor. Jangan kena bonyok.
Ini lor 18 guys, sakit ya.
Wah betul. Udah bom.
Patrick,
gua makan nih guys.
Goldie.
Lihat tuh kena stun tuh. Gas aja. Lihat gua.
Gas.
Bisa konsil dia.
Keluar 1 guys.
Ya konsil dia. Salah dia.
Kami datang.
Salah dia boy. Dapat Patrick boy. Patrick.
OTW Ren, aman.
Mati dia, rata dia. Patrick enggak ada flicker le.
Flicker.
Mati dia.
Mati.
Clear semua guys.
Minan dulu.
Bawa atas dulu.
Lihat gua dok. Kalau gua.
Ngapain lo boy? Enboy.
Gua mati.
Patrick mati.
Nice.
Endo.
Bisa aman.
Aman kah? And there it was, the golden moment by Ubes Gold, where we got a little bit of a sneak peek as to the comms for RRQ in that match.
Yeah, I love how vocal Skylar was. I think if you are the post one on the team and have the control of as the shot caller, and of course the trust from your teams, it can elevate your team fights to the next level.
Yeah. Totally. I mean,
they were the damage dealer, right?
They got the momentum. I feel like Skylar was above the clouds there. He was fully in control of himself and the game. And if you take a look at their item builds, it's still the traditional, AFL build. You go for the house class for that life steal. You got the wind talker as well for that extra, splash damage, and then you go to the Berserker's Fury for the cooldown and the GDS as well. So it's still the classical crit build that Irithal does bring. However, this time, what's so special is, again, like we mentioned before, the Mathilda and how he wants to space himself away from the players of GEEK fam.
We're also going to take a look at the gold distribution between Sutsujin as well as Vincent. Is there anything that is important to note in this matchup?
Take a look at Vincent. He's gapping
Sutsujin, the Turtle and the Lord also.
Yeah, in the gold department, in the Lord Slane as well. So this was actually Vincent's game to win, but unluckily, I mean, Valoisky had an off day, or rather off game in game number 4, and the Nolan was just not enough to cut through the players of RRQ Hoshi.
And of course, if you look at the damage to Tara, it's 13k from the RRQ Hoshi, and don't forget the gold per minute from Skylar. It's high enough, 857. So it's different when Skylar using the Nathan, but it's for Irithel who are always moving, who never be at the same place. It's quite high.
Yeah, it's high, considering that Irithel isn't really a wave shredder like Natan is. Natan can just get multiple waves away, so yeah.
Also, a big topic in the regular season was the new 2 pillars of RRQ. It was always Skylar for the longest of time. But now they've been talking about a new pillar. 2 pillars, twin pillars in particular. Rins and Edok, notice that they both have the same percentage when it comes down to teamfight participation.
Yeah.
So despite us, highlighting Skylar, highlighting Sutsujin, these pillars are still at work. 94%. Yeah. Imagine that.
They are still there.
16 kills, 94%.
They play like a twins.
Yeah,
I know they come from the same hometown, but really they play like a twins.
Yeah, they play like twins. Honestly,
yeah, they're everywhere.
Their proximity is also very close. This is why it wasn't a KTV. You have to shut down that mid trio from RRQ if you want to win guild. I mean, Beloyski also mentioned it. The chemistry between these players are way too good. I mean, Edok is always there covering for his teammates. He is the one to engage as well. And Rins, I think he's one of the best utility mid laners there is in MPL ID so far in Season 14. This is the player you want when you have such a luxurious player in Skylar, right? You gotta protect the president. And then you have Rins, you have Edok who is willing to die for the Crown Prince.
And it worked.
It worked. It works.
Man, I haven't seen the Faramis Matilda combo in so long, and on the Twin Pillars, they were able to execute that so well. But GEEK Fam have not been eliminated just yet. They will be able to fight from the lower bracket, and that means that they will be facing off against Bigatron next, and that's it. It's go big or go home.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to pan out against Bigatron, GEEK Fam?
Whoa, interesting. It's a repeat of the not M5, MPL Season 12 lower bracket finals, but this time it's in lower bracket round 1 before we go to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and one of them gonna go home.
Interesting. I don't know. It's still 50-50 to be honest.
Yeah.
It's an open-ending type of game.
Agree with you, because I think Bigatron have the disciplined gameplay. It's quite similar with RRQ. And GEEK Fam, I think when on the lower bracket, they always have the strategy. They always have the cards to win, to gain until like minimum final lower bracket.
But last time they had a secret weapon.
What was that?
Last time they had Marquis.
Yeah.
That is true, but Chadera is doing very
It's
well.
improving.
That's true. That's true. What does Mr. of Light have to say though? How can they win against Bigatron in the lower brackets? According to Mr. of Light, there has been some improvement, but discipline is still lacking. Just tidy it up tomorrow. Don't forget to ban Matilda and deny the pick for Moreno. What do you think?
Wise man.
Wise man.
Wise man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the execution is not that good during this match. I think
As clean, yeah.
It's not as clean.
not that clean. That's why I think with some evaluation with GEEK Fam teams tonight, maybe they can improve better tomorrow. We already see improvement from Vincent, but we need to see the improvement from the others too.
Yeah, and I think Moreno is the playmaker so far for Bigatron Alpha, alongside Key. That's what I talked about, right? In that TLID against Bigatron Alpha game. There are 2 layers of Bigatron Alpha. Number 1 is Moreno, who is always going to be flickering forward into taking first contact against the enemy team, and then you have El Momento Key just hiding in the bushes, hiding in secrecy. He's unfounded, and then he goes in for a flicker 5-man implosion. That's one of the strengths of Bigatron Alpha as well.
What about Luke?
Luke, I forgot about this guy. I'm sorry.
Poor guy.
This guy, of course, yeah, we talked about this. Don't give him, stationary heroes. Don't give him passive heroes. Give him the Gatotkacha maybe, or the Phobius.
Because Luke is not a Christmas tree.
That's true. I like that.
Moving.
He has to move. He has to enable
He's the Santa Claus.
He's the Santa Claus.
Oh.
Bringing presents.
Mm-hmm.
With the presents.
With the presents.
Just like
the present.
The kingdom, bro.
Oh, okay.
They're still outside.
Whoa, the kingdom?
Yeah. They're still in the building right now.
Well, respect to the kingdom, of course.
Yeah, they have photo session, I think, with the players over there.
Oh, it's insane. If you were in the venue, you could feel the shockwave of energy. It is insane.
Wow.
I was kind of scared for a moment though.
Why?
I was scared, like,
So what?
to kind of fall somehow.
For you guys who
Vibrations, bro.
Yeah, for you guys who might not know, we are actually on the 2nd level.
We are.
We're flying. We're flying.
Hunting.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So the casters are on the 1st level.
Yeah.
And we're like propped up.
I like
in
it.
the middle of the venue.
We have the best view.
That's true. You can look at the lovely casters.
It's the VVIP sofa.
VVIP sofa, I like that.
Actually, that is true.
Yeah.
But honestly, VVIP has got to be like the Galaxy Zone up front.
Of course.
You gotta have a Samsung phone for that.
We get like a good view of everything, but if you want to hear the players breathe, you need to be in the Samsung zone.
Wow. I'm curious on how Skylar breathes.
I think you can even see the players' face hair.
Yeah, you can. So if that's something that you guys are interested in, don't forget to bring your Samsung device over to El Dorado, Bandung when you come over.
Like us.
Like them. I'm still so jealous.
Like us, but not like Eterna.
Why?
Doesn't have a Samsung phone.
Because like the point of like having like a small English desk, like the casters, the amount of talents is that we're very solid,
That's true.
right? So when you bought it, you were supposed to tell me.
There ain't no solidity when it comes to a Samsung phone. What is this? It's mine. I get a
But I think
plunder.
I can predict whose team gonna win.
How?
I have prediction. Samsung have prediction.
Ah. Okay.
Turner just can't win sometimes, guys.
You can't. I'm hugging my Samsung phone right
But
now.
my team won today, so I can
Wow.
celebrate a little bit, right? I can celebrate a little bit. It's gonna be a tough time against RRQ, obviously, in the upper brackets. But you know,
That's
even
what I
the
wanna
lower
ask.
brackets, if we meet, you know, Bigatron again, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Are you prepared to see a sea of people just cheering for their favorite teams, for the kingdom, for RRQ?
Yeah.
That's going to be an X factor, okay? Because you know the
You're right,
rookies,
actually.
they
You're right.
feel the crowd, they feel that sensation, that vibration, and now up against the kingdom. Again, I told you this is the 6th player of RRQ.
You're right, actually. And specifically for TLID, again, they don't have that extra experience.
Yeah.
So imagine them having to keep their cool without the distraction, and now they have to keep a level head still, hearing the kingdom.
But today, at least, they prove the mentality is still stable.
Yeah, it's still
And
For
I think
now.
they still have the gas on their tank to aim for the M6 ticket. So that's why I think, even for tomorrow, the final upper bracket, it's a 50-50 game too.
Hopefully.
And
So maybe tomorrow will be 10 games. 5 games from match 1.
I hope so. We want to, you know,
We love to see it.
extract the most potential out of these matches and the players to give the audience the maximum amount of entertainment
I
value
like
as
that.
well.
I like
We
that.
love to see very good games.
Yes.
I like that. I love it.
Right?
I love it. I
You
love.
agree, right?
I love casting MLVB. I love casting MPL, of course. We love it all.
More games the better. But here to go, ladies and gentlemen, Kadia play of the day. It looks like it's a play from Sutsujin.
Yeah, with the Ling, he just maneuvers around the backline. We talked about how there were so many disables against the Ling, but he was still able to just leap in, leap out of the Finch poise, and then he jumps in, uses the Tempest Blades last second to avoid any lockdown, and then he goes in, guns blazing.
Don't forget the double triple kill.
Yeah.
He
This
got it
almost
on
a
his
maniac.
Almost, but Skylar stole it.
It's okay. I do everything for Skylar.
You can... Oh. Whoa. That caught me off guard. Forgot what I was about to say. Continue, please.
Well, I mean, if my teammate was Skylar,
Yeah, we can trust on Skylar.
I think it's okay for you to funnel the gold on Skylar, because again, he was playing Minatan. They want to play that funnel strategy towards the gold lane advantage as well, because if the Natan is going to reach that late game, yeah, I mean, you gotta bank on it. It's gonna fire like a very dangerous weapon.
Yeah. The
That
tip
makes
of the
sense.
spear.
Realize, I'm curious.
What?
You know, we're gonna take a look at the brackets, and obviously you don't see Fnatic Onyx in
Yo!
top four.
Thank you.
With Fnatic Onyx off the board, who are you rooting for now?
I'm rooting for everyone. I'm rooting for Indonesia.
Equally?
I'm rooting for MPL ID. Yeah, I mean, I love MLBB games. I love MPL ID when it comes to the playoff. The games, they get exciting. But I really want to see RRQ Hoshi win it all. It's like restoring past glory.
So it's smooth sailing for RRQ, you mean?
Well, I want everyone to win, but RRQ doing the storyline, I think it's for RRQ.
So you're on Arashi's side, right?
I want to be on a Mango side, bro.
It's okay. We just won't tell Arashi that he said that. But what
Okay.
about you, Colius? You've been so neutral. Looking at the brackets, Bigatron, GEEK, who do you think will move forward? Predictions here as we also take a look at tomorrow's schedule.
Honestly, I think against TLID against RRQ and Bigatron against GEEK, it's all 50-50 for all of them.
All
That's
50-50
match. That's why I told you that it might be 3-2 for all the match tomorrow.
Actually,
I cannot predict who's gonna win, who's gonna go to the next stage. Really.
I have a feeling Bigatron Alpha against Geek Fam will be 3-2. And the second match will be 3-1. But I don't know for who. It can go either ways.
What's the second match again? Blank.
TLID RQ.
Final upper bracket. The M6 ticket.
M6
Like-
ticket.
Realistically speaking, I would agree of that possibility.
Mm.
I would agree.
Yeah.
For RQ, interestingly enough.
But wait. I think I gotta.
What do you have
use
that?
This because it's quite itchy in my head right
Why
now.
is your head itchy, Kolius?
I think it's because I'm seeing like a lot of good games today. That's why I'm just.
Oh, you
Just
can't stop
scratching my
scratching.
hair.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's why you keep missing your retributions because you're so busy itching your head. And of course, you can't let your match get messed up because of the wet dandruff and all that. And you can fix it all up with Head and Shoulders, which is Head and Shoulders Lemon Fresh Gatot Kacha. Because with this magnificent thing right here, Head and Shoulders Lemon Fresh Gatot Kacha, up to 100% wet dandruff wiped out and itch protection. And if you use this, you won't miss your retributions. It smells very nice.
It does smell nice.
So what Mirko would do in the regular season is, there you go.
Good reflex.
I already know. I know.
Good reflex.
I know it.
Good reflex. Wonderful.
I know it.
Speaking about good reflex, I think Kolius was using the Araimo, hearing.
Every time I push my ranks.
That's
why last time I joining a tournament, I'm crowned as the champion, the MVP of the grand final.
Oh.
And he must be using the Araimo earbuds because
What?
he can enjoy music with less distraction
that's why.
on Araimo Mobile Legends Edition ANCTWS Space Buds. You can visit the official Araimo e-commerce site now and get yours before they run out. Because if you want to be an MVP like Kolius right here, champion of one of the big tournaments here in Indonesia, an MLBB, you can use Araimo.
I'd love to be an MVP one day.
You are an MVP in the eyes of Goni.
I think
That's
to be an MVP, you need a good connection, right?
W.
So I'm using the don't let your rank drop just because of lag, because I experience with in the home gaming. Every time I practice with my teams, even one of my teams is coming today. Two of them.
Okay.
The jungler and the XP laner.
It must be expensive though, right?
It's not expensive. What do you mean expensive?
Nah.
It's only for 375,000 rupiah. You can get internet with speed of up to 100 Mbps.
I can train, I can push my rank, I can do the streaming.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds like value.
Yeah. So subscribe now on my Telkomsel or tcell.id/nacional.
Nacional.
In the home Telkomsel.
Telkomsel. And
Lord has been taken.
this is full cup.
What?
And it's full cup.
Full cup?
Legendary collaboration with Ring X MPL ID Season 14, guys.
Wow.
And that's my favorite tagline now.
Mm-hmm.
And
Lord has been taken.
Yeah, it's like a internal thing. Like
Yeah.
the casters need to say it first.
Lord has been taken.
And it's now full cup.
It's full cup. It's a full cup.
You
Thank you,
lost.
We Drink.
I lost it.
Lost.
We Drink, they provide various, choices of drinks. And we are very happy that they are
Makis love
MPL
it.
ID Season 14 partners here.
Speaking of partners, we also have Erigo.
Wherever you go.
Oh yeah.
Great.
Their official merchandise are so
W chemistry.
W.
Yeah, so W. I always wear it every
It's
time
so
I go
weird
out with
hearing
my
a dad
friends.
say W, by the way.
Yeah.
Why?
Wait, yeah, because Kolius
I'm
apparently...
23 years old.
It's like if Omawa said W or like
Wait, I
Riz or
can't imagine.
Skibidi.
I can't imagine if Omawa said W. I think we should check it out. I think I'll ask him to say W after this. W mans. Speaking about W's, if you wanna get the dub, you can feel the ultimate skill of free delivery from Click Indomaret, and you can be ready to receive your groceries in as little as 1 hour. You can let them take care of the grocery needs while you're enjoying the MPL ID Season 14 playoffs, or maybe just pushing a rank in the hotel room with Click Indomaret. Shop online like you shop in store, because I've been pushing my rank in my hotel room, and all I do is just click,
ordering some snacks.
click. Yeah, all that. I'm trying to find the word. Clickety-clack.
Clickety-clack.
That's what I'm trying to say.
But speaking of something delicious,
Okay.
I think while we are watching the game, there's delicious, quick to serve, and easy to enjoy meals from Yummy Choice. We are over Nusantara menu that delicious and ready in short time. Make your MPL ID Season 14 experience taste more delicious with Yummy Choice.
Yummy Choice. It's called Yummy for a reason.
I think if you
Hungry.
stop casting, you could be like a salesperson.
Yeah.
Why?
It's really good.
Already am. Already am a salesperson.
We are selling ourselves, I think.
Wait!
Hey, to get the job.
That's true.
To casting.
We're gonna brand ourselves.
Right?
Speaking of brands.
Marketing.
Yeah, marketing.
Speaking of market, you know what rhymes with market?
wrong.
Speaking of market, you know what rhymes with market? Mart.
What?
Because Pop Mart is now in Indonesia. It is located in Gandaria City. That's where I live. Not really. I don't live there, but yeah.
Oh, you're rich.
It's quite
I
close
don't.
from my home, and next year there will be a special collaboration between Pop Mart and MLBB featuring figurines of MPL players.
Oh, I'm gonna buy a Kyrie figurine. How about that?
For me, I want to buy the CW figurine.
CW?
Tell him why. Tell him why. Tell him why.
Yeah, yesterday he's not here.
Yeah, he wasn't here.
Because when I lose in my game, I can just flick the hat of CW figurine.
Yo, that's actually pretty violent, but if you want to be the first to know about this collaboration, register now by scanning the QR code on the screen or visit the Pop Mart booth at Eldorado Dome and grab some cool merchandise from Pop Mart.
See, it was weird, right?
What?
Why?
Why
would
it's weird?
Violent.
Wait, if CW's figurine is
I
going
cannot
to be
flick
there.
the real CW. That's
No,
why I need the figurine. Because he's so cute, yeah. And he's good at playing at Gold League.
So Yao is so cute, I can take him home?
Uh,
A figurine?
that's a problem.
Yeah?
Ah, okay.
Oh.
Speaking about taking something home, you know what to take home?
Our
Strategies.
Oh.
Because with strategy and speed are key, you can focus on protection. And it is everything in the game and on the road. You can get the exclusive collaboration design of RSV helmets and MPL teams for any riding style, offering you maximum protection. Of course, I've seen these collaborations, the helmets, they look fire.
They're pretty cool.
And now available with your favorite team on Marketplace.
Yeah.
Choose your favorite team's helmet with design today. I already bought the MPL helmet one,
Whoa,
the white one.
Oh, you got it already?
Yeah, I got it already
Oh
on
my
my
god.
Okay, you can get yours now only on RSV Helmets official marketplace, or come over to Eldorado Bandung and it's up there. And the MPL festival. Yeah, just come over.
Careful, it's limited.
Come over.
You need to buy over it.
Yeah. And if you have good helmet, you want to look like that classy boy. You want to look good, and you can achieve those winning looks for winning gamers. Brought to you by Saturdays at MPL ID. This eyewear is the secret weapon for dominating the battlefield. Available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays store. You can stay up to date by following at Saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok, as we have something new coming in for Season 14. I have been speculating about what is something new that is going to come ever since the regular season started.
Is it the sunglasses?
Sunglasses is way too conventional. I'm feeling more of a pilot helmet with the glasses, focusing on what's.
I thought it was the frame, so it had a little Kyrie face.
Hey, that's cute.
At the end.
That's cute.
That's cute.
That's very cute.
Why, Eterna?
Eterna seems disgusted.
You don't think that's cute?
My co-casters are weird.
We might be weird, but at least we're handsome with Saturdays.
I like that. That was good. I'm wearing Saturdays, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Saturdays.
Right now. Me too.
Really?
Yeah, me too.
That's also Saturdays?
Yeah.
Ah.
Very nice.
That's why it's so comfortable.
Do you feel left out now?
I have healthy eye right now, but I bought the sunglasses.
Ah.
I have it back at home, and I used it
Bring
when
it-
I was in Bali.
Bring it tomorrow. Oh wait, you're off tomorrow. Oh, I'm off tomorrow.
Please don't
the next
bring this
day.
up.
The next day.
The next day.
Okay, so we want to talk about vacations now, huh? I'm also having myself a vacation, sweet one. This is called a business trip.
So is Fnatic Onyx apparently.
Oh, wow. Well, they're gonna enjoy Bandung.
Go to the farmhouse.
You know?
That's so evil.
Feed the
Why
cows.
did you laugh?
Well, I love the farmhouse. Been there
Tony.
before.
It's real lies. Spicy.
Well, I mean, vacation is nice, right? Especially Bandung.
Oh yeah.
Well, not going to be my top spot for vacations, but I like it here. It's pretty nice.
And on vacation, you need sunglasses.
That's true. But I think so far the weather in Bandung has been very, very cold. It's been chilly.
And if you go to Bandung and you're like, oh man, guys, you didn't tell me it was cold.
Yeah.
Dude, there's so many jackets and merch that you guys can actually get on site.
Yeah, I bought the Fnatic Onyx jersey. Mirko just bought the entire catalog of Bigatron.
Yeah, and we're gonna get a Team Liquid.
That's
right?
actually true, yeah.
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 I already messaged the
Oh,
manager.
did he say okay
yeah,
already?
Yeah. He asked for your size, and he will keep it for you.
Oh, let's go!
That's
Thank
great.
you, Coleus. Amazing. Oh, I'm so happy now. What a good day.
At least we got one, right?
Yeah.
You're happy now?
Yeah.
Be happy
'Cause it's
tomorrow.
limited. I heard that it's only 10 every day.
Limited?
Limited.
Limited.
They only sells 10 jacket.
You know what else is limited? The playoffs ticket.
Oh yeah, of course.
Now available. Because last season we brought unforgettable moments, and this season will be even more spectacular. Free entry for all visitors. Don't miss the watch parties that is going at the main stage at the MPL Festival, and experience teams performing with excitement and fun. Visit team booths to get special merchandise and that everyone has been waiting for. MCNC. Magic Chess. I've been slurring this. Okay, Magic Chess National Championship.
Yeah,
There you go.
and over there on the Indonesian panelists, I think the best Magic Chess player in Indonesia, Professor KB.
KB.
Cap.
KB is just smurfing. He joined this tournament. I'm gonna try it one more time. Magic Chess National Championship.
And if you guys want to actually participate in the competition and you're wondering, but guys, I don't know how to get to the venue.
Well,
Shuttle.
Free
There you
shuttle.
go.
Free.
For free. So check that out. There's a location towards which location and what time it comes and so on and so forth. You guys can actually check out the detailed schedule on the official social media
Yep.
of MPL ID. So don't forget to check that out.
If someone asks, what color is your Porsche?
Okay,
You respond, what color is your shuttle?
I like that.
Yeah.
Because we have free shuttle.
Free shuttle.
And we still have 3 days.
Mine's white.
right?
What?
Mine's white.
Well, my shuttle is also white. What about yours, Coleus? What color is your shuttle?
Well, I'm the only one who's different.
What color?
Broken white.
Oh, is it broken white?
It
It's
is
not
broken
white?
It is broken.
Okay, I messed up. It's broken white then.
Well, it's been a very, very nice first 2 days, I feel like.
Yeah.
It has been very rainy as well outside. Not only outside, but also inside. It's kind of rainy. You know, tears falling down
Not
for
for
some of the
me.
fans that, you know, their teams had to be knocked out. It was Fnatic Onyx and Alter Ego. But it's still going to be a lovely experience.
That was sad, by the way. I wanted to ask you, when Alter Ego was doing their respect moment on the stage, did you shed a tear?
I did.
Right?
Arashi did as well.
See?
Because Nino was, he was crying.
It's so emotional, and
It was
things get even
emotional.
more. Imagine your team making all the way to M6,
Oh,
Yeah.
right?
And they cannot make it.
And they win it.
and they
The op-
win it.
Where's the optimism?
No optimism.
Where's the optimism? And they
I wanna be
made
optimistic.
it.
I mean, Alter Ego cannot make it to the AMS.
Oh yeah,
But the others,
yeah.
They can, because they can get ready for the early bird tickets for M6. It will be available from October 5th to 7th. And of course, you can enjoy a 20% discount on tickets and exclusive M6 merchandise. You can look for more information. You can check out MLBB Esports' social media.
Check it out now, ladies and gentlemen.
now,
Go.
because it will sold out so fast.
It will.
Ka-chow!
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee it.
It's gone.
I guarantee it.
Yep,
and
yep, yep.
don't you want a guaranteed holiday to Malaysia, maybe? For free.
Wow. I want to be there.
How?
Super easy. And, you know, when you're in Malaysia, you guys can actually watch the M6 Grand Finals.
Oh yeah, at the same time.
At the same time! All you have to do is join the challenge and the tournament that is happening after the playoffs for a chance to win the M6 golden ticket from MPL Indonesia. It's super easy to participate in. It's called the UGC. All you need to do is, you know, pick up your phone, Samsung preferably, and make a video on TikTok about Claude.
Claude.
Exactly. Interesting, right? It can be your gameplay. It can be a pro player's gameplay, a funny video, or maybe a meme. You're quite funny, realize, especially with the prediction.
Yo!
Or anything related to Claude. For more information on that, you guys actually can check out MPL ID's social media or scan the QR code that was there like 3 seconds ago.
I have an idea for content. I think I'm gonna do a Blazing Duet cosplay with Chadera. We're gonna do this.
Isn't the low cost cosplay? I mean, yeah.
Wait.
Low cost cosplay.
Oh, yeah.
Only the cardboard.
But I want to do this. I want to do the blazing duet.
How about you do it in the 1v1 showdown?
I will, because I'm the best Claude player there is. And if you think you are as good in Claude like me, and you're skilled, and you're pro, and you're good, you can play at the 1v1 competition. It's great news.
Because anyone who makes it into the top 100 Cloud players in Bandung will have the chance to win free tickets to the MPL ID Season 14 playoff. Participate in a 1v1 showdown with pro players and win a Samsung Galaxy Series smartphone.
I got mine.
Me too.
That's not all though. All of the audience at the MPL Festival who are watching the Cloud Showdown, you know, and the activities as well, they can get a chance to join a mini trivia quiz and win a Samsung Galaxy phone. Don't need to think twice. You can come and join the excitement at the MPL Festival. Happening on Friday, right after match number 1.
So it's the day after tomorrow.
Yeah, the day after tomorrow.
After the match one.
I love my Samsung phone.
Do you even have one?
You can borrow mine.
Thank you. Thank you. And can I bring this to ISF?
You're going to ISF?
Hopefully.
Okay.
Hopefully, ISF is coming up, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be happening in November for WEC, the World Esports Championship. In this year, we have the MLBB category, and we also have the MLBB Women's category. And out of the 88 countries, the Indonesian team is actually one out of the 16 countries qualified to participate in the MLBB tournament. So don't forget to check that out. Tune in, support both the MLBB men's and also the MLBB women's. And even from your respective regions, there should be a representative too. If I'm not mistaken, there's the Philippines.
Yeah.
I saw a sneak peek into some of the rosters already.
Malaysia?
I won't say more than that. I think Malaysia made it.
Yeah, leak it for us. Leak it.
But specifically who is playing, we'll save that for November.
Yeah, we do. We have to. Look at the pride in representing your
pride.
country.
Yeah, of
national
course,
pride.
of course.
National pride. I like that.
But speaking of the pride, I think for the ISF, if I am the players, I'm gonna use my new skin. And I get it for free.
Huh? What do you mean?
Free
The
skin?
Akai free skin for the MLBB 8th anniversary celebration officially begins. Already begins at the 27th of September. Because you can get Akai's 8th anniversary exclusive skin, Marvelous Maestro, Spot Evac, Killing Notification, Avatar Border, Battle Emote, and more epic skins are waiting for you.
Also,
And of course,
there is.
Kagura's brand new epic skin. I almost got it, and maybe I need to log in a few more days. And it will be also available from free starting from October 18th. Don't miss out.
Don't miss out, guys.
After I saw Iran play that Akai, I think I'm gonna pick this up. I don't really want to play Akai.
Aran Akai or Luke Akai?
Iran Akai.
Aran
Just
Akai.
for that heavy spin into
Me?
the 4.
Fluffy Akai.
Fluffy Akai?
Fluffy Arrival. Akai.
I'd prefer Dreams' Akai. That one time where he picked Akai and it was just everywhere.
Fine, I'll go for X-Win then.
Okay.
X-Win? Okay.
For me, I'm gonna
I miss him.
think about Liam Akai.
Who?
Liam?
Don't know it.
That was like how many
season 2.
seasons ago?
I
Yeah.
wasn't born yet, Colios.
Liam is an RQ player, right?
Yeah.
Used to play
MPL
Rose.
season 2.
Wow, time flies so fast.
Yeah.
And it's hard to believe that MLBB has been with all of us, all of you, for 8 unforgettable years. Oh my god.
I wasn't born yet.
Yeah, when you have fun, time flies so fast. And this time, MLBB has invited a sand art expert to recreate our cherished memories using skillful hands and colorful sand. Is that Khalid?
No.
It's not Khalid.
Yeah, it's not Khalid. But I've already seen the VT and it's so beautiful.
Ah, of course. If you love this event, you can drop a comment and show your support because the 8th anniversary celebration is ongoing. Don't forget to join the event and win tons of prizes. And maybe you might learn a thing or two about sand art and sand coloring.
That is pretty cool.
And all
I love
that.
to learn about it
Yeah, me too.
because it's so beautiful.
And then I can cosplay Khalid.
Wow. Cosplay Khalid?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Now play with sand.
I
gotta-
can show you the world.
That's
That
different.
Khalid?
That's different.
I'm so confused right now. I think I need a new community.
Yeah, you can. You can find a new community because MLBB is celebrating its 8th anniversary. You can come and celebrate the 8th anniversary of Mobile Legends Bang Bang with your local MLBB community. You can join the fun with Moonton Student Leader and Community Hero Indonesia at the MLBB 8th Anniversary Community Gathering. The event runs from September 28 into October 27, 2024 across various communities.
MSL?
Yeah, various MSL communities hero near you. What kind of fun's wait?
So there's a lot of things. You can join the MLBB short drama screening, MLBB anniversary video shoutout, MLBB anniversary cake decoration challenge, anniversary amphi dance cover, fun match offline tournament, and that's not all.
That's not all because
tons of amazing prize like Samsung A25, 1 million IDR vouchers, Bluetooth speakers, air purifiers, and more door prize are up for grabs.
Stop, it's too much, it's too much.
That's a lot.
That's too much. That's too much.
So invite your community and experience the excitement of MLBB 8th anniversary celebration together.
That's a lot of prizes, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
That could fill an entire new home. Right? If you buy a new house, you don't have furniture, you don't have the appliances.
You can get the air purifier and everything.
Yeah. It fills
You're
up
right.
the entire house.
You're right. And you know what also fill a house? Recalls.
Oh yeah. For me, I already got 4 of the teams.
4?
I will buy another.
From Indo?
Yep, from Indo. Because my favorite one is, the team is not here yet. It's EVOS. I love the sound of it's like horde of the mobile.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's good for taunting.
The air horde. My favorite is of course the Team Liquid one.
I call it cooker. Kuda kakar. Kuda kakar. It's
Muscly horse?
Muscle.
Yeah, muscly horse.
Muscly horse. That's cooker. But what about Mobies? Do you know what Mobies is?
Yeah, because we've been nominated for 5 categories at the Mobies Award, guys. Mobile Games of the Year, MLBB. Mobile Strategy Game of the Year, MLBB. Mobile Competitive Game of the Year, MLBB. Developer of the Year, Moonton. Live Event of the Year, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, M5 World Championship. So support your MLBB by voting at mobileawards.com/vote now.
Vote now. Vote with the Samsung phone if you can.
Guys.
We need to win all of it.
All of it.
Because we also won the esports awards, right? For the best mobile game there is.
Yes, sir.
And this is our chance to break yet another record. You know, bring on the trophies.
Break barriers.
Break
barriers.
Break my heart on it. My bad.
He's just not moving on yet.
I don't think I would too.
I have to move on. Life comes at you fast.
So that's why you are supporting RRQ with Arashi tomorrow?
Nah, I'm not voting for RRQ. I just want the teams to win. I want the playoffs to be spicy, that's all.
I want a full best of 5. I want full 10 games tomorrow.
Me too. I love 10 games.
Full 10 games.
Yeah, full 10 games.
Anything less would be anticlimactic.
Anticlimactic?
Yeah, because it's the final upper bracket and one of them will gonna go home.
What if it goes to game 5, but game 5 is just way too one-sided? It's also anticlimactic.
But
No,
game
it's
is
okay.
a game.
Yeah, a game is a game.
Game is a game.
I agree.
Well,
you even see that for team and it's game 5, right?
Yeah.
That's true.
And your team.
That's true too.
My
not
team
here today.
Wow. It's been a very, very long 2 days. Can't feel it in my bones.
How does it feel to be ganged up on?
Well, I'm used to it.
But wow.
It's been fun though. It's been fun. And nothing short of surprising, exciting, intense. Just all the words in the vocabulary of the thesaurus. And hopefully tomorrow, even more.
Even more.
All right. So this does mark the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We do have 2 matches tomorrow. But that's it from us, from the English panel. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been me, Eterna, alongside with Kolius, as well as Realize. And we'll see you for more MLBB MPL ID action the next day. So with that, we're going to say goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Betul, dengan match hari ini, pada akhirnya hanya 2 tim saja yang bisa melanjutkan perjalanan mereka di upper bracket. Sementara dua tim yang kalah harus turun ke lower bracket. Yang mana nantinya pertarungan mereka akan semakin berat. Di lower bracket nggak akan ada nyawa tambahan lagi.
Betul sekali Bude, karena di hari ketiga esok akan ada satu tim yang pulang. Mereka yang kalah di lower bracket. Dan pastinya Bude, sedikit izin merecap ya pastinya. Bahwa di match pertama tadi bersama dengan tim Liquid Indonesia akhirnya bisa membuktikan kelas mereka di regular season mereka. Bertahan di top 2 dan pastinya bisa memenangkan pertarungan sengit melawan Bigetron Alpha dengan skor 3-2. Dan pastinya sesuai dengan harapan mereka, esok hari mereka akan melawan RRQ Hoshi, satu-satunya tim yang belum pernah mereka taklukkan di regular season.
Jadi semuanya pasti menantikan seperti apa pertarungan di upper bracket dan juga lower bracket. Mengingat 4 tim masih bertahan, namun setelah esok akan hanya tersisa 3 saja. Satu tim akan tertawa dan satu lainnya akan menangis. So, perjalanan bagi 4 tim ini untuk mendapatkan gelar juara dan juga tiket untuk M6 World Championship masih akan berlanjut. Tentunya Bude ingin berterima kasih kepada semua super fans yang sudah mendukung, yang datang ke Eldorado Dome Bandung maupun yang ada di rumah, dan khususnya kepada para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy.
And of course our official coffee partner ada Good Day, our official e-wallet ada GoPay, our official destination for gaming and e-sport Kidia. Our official gold partner ada UBS Gold.
Dan tak lupa juga ada partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome dan juga WeDrink.
And our suppliers ada Erigo, Click Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Killa Food, Pop Mart, RSV Helmet, dan Saturdays. And of course, our event are supported by PBSI.
Yap, semua yang sudah menyaksikan bagaimana pertarungan epic hari ini. 2 match best of 5 series dilibas dengan sangat indah. Banyak sekali hal-hal yang membuat kita terbelangah karena performa dari para tim dan juga hero-hero yang menarik. Adu mental, adu gameplay akan terus berlanjut untuk hari yang ketiga. 1 match upper bracket final dan juga 1 match semifinal lower bracket akan berlangsung. So, hari kedua kita tutup hari ini.
Betul sekali Bude, saya Alisa Natali dan
Bude Clara Mongstar pamit undur diri dan mengucapkan pada kalian selamat malam dan sampai jumpa di hari esok di MPL Indonesia Season 14 Playoff. We own this!
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani